Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of Fanfic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Hearing Mobius' words, Loki's brow furrowed in surprise. He was about to speak when Mobius cut him off.
I mean a real god. A true deity.
Not the so-called gods of Asgard, Mobius clarified, his tone firm but not disrespectful. No offense intended, just stating the facts. Loki narrowed his eyes but remained silent. Meanwhile, all eyes turned to Su-Ching, who simply shrugged. "Don't look at me like that, I have no idea what's going on," he said, shaking his head. "I was just as surprised as you when I saw the live chat feed after answering the question." He let out a dry chuckle before continuing. "Besides, if I really knew there were actual gods behind me, do you think I would have bothered fighting Thanos on my own? I'd just call on them, wipe him and his army out in an instant, and be done with it. Why waste my time?" Su-Ching leaned back, dismissing the idea with a smirk. "Two gods, huh?" he muttered, shaking his head in amusement. "That's right," Thor chimed in. "We already know of one god, Death. You all saw the first clip of Sue in the answering chat room, but I actually met her in person." Thor crossed his arms, nodding confidently. And judging by that encounter, Sue and the ancient god of death didn't seem to know each other beforehand. She wanted him to go back with her, but Sue refused. The god of thunder glanced at Loki. "So, I think this guy is just messing with you. And even if there are two gods behind Sue, so what?"
He grinned. "He's still our friend, isn't he?"
"That doesn't change anything. As a friend, shouldn't we be happy if Sue really has divine backing?" For once, Thor made sense, and the others nodded in agreement. "Maybe he was just trying to bait Loki," Strange remarked, rubbing his chin. "Yeah, or maybe it's just some elaborate prank," Tony Stark added with a shrug. "Either way, I trust Sue. If he says he doesn't know about any gods behind him, then that's good enough for me." "Alright, let's focus on Loki's situation," Steve Rogers interjected. "No matter what, Sue is part of our answering alliance. The stronger he is, the safer Earth becomes. Honestly, I'd be thrilled if he became the strongest being in the universe." With that, everyone turned their attention back to the live broadcast of Loki in the answering chat room. Natasha Romanoff, however, stole a curious glance at Su-Ching. He seemed unfazed by the discussion, but her instincts told her something was off. Her years of experience in espionage made her feel that the person who had spoken to Loki wasn't lying. But she kept that thought to herself. Inside the TVA, Mobius office. "In my records, this isn't how your life was supposed to play out," Mobius said, his tone casual yet firm. Loki, lounging in his chair with his arms crossed, raised an eyebrow.
"Oh? Do tell."
"When I first saw that you had joined the Avengers, I was shocked," Mobius admitted. "Because, according to your timeline, that was never supposed to happen." Loki scoffed, his expression tinged with amusement and skepticism. "And what was supposed to happen then?" Mobius activated a holographic display, the glowing projection illuminating the room. "In your destined path, you were supposed to relentlessly pursue the throne, believing you were born to rule," Mobius explained. "Time and time again, you would betray and hurt others for that goal." Loki leaned forward, his gaze sharpening.
"Go on."
Mobius gestured toward the hologram, which began playing a series of events. "This battle against the Chitauri should have been your defining moment," he said. "You were meant to fall into the void, be found by Thanos, and return wielding the Mind Stone scepter. You would then use the Tesseract to open a portal, leading the Chitauri invasion of Earth." The projection continued, showing Loki's attack on Earth, the deaths of many, including Phil Coulson, and his eventual defeat at the hands of the Avengers. It concluded with Thor dragging him back to Asgard in chains.
"See,"
Mobius said. "This is the life that was originally meant for you." Loki's expression darkened as he watched himself being tossed around like a ragdoll by the Hulk in the Avengers Tower. Then, the humiliating sight of his bound and defeated self being escorted back to Asgard. He burst into laughter. "Oh, you really went all out with this little theatrical production," Loki said, shaking his head. "You expect me to believe this nonsense?" He gestured toward the hologram. This ridiculous farce? A weak, defeated Loki, thrown around like a plaything and dragged home in disgrace?
Pathetic."
His lips curled into a smirk. "And by the way, I noticed something. Your Avengers are missing one particular person. Su-Ching isn't there." He leaned back, arms crossed. That's a pretty glaring omission, wouldn't you say? Mobius sighed, rubbing his temples. Loki, you're the god of mischief. You can spot a lie better than anyone.
He gestured toward himself.
So tell me, do you really think I'm lying? Loki's smirk slowly faded. His entire life, deception had been his greatest weapon. He could see through falsehoods with ease, twist words like a finely crafted blade, and manipulate truth until it suited him. But the man in front of him, Mobius, wasn't lying. For the first time in the conversation, Loki felt a flicker of doubt.
Is this really my future? He murmured. A long silence followed.
Then finally, Loki looked up, his eyes filled with something uncharacteristic, hesitation. Even if I am the god of tricks, does that mean I can never change? His voice dropped slightly. Is that why you arrested me? Because you think my fate is set in stone. Mobius gave him a knowing smile.
You tell me.
Loki clenched his jaw, his mind racing with possibilities. For the first time, he wasn't sure of the answer. Although everyone's future is as mysterious as the unknown, life itself is already predetermined.
This is destiny, Mobius said.
Think of it like an ant on the sacred timeline. It moves forward, but its path is already set.
Loki listened in silence, his jaw tightening.
So this was the reason he was brought here. Mobius paused before continuing. But there are always those who try to defy their fate, people who seek to break free from their fixed destinies, creating branches in the timeline. He leaned forward, his voice growing more serious. This might satisfy one person's desires, it might even change their life, but in doing so, they also alter the sacred timeline itself.
Loki scoffed.
And that's such a terrible thing, is it? Mobius ignored him and pressed on. You must understand, when one person's path changes, it's not just them who are affected. The ripple spreads to those around them, then to 10, then to 100. 1,000 could turn into 10,000. He gestured with his hands. If left unchecked, this instability could compromise the safety of the entire universe. The sacred timeline does not allow such deviations. That's why our job at the Time Variance Authority is to step in and correct it. Leaning back in his chair, Mobius sighed. And that's why we arrested you, Loki. You didn't just take a wrong step, you rewrote the future that was supposed to be yours. Loki, who had been sitting in pensive silence, suddenly let out a sharp laugh. You almost had me there, he said with a smirk. You almost made me believe it. Resting his elbow on the armrest, Loki lazily turned his head toward the holographic projection of his so-called destined future. But if you truly believe in maintaining this sacred timeline of yours, then shouldn't you have arrested me the moment I made my first deviation?
Loki's smirk widened.
Surely that would have prevented everything that followed. Isn't that what your all-powerful Time Variance Authority should have done? Mobius pursed his lips and shook his head. Because we didn't dare to interfere. Loki's amusement faded slightly. He narrowed his eyes. Didn't dare. That's right, Mobius admitted. We were afraid. There was no hesitation in his voice, only blunt honesty.
Afraid?
Of what? Loki asked, intrigued. Mobius met his gaze. I've told you before, Loki, there are countless versions of you across the multiverse. But there is only one S.H.I.E.L.D. Loki stiffened at the name. And behind him, there are two real gods, Mobius continued. When you deviated from your timeline, it was after you killed Laufey. You didn't choose to destroy Jotunheim.
You didn't fight Thor.
You didn't fall into the void of space.
Mobius pointed at him.
That was the true turning point of your fate. But we didn't dare interfere back then. Loki's mind raced as he pieced the puzzle together.
Because S.H.I.E.L.D. was in Asgard, he murmured.
Exactly, Mobius nodded. You were meant to go down the path of villainy, to attack Earth with the Chitauri, to be defeated, to be dragged back to Asgard in chains. That was your predetermined fate. But S.H.I.E.L.D. was there, and because of that, your story changed. Mobius chuckled dryly. You and S.H.I.E.L.D. were inseparable after that. Thor too, though he spent a lot of time with his girlfriend. Because of this, the Time Variance Authority was divided. Loki raised an eyebrow. Divided how? One faction believed that we must prune the timeline, no matter what. Even if it meant angering the gods behind S.H.I.E.L.D., Mobius explained. The other faction argued that doing so would push S.H.I.E.L.D. to destroy the Time Variance Authority himself. Mobius leaned forward, his tone dropping into something almost amused. You have no idea how much debate you caused here, Loki. But in the end, one event silenced all arguments. Loki's smirk returned. Let me guess, The arrival of the ancient god of death?
Mobius chuckled. Smart as always.
Yes. That moment changed everything. Leaning back, Mobius tapped his fingers against the table. When death arrived, we thought it was over. Everyone assumed the universe was doomed. After all, wherever she goes, destruction follows.
He sighed.
But instead of annihilation, something happened that none of us expected. She granted S.H.I.E.L.D a portion of her power. Loki's grip on the armrests tightened slightly. You see, Mobius said, that's why we didn't dare move against you back then. No one in the Time Variance Authority wanted to risk provoking S.H.I.E.L.D.
Loki nodded slowly. That makes sense. Then his smirk returned.
But if you're so terrified of him, what makes you think S.H.I.E.L.D won't come looking for me now? Mobius merely smiled. Because we're betting he won't.
Loki's smirk faltered.
We're betting that as time passes, people will forget about you, Mobius continued. Sure, Thor might remember for a while. But the universe is vast, and new battles will come. S.H.I.E.L.D and the Avengers will be too busy dealing with other threats to worry about you. Mobius exhaled sharply, shaking his head.
And honestly?
That's the only plan we've got. We don't know what the future holds anymore. Ever since S.H.I.E.L.D appeared, the Time Variance Authority has been unable to predict the fate of Earth, or yours.
A small chuckle escaped him.
So, all we can do is gamble and hope time erases you from their minds. Loki let out a dry laugh. What a pathetic strategy. Maybe, Mobius admitted with a shrug. But it's all we've got. Loki's gaze turned sharp, his smirk deepening. You're forgetting something, Mobius.
Oh?
And what's that? Loki leaned forward, eyes gleaming with confidence. You assume that time will make them forget me, he said. That Sue and Thor will move on. He placed a hand over his heart. But I know them better than you do. His voice dropped into something almost affectionate. Even if the entire universe forgets me, they won't. Loki exhaled, his expression unreadable. And I know one thing for certain, no matter how long it takes, they will come for me. His confidence was absolute. And for the first time, Mobius had no retort.
Let's take a look first, there's something else on my side. Looking at the text messages sent by his father on the phone, Tony Stark said helplessly, by the way, Nick Fury recently prepared to completely eradicate Hydra inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Adding this text message from my father, Spring, I guess I will be pulled by S.H.I.E.L.D. again. I have one more. Listening to Tony's words, Steve Rogers also took out his mobile phone, and then smiled at everyone. It seems that I can't avoid it. I got it too. Barton listened to Tony and Steve, and said the same? Only Natasha Romanoff looked at his mobile phone, and then curiously asked, why didn't I receive it? I can understand Barton's message from Nick. After all, he is from S.H.I.E.L.D, but even Tony and Steve, two people who are not S.H.I.E.L.D, have received the message. Why, on the contrary, someone from S.H.I.E.L.D, didn't receive notice. Holding the phone and laughing at the crowd, Natasha Romanoff stood up immediately. As he walked out, he called Nick Fury and asked him what he meant. In any case, Natasha always believes that she is still a person from S.H.I.E.L.D. This kind of thing called Tony and Steve, and Barton, but excludes himself alone. Well, although I don't have to ask to participate in this complete removal of Hydra, however, this feeling of suddenly abandoning myself made Natasha Romanoff feel a little uncomfortable. After the call was connected, before Natasha Romanoff asked Nick Fury, he heard Nick Fury directly explain it. Listening to Nick Fury's explanation, Natasha Romanoff can barely accept it. Back in the living room, Natasha Romanoff sat on the sofa and handed the soul scepter to S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury knows where I am going to send Wanda and Pietro to Ancient One Magician, so he believes that turning Wanda and Pietro into a powerful superhero in the future is more important than eradicating Hydra now. Adding the skeleton warrior Sue sold to him, and Tony and Steve plus Barton, he feels enough. That's why I didn't call me. Seriously, I just thought I was not trusted anymore. Listening to Natasha Romanoff's words, S.H.I.E.L.D nodded, but looked at Natasha Romanoff handing his soul scepter, and then smiled and asked, then what do you pass me soul scepter for? You are definitely going to send Wanda and Pietro to the magic holy place. Blinking at S.H.I.E.L.D, Natasha Romanoff said naughty, you future Wanda boyfriend, sending your future girlfriend and brother to the magic holy place, it should be obligatory. And anyway, I am from S.H.I.E.L.D. Therefore, how could I not participate in this action? Anyway, if you send Wanda and Pietro, I can rest assured /carrot. By the way, they are going to end school soon. After checking the time, Natasha Romanoff smiled at S.H.I.E.L.D, you pick them up from school, and then directly send them to the magic holy place. We are going to go to Mr. Howard Stark's manor now, then discuss together how to use thunder means to completely solve Hydra this time. Hearing what Natasha Romanoff said, S.H.I.E.L.D glanced at the soul scepter that he passed over, and then nodded. All right, you guys be more careful. With that said, S.H.I.E.L.D turned to Strange and asked after taking over the soul scepter, do you want to go back? Do you want me to send it back with you? Anyway, according to Thor, the rescue of Loki is still for a while. If you don't go back, it's better not to go back for the time being. Facing S.H.I.E.L.D's question, Strange smiled and stretched out. During this period of time, I have been learning magic every day in the magic holy place. Although it is interesting, I should take this opportunity to rest for 2 days. All right. Looking at lying on the sofa and pretending to be a dead dog, I will rest for 2 days and kill Strange, who is not going to go now. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded. Then you continue to see what Loki will experience. By the way, Thor, tell Loki in a moment, and the people in the Time Management Bureau thought it was a snake. I go first. Picking up the car key, S.H.I.E.L.D walked directly outside. Let's go too. Natasha Romanoff stood up and said to the 3 Captain America. After a while, only Thor and Strange and Dr. Banner are left in the room at this moment? Are you really sure? At what time will Loki stay in the bureau for a while? Seeing everyone leaving, Strange turned his head to Thor and asked, he stays there for 1 more day, and there will be 1 day in trouble. It's okay, you underestimated Loki. Listening to Strange's inquiry, Thor immediately laughed and said, Loki has nothing else, but there is still life-saving ability. As long as you don't die, there is no big problem if you suffer a little bit. More importantly, I really want to see Loki bring a girlfriend back. Seriously, since I was young, I have never seen Loki's heart touched by anyone. Stretching out, Thor leaned back on the sofa, watching Loki in the live broadcast of the answering chat room, and said seriously, anyway, Loki and I are brothers who grew up together, aren't they? So since we are brothers, the pace should naturally be the same. I have a girlfriend, Loki should have a girlfriend too. You know, for Jane, I don't even want to return to Asgard anymore. If I can stay on Earth for 1 more day, just stay on Earth for 1 more day. So, isn't it normal to suffer some suffering for your girlfriend? Looking at the 2 people with raised eyebrows, Thor said triumphantly. Seeing Thor like this, both Strange and Dr. Banner shook their heads. The 2 looked at each other, and one after another saw a glimmer of luck in each other's eyes. Fortunately, I don't have a brother like Thor who has grown up together since childhood. What Mingmingso means in and out of the language is that everyone can go there together, and they can face these things with Loki. But Thor, the whole product, was stunned for several times, but pretended not to understand. It seems that he is very excited when he sees Loki suffer? Well, it doesn't seem to be, he is. Especially, watching Loki with tears in his eyes and his whole body trembling from sadness at this moment. It seems that Thor seems to be even more excited. In the live screen. At this moment, Loki's eyes are red, and the tears are dripping down. No, it's not like that. This is not my future. He clenched his fist and knocked hard on the table, and roared painfully at the opposite Mobius. He doesn't care that he will be chopped off by Thanos in the future, because this scene has been seen before, and they have heard Thor say it. The only thing he cares about is that he indirectly killed his mother, his most respected mother. When I saw that I was showing the dark elf the way, I saw that the big man assassinated his mother with a long sword. Loki's tears kept falling, and the pain in his heart couldn't stop. Originally, in this time and space, I did some bastard things. How can I be like this? How can I be like this in my original time and space? When I saw my father Odin sitting on the seashore of the earth, he personally said the phrase "when I love you, my children" that I had hoped to hear and wanted very much. At this moment Loki closed his eyes in pain, and covered his cheek with his hands. It wasn't until this moment that he finally understood what his father Odin said when he was roaring and questioning himself when he was in the treasure house of Asgard. What conspiracies? These are not important anymore. The old man he respected the most, the one who was not good at teaching words, and allowed himself to complain, but still gave himself the god of fire, and did not tell himself the truth. He just used his clumsy way to protect himself. But what did you do? Inexplicably, at the end, when he saw Thanos snapping his self-neck, Loki felt a little refreshed. Attacking the earth with Chitauri indirectly killed his mother who loved him the most, and exiled his father personally so that he did not return to Asgard before he died. Maybe the self in the original time and space is really damn? Hey, calm down, Loki. Looking at Loki, who was covering his face, but the tears were still big and falling down. Mobius handed over a paper towel and softly comforted him. Loki, those are the lives that should have belonged to you, but everything has changed drastically because of the appearance of S.H.I.E.L.D, isn't it? In the original, Lily's, time and space, you should be locked up in jail, and even to show the way to the Dark Elves, but now you have not done so. Loki, I don't know how to comfort you. Because of your changes, all of this will not happen in the future. It stands to reason that this should be a good thing, but also because of your appearance, you were caught by our time administration. This is another misfortune. So, there are gains and losses. I just don't know if this is a blessing or a bad thing. This is a thankful thing. Rubbed his cheeks vigorously to wipe off all the tears on his face. Loki let out a long sigh of relief, and then split his mouth to reveal a smile that was uglier than crying. If I was arrested by your Time Management Bureau and the things that should have happened will not happen again, then I would rather be arrested by you 100 times, 1,000 times, and then locked up forever. Looking at the holographic projection, he was chopped off his neck and thrown on the ground. Thor's painful expression. Then he turned his head to Mobius and said, I am very lucky now, because of the appearance of S.H.I.E.L.D. All this has changed. At least, not because of me, mother and father. Speak, what do you want me to do? I think you brought me into your office, it should not be just simple, let me see these things. Copy. In the car? Pietro, who was sitting in the back row, carefully glanced at Wanda who was sitting in the co-pilot, and then took a peek at S.H.I.E.L.D. who was driving the car. After thinking about it, I was just about to say something, but when the words came to my lips, they swallowed again. Well, the atmosphere is indeed a bit embarrassing, but why? Pietro always feels that it seems to be because of the presence of the outsider himself. Drive all the way to the magic holy place. Opening the door, Pietro, who just got out of the car, heard Wanda directly say, Pietro, you go in first, I have something to say to S.H.I.E.L.D. Okay, sister. Looking at Wanda's eyes, Pietro felt that it would be better to play the role of a good brother today. After watching Pietro enter, Wanda turned his head to look at S.H.I.E.L.D. You saw it in the answering chat room, so, what do you want to say? Although I was a little shy looking at Wanda, but his eyes didn't blink, he tilted his head very stubbornly and looked at herself. It seems that if she doesn't give her a perfect answer, she will not leave. After thinking about it, S.H.I.E.L.D. whispered softly, You are only 5 years older than me. To be precise, you are 4 years and 6 months old. So you are not allowed to treat me like a child. As if he understood what S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to say, Wanda blocked what S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to say in advance. Moreover, in the future we see in the answering chat room, aren't we already together? Yes, I admit that when I first saw you, I liked you a little bit, but at that time I thought you and Natasha Romanoff's sister were. But I learned later, it turns out that you and Natasha Romanoff's sister are just friends, at best, the relationship between life and death, a close friend. You know, after I discovered this secret, I was so happy, even Pietro thought at that stage that I became nervous today. Leaning on the chair at 550, Wanda seemed to be relieved, and then as if thinking of something, he couldn't help but smile. Immediately turned his body to S.H.I.E.L.D. and hugged S.H.I.E.L.D.'s arm without hesitation. I know what you are worried about, but in the answer chat room we saw about our future. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D. trying to remove his arm from his arms, Wanda held it vigorously, just not letting go. Sister Natasha Romanoff is right, people always have to be brave ones, whether it is a man chasing a girl or a woman chasing a man, as long as you see what you like, then you must have the courage not to let go. Only in this way, will happiness not slip away from you. Actually, I have known this for a long time, otherwise you think, how did Pietro and I come here over the years? Tilting his head and looking at S.H.I.E.L.D., Wanda said seriously, well, Pietro and I can go in by ourselves, you don't have to send us away. When I meet next time, I will really grow up, then I can give you 3 babies. With that said, picking up the soul scepter on the car, Wanda opened the car door and walked out neatly. After walking a few steps to the magic holy place, Wanda turned around and looked back at S.H.I.E.L.D. who was a little dazed. Let's go, don't forget to come and pick me and Pietro. After speaking, he took the soul scepter and walked towards the magic holy place. After driving Wanda and leaving, S.H.I.E.L.D. was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Okay, I'm fooled by this girl. However, although the method is a little immature, it seems to be quite good to be able to think of this attention in the short half-hour journey. Smart girl. Smiling and shook his head, so, Ching started the car and left. After S.H.I.E.L.D. drove the car and left, Wanda, who had already walked into the entrance of the magic holy place, quietly stuck out his tongue. According to his own personality, this is already a very bold move. However, So should just think that he is resolving the awkward atmosphere, rather than discovering his inner thoughts. It's not good to do this. Looking at the direction S.H.I.E.L.D. was driving away, Wanda heard Pietro's voice faintly from behind before turning around. What's not so good? Turning his head, at this moment, Wanda's expression is no longer as shy as before, but a look like I don't know what you are talking about. You are my sister. We grew up together and suffered so many hardships together. How could I not know what you are thinking? Also, although you always let me call your sister, in fact, I was born earlier than you. Okay, let's not talk about it. Seeing that she mentioned that she was born earlier than Wanda, Wanda looked at herself with slanted eyes. Pietro wailed helplessly, then let's say Sue can. Sister, I know that you like Sue, but now you think of yourself as Sue's girlfriend, and want to plant a seed in Sue's heart so that he subconsciously thinks that you are his future wife. This is not good. If you really like it, then go for it with integrity, instead of using such subtle means. You know, whether it's Sister Natasha Romanoff, Sue, or other people in the answering league, which one is not absolutely smart. Although I don't know what Peter Quill and Kurt Lang are like among the 3 new people, but everyone else has experienced big winds and waves. Even Thor, who is often referred to as Roar, is not really unwise. It's just that he doesn't think it is necessary. Listening to Pietro say this, Wanda blinked, and then asked, do you know what I said? I can guess it, sister, from the expression when you let me get out of the car, I can guess it. With a light sigh, Pietro said seriously, sister, our sister and brother have been so many years, who doesn't know who? At the beginning, you just used the trick of subtle influence to make the people at the Sokoya base think that our brothers and sisters are different. So that in every subsequent experiment, people of our age will die on the test bed. Every time there are not enough peers, those people will do everything possible to get them instead of thinking of us. You have used this trick to protect our siblings for so many years. As a younger brother, I naturally know this. Otherwise, do you think that my brother's mouth is really so sweet? Faced with those people, I will be very kind. I'm not stupid, how can I really treat those fierce guys as relatives? Listening to Petro's words, Wanda recalled some of the things that happened in Sokovia's Hydra base. Then he nodded. Then this time, will you still help me as before? Definitely, no matter what you want to do, I will stand by your side without hesitation. Taking the soul scepter from Wanda, Pietro suddenly laughed. You are my sister, a compatriot, who am I not going to help you? Whether you want so to be our brother-in-law or the king of the earth, I will use my life to help you, and if it weren't for you, our sister and brother would have died on that damn test bed. As he said, Pietro gently took Wanda's hand, and while walking towards the magic holy place, he said softly, but sister, next time this trick can't be used on Sue's body. I think he should see through, but it didn't break. It doesn't matter if he is to take care of your face or for other reasons. What is important is that he didn't say anything just now, that's enough. If you want him to be my future brother-in-law, now hope is great. Then what should I do next? Follow Pietro towards the magic holy place, Wanda asked in a low voice. Hey, it's easy. Pietro held Wanda in one hand and the soul scepter in the other and smiled triumphantly. After such a long time of contact, I can already understand what kind of personality Sue is like. If you have to use one word to describe it, you are a good person. Say it first, you are not allowed to beat me after I say it, hehe. To deal with such a good person, we naturally use the most direct and effective method the best. Wait this time after we have learned magic from Ancient One Magician, find a time to give him too much, and then, bah, don't learn well. He raised his hand and knocked on Pietro's head. Wanda snorted slightly. Then, with a cheerful expression on his back, he walked towards the magic holy place. Seeing Wanda, whose footsteps were much lighter, Pietro smiled helplessly and shook his head. Knocking one's head is knocking one's own head, but this is not next to others, is it? As long as Wanda can be happy, how about knocking her head every day? This is the most beloved sister left in my life, my sister. As long as she can be happy and give up her life, it's worth it. I really thought I didn't understand anything? Cut. When I was at the Sokovia base, some fears were completely pretended. After all, who makes Wanda the favorite to comfort her younger brother as a sister? As long as she likes it, then no matter what you ask yourself to do, you can do it. In the answering alliance base. You are still watching. Throwing the car key on the table, watching the three people not even eat any food at this moment, they looked at the live broadcast of Loki in the answering chat room without blinking. Suching smiled helplessly. Or, I'll get you something to eat. I have fried rice. Me too, but it's troublesome. Sue, is there anything I can help? I can also cook. It would be even better if there was that sweet and sour potato shreds. Hearing Suching's words, Strange and Thor were rude, and Suching immediately firmed a middle finger to these two people. There are no good people in the answering league? Well, except for Dr. Banner. Listen to what people say, even if it's just fake and polite, this sweet and sour potato shreds is better. While eating potato shreds made by Suching, Thor said to Suching, I really agree with Thor's words. Sweet and sour potato shreds are better than hot and sour potato shreds. Strange took a bite of fried rice and a bite of potato shreds, and after hearing Thor's words, he immediately agreed with him. Don't talk about these useless things. By the way, Thor, did you tell Loki to pretend to cooperate with the time management as much as possible, and then find a chance to escape? With a bite of potato shreds, Suching then shook his head. According to my own taste, the hot and sour bean curd is better, said. He picked up the bowl and grabbed a bite of the fried rice. After swallowing the fried rice, he passed the bowl to Suching and Thor said, he said he knew how to make it, so let's have another bowl of fried rice. I also want. Strange will also have a clean job handed over. It's just that after seeing the trace of misbehavior in Suching's eyes, Strange suddenly said, oh, yes, Sudu has made such delicious food for us, so what about bringing delicious fried rice? We should do it right. With that said, Strange kicked this guy with no eyesight price. Yeah, yes. Thor, who had just reacted, looked at Suching's unkind eyes, nodded quickly, and then smiled at Suching. So, come here, I will help you serve a bowl. Oh, two bastards. After giving the bowl over, Suching smiled at Dr. Banner and asked, Bruce, you have another bowl too? I have enough to eat these. Compared to you, my appetite is relatively small. Dr. Banner smiled and shook his head, and then continued, I still think this potato shreds is delicious. It is much better than what I had eaten outside before. Listen to Bruce, you two damn bastards. Listening to Dr. Banner's praise, Suching pointed his middle finger to Thor and Strange. Hey, Dr. Banner's appetite is relatively small, it's okay, just leave the rest to me, I have a big appetite. Deliberately pretending not to understand Suching's words, Thor said with a smirk. At the two guys who were pretending to be stupid and shook his head speechlessly, Suching opened the answering chat room and watched Loki's situation at the moment. In the live screen. You are so boring. While looking at the magazine, while placing his legs on the table, Loki said to the time lady, why is it boring? Answer my question, Loki. What happens when the associated event branch exceeds the sacred timeline? Very bad things will happen. Flip the magazine and read it, Loki said absently. Kong busy, be serious Loki, what will happen on Earth? Listening to Ms. Time constantly inquiring, Loki sighed helplessly. The Time Mutation Administration will not be able to reset the associated events? Is it okay? Please stop asking me these boring questions. That's right, and that will lead to the destruction of the timeline, and the collapse of the reality as we know it. Are you listening to me? Closing the magazine in his hand, looking at the holographic projection of the Time Lady in front of him, Loki frowned and asked, "Are you recorded or alive?" "Both," Ms. Time said with a slight guess. "Wow." As if thinking of something fun, Loki rolled the magazine in his hand into a paper stick, and then knocked it at Ms. Time. "Hey, stop. Be careful, do you know how to be polite? Assistant, you bad guy, bad guy." Ms. Time, who was constantly avoiding Loki's naughty attacks, directly interrogated the computer, and then said with a hint of anger in her eyes, "It's just that this round orange patterned head is a little cute no matter how you look at it. How's your training?" Mobius, who came by from the side, looked at Loki, then pointed to the magazine in his hand and said, "Is this my motorboat magazine? By the way, put on this dress, there was an attack, come with me." Putting on the coat sent by Mobius, Loki followed Mobius over. "Answer the questions in the chat room." "Loki, I'm not my own guys, are you still watching? According to your statement, I'm pretending to be a group of them. Now they are taking me out, this is a great opportunity. You can take advantage of us to leave the time management and save me." "Loki, what about people? Is anyone watching? Hey, answer me, are you all gone?" "Loki, Kong busy, this is an opportunity one finally found, you can't do this." "Loki, you guys don't really want me to stay in the Time Management Bureau." "Loki, hello, anyone?" "Thor, with Loki, I don't have nothing okay, I saw it, come on." "Loki, huh? Come on, what the hell is it? I am not going to find another Loki desperately." "Thor, I feel a thick perfunctory and a hint of gloat in your words." "Thor, huh? You think too much, Loki, how could I be perfunctory about saving you? We are brothers, by the way, you go on first, I'm going to eat a bowl of fried rice." "Loki, eat you to death. What's wrong?" Seeing Loki's face suddenly looked a little ugly, Mobius, who was walking with him, asked curiously, "It's okay, just thought of my bastard brother." "Oh, you mean Thor?" Mobius heard Loki's words, and then nodded, "You are right. It used to be the two of you fighting side by side, but now you have changed. However, according to his performance, although he often ignored you in Asgard before, he really regarded you as his own brother, even if he knew that you were not the son of God King Odin and Queen Frigga. But he still treats you like a brother, no matter what happens, so he shouldn't be called an asshole. He is a bastard." Rolling his eyes speechlessly, Loki frowned suddenly. Thor's perfunctory remarks just now made him extra guess. It seems that Thor seems not to be positive about saving himself. Is there anything in this that I don't know? For Thor and S.H.I.E.L.D, Loki is willing to maintain 100% trust. But like Thor's obvious perfunctory tone just now, this is very abnormal. C-20 lost contact with her team together, not long after they entered the 1985 branch timeline. All signs point to another attack. We have collected enough proofs of reality halo, this is time-guilty Loki. But what kind of Loki it is, we don't know yet. The black female agent looked at Mobius, and then introduced, "It must be the lower Loki." Listening to the agent's words, Loki directly said, "It can't be Loki who is a higher level than me." While talking, Loki was talking to Thor and others in the answering chat room. "Loki, I'm not my own, it's useless, you guys have heard it too. The timeline she just said was a long time ago from the timeline where you are, and is it not even on the same Earth, knowledge. Loki, so, let's do it this time, we will always find the right opportunity. In addition, I always feel that you know something that I don't know, so I don't care about the rescue of me, 0. So, can you tell me what happened?" Thor, with Loki, "I don't have nothing haha, nothing, you are too much heart." Loki, "Thor, do you think I am stupid? Or do you think you can lie to me?" S.H.I.E.L.D, "Death incomparable Kaijian Ren I do know some, and Loki, we can reach you at any time and rescue you. However, Thor does not agree with us to do this, because he thinks that compared to what you will reap, now you can suffer a little bit, and you won't die anyway." Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D's speech in the answering chat room, Thor instantly raised his head and looked at S.H.I.E.L.D. Dude, didn't I just have 2 more bowls of rice? As for the expression that you sold me, who told Loki to find something wrong with you?" Seeing Thor's expression, S.H.I.E.L.D said without caring, "Moreover, you two are brothers, so he can only say that this is your attention. The decision to rescue, then Loki will definitely be dissatisfied." "Yes, that's right, Sue is right." Strange watched S.H.I.E.L.D flicking Thor. He endured the urge to laugh wildly in his heart, and quickly nodded and said, "Thor, you don't want to see Loki and us fall apart, so you can only say yes. Your idea, he won't have a grudge against the entire answering alliance. And, in fact, this is indeed your agreement." "That's right, but I always feel that something is wrong." Picking up the rice bowl and pulling a few bites of the fried rice, Thor finally nodded, "But that's right, who made me and Loki brothers? If it is not rescued, it can only be done by me. But what I can think of is that after Loki comes back, he will definitely tease me more vigorously. Forget it, as long as he can find a girlfriend. Then this matter is fine." Listening to Thor's words, Strange agreed with a thumb to Thor, showing his admiration. At the same time, he blinked at S.H.I.E.L.D. Only the honest man Dr. Banner shook his head. In other words, is it really good to be so foolish? Alas, pitiful and naive. And, Nick, is there anything you call me over this time? S.H.I.E.L.D. Trident Building. Pushing the door into Nick Fury's office, Alexander Pierce said with a smile, "You know, you never take the initiative to call me over. Let's talk. What's the matter this time? Is it because S.H.I.E.L.D. has no money again, so I hope the World Council will approve some, or is it because of the Avengers you founded some time ago? If it is because of these two things, then just leave it to me to solve it. Don't worry, I can still speak up on the World Security Council." He looked at Pierce, who was sitting in front of his desk, and said these things to him with a smile. At the moment, the expression on Nick Fury's face is very complicated. What's wrong? Isn't it because of these two things? Looking at Nick Fury without speaking, the expression on his face is also very complicated. Alexander Pierce asked somewhat puzzledly, "What happened to make you show this expression? Don't tell me that it was the freaks of Avengers who caused the accident, and they still caused the disaster, so you can't figure it out. I hope I will tell the group of people in the World Council." Having said this, Alexander Pierce sighed 550 and said, "I said a long time ago that those freaks are not worth trusting at all, but you have to know that I was in the beginning. You know, Pierce, you have always been someone I trust." Before Alexander and Pierce could finish speaking, Nick Fury suddenly interrupted, "I know. I definitely know this." Listening to Nick Fury's words, Alexander Pierce suddenly smiled and said, "Even if you compliment me, it's useless. You have to tell me what happened to the Avengers guys before I can help you figure out a solution." "No, you don't know." Interrupting Pierce again, Nick Fury leaned back in the chair. Only one of the remaining eyes was looking at him. There was disappointment in his eyes, anger, and some helplessness. And even willing to block that damn bullet for you." Listening to Nick Fury's somewhat solemn tone, Alexander and Pierce finally noticed something wrong. I subconsciously wanted to put my hand on his waist, but behind him, a pistol hit Alexander Pierce's head. "You'd better not move, otherwise you will easily get angry." While taking out the weapon that Alexander Pierce had hidden at his waist, Hill said to Nick Fury, "Nick, don't let your emotions control you. I don't need to remind you of this. Hill, do you think I am the kind of person who can be controlled by emotions?" Listening to Hill's reminder, Nick Fury waved his hand. "What do you want to do?" "Nick Fury, I need you to give me one." "Give you an explanation? Who will give me an explanation?" "Damn, I couldn't think of it. The only person I would like to believe with my life would be the head of the damn Hydra." Angrily roared at Alexander Pierce. Then Nick Fury took a deep breath and gradually returned to normal. "Seriously, Pierce, I have always supported you no matter what you want to do, even the Insight Plan that is destined to be opposed by everyone. I support you. I'm always willing to believe your words, that is, this world needs force to eliminate those dangerous guys, and a sharp sword needs to soar into space and hang there, let it stare at the one who wants to destroy this world for us. Group of guys. But before, I never thought that you are actually one of those guys." Listening to Nick Fury's words, originally frowned, his face was angry, and Alexander Pierce was wronged. His face suddenly calmed down. Putting your hand on the button of the sleeve, tapping lightly seemingly irregularly, while smiling and asking, "When did you find out that I was the leader of Hydra?" "Long ago." Looking at the actions of Alexander and Pierce, Nick Fury knew that he was reporting letters to the members of Hydra and giving them orders. However, Nick Fury did not stop, but continued, "When I discovered this thing at the time, it felt very ridiculous. I really don't want to believe that this kind of thing will happen to you, but it turns out that I was right. So, I have been asking Hill and Phil Coulson to secretly investigate how many Hydra people are in S.H.I.E.L.D. Spray. It can be said that it is shocking. Maybe S.H.I.E.L.D. should be renamed Snake Shield from that time to be more appropriate? Haha, that means that I have done a good job these years, right?" Listening to the outside of S.H.I.E.L.D., there was a burst of chaotic sounds, and at this moment, the smile on Alexander Pierce's face became even brighter. "It seems that your people have begun to take action against my subordinates, right? Are you really sure that you will completely pull out all the Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D.? Or, Nick, do you think that after catching me, you will have won?" Seeing Alexander Pierce put his hand down again at this moment, Nick Fury shook his head and said, "You just reported to your subordinates?" "Yes." He nodded very readily and admitted, Alexander Pierce didn't care about Maria Hill behind him holding a gun at him. "You know, you are at fault. You shouldn't let me report it." "Nick, you are still so arrogant. So, you lose. You are the one who is sure to lose?" He snapped his fingers lightly, and then Nick Fury pressed a holographic projection on the table. Soon, the hologram appeared in front of Alexander Pierce. In the picture, some civilians except S.H.I.E.L.D. are squatting on the ground or hiding in the corner. Some others are cooperating with Steve Rogers, Tony Stark, Barton, and Natasha Romanoff, constantly countering the members of the Hydra action team. Perhaps under the leadership of Crossbones Rumlow, the members of the Hydra operation team are all very elite fighters, but it still couldn't withstand the indomitable assault of the skeleton soldiers who appeared instantly. Watching the battle scene is very fierce, even the scene of explosions constantly occurs. And under the charge of the skeleton warrior, the Hydra soldiers were constantly retreating. A trace of distress flashed in Alexander Pierce's eyes, but he didn't care too much. "It seems that Rumlow and the others can't stand it for long. But what about this? Nick, I still said that. You are sure to lose. In fact, I deliberately asked them to act immediately. Although the counterattack was a bit rush, and even the number is constantly decreasing, the real battle is not here. Do you think, why didn't they rush here to save me? Instead, let them fight back in various places in S.H.I.E.L.D, or even make the whole S.H.I.E.L.D mess. Are you trying to attract my attention? After hearing the words of Alexander and Pierce, Nick. Yes, these people are attracting the attention of the skeleton warriors under your hand and distracting the attacks of Steve Rogers, Tony Stark, etc. The old god was sitting there, and Alexander Pierce raised his finger and pointed at the sky. The moment they started, I had already used the button to let S.H.I.E.L.D and them lift the airship with the insight plan into the sky. For this day, I have made enough preparations, so, Nick, you listen to the huge amounts of noise outside. It turns out that you still lost. Haha, what can happen even if I die in your hands? As long as the warship of the insight plan flies into space, then. So, what? With the sound of pushing the door, Howard Stark walked in. I won't let this happen, so even if the airship with the insight plan lifts up, I have replaced the contents a long time ago. Even if they control the warship to fly into space, the weapons used are invalid. I admit that the Zola algorithm is good, but there are indeed too many hidden dangers, so I did it again. Oh, by the way, J.A.R.V.I.S has cleared Dr. Zola living on the computer. Seeing Howard Stark who walked through the door, Alexander Pierce's eyes went round for an instant. You? Why? Don't you know me? It's only a few years, how can you forget me? Oh, this is so sad. It's impossible? Listen to Howard Stark's funny voice, look at Howard Stark 5.0 Stark himself. Alexander Pierce kept looking at Howard, Stark, and Nick Fury with shocked faces. Then he roared angrily, isn't he already ordered by me to kill the Winter Soldier? Hasn't he been dead for so many years? How could he be still alive? Even the corpses of their couple were personally ordered by me. Can't the dead be resurrected? Carelessly walked to Nick Fury's side and watched Nick Fury give the chair to himself. Howard Stark did not hesitation and sat in the position that originally belonged to Nick Fury. It's only been a few years. S.H.I.E.L.D has been scoured into this way, although it was caused by some wrong decisions of mine at the beginning. But it is precisely because of this that Maria and I were resurrected and prepared to clean up all the Hydra inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Speaking of this, Howard Stark suddenly said, it's a pity, Peggy is too old now, otherwise, she might be willing to accompany me again to clean up S.H.I.E.L.D again. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D is full of the hard work of my life and Peggy. 1. Leaning on the sofa, Natasha Romanoff put his legs on the coffee table without hesitation. S.H.I.E.L.D was able to clean up Hydra this time. Seriously, it's all thanks to your skeleton warrior. Looking at Suching, Natasha Romanoff took the apple and ate it without a bite, although this time, after removing these people from Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D has suffered a heavy loss, but being able to stay without Hydra is worth it. What's more, S.H.I.E.L.D didn't kill many people, and the loss was just some property. It's all dependent on your skeleton warrior. What on earth do you want to say? Those of us who speak, don't need to be ambiguous. Seeing Natasha Romanoff lying there lazily, looking like he is doing business, Suching couldn't help but frown subconsciously. These words are not what I want to say, but Nick Fury wants to tell you through me. Although S.H.I.E.L.D won this time, it also lost a lot, especially on the action team. Almost half of them are from Hydra. So S.H.I.E.L.D wants to regain its previous energy, just like it needs to buy a batch of skeleton warriors from you again. Definitely, the money given to you this time may be less, but when the S.H.I.E.L.D energy is restored, it will be doubled to compensate you. After the expressionless narration of Nick Fury's words, Natasha Romanoff finally recovered his expression. You just didn't hear these words. There is no way. Nick Fury asked me to tell you. I am a subordinate. Can't help but listen, can't you? These are actually trivial things. In fact, the Skeleton 23 fighter I sold to Nick Fury these 2 times is just a random price tag. Seeing that Natasha Romanoff's expression returned to normal, Suching suddenly smiled. It's not bad for a cheaper price. I just can't figure it out. Why didn't Nick Fury tell me by himself? Furthermore, no matter how large the property loss is for S.H.I.E.L.D, it won't be impossible to get hundreds of millions of dollars. Definitely can be taken out. If S.H.I.E.L.D can't even take out several hundred million, then there is no need for it. Spreading on the sofa, he didn't want to move, and signaled Suching to pass himself the orange in the fruit plate on the coffee table. After taking over the oranges from Suching, Natasha Romanoff continued, but the existence of Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D will inevitably cause Nick Fury to suffer a very heavy blame. And this harsh criticism comes from the people of the World Council. If it weren't for Mr. Howard Stark, maybe Nick and Fury would resign as the controller of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, although Nick Fury will not lose this position, it can be expected that the World Council's allocation to S.H.I.E.L.D will be much less. At least for the past 2 years, it is impossible for the funding for S.H.I.E.L.D to be restored to the previous state. Because of this, Nick Fury wants to cut some expenses. It will survive these 2 years for now, right? Hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Suching nodded in agreement. Right, where is Dr. Banner? I looked around in the living room and found that apart from Thor and Strange, Dr. Banner was not in the living room. He went back 2 days ago, saying that he was waiting for Loki to be rescued, and he was calling him. After Suching replied, after thinking about it, he asked Natasha Romanoff, really, I don't care about selling him a batch of skeleton warriors cheaply. After all, the money I have made in the past few years, plus the money I made from the 2 batches of skeleton warriors sold in S.H.I.E.L.D, I can squander for decades. But you think I have to? Definitely unnecessary. Listening to Suching's words, Natasha Romanoff said without hesitation, although I am an employee of S.H.I.E.L.D, I am also your best friend, right? Just like you and Tony? So consider it on your side. You don't have to pay attention to this request. S.H.I.E.L.D is not Nick Fury alone, although he is the controller of S.H.I.E.L.D. But you can't let you suffer because you give him face, it's not fair. That's why, Nick Fury is embarrassed to tell you personally, only let me convey the news to you. With that said, he threw the orange zest into the trash can, and Natasha Romanoff said seriously, so, I just mentioned Nick Fury's words, you don't have to hear it. Natasha Romanoff is right? Strange, who was watching the live broadcast of Loki, raised his head and looked at Suching and said, business is business. If S.H.I.E.L.D is owned by Nick Fury alone, then it's okay to give him a little face and sell him some skeleton warriors for a cheap price. After all, everyone is in the answering league, and they are all a family, but it is obvious that S.H.I.E.L.D is not Nick Fury alone now. So business is business. Why should our brothers lose money and subsidize S.H.I.E.L.D? This is not fair to you. Yes, like Strange said, you don't need to lose money to subsidize S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff stretched out, and then said jokingly, in the future, all your money will be reserved for you and Wanda's children. Why should you collect less? Okay, don't talk about these things. If Nick Fury wants to buy a skeleton warrior from So, he should be as much as the original price. Otherwise, he will not be sold. Thor raised his head and looked at the crowd. It's more interesting to see Loki now. Look, Loki has discovered another Loki's hidden secret? Squirt, I really look forward to seeing another Loki. Hearing Thor's words, the three looked at each other and laughed. Immediately, his eyes were placed on the live broadcast screen of the answering chat room. In the picture? In 79 AD, in the small town of Pompeii. It's here, this is the scene that is about to face the end. Loki looked at Mobius with excitement, it's about to begin, the end may come at any time. SHH. Looking at Loki with a look of excitement, Mobius hurriedly motioned to Loki to be quieter, not to trigger a new time branch. But at this moment Loki was extremely excited and said to Mobius, don't worry, Mobius, this town will be erased from this planet at any time. Imagine those volcanic ash, those erupting volcanoes, those. I know, Loki, I know what will happen here, but you don't have to be so excited. Ikang busy, how cool is this? Seeing Mobius cautiously, Loki stretched out his hands and said excitedly, yes, I know it's cool, but Loki, it doesn't make people feel good because, come on, buddy, they will all die under this doomsday outbreak anyway. SHHH, listen to me? Taking out the teleporter, Mobius looked at Loki and said, listen to Loki, I just stared at the mutant energy on the teleporter, because we have to be careful. If your guess is wrong, it is very likely that your mistake will result in a huge amounts of time branch. Hey, Mobius, the end of the world makes you dull. Listening to Mobius, he kept letting himself intervene from a small place, even letting himself learn how to call birds. Loki immediately turned around, ran directly into the crowd, and randomly opened a car with sheep, and Roar with a look of excitement drove the sheep off the car. Loki. No matter how anxious Mobius behind him, Roar called to himself. Loki kept shouting in excitement, enjoy freedom, friends with horns on their heads, you are free. Hey, guys, my name is Loki, we are employees of the Time Administration, and I bring you dark news. Looking at the people around with excitement, Loki continued to speak loudly, all of you are going to be buried here. Have you seen that volcano? It is about to erupt. All of you will die here. Why would I know? Because I come from the future? Standing on the sheep cart, Loki looked at the people around and said excitedly. Seeing Loki's excitement at the moment, Roar, he also said to himself that the Time Management Bureau is from the future, and it has a sense of the future. Mobiuston shook his head 550 angrily. Just about to say something, there was a bang from the volcano not far away, and the group of people who originally looked at Loki curiously, because of this sudden vision, suddenly screamed and fled. Haha, everything has started. Spreading his arms, Loki laughed loudly and presumptuously as he watched the crowds fleeing around. Jumping out of the lamb cart, while throwing vegetables from the vegetable shop, after having enough fun, Loki then walked to Mobius. How is it? What's the situation? Incredible? Listening to Loki's question and looking at the value on the teleporter, Mobius said in shock, the mutated energy value is 0, and there is no time branch. Definitely, I can't be wrong. The Time Administration didn't even know that we were here. If it is me, then this is my hiding place. You are right, Loki. Listening to Loki's words, Mobius quickly nodded. However, we should leave now, the volcano has completely erupted. Turned his head and looked at the volcano erupting behind him. Loki nodded immediately. I agree with you this time, Mobius. Although the end of the world is cool, we should leave here. I have no plans to die here. As he said, Loki raised his head and looked at the sky. Hey Thor, is this cool? When I go back, trust me, you will see even cooler scenes. Seeing Loki open his arms to speak to the sky, Mobius couldn't help shaking his head. I thought it was Loki dreaming of wanting to fall in love with Thor. Only the Earth, among the answering alliances. Thor raised his head speechlessly at this moment. Have you already known Loki's prudent eyesight? If, I regret it, is it a bit late? Haha, Loki is your brother, so if you are not a scapegoat, who should be? Listening to Thor's words, everyone immediately laughed happily. Attention members, the answer is about to start. Please be prepared. Listening to the sudden voice of the answering system, no matter what they are doing at this moment, the members of the answering alliance have put aside the things in their hands. Loki, I am not my own no, the answer is about to start. What should I do? They are going to take me to find another Loki now. In the Time Management Bureau, listening to the sound of the answering system in his ears, Loki suddenly felt helpless. If you are like this, how can you have the mind to look at the answer? Suching, the person who was extremely coveted by death Loki, you don't need to participate in the answer this time. If it is about your future, then we will analyze the specific answer and tell you the answer. If it is about our common future, then when you come back, we will also tell you. Not only you, but Wanda and Pietro are also excluded. After all, they are both learning magic. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive correct. They are not learning magic, but I use Mind Gem to inspire the ability that should belong to them. Loki, okay, it can only be this way. Damn, I really want to burn this Time Management Bureau now. Thor, with Loki, I don't have nothing haha. Loki, you can rest assured to catch another Loki. We still have to answer the question. Loki, shut up Thor, after Su rescues me, you will know what it will be like to exile your dearest brother. Thor, Loki, I didn't decide this matter alone. Okay, although I decided not to save you now, but you have to believe me, Loki, it's all in for your future consideration. I am really doing good for you. Loki, I know, Thor, I have always believed in so, and I also believe in you, and I also understand that you are thinking of me, but does this prevent me from wanting to beat you up? Happy. Thor, you are a little unreasonable, Loki, anyway, I am your brother, then shall. Loki, haha. Nick Fury, I really want to go on a moon holiday well, Sue, Natasha Romanoff should tell you what I want to say, do you think? Strange, I'm here to negotiate Nick Fury, no way, S.H.I.E.L.D is not yours alone. Why did you let our brother suffer a loss because of your word? Natasha Romanoff, the answering alliance is my home although I am from S.H.I.E.L.D, I am on Strange's side in this matter. Nick, don't you want to pit Sue a fortune that belongs to him because Sue is softer? Nick Fury, Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. What's the situation? Natasha Romanoff, Strange, who wants to cheat the money that belongs to Sue? Isn't this a bastard? Strange, Tony, let me tell you, it's like this. After listening to Strange's description, Tony Stark was suddenly speechless, turned his head and looked at Pibbo. Pibbo, what if someone wants to cheat our family's money? How can they pretend to be angry, What else? Just do what you should do, and even pretend to be angry. Isn't this a very simple thing? Don't tell me, you can't even handle this matter. Okay, I have to go to work at Stark Industries. Really, Uncle Howard and Aunt Maria are both resurrected. Shouldn't the status of Stark Industries executive director be given to them? Why do you want me to manage Stark Industries? I'm not afraid that I will bankrupt Stark Industries. Although the words in the mouth are complaining, in fact there is a happy smile on his face. Especially 2 days ago, I thought of the future mother Ms. Maria's urging the marriage of Tony and herself. Pippo was very happy in his heart. Humph, see what excuses you use this time? He glanced at Tony Stark with slanted eyes, and then Sundara snorted, holding the bag while walking outside, thinking that I should buy some new clothes for Aunt Maria again. You can't always wear clothes from 20 or 30 years ago, right? Although Aunt Maria doesn't care, her future daughter-in-law can't help but care. Watching Pibbo leave with light steps, Tony Stark pursed his mouth, then smiled and shook his head, before returning his eyes to the answering chat room. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Nick, although our family's so is soft-hearted, he is a good person. Maybe I see US.H.I.E.L.D in trouble and will be willing to help you, but those of us brothers will not watch the money that belongs to Sue get lost for no reason. Nick, if S.H.I.E.L.D is yours alone, then you encounter difficulties, let alone want to make Sue receive some less money, even if I donate several hundred million to you, but the problem is S.H.I.E.L.D is not you alone. So if you speak as a personal person, you are bullying Sue with a softer heart and a kinder heart. Those of us who are brothers will never agree with you to do this. Otherwise, we won't have to meet each other in the future. We don't want to meet someone who uses his own human heart to be more kind. Moreover, I don't believe that S.H.I.E.L.D of S.H.I.E.L.D can't even get a few hundred million. And Nick, do you think I don't know how much money S.H.I.E.L.D has now? Do you think I can't investigate it? Do you S.H.I.E.L.D still have many channels to make money? Don't want to deny, Nick, I know all these things I said. Even if the funds granted to you by S.H.I.E.L.D in the next 2 years are relatively small, it will definitely not hurt your bones. So, Nick, you need to double the money to buy skeleton warrior this time. This is for you to pit us so. Otherwise, from now on, all of our answering alliances will no longer have any entanglements with S.H.I.E.L.D. Steve Rogers, go back to the past to dance with her. Nick, is what Tony said is true? Tell me the truth, Nick, otherwise you know what kind of anger I will have after investigating it. Natasha Romanoff, the answering system is my home. Maybe I should also reevaluate the S.H.I.E.L.D. where I am. What do you think? Nick, S.H.I.E.L.D? Seeing everyone questioning him at this moment, Nick Fury sighed helplessly. It seems that I have stabbed a hornet's nest this time. Nick Fury, I really want to go to the moon on vacation. In fact, Tony's all said is true, but Tony's said is not all right. After all, almost half of the money S.H.I.E.L.D. makes using those channels is Hydra controlled. So after we have cleaned Hydra, although we have obtained a lot of Hydra resources, the loss is also very heavy. Only the funds and the money earned from other channels have lost about half. So it takes at least 2 to 3 years to return to the original stage. On this point, I did not deceive anyone. Sue, I swear to you, I absolutely did not deceive you. Otherwise, I would rather die under a cat's claw. In addition, S.H.I.E.L.D. does not care about these hundreds of millions, but it is a special situation now, isn't it? I just said it according to the worst situation. In addition, the loss of S.H.I.E.L.D. is very large, especially the members of the operation teams of S.H.I.E.L.D. divisions in various places. When I cleared the Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D, the S.H.I.E.L.D branches in other places also started at the same time. So the manpower required this time, that is, the number of skeleton warriors, is very large. According to the price set by So for the skeleton warriors, I will spend at least 1.5 billion yuan. Once you spend 1.5 billion, I'm afraid S.H.I.E.L.D will really damage your bones. So, I really didn't deceive anyone. Hearing Nick Fury's words, everyone can be regarded as understanding. However, he still stated that So will lower the price of the skeleton warrior. Absolutely not. Suching, a person who is extremely stricken by death. Well, I have an idea. Don't you want to buy 1.5 billion skeleton warriors? Nick, you can pay me 1 billion first, but in 2 years after that, you need to pay me another billion? That is to buy 1.5 billion skeleton warriors at the price of 2 billion. Tony Stark, so, you are still too soft-hearted. If it is me, just let him spend 2.5 billion directly. The other 1 billion is the consequence of him deceiving you. Suching, forget it, Tony, who made us all our own. 2 billion is 2 billion. That's it. Tony Stark, okay, so, alas, fortunately we have brothers, Lilis, otherwise you will be cheated miserably. Nick Fury, that's enough for you. 2 billion is 2 billion. Just pay So 1 billion first, and the other 1 billion, and the payment will be made after 2 years. In addition, Tony, 2.5 billion you. What do you think? After finishing talking in the answering chat room, Tony Stark directly sent a text message to Suching. How about it? I'll just say that after I take the shot, I can help you earn 500 million more. Haha, this is also the best result. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D is having difficulties now, and we can't help but help. But there is absolutely no way you can lose money. So if you sell a skeleton warrior of 1.5 billion for 2 billion, and then settle in this way, it is the best result. Looking at the text message Tony Stark sent to herself, Suching smiled and replied with a thumb. It's done. Strange on the side looked at Suching and blinked. After seeing Suching's affirmative look, he immediately laughed happily. That's right, all of this is planned by Tony, Stark, Suching, and Strange. Can't help but help S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D is still useful to them. But you can't make Suching lose money, otherwise once the mouth is opened, it will be difficult to do it later. So, as far as the current situation is concerned, this is the best solution. Copy, attention members, answering questions will now begin. With the mechanical sound of the answering system, the answering chat room will open the mode of all mute in the next moment. Then the answering chat room went dark, and Suching's voice rang in everyone's ears again. All the futures that have been identified have changed, so are the people you know still the people you know before. As the monologue of Suching's voice fell, the next moment, the fragment gradually played. In the fragment, in the evening, inside a hospital, a little boy is sitting on a chair in the hospital corridor, wearing old-fashioned headphones, listening to the music playing on the Walkman tape. It can be seen that the little boy's mood is not very good. It seems that only the music in this tape can give the little boy a little comfort. In the ward, an adult man walked out, and then slowly squatted in front of the little boy, with a heavy voice in his voice. Peter, your mother has something to say to you. Looking at the little boy who seemed to have not heard his words, the middle-aged man sighed helplessly, then stretched out his hand to help the little boy named Peter take off the earphones. Come on, Peter, go see your mother, she has something to tell you. Looking at the silent little Peter, the middle-aged man sighed. In front of the hospital bed, many people were already surrounded at this moment. Carrying a school bag, little Peter, who seemed to have been punched in his eyes by a classmate during the day and some wounds, slowly walked into the ward with his school bag on his back. Looking at the mother who was lying in front of the hospital bed, because her hair had fallen out from chemotherapy, little Peter was in a bad mood. Fighting with someone again, my baby. The woman's voice was a little weak, but her eyes were full of love. 550 They killed the innocent frog? They killed it with roots. As if he had made a mistake, little Peter lowered his head and dared not look directly into his mother's eyes. Peter, you and your father are very similar in character, even looks the same. Looking at her son, the mother lying on the hospital bed, her voice was a little hoarse and a little proud. He is like an angel. The whole body exudes a holy light. Hey, May. Listening to Peter's mother mentioning the man again, the man holding little Peter's shoulder interrupted aloud, don't you have a gift for your son? Listening to the reminder of the middle-aged man, little Peter's mother nodded weakly, and then put the tape wrapped in the gift cloth on her hand with some difficulty and handed it to little Peter. Take it, my son. The gift and a letter were handed to little Peter. Seeing that little Peter did not reach out to pick it up, the middle-aged man took it with a sad look in his eyes, and then put it in the school bag behind little Peter. After I'm gone, you're taking it apart, okay? Your grandpa will take care of you. At least, before your father comes back to pick you up, my son. Listening to his mother's weak voice, little Peter's mouth is thin and tears are constantly swirling in his eyes. At the same time, the other side of the universe. Peter Quill, who is staying on his spaceship at this moment, has already burst into tears. From the very beginning, Peter Quill recognized that this was his past, that the very weak woman lying in the hospital bed was his mother. Looking at the clip, the mother begged little Peter to hold her hand. There was a cry of pain in Peter Quill's mouth. Kong busy, hold mother's hand, please. I know this is my past, and I know what the result will be. But Peter Quill was kneeling on the ground weakly at this moment, still begging in tears. It seems that his prayers can change the biggest regret in his life. But the picture was still cold. When little Peter reacted and fell in front of the hospital bed, his mother had left the world with a trace of regret. Do not. Peter Quill, crying bitterly, kept hitting the floor of the spaceship with his fists. Even if the blood splashed on his fists, he still didn't stop. It seems that the pain of the fist can calm the pain in my heart? But the whimpering cry in his mouth expresses Peter at this moment. What grief and helplessness is in Quill's heart. The crying little Peter Quill ran out of the hospital and ran constantly in the dark, until a spaceship slowly landed from the sky and took Peter Quill away. As soon as the picture turned, a group of very strange-looking saboteurs took Peter Quill in, and then kept giving him all kinds of stealing skills. Even the leader of the saboteurs, Yondu, kept terrorizing little Peter Quill time and time again. If he didn't learn these skills, then other saboteurs would eat him. In this kind of intimidation and threat, Peter Quill gradually grew up and became a member of the Destroyers. In the next screen, Peter GNL is going to execute various orders issued by Yondu. Some of them are very simple and some are very difficult. But no matter every mission, as long as it fails, there will be a group of people around Yondu who say that they will kill Peter Quill, but every time, Yondu always stops them. All this happened without Peter Quill's knowledge. After all, every time Yondu faces Peter Quill, he will threat him again and again. Later, in a mission to obtain the cosmic spiritual ball, Peter Quill has left Yondu, and he has completely started to leave. Then, Yondu and the others began to capture Peter Quill, and they also offered a reward of 40,000 yuan. When Peter Quill brought the Universe Spirit Ball to the New Star Empire, he wanted to sell the Universe Spirit Ball to the intermediary. However, the intermediary did not dare to take it because of Ronan, and drove Peter Quill out. As a result, Gamora, Peter Quill, Groot, and Rocket Raccoon started to fight in the street. As soon as the screen turned, two people, a raccoon and a tree, were arrested in the prison of the New Star Empire, and they met Drax in the prison. Then, it was a clip of each other's escape from prison. As soon as the screen turned, everyone failed at Collector and was attacked by Ronan. The Universe Spirit Ball fell into Ronan's hands, and they were captured alive by Yondu. On the battleship of Yondu the Destroyer, you betrayed me, you stole my money. Looking at Peter Quill in front of him, Yondu roared very angry, and at the same time punched Peter Quill in the stomach. Despite the angry screams of Gamora, who was also caught next to him, tell them to let go of Peter Quill. But at this moment, Yondu was very angry and patted Peter Quill on the neck. When I picked you up from the earth, they even wanted to eat you, because they have never tasted the taste of people on earth. Let go of Peter Quill. Yondu pointed at himself to Peter Quill. It's me, I saved you, but you betrayed me and stole my money. Stop thinking about it, okay, God. Listening to Yondu continuing to say what he had heard countless times over the years, Peter Quill was also angry at this moment. You have been talking about these things constantly for 20 years, as if you haven't eaten me. Normal people don't even want to eat people, let alone I want to thank you for it. It was you who held me and separated me and my family. It was you. That's because you don't care about the earth at all. Pushing Peter Quill on the wall of the battleship forcefully, Yondu looked at Peter Quill and roared, everything that is caused now is all because of your soft heart, all because of you. As soon as the picture changed, the quarrel disappeared. Hydra Star faced Ronan's force to destroy. At a critical moment, Peter Quill's dancing began to distract Ronan's attention, and then the Rocket Raccoon on the side used weapons to destroy Ronan's carry Warhammer, a universal weapon inlaid with power gems. Seeing this scene, at this moment Peter on the spaceship, Quill subconsciously covered his cheek. Although it was dancing to save Chai Daxing, there is still a little shame inexplicably. In the snippet, Peter Quill held the power gem, but he was almost destroyed by the power gem. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Guardians of Galaxy members took Peter Quill's hand one after another, and together withstood the huge energy of the power gem. After putting the power gem back into the cosmic spiritual orb, watching the courage who reached out to the cosmic spiritual orb he wanted, Peter Quill still helplessly handed the cosmic spiritual orb out. Watching Yondu and the others leave, Peter Quill took out another cosmic spirit orb and said to Gamora, if Yondu finds that the cosmic spirit orb has been dropped, it will probably be very angry. Seeing the real cosmic spiritual ball in Peter Quill's hand, Gamora suddenly laughed. He could have killed you, Quill. Yeah, I know. Nodding lightly, looking at the cosmic spirit orb in his hand, Peter Quill whispered, but he is my only family. After being released by Chidaxing and cancelled Wanted, the Guardians of Galaxy members boarded Peter Quill's battleship and began to wander in the universe. On the battleship, Peter Quill opened the envelope that his mother left him before his death, and looked at it very seriously. Peter, my child, I know you are very uncomfortable these months, but I want to go to a better place. I will be fine, so don't worry about me. I will also be by your side forever. You are the light in my life, my precious son, my little star. Love your mother. Open the wrapped gift and put the tape inside into the Walkman from 20 years ago. Listening to the music, Peter Quill closed his eyes, as if his mother was by his side. At the same time, on the destroyer's battleship, opening the cosmic spiritual ball and looking at the puppet inside, Peter Quill thought he would be very angry, but he was not angry at the moment. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. Putting the little doll in front of him and taking a look, no one knows whether Yondu is happy or gratified in his heart at this moment. The second segment ends, and the third segment starts to play. In the picture, at this moment, the relationship between Peter, Quill, and Gamora heats up very quickly, and they get along well with the Rockets. It can be said that the entire Guardians of Galaxy is now happily mellow. Although Rocket Raccoon and Drax always quarreled, the two were quickly able to stand on the same side and tease Peter Quill together. Only little Groot stays with Rocket Raccoon during the day, and when he sleeps at night, he likes to lie on Drax's shoulders and arms. As soon as the picture turned, such a wonderful atmosphere disappeared in an instant, and then it turned into an explosion scene. Although I don't know what happened, Peter Quill knelt there, bowed his head with a sad expression waiting for death. The surrounding mountains burst into flames, as if the entire planet was about to split apart. Just when Peter Quill was kneeling on the ground and waiting to die, Yondu didn't know where he came from and hugged Peter Quill and flew into the sky. When he was about to fly to the edge of the atmosphere, Yondu looked at Peter Quill and said, he may be your biological father, my child, but he is not worthy to be your father. Approaching the edge of the universe, Yondu looked at Peter Quill, and his voice was extremely rare at this moment with a touch of gentleness. I'm sorry, I didn't raise you well, but it is the luckiest thing for me to have a son like you. With that said, Yondu pressed the last spacesuit on Peter Quill's shoulder. Seeing the transparent spacesuit unfolding on him, Peter Quill looked at Yondu with some puzzlement. He smiled at him, and then took Peter Quill through the colorful atmosphere into the universe without hesitation. And below, the planet just exploded at this moment. Walter, what are you doing? Seeing a mind flying upward, his eyes seem to want to fly higher. As long as he is flying higher, his own child does not need to be implicated by the ruined planet. It wasn't until the propellers turned off and the two people were floating in the universe. Reaching out, I want to take off the spacesuit expander on my shoulder and bring it to Yondu, but I found that I couldn't take it off anyway. Therefore, Peter Quill can only growl in pain at this moment. Now, the whole body has long been frozen into ice cubes by the low temperature of the universe, resembling crystal-like courage. Exhausted the last bit of strength and raised his hands, it seemed that he wanted to hold up his son's face. But in the end, it gradually lost its vitality and turned into a crystal floating corpse in the universe. God. Inside the spaceship? Watching this scene in the clip, Peter Quill swallowed subconsciously. Seriously, Peter Quill has already thought of anything that will happen in his future? But the only thing I didn't expect was that Yondu would actually lose his life in order to save himself? Is this still the courage to reprimand yourself and threaten and intimidate yourself from time to time? Why do you feel so strange? Especially when thinking of my child, Peter Quill suddenly felt that his heart was hit by something. The clip continues to play, and the picture changes again at this moment. In the picture, Drax fell to the ground, his body like countless broken sculptures. Gamora was caught by Thanos, and she was threatening Thanos with a cosmic energy gun. Let go of Gamora, you purple sweet potato essence. Peter. Seeing Peter Quill bravely rushing out, Gamora controlled by Thanos seemed to want to say something. I told you, go to the right. Are you still fighting for this now? You quickly let go of her? Looking at Gamora who was caught by Thanos, Peter Quill roared with a hint of horror in his anger. Oh, boyfriend of the little guy. Looking at Peter Quill, Thanos has a hint of playfulness in his tone. No, I am a famous full-time gold medal Titan killer in the universe. Quickly let me go, or I will blow your ugly head with one shot. Peter, it's not him. Listening to Peter Quill, Gamora took a deep breath, then looked at Peter Quill and said seriously, it's not him. Looking at Gamora, who was emotional at this moment, Peter Quirman knew what she meant, but he was still unwilling to do it. Peter, you promised me? You promised me. Looking at Peter Quill, who gritted his teeth and looked hesitation indecisive, Gamora said with great emotion, my daughter, you are a bit too tough. Speaking softly, Thanos then looked at Peter Quill. My daughter told you, right? Go ahead, Peter. Seeing Peter, who was aiming an energy gun at him, Quill, Gamora's mood gradually stabilized. This is the only way. Spray. Looking at Peter Quill, who was undecided in the hesitation, Thanos actually pushed Gamora to Peter Quill's gun, as if he hurriedly started. Hurry up and do it. Desperately shouted at Peter Quill, urging Peter Quill to do it to himself. I told you to go to the right. With a strong stomping of his foot, Peter Quill's heart is extremely tangled and heartache at this moment. Peter, I love you more than everything in the world. Faced with Peter Quill, who was even more emotional at this moment than himself, Gamora, who was still excited, suddenly calmed down. In a very calm tone, said this final farewell. I love you too. Gritting his teeth and bidding farewell to Gamora, Peter Quill closed his eyes very intensely, and then pulled the trigger of the energy gun. The expected noise did not appear. The two opened their eyes subconsciously, but found that somehow, what the energy gun fired were not ability bullets, but a bunch of bubbles. Even the next moment, even the energy gun in his hand turned into a bunch of bubbles. I admire you, kid. Watching Peter Quill say something, then Thanos disappeared with Gamora. The segment playback ends, and the last segment begins to play. In the picture, Peter Quill is standing on a pile of ruins. Looking at Gamora in front of him, there are incredible expressions in his eyes. Slowly walking towards Gamora, Peter Quill's eyes gradually turned red. Gamora, I thought I would lose you forever. Look for flowers, 0. He stretched out his hand and wanted to touch Gamora's cheek lightly, but the next moment, Gamora didn't seem to know Peter Quill. Grab Peter Quill's hand, and force it to the side. While Peter Quill tilted his body subconsciously, Gamora lifted his knees and hit Peter Quill twice. Oh. Peter Quill, who fell to the ground with his fins retracted, looked at Gamora with a pained face and said, You didn't kick it the first time, but this time it killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Listening to Peter Quill's painful wailing, Nebula also walked over at this moment. Is that him? Looking at Peter who fell on the ground in pain. Quill, Gamora turned to Nebula and asked, No, really. Except for him, there is only one tree you can choose. Looking at Peter Quill who fell on the ground, Nebula said to Gamora. The picture stopped here abruptly. Then the mechanical sound of the system slowly sounded. Members, please pay attention. The question begins. May I ask why Gamora will kick Peter Quill twice? Option 1. Completely subconsciously precautions. Peter Quill's actions are not like reunion after a long time, but more like a hooligan. Option 2. Because Peter Quill did not succeed in saving Gamora, and he has to shoot at Gamora, so Gamora is very angry with Peter Quill. Option 3. The Gamora that Peter Quill knew is dead. This Gamora travels from the past to the future, so I don't know Peter Quill yet. Please note, members, you have 30 minutes to answer questions for discussion. After the time is over, if no one answers the question, then the system will immediately designate one person to answer. If it is a wrong question, the system will randomly deduct, including but not limited to wealth, lifespan, life, ability, etc. With the sound of the system falling, the answering chat room will open again in the next moment. Thor, with Loki, I don't have nothing. Wow, this time in the future segment, it's the newly joined Peter Quill. Dude, do you have anything to say? S.H.I.E.L.D. I love Little Peanut. I feel that the answer is the first one. Peter Quill is asking for a gadfly. Peter Quill, true father worried, so, is this my future? Seriously, I knew it was me in the first segment. After all, it was my past. I have no reason not to know, but apart from the first clip, I don't know everything about the latter. Including the acquisition of the Universe Spirit Ball. Can you believe that my destination at this moment is the planet that hides the Universe Spirit Ball? God, and what is the infinite gems hidden in the Cosmic Spirit Ball? For this reason, Kaidar was almost destroyed. I don't even know whether I should steal that Cosmic Spiritual Ball. After saying a sentence in the answering chat room, looking at the spacecraft's autopilot function, Peter Quill stretched out his hand, but hesitation a little. He doesn't know whether he should cancel the destination this time. God, you must know that after seeing the fragment of the future, after obtaining the Cosmic Spiritual Ball, he almost led Ronan out. God knows how he was scared into a cold sweat. That is the famous Ronan? And S.H.I.E.L.D. I love peanuts. Hey, Peter Quill, are you afraid of that guy named Ronan? Looking at Peter Quill, he was not sure whether he was going to obtain the Cosmic Spirit Orb, because he would meet Ronan, so S.H.I.E.L.D. asked curiously. Peter Quill, true father worried, how could I be? Okay, although I am not too afraid of him, but I don't want to provoke him. After all, you people on Earth don't know how terrifying Ronan is. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Wow, Peter Quill, don't forget that you are also an Earthling, although you were taken away by the guy named Yondu when you were a few years old. But in fact, you are still an Earthling. Strange, I'm here to negotiate. That's right, Peter Quill, you are still a human being on Earth now. This can't be changed, no matter how old you were taken away. Peter Quill, true father worried. Yes, I am indeed an Earthling, although I have been wandering in the universe for so many years. Thor, with Loki, I don't have nothing, only I am curious how terrifying Ronan is. To be honest, I really want to compete with him. Sue, what do you think? Suching, a person coveted by death. I don't think Ronan is terrifying. It is not difficult to see from the video. Ronan wanted to obtain the power gem in the Universe Spiritual Ball, but it was obvious that he failed in the end. More importantly, the two people named Gamora and Nebula are helping Ronan, and Gamora and Nebula are the daughters of Thanos. This is explained in the video. So if I guess right, Ronan should be working for Thanos. Thor, haha, in that case, the guy named Ronan is not that good. Peter Quill, I really don't know how to tell you. You must know that Ronan has a fierce reputation in the universe. Even if he is not as strong as the purple potato called Thanos, his strength is not weak. You underestimate him. Thor, Che, since Thanos is not as strong, what else is worth noting? You know that Suke fought with Thanos. Peter Quill, well, when I didn't say what I said just now, I subconsciously forgot that there are still people here who can fight Thanos? By the way, who do you think should answer this question? Me and S.H.I.E.L.D and Loki are new to join, so I don't understand the rules here. This is also considered the third time to answer the question, so, Natasha Romanoff, the answering system is my home in fact. Whoever answers the question is about whose matter. This point is that apart from the first few questions when the answering alliance was just established, everyone has formed a tacit understanding. It's not because of fear that some skills, lifespan, etc. will be deducted if you answer the wrong questions. But every time you answer the question correctly, you will get a very powerful skill reward, so for everyone to become stronger, not just one person can become stronger. Also in order to avoid unnecessary scramble to answer the questions, causing some contradictions in everyone's mind, so whoever answers the question means that. S.H.I.E.L.D, wow, it's really a fair answering alliance. I find that you superhero are very loving. It's like Nick Fury who rescued me from prison. He wanted to pit him. As a result, whether you people are from S.H.I.E.L.D like Natasha Romanoff, or Tony, someone who has a very close relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D, you are all on Sue's side. I start to like the atmosphere between you, but unfortunately I don't have some super ability, otherwise I really want to join you. Natasha Romanoff, Kurt Lang, I agree with what you said, but you have to know one thing, that is, the atmosphere of us people is all created by us, and everyone has paid for the answering alliance a lot of. That's why I became one of them. Although those who are eligible to join the answering chat room may be superhero in the future, being eligible to join the answering chat room does not mean that they are eligible to enter the answering league. Moreover, entering the answering alliance is not just because of having super ability, but has more stringent requirements. At least the unanimous consent of the first few of us is required. Perhaps one day, after you have gained our approval, even if you are still an ordinary person, then you will still be eligible to live in the answering league. Steve Rogers, yes, it is true. It may be easy to join the answering chat room. You only need to be selected by the answering system, but it is very difficult to join the answering alliance. Peter Quayle, how many people are there in your answering league? Listening to your tone, I feel a little bit interested in joining. Tony Stark, I do the calculations. At present, the only ones who are eligible to live in the answering league are me, Sue, Thor, Loki, Natasha Romanoff, Barton, Dr. Banner, Steve, Strange, and Wanda brother and sister. Kurt Lang, well, although I don't know what qualifications are needed to be able to live in the answering league, but I think I may have one more goal. Suching, okay, let's talk about this question first. It is obvious that in the clip just played, Peter Quill and Gamora are the relationship between boy and girl friends. But the question is why Gamora gave Peter Quill 2 feet, and in the clip, Peter Quill was very surprised that Gamora was able to appear. The expression was like a lost and recovered. But Gamora is very unfamiliar with Peter Quill, or even doesn't know him, so I think it should be Gamora who doesn't know Peter Quill at this moment. Peter Quill, I don't know Gamora either now, and I'm going to fall in love with Thanos' daughter in the future? Haha, fate is really interesting. But I know Gamora, but Gamora doesn't know me. My feelings for her are long-lost reunion, the regain of the lost love, but she is extremely strange to me. No way. Is it the third option, Gamora travels from the past to the future? This is too ridiculous. Kurt Lang, it's not impossible. There are many time-traveling movies. I have watched a lot of time-traveling movies. Well, although it is a movie, it still has some scientific basis. Thor, I can really travel through time? My sky, how do I travel? Do I need to get something? For example, infinite gems? Then can I go through the past, and then teach Loki a good lesson? Loki? Thor, what else are you talking about? Thor, shocked. Loki, didn't you say that you don't need to care about this question? Why are you still peeking here? Go and catch Loki in your parallel universe. Believe me, we can fix this. Loki, I just opened the answer chat room and took a look. I don't know if someone wants to travel back to the past and teach me. Maybe I should become a snake again and give you a knife, right? Thor, haha, Loki, just kidding, don't be so serious, embarrassed. Loki, humph. Tony Stark, I have seen movies about time travel, but I don't think there is any possibility, unless we can thoroughly understand the quantum realm, it is very difficult. But maybe there is something about aliens that we don't know? After all, the universe is so huge that we don't even understand it. It's like infinite gems. Didn't we not know infinite gems before? So anything is possible. Natasha Romanoff, Tony is right. There are many unknown things in the universe. Just like before, we still feel that God exists in our imagination, but Sue and Thor have seen death with their own eyes. God? As for the answer, it's hard to say, but I think the second one can be completely ruled out. After all, Peter Quill failed to save Gamora and shot Gamora, so she kicked Peter Quill angrily. This answer can be ruled out. Although I don't know why magic is caught by Thanos, Peter must be taken. Quill killed her, but it was obvious that she didn't want Thanos to know something, or get something. Strange. What about the first answer? Gamora kicked him 5.0 and got Quill twice, because this is a subconscious defense. Peter Quill doesn't look like a long-lost reunion, it's more like a bull and snake charmer. Peter Quill, oh, Kong busy, how could it be possible? How could I play the gadfly? And at that time, she should be my girlfriend. Suching, I don't know Peter Quill, so I don't comment on whether he wants a gadfly or not, but I noticed one thing. Nebula asked, is it him? Then Nebula replied, apart from him, there is only one tree you can choose. It can be seen that Gamora does not know Peter Quill at this moment. Skirtlang, so that is to say, the third option is the most correct. Hey, through time? From the past to the future, or from the future to the past. It's really amazing. But why, looking at the question of passing through time, or the matter of passing through time and space, I always feel that what does it have to do with me in the dark? At least I look at the word and feel very cordial. Does this have anything to do with me? Seeing Kurt Lang's speech, Tony Stark suddenly became jokes. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Do you think this thing like traveling through time and space has something to do with you? Haha, maybe it's really like this. Maybe in the future, we will encounter a very powerful enemy and we won't be able to win at all. In order to find a way to defeat the enemy, you worked out a way to travel back to the past, and then everyone traveled back to the past to find a way, and finally defeated the enemy. Seeing Tony Stark's speech in the answering chat room, Kurt Lang also laughed. Everyone thinks this is just a joke, but only Suching knows that Tony has come to terms. In the original time and space, it really was Kurt Lang who found a way to go back to the past in the quantum realm. Because of this, Tony finally found a way to go back in time. Peter Quill, true father worried, let's not talk about the question of traveling through time and space. Then do you think the correct answer to this question is the third option? Although this option makes people feel a little bit ridiculous, I still want to believe your analysis. After all, I just joined the answering chat room with Kurt Lang and Loki. You are all people who have experienced many answering questions here, so I am willing to believe you. Natasha Romanoff, the answering league is my home, good boy. Believe me, we people have seen even more incredible things. Peter Quill, good boy? Okay, so I will answer this question. Suching, who was extremely greedy by 23 deaths, answer it. Whoever has the question will answer. Peter Quill, okay, answering system, I will answer this question. I will choose the third option for the answer to this question. Member Peter Quill, are you sure about your answer? Peter Quill, okay. Congratulations to the member Peter Quill who answered correctly and will be rewarded. Time goes back. Everyone, please watch the clip. The sound of the answering system fell, and the next moment the answering chat room, the clip was played again. In this clip, Gamora and others are on a battleship with huge amounts of. Thanos was sitting on the throne wearing a golden armor, and Gamora, Ebony Maw, and others stood beside him. Master, we have received the coordinates from the nebula. We can travel to the time where the Avengers of Earth are, and then retrieve all the infinite gems. Listening to Ebony Maw's words, Thanos glanced at the people below, and then nodded, then prepared to travel through time and space. Now that the Avengers on Earth can take the lead in traveling through time and gather 6 infinite gems, it will save you money. We are in some trouble. Yes, Master. Kneeling on one knee, Ebony Maw nodded, then turned and left. My daughter? Watching Ebony Maw turn and leave, Thanos looked at Gamora and said seriously, this time, I will definitely succeed. Although you won't know what it means for you to travel through time and space this time. But I hope you never know. From the memory of the future version of the nebula, I have seen Thanos in the future, and now I look at my most beloved daughter Gamora. Then he took the golden helmet. Go ahead, get ready for the battle. This time, we are set to win. Yes, father. Nodded lightly, then Gamora turned and left. The clip ends directly here, but this clip made everyone boiling. Tony Stark, Walter, in the clip just now, what Thanos said is that since the Avengers can travel through time and space first, then we can also travel through time and space. God, is it the first thing we have mastered through time and space? It's incredible. Strange, can you really go back in time through time and space? My God. Natasha Romanoff, maybe it's true, but have you ever thought about why we travel through time and space? What are we going to do through time and space? And also have 6 infinite gems together? Barton, I don't know, but I have a guess. Do you remember that Thanos wanted to collect 6 infinite gems? For a long time, he wanted to collect 6 infinite gems, and then just a snap of his fingers would be able to wipe out half of the life in the universe? Then we travel back to the past and gather the infinite gems together. I guess it's because Thanos really did this and wiped out half of the universe's lives. That's why we will go back in time and gather together the 6 infinite gems again to bring back half of the life in the universe that will be wiped out. Tony Stark, Barton has some truth to it. Apart from this, I have no other ideas for the time being. Damn it, if only I could watch more clips about the future. Natasha Romanoff, do you remember my previous suffix? Stop fighting, I jumped off the cliff. And I got the soul gem by jumping off the cliff, so, would it be for this reason that I jumped off the cliff to get the soul gem? Barton, maybe, NA, but this time, I will never let you jump off the cliff. Strange, harm, are you still worried about this? With S.H.I.E.L.D, you jump off the cliff 100 times, and S.H.I.E.L.D can rescue you. Barton, yes, I almost forgot. S.H.I.E.L.D is the famous undead magician. Skirtlang, undead magician? It turns out that there really is an undead magician. No wonder Sasushi summoned thousands of skeleton warriors when you were fighting with aliens some time ago, but what does it mean to save back? Natasha Romanoff, literally, S.H.I.E.L.D can resurrect the dead. Peter Quill? Really? My god, doesn't it mean that as long as you join you, then you don't have to worry about anything in the future? As long as you are dead, then S.H.I.E.L.D is by your side and you can all be resurrection. Strange, that's what I mean. But it's difficult to join us. Peter Quill, hey, Sue, look at me, I am a pure earthling, although I have been wandering in the universe for so many years, but I am still a pure earthling? Look at me. Tony Stark, haha, man, don't think about it so much, maybe after you join us in the future, if you unfortunately die that day, then some may resurrect you. Natasha Romanoff, by the way, Peter Quill, what does the time backtracking of the skill you acquired mean? Can you go back in time? Peter Quill, according to the introduction of the system, time backtracking can bring time back to 1 minute ago, but it can only be used once a day. Maybe it's a bit tasteless, but maybe this is a very good life-saving skill. When faced with a mortal situation, this skill may have the opportunity to exert unexpected effects. By the way, what about Sue? Why doesn't he speak anymore? Well, Suching is also looking at it at the moment, the perfect enhanced version of the time rewinding skill. Time backtracking, elementary level. The host can use the time backtracking function to go back 10 minutes ago, or he can choose the person who backtracks in time at the same place, whether he has the memory before time backtracking. The skill can be used 10 times a day, and it can be upgraded. The higher the level, the more the number of uses, the longer the backtracking time, and does not consume the host's mental power. The host can maintain the original mental power, physical strength, and ability before the backtracking for 10 minutes. Can be used with skeleton warriors and undead magic. Seeing the introduction of time rewinding this skill, Suching was suddenly a little excited. If you are next to Natasha Romanoff when you activate the skill, you can choose to let Natasha Romanoff and the others have the memory of the 10 minutes before the time goes back. More importantly, it can be used with undead magic without consuming mental power. This is awesome. In other words, he summoned 1,553 skeleton warriors, and his mental power was exhausted, and then brought these 1,000 skeleton warriors back 10 minutes ago, full of mental power. Then once again summon 1,000 skeleton warriors. In this way, I can increase the number of skeleton warriors that can be summoned 10 times. Spray. Sure enough, for now, it is one of the best support skills. Quite looking forward to the upgrade of this skill. At that time, maybe you can cooperate with this skill to directly increase the number of skeleton warriors by 100 times. Spray, bring Avengers and tens of thousands of skeleton warriors to fight the enemy together. Think about it, this picture is very exciting. However, the best thing about this skill is that it can go back to 10 minutes ago. This is too important, even if he has 100 lives now. Suching does not want to waste one life easily. Just like Peter Quainer said, this is a good life-saving skill, and it is also the best turnaround skill. Tony Stark, alright, the answer is over, let's go. Sue, are you all answering the league today? I have nothing to do now, I will look for you in the past. Suching, yes, Natasha Romanoff and Thor, and Strange are here with me. Dr. Banner is working on your Stark Industrial Laboratory. I don't know what Barton is looking at. What about Steve? Steve Rogers, I am here too, I will come right now. Tony Stark, okay, wait for me. S. Kurt Lang, Mew. Peter Quill. INV2. Nick Fury, Sue, 1 billion has been sent to you. I asked Phil Coulson to accept the Skeleton Warrior in the past, and he will also bring you the IOU. Tony Stark, that's right. Haha, I didn't expect that the undead magician can actually rely on the Skeleton Warrior to make money, which is much better than the previous Stark Industrial Research weapons. In the universe, on a spaceship? Hey, Quill, someone is looking for you. Pointing to the communication video on the screen, a girl with pink skin said to Peter Quill. Listening to this girl, Peter Quill stepped forward, looked at the person who sent the communication video, and was silent for a moment. You go elsewhere first. Pointing to the spaceship's bedroom, Peter Quill said to the girl. Cut. Listening to Peter Quill's words, the girl curled her lips, but she turned and left. After the girl left, Peter Quill took a deep breath and connected to the communication video. As soon as the video was connected, I saw Yondu's face appear on the screen. Hey, Quill, where did you damn kid go? Why haven't you picked up my communication video for so long? Do you want to betray the saboteur again? And you also stole my money. Dem boy, did you know that when they took you over, they even wanted to eat you? It's because they haven't tasted the taste of people on Earth. If it weren't for me, you would be dead. In 20 years, Peter Quill had heard these words countless times. Every time I hear these words, Peter Quill will want to refute Yondu angrily, because in Peter Quill's heart, people shouldn't be cannibals. So whenever he hears these words, Peter Quill will think that this is an excuse for Yondu to use this as an excuse to drive himself, and let himself do all kinds of damn things without guilt. But now, looking at the communication video, Yondu's angry face, it is the first time Peter Quill has discovered that Yondu is not so villain. In my mind, in the answer fragment, in order to save himself, he gave himself the only spacesuit, but he died in the universe? Thinking of what he said to himself before he died? Inexplicably, the words that used to be very harsh and disgusting, Peter Quill felt that there was a trace of love in it. Thinking of this, Peter Quill suddenly laughed. This is the first time he has shown such a happy smile in the face of Yondu. Asshole boy, are you still laughing? In the communication video, I watched myself yelling and angry, while Peter Quill was giggling there, and his anger rose again. Asshole, what are you laughing at? Do you think I can't find you after you leave the destroyer? Damn, you don't even know what this search for the universe spirit ball means. Can you put away your damn smile? Do you know that you are not the only one looking for the cosmic spiritual ball? Don't think that you can deal with the other party. Asshole, I'm telling you this seriously, are you still laughing there? You. Father/carrot. Looking at Yondu angrily, Peter Quill suddenly called out Daddy. This old dad made Yondu, who was still very angry, suddenly stunned. Water? What did you call me just now? Looking at Peter Quill in a daze, Yondu seemed to be unable to believe his ears. I call you Daddy, is there a problem, Daddy? There is still a smile on his face, but Peter Quill knows that what seems to be Yondu's anger just now, but actually wants to tell himself, stay away from that cosmic spirit ball? What happened? Listening to Peter Quill calling himself Daddy again, Yondu's original anger disappeared, replaced by a somewhat solemn expression. Did you encounter a difficult enemy? If that is the case, then immediately return to the saboteur. This time I sent you to the matter, so if you encounter a strong enemy, then naturally I will deal with it. Looking at Peter Quill, Yondu frowned and said seriously, haha, thank you, father. Shaking his head slightly, Peter Quill knew that Yondu was protecting himself in his own way. Well, it's a pity that this old man is someone who can't teach people. I know what I am doing, Daddy. I also know what kind of enemies I will face if I obtain the cosmic spiritual ball. Don't worry, I know it. Seriously, I used to blame you, father, because you told me that I took away from the earth, and you separated me from my family. But more than 20 years have passed, Daddy, you have long been my only family. If you hadn't been protecting me, then maybe, I wouldn't be able to live so long at all. Listening to Peter Quill's words of gratitude from the heart, Yondu's brow furrowed even tighter. He knows Peter Quill too well. He has always blamed himself very much in his heart, but just now, he actually called himself Daddy, and he was so sensational. Damn, what happened? Are you in danger? Give me your coordinates right away, and I'll rush over. Seeing Yondu with a worried look on his face, Peter Quill smiled even more happily. Nothing happened, father, don't worry about me. Shrugging his shoulders, Peter Quill looked at Yondu on the screen, with a look of gratitude, and said seriously, I just finally figured out that you have loved me all these years. Although this kind of love, most people simply can't bear it. But Daddy, I am still very grateful to you. Believe me, everything I say comes from the heart. Facing the Yondu on the screen, Peter Quill's expression is very serious at the moment. Smelly boy. Looking at Peter Quill, whose expression is rare and serious, Yondu felt very relieved at the moment. Is this a grown-up? But Daddy, I will still go to the universe spirit orb. Before Yondu was saying anything, Peter Quill said immediately, Water? You damn bastard, you. Father. Seeing Yondu who showed signs of anger again, Peter Quill interrupted directly, listen to me first, Daddy. This time, I am not looking for the cosmic spiritual ball for myself, nor for selling money, but I know what is hidden in the cosmic spiritual ball. Ronan has been looking for the power gem, one of the infinite gems, and the power gem is hidden in the cosmic spirit ball. If Ronan is allowed to find the cosmic spirit orb in advance, then S.H.I.E.L.D star will be in danger. At that time, billions of people may die in Ronan's hands. I can't let this happen, although, this has nothing to do with me, but I always feel that this is my responsibility, Dad. Thinking of everything in the clips he saw in his mind, Peter Quill smiled and shook his head. Maybe, in the process, I will find my companion, my beloved. But no matter what, old man, I can't let Ronan find the power gem in advance. Although I seem to be careless, even heartless, but I always feel that if Ronan finds the power gem and causes the destruction of Kaidar, then all this is my responsibility. So, I can't let this happen. Listening to Peter Quill's words, Yondu was silent for a while. Where did you hear this news? I have some special channels. Can't talk about the answer chat room, so Peter Quill can only say that he got it from some other channels. Actually, I know a little bit about this. After being silent for a while, Yondu raised his head and looked at Peter Quill. Quill, I never thought you would have this kind of thought. After all, you grew up by my side and the saboteur. Responsibility is nothing for people like us. Perhaps the only responsibility I can feel in the past 2 decades is to raise you up. I never thought that with your personality, you would actually have such an idea, which surprised me very much. Perhaps, you really have grown up. But, Quill, do you know what you are doing? Do you know what you will face once you do this? Definitely. Listening to Yondu's words, Peter Quill nodded without hesitation. Father, this is what I have to do. Then do it. Looking at Peter Quill with a serious expression, Yondu took a deep breath, then nodded and said, since it's confirmed, then don't regret it. If there is danger, then don't forget, you can come to me anytime. That guy Ronan is very powerful, so powerful that countless people in the entire universe fear him, but don't forget, your father and I were once a, Lilihao, strong. Others will be afraid of him, but I am not afraid of him. If he wants to kill you, with me by your side, he has no chance at all. Listening to Yondu's guarantee, Peter Quill smiled and nodded very seriously. I understand, Daddy. Smelly boy, let yourself be presumptuous this time, next time you won't be so lucky. After speaking, Yondu directly hung up the communication video. Roar. After a long sigh of relief, the courage who was still silent on his face, looked at the communication device in his hand, and suddenly laughed unconsciously. This brat. Boss? One of the men who walked by saw the smile on the face of the boss, Yondu, and said in an unbelievable way, what happened to the boss? Is it Peter Quill coming back soon? Issued a reward, those who capture Peter Quill alive will receive a bounty of 40,000 yuan. After thinking for a while, Yondu turned around and said directly to the men behind him, remember, you must catch it alive. Yes. Looking at Yondu with a serious expression, his subordinates immediately nodded and attacked. This is the only thing I can help you, brat. Only if someone can find you and let me know your coordinates, I can rush over as soon as you are in danger. Hi, Sue, what are you eating? When I came to S.H.I.E.L.D's villa, I watched everyone gather in the living room, watching Loki's live broadcast at the moment, while eating. Tony sat next to S.H.I.E.L.D. naturally and asked with a smile, Pitaya cake, do you eat it? Passed a piece of cake to Tony Stark, S.H.I.E.L.D. asked with a smile. Walter, can that thing be made into a cake? Watching S.H.I.E.L.D. hand over this cake made of dragon fruit, Tony Stark asked very surprised. No way, this fool has to eat a cake made of dragon fruit, what can I do? But after Loki comes back, this fool will get some punishments, I don't mind making this fire dragon for him. Fruit cake. Pointing to Thor, who was eating the dragon fruit cake, S.H.I.E.L.D. shrugged his shoulders. The taste is actually pretty good. Strange picked up a piece of cake and continued to eat together. While eating, he said to Tony Stark, try it, Sue's craftsmanship is really good. Yes. Hearing Strange said the same, Tony Stark put the cake in his mouth. Well, it's not bad, but the icing is a little bit less, if it can be sweeter, it would be even better. You are not afraid of getting fat? Sugar is the biggest factor that causes people to get fat? Taking a piece of cake and eating it together, S.H.I.E.L.D. said with a smile. Hey, guys, they are going to catch another Loki. Looking at the answering chat room with full attention, Thor, who was live broadcast by Loki, suddenly raised his head and watched everyone excitedly said, I have never been like this, and I really look forward to seeing another Loki. Hurry up and see what Loki in the parallel universe is like. Looking at Thor with excitement on his face, he almost said that he hoped to see Loki being abused by Loki in the parallel universe. The crowd of 553 smiled and shook their heads. These two brothers, one is more unlucky than the other wishing to see each other? Obviously as long as the other party is bullied, then the two brothers will be extremely angry. But if the other party is simply unlucky, then these two people will definitely laugh at each other. Spray. Answer the question in the chat room. Live footage. In 2050, Haven Mountains, Alabama. At this moment, violent storms continue to ravage the city, and under the dark night, it is like the scene before the end of the world. During the heavy rain, Mobius brought the guards of the Time Administration and Loki to the door of a fairly well-preserved supermarket. After entering the supermarket, feeling the whole body being drenched by the rainstorm feels very bad, Loki directly uses magic to evaporate all the rainwater. Originally, he was observing the surroundings and was going to see if there was another bad Loki trace. After seeing this scene, he suddenly asked in surprise, what's the situation? What's the matter? I used magic to dry the clothes, why, don't you guys? And I'm not you, I yell every step of the way. As soon as the voice fell, the lights of the temporary shelter formed by the supermarket began to flicker. Bring 2 teams to search this shelter. The captain of the school team guarded by the Time Management Bureau, after taking a look at Loki, said to the teammates beside him, Loki, you follow me. Seeing that the guards of the Time Administration didn't have a good attitude towards Loki, Mobius directly took Loki to the other side. No? Before the 2 people walked a few steps, the team leader stopped. Tfa, the 2 people most directly, Loki wants to follow me, this is convenient for me to supervise him. Looking at Mobius who still wanted to say something, the team leader said directly, this time I will do the trick, Mobius? Listening to the unreasonable words of this female captain, Mobius then started arguing with her. In the end, it was Loki who stopped Mobius who wanted to continue arguing. I hate this female captain. In the answering alliance, Thor saw this scene and raised his head and said to the people, I don't like her attitude towards Loki. Loki is my brother, the prince of Asgard, one of the superhero of the earth. She can't. But Loki is in her eyes at this moment, it's just time. There is no way this can be done. And if you think from her perspective, there is nothing wrong with what she did. Tony on the side. Stark replied directly after hearing Thor's words. So what? Loki is my brother? I just don't like others treating him like that. Thor also understands what Tony. Stark said makes sense, but he still looks reluctant. What do you mean? So, turning his head to look at S.H.I.E.L.D., Thor asked. We don't like her attitude towards Loki, but I think Tony is also right. Listening to Thor's question, S.H.I.E.L.D. thought for a while, and then said, it is undeniable that this Loki is our own person. So how we ridicule Loki and bully Loki is a matter of our own people, but outsiders can't. That's the truth, but you don't need to care too much about these things, after all, they are just poor people. Poor people? Why don't I feel pitiful for them? Listening to S.H.I.E.L.D's words, Thor murmured, and then continued to watch the Loki live broadcast in the answering chat room. Inside the aisle of the temporary refuge converted from the supermarket, the female captain and Loki walked side by side, listening to what Loki kept saying to him. The female captain frowned and let Loki shut up, just walking through an aisle, and when he came to the edge of the green plants, Loki suddenly stopped, and then looked at the aisle, standing in front of the green plant shelf. Hey! Seeing this scene, the female captain immediately took up a weapon and aimed at this guy. Hey, don't get excited! Seeing that the weapon was aimed at him, the man immediately raised his hands slightly, and signaled that the leader of the women's team should not get excited. What are you doing? Looking at this man, the female captain asked alertly. I am going to buy some green plants. The man put his hands in front of him, and replied very seriously, buy green plants? Buy green plants on this stormy day? Listening to this excuse, Loki frowned with an expression that you were cheating. Because there is a special price on stormy days, the price of azaleas is 50% off. Hearing Loki's question, the man answered seriously. Is it you? Looking at this man, the female captain pointed at him with a sanctioned weapon, and then whispered to Loki. I think I might dress more formal, but yes, he is also Loki. Nodding lightly, Loki whispered. After getting Loki's affirmative reply, the female captain walked towards the man with the sanctioned weapon. After coming to this man, before she waited for any action, he saw the man directly grab the female captain's arm, and then a green light was attached to the female captain's body along the arm. The man fell to the ground, but the female captain did nothing. Is he dead? Looking at the man who fell on the ground, Loki asked the female captain. No, I can survive under normal circumstances. Turning around and looking at Loki, the female captain's voice and tone all changed to another person. So, you are the Time Mutation Administration to find and arrest my Loki. It should be me. Loki nodded, but I'm not sure who you are. Kong busy, everyone has an exclusive identity, you are me. With that, the possessed female captain smiled evilly at Loki. Almost at the same time, Loki also showed a wicked smile on his face. It's really nice to see you. Hold on to their backpack, there may be a time reset device in it. Looking at the people sitting on the ground in front of them, waiting to be rescued, Mobius said to the guard of the Time Management Bureau next to him, are you from the rescue team? Looking at these very well-dressed guys, a white-haired old man stood up. You are finally here, but do you have a helicopter or other means of transportation? It's time to come in handy. Know that in this kind of weather, women and children are not jokes. Sorry, we don't have one. Listening to the words of the white-haired old man, Mobius shook his head. Then how did you come here? God, I said that you should ask for help like Avengers at the first time, even if it is like the third-generation Avengers for help. Morgan and Catherine can use armor and helicopters to evacuate us, and the two sons of Pluto, Sue and Wanda, can use magic and their ability to eliminate this natural disaster. Hurry up and call them here, but don't call them the little daughters of Pluto, Sue and Wanda. Her ability is too strong and it is easy to raising the entire Haven Mountains to the ground. God, if it wasn't for Pluto Sue's action last time. Just because Spider-Man almost died, Wanda and Sue's daughter almost destroyed the planet. Listening to the video, the white-haired old man babbled endlessly. Mobius just wanted to perfuse it, but then it seemed as if he had thought of something. He walked directly in front of the white-haired old man and asked curiously, can you tell me about the Hades King Sue in your mouth? This is a plot in the second episode of Loki. The following words are to make some preparations. You don't even know Sue, who is called the Pluto. Are you still an Earthling? Somewhat suspiciously, he glanced at Mobius. The white-haired old man looked around and then said, let me tell you about his deeds, but you have to save these women and children first. Otherwise, they would be too dangerous here. What about the trickster? In the answering alliance, watching Strange suddenly disappeared. Tony, who had been immersed in watching Loki, suddenly raised his head and asked S.H.I.E.L.D. Ancient One magician is looking for him for something, so he left first. Besides, don't always tell people to juggle. They are magician. Cut, who made him show off with me just now. Listening to S.H.I.E.L.D's words, Tony Stark curled his lips. Sue, is this Loki's future girlfriend? Looking at the female version of Loki in the answering chat room, Thor raised his head and asked excitedly. Even if it is, that's your brother's girlfriend. Why are you so excited? Seeing Thor excitedly, Tony Stark asked with a smile. What a fun, Loki is in love with himself. Listening to Tony's question, Thor did not hide it said. After speaking, he looked at S.H.I.E.L.D. eagerly and waited for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reply. After seeing S.H.I.E.L.D. nodding, Thor squeezed his fists vigorously, as if he wanted to use this to express how happy he is at this moment. Looking at Thor's appearance, Tony Stark gently touched S.H.I.E.L.D. with his elbow. Man, where is the happy point? Why didn't I find anything to be happy about? I didn't find it either, but if you meet another you in the parallel universe, you will find that the other you are a woman, and you two are still in love. I think I will be very excited too. Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s description, Tony Stark was shocked, and imagined in his mind that he met another female version of himself, and then stayed together. Thinking of this picture, Tony Stark shivered subconsciously. Forget it, I still have people enough. Answer the questions in the chat room. Loki, what should I do now? Should I take this female version of myself back? Or leave with him? Seeing the woman in front of him, Loki opened the orange crossing door. Loki was somewhat hesitation and asked other people in the answering chat room. Thor Follow her, Loki, follow her, believe me, hurry up, follow her, excited. Looking at the answering chat room, Thor answered in a very excited tone. Loki seemed to be able to imagine the expression on Thor's face at this moment. Loki, is there anything I don't know? Sue, what should I do now? Let Loki follow her. Before Suching could answer, Thor immediately raised his head to look at Suching. This is her future girlfriend, so I really look forward to the scene of the two of them together. Haha, Loki is in love with Luoji. Watching Thor use the one in Thor, Ragnarok and look at himself with a smirk on Hulk, Suching almost didn't control his arm and smashed him on the ground. Suching, Loki, I think you should do what you want now. If you want to leave with her, follow her and leave. If you want to catch her, arrest her. Follow your heart. Different choices will bring different consequences. But rest assured, we have everything for you. Loki, really? You can really hold it? That's right, like Mobius said, they don't even dare to arrest you. If that's the case, then I'll be presumptuous. After getting Suching's answer, Loki followed Hilway and left without hesitation. Almost at the same time, the time administration was completely messed up. After hearing that the sacred timeline was attacked, all the time guards came out. Wait, your goal is actually the time administration. Seeing that Hilway returned to the time administration, Loki suddenly understood. You are a good move to adjust the tiger away from the mountain. Move away most of the guards of the Time Management Bureau, and then come to the Time Management Bureau by yourself. Although I don't know about you. Hello, wait. Seeing that she ignored her female version of herself, Loki pinched her waist and shook her head helplessly. By the way, in every version of me, is it so inadequate to persuade me? He shook his head. Although he didn't know what the female Loki was going to do, Loki still caught up. Inside the Time Administration channel, magic doesn't work here. Seeing that the female version of Loki wanted to use magic to control one of the time guards, Loki quickly reminded. After receiving Loki's reminder, Hilway reacted in an instant, then seized the sanction weapon and directly sanctioned the time guard in front of him into ashes. Wow, actually just hit him. Seeing Hilway's movements, Loki frowned slightly and said, "Shut up, don't follow me, inferior Loki." Ignoring Loki's words at all, Hilway turned around and continued walking. I am the high-level Loki. Rolling his eyes speechlessly, Loki just wanted to continue to catch up and asked her what her purpose was, but when she turned a corner, she saw rows of small cabinets. Look for flowers, 0. Inside the cabinet are 2 short swords of his own. Opened the cabinet, took out the 2 short swords that belonged to him, and flicked it with both hands. Well, it still feels familiar. Chasing Hilway with his short sword, Loki just wanted to say something, but saw Hilway look at Loki impatiently. You have nothing else to do. Can't you not follow me? If you want to escape, this is the best chance. I think we can cooperate. Spreading out his hand, indicating that there is no threat, Loki walked slowly in the direction of Hilway, and said, I think if we two cooperate, then maybe we can overthrow this so-called time management. I always think this is a scam, so you need to take me to find the Time Guardian, and then, boom. Before Loki could finish speaking, Hilway flew Loki Rui out without hesitation. I don't have time to accompany you to play every family here. Really? I would never treat myself like this. After brushing off the dust from being kicked on his shoulders, Loki looked at Hilway in front of him, and his expression gradually became serious. I originally thought we could cooperate, but now I think you lack vision. Idiot! After cursing Loki, Hilway turned to open the golden elevator behind him, but he was caught up by Loki. In an instant, the two Loki directly fought together. Wow, cool, that's it. In the answering alliance. Seeing the two Loki fighting together, and even the female Loki slowly gaining the upper hand, Thor immediately became excited about Roar. Loki is not playing seriously. Looking at Loki in the answering chat room, Suching spoke directly. Yes, the skills Loki acquired in the answering system are actually for combat. Therefore, it can be seen that Loki at this moment is not serious at all, but more like using combat methods to achieve some other goals. Don't be gloating, silly, don't you know that these two people are all Loki? Looking at the excited Thor while eating the dragon fruit cake, watching the two fighting intently, Tony Stark reminded directly. What happened then? Listening to Tony's words, Thor asked in a puzzled manner, what if they are both Loki? Tony means that one Loki used to be enough for you, so if they are two together, two Loki, do you still have a good life? The golden magic portal opened, and Strange walked out with the soul scepter, handed the soul scepter to Suching, and then explained to the Han. Hearing Strange's explanation, Thor was stunned. I only heard Su said that Loki might have a girlfriend this time, and I was very excited when I saw the female version of Loki beat Loki, but he had forgotten subconsciously. If the two of them are really together, then, what he will face is two Loki? Looking at Thor, who was obviously a little dazed, Tony laughed, then turned to look at Strange. Wow, we are back with a trick. It's magician, it's magic magician? 557. Corrected Tony. As Stark called it, Strange turned his head to look at Suching. The teacher asked me to give you the spiritual scepter. Sister Wanda doesn't need the scepter's energy for the time being. How are they now? Listening to Strange, Suching looked at the soul scepter in his hand, and then asked Strange. It's too good to be better, but the teacher does not allow them to leave the mirror space of the Wei Shen Emperor Temple now. According to the teacher, they are now just awakening ability that belonged to them. It will take time to completely let ability belong to them bit by bit, and with the power blessing of Emperor Wei-Shan Temple, they will be stronger than before. Listening to Strange's statement, Tony and Stark suddenly said, by the way, Sue, after saving Loki back, the Soul Scepter will let me study it. I'm actually very curious about these infinite gems, I want to study it. Yes, but you just don't make a robot enemy. Facing Tony's request, S.H.I.E.L.D did not refuse. In fact, from the beginning of the clip, S.H.I.E.L.D knew that something about Ultron would appear. It's just that there is no fantasy world. Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D also wanted to see what would happen if Tony and Dr. Banner, as well as Howard and Stark were asked to study infinite gems together. With Tony's daddy Howard, there shouldn't be too much problem, right? Okay, naive, don't think so much. Seeing Thor's complexion changing from time to time, and apparently falling into his own thoughts, S.H.I.E.L.D comforted, now Loki has matured a lot, and with Hillway, Loki should be more mature. Hillway? Is this female Loki called Hillway? Hearing what S.H.I.E.L.D said, Thor immediately looked at S.H.I.E.L.D curiously. Is this what you saw with Time Gem? Alright. After speaking, Thor looked at the live broadcast of the answering chat room Loki. Looking at it, I felt relieved, thinking that there is a woman Loki in charge, and Loki shouldn't be the same as before. Tony Stark smiled and shook his head, and then said to S.H.I.E.L.D with emotion, it's strange to say, Sue, look at these people, which one of us was not extremely proud or indifferent? But who would have thought that people like us would get along so harmoniously? On the contrary, we can't become like this with ordinary people outside. You said, what is this? You know, I used to hope that I had some friends, but I didn't want to make friends with others. Apart from Peebo and Harpy, there is only one road that has a good relationship. Listening to Tony's question, Strange on the side also nodded. Tony's words are reasonable. In fact, I know exactly what kind of person I was before. Proud, arrogant, just like Tony. But with people like our answering league, I have never shown a little bit of trouble before. Leaning on the sofa, Strange said with emotion, perhaps, this is fate? Who knows? Listening to the two guys around me suddenly sighed, S.H.I.E.L.D smiled and shook his head. Maybe it's because ordinary people outside want to fill their lives with stories. But those of us have too many stories, so I want to put an end to the story. That's right, one counts as one. I found that the so-called superhero has almost no perfect past. Nodding his head, Tony turned his eyes to the answering chat room with emotion. On Loki's live broadcast screen, even Wanda's sisters and brothers are the same. Time administration? Don't come, you are here, I will kill him. Holding the knife holder on Loki's neck, Hillway looked at Lavna with two time guards in front of him and said seriously. Then do it, anyway, both of you are time offenders. It just so happens that both of you will be judged together this time. After speaking, Lavna raised the ruling weapon and directly attacked the two people. At the very moment, Loki instantly picked up the time management controller and teleported himself and Hillway together. Damn it. Seeing that the two people were actually teleported away, Lavna suddenly cursed. Planet Lamundis. Looking at Hillway, who was holding a knife and wanted to grab the time controller with himself, Loki stepped back and said, you don't think I really can't beat you? When I just fought you at the time administration, I just to take this away. Raising the time controller in his hand, Loki smiled and spread his hand. You should thank me, otherwise, both of us have died just now. That's also caused by you. With that, Hillway held up the knife and rushed towards Loki again. Hey, if anyone finds such a woman to become a girlfriend in the future, his brain must be broken. After evading the knife swung by Hillway, Loki was about to fight back, and the next moment a burst of energy directly penetrated the roof, hitting two people not far away. Is this also your ability? Why don't I have this? Seeing the sudden energy smash through the roof, Loki asked Hillway, where did you take us? Also look at the place where a hole has been smashed out of the ground at this moment, and the edge is still burning? Hillway also ignored the fight with Loki, opened the door and walked out. This is a huge amount of deep pit. All around it is a place with a bright purple hue. Above the sky, where is a huge amounts of satellite hovering, and one or two meteorites fall from the sky from time to time. Looking at this place, Hillway directly angered, idiot, you brought us to Lamundi's satellite. What is the Rama and Dis-1 satellite? I don't even know what you are talking about. Looking at the harsh environment around him, Loki said without understanding. Looking at Loki as if he didn't know it, Hillview could only explain, this is the Rama and Dis satellite in 2077. This satellite will collide with the planet and be destroyed soon. Boom! As soon as the voice fell, a meteorite hit the two people directly, and there was a booming explosion. Go! Screaming at Loki, Hillway immediately ran away. Following Hillway while running, Loki listened to the rumbling sound of falling meteorite fragments, and asked Hillway, is it dangerous here? Among all the apocalypses stored by the time controller, this is the worst one? No one can survive, you actually took us to it. Be careful. Pulling Loki over, made Loki escape the fate of being hit by a broken meteorite. Pulling Loki to the bottom of a huge amounts of forklift, watching the continuous falling meteorites around him, Hillway immediately turned his head to Loki and said, hurry up and use the time controller to take us away. Thanks, I thought you wanted me to die. Hiding under the forklift, Loki faced Hillway, thanking her for just pulling herself. I just don't want to let myself die. The time controller is with you. If you die, then I will die. Hurry up, stop talking nonsense, and quickly get us out of this damn ghost place. What are you doing in a daze? Seeing that he heard what he said, Loki didn't immediately take out the time controller to take him away, but looked at himself a little weirdly. Hilwei suddenly frowned. Don't tell me, you broke the time controller. That's not it. Light 5.0 shook his head lightly, then Loki stretched out his hand and used magic to change the time controller. It's just out of power. Hurry up and give me the time controller, you don't know how to charge it. I definitely know that you are not the only tech freak, Loki. Don't call me that. Technologist. I mean, don't call me Loki. Hilwei took a deep breath, looked at the falling meteorite fragments, and then pointed to the energy lane not far away. Let's go there first. Leaping out from under the huge amounts of forklift, the two people ran towards the energy car not far away. Careful? He pulled Hilwei by his side, and subconsciously protected her by his side, watching the place where she ran was hit by the falling meteorite block. Loki said to Hilwei, follow me. After that, Loki ignored the danger and ran towards the direction of the energy car. Following Loki, at this moment, Hilwei has no time to think about it. It's just that, looking at this lower Loki who fends off the danger for her in front, it seems that he is a little bit different from the people he has met over the years. Energy inside the car. So, are we a team now? Looking at Hilville, Loki smiled and said, you know, you saved me just now, and I saved you again just now. I don't need you to help me. Originally, because Loki helped him open the way, Hilwei, who felt that Loki was different in front of him, said with a cold face after hearing Loki's words, you are so strange. Leaning in the energy car, panting, Loki said helplessly. Not knowing what seemed to be thought of, Hilwei walked towards Loki quietly, then stretched out his hand and gently held Loki's head with both hands. What are you doing? Feeling a slight disturbance in his mind, Loki immediately frowned and said, do you want to possess me? It's useless. Just because you are a magician. No, because my mind is too strong. Then hand me the time controller, otherwise we will all die here. I don't think so. Following Hill's advice, Loki immediately shook his head. Also, even if I don't have a time controller, we won't die here. Why do you think so? Just because you are a magician. Oh Kong busy, can you not mention the magician thing? Well, because I have friends. Seeing Hilwei looking at him with bad eyes once again, Loki put his hands in front of him and said, first of all, we shouldn't continue to fight. Secondly, I have a friend named So, he is very smart, he is very strong, and very weird, he is the kind of rare undead magician 23, I heard that he can bring dead man back to life. And I think he won't let us die here. Once we are really in danger of death, then he will come to save us immediately. Oh, idiot, when did Loki start to believe in others? Hearing Loki's naive words, Hilwei suddenly sneered in disdain. That's because you haven't met him, haven't fought side by side with him, but I have fought side by side with him, not only against Chidori, but also against Thanos together, and we have seen many, many futures together. So I don't think we will die here. Idiot. Hearing Loki's words, Hilwei suddenly felt a little helpless. I don't know why Loki of your dimension is so willing to trust others. Is it because you are a good person, Loki? Kong busy, can you recognize the reality? The only reality we are in now is that if we don't charge the time controller, then we will all die here. Moreover, I am not like you, willing to trust others. I prefer to take my life in my own hands, otherwise I would have died in these years, and you have no idea what I am planning these years. Speaking of his plan, Hilville angrily took out his knife and pointed it at Loki. Damn, it is because of you. I have planned for so many years, and now it's all destroyed by you. Now, give me the time controller. As long as I get the time controller, then I can go back to the time management bureau and finish what I should do. Well, now it's back to the original starting point of the circle. Seeing Hilwei holding a knife at him, Loki suddenly smiled with arms akimbo. No, you are a pure bastard. Seeing the look of Loki's hippie smiling face, Hilwei was suddenly frustrated and helpless. What are you doing? Looking at Hillview who kept spinning in the energy car, Loki asked in surprise, you shouldn't be mad. You are crazy and I won't go crazy? Good guy Loki? Ha, only an idiot Loki will choose to be a good guy. Then what are you doing? Regardless of Hilwei's cynicism, or his frustrated look, Loki regained an elegant smile and asked, I don't know why. Anyway, looking at Hilverna's helpless look when he was angry, Loki always feels that there seems to be a little cute. We need enough power to travel through time and space at different latitudes. After looking around for a while, Hilwei said to Loki, don't you trust your so-called friends? Then you'd better let them come and pick us up quickly, otherwise, we will die. Why? Because there is no charging place in this energy car. After angrily said, Hilwei pushed the car door and walked directly outside. It still feels a little different. This feeling is a bit strange. Recalling how he had been in contact with those women in Asgard, Loki smiled and shook his head. While chasing in the direction of Hilwei, he asked in the answering chat room, Loki, so, if we can't find a place to charge the time controller, then maybe we will die here. So, when will you come to pick us up? Loki, are you there? Loki, what about people? Tense. Loki, hey, Sue, don't you kidding me? It's not funny at all. Panic. Thor, well, my brother, come on. Sue is not in the answering league. He was called away by Steve. He said he was going to solve something. Oh yes, there was an angry Tony Stark who was walking with him. Strange. Loki, don't be nervous. It doesn't matter if anything happens, even if you die. Trust us, Sue can bring you back to life. Thor, that's right, and S.H.I.E.L.D said to let you and Hilway get along well, and at the same time tell Hilway that you have a qualified and powerful brother Thor, and he will love you too from the heart. Loki, are you sure this sentence is what S.H.I.E.L.D said? Thor, next time you lie, can you make it more real? Forget it, if we really die here, remember, let S.H.I.E.L.D bring us back to life. Strange, Loki, S.H.I.E.L.D said, you can't die, and S.H.I.E.L.D said before being called away by Steve, we must let you say the person called the Conqueror, or the leftover Kong, otherwise Hill will not I'll let it go. In addition, you can tell Hilway the truth that she was arrested as a child, that is, she has the idea of becoming a superhero. Also, Hillview wants to destroy the Time Administration and kill the so-called Time Asgardian, but S.H.I.E.L.D said you can help her or stop her, but before that, think about why the King Odin is fighting for Asgard. Many years later, in the end, he will choose to rule Asgard with benevolence, and why seal your sister Hela? Thor, that's right, and that is, S.H.I.E.L.D said that you saw the life that originally belonged to you in the time management, plus you have become different from the original, you are now better, think about it more change. This may be the different results of the different choices of the two of you. Strange, Thor is right, although before S.H.I.E.L.D left, he said that when the Bureau is composed of a group of deceived guys, and what Loki has a slight tendency to get better, he will be arrested a bit nonsense settings and the like. But S.H.I.E.L.D said, you and this Hilway are the most important people who started the multi-universe. You can do it according to your ideas, and the ending will be good or bad. Loki, what do you mean? S.H.I.E.L.D said so much, does it mean that he can't come back in a short time? Thor, probably not, that is, when we were in ordinary chat, Tony talked about the last time we saw what traveled through time and space, and what effect would it cause, so was a little emotional? We also remembered this talk. Strange, it's the butterfly effect. Sue's original words are people who tease time, and they will be teased by time. By the way, don't think so much, your girlfriend calls you. Loki? Girlfriend. Hey, 557 hurry up, where are you still doing? Looking at Loki, who was lost in thought as he walked behind him, Hilway frowned and shouted, wandering here, don't you want to die? What are you thinking? Oh, it's okay, I didn't think about anything. Hearing what Hilway said, Loki quickly followed, and while walking, he asked curiously, by the way, Hilway, have you heard of other Loki being arrested? Why ask this? Faced with Loki's question, Hilway frowned, but still replied, I have heard, and I also heard that the Time Administration has arrested many Loki of different latitudes. It's just that they have all been ruled out. Then why were you arrested by the Time Administration? Listening to what Hilvey said, Loki continued to ask. How do I know why? Those people in the Time Administration are simply idiots, a group of idiots deceived by Time Asgardian, they are all time criminals just like us. Are they time offenders too? Hearing what Hilvey said, Loki nodded suddenly, no wonder So said that the people of the Time Administration are just a group of deceived guys. Walter? The Sue in your mouth, he knows the existence of the Time Administration? Does he even know the true identities of these people? Hearing Loki's words, Hilville stopped in an instant, turned his head and looked at Loki seriously, tell me everything about that So and what he said. I didn't say anything, that is, the reason why you were arrested was because you had a desire to become a superhero at the time. It is also said that this is not allowed by the Time Administration. Anyone who has these ideas, or is slightly better for Loki, will be taken away by the Time Administration. Having said this, Loki laughed slightly mockingly, couldn't we, Loki, become good people? Are you sure you have to do this? Can you not do this? Looking at Tony Stark, who was wearing a battle armor, Suching asked helplessly, even if you can't kill him, but at least you have to beat him up? Tony Stark, who was wearing battle armor and did not put on his helmet, took a bite of the apple viciously at this moment, and then said to Suching, even if Steve resurrected my parents, even my father won't let me take revenge on that guy Bucky Barnes, but if he doesn't beat him viciously, I can't hide the anger in my heart. Looking at eating apples viciously, it seems that the apple in his hand is Winter Soldier Bucky Barnes like Tony Stark. Suching sighed helplessly, I don't want to be involved in the grievances between you, I mean, are you sure we have to sit on the street lamp? Pointing to the street lamp under his feet, watching himself sitting on the street lamp, and Tony Stark does the same. It was only because of controlling the weight of the armor that this poor street lamp was not crushed. Suching smiled bitterly and said, it's okay to accompany Steve to control this Bucky Barnes. It's okay to accompany you to beat up Bucky Barnes, but we can't help but sit on the street lamp. It's shameful. Don't you see, are there many people below who are starting to take pictures of us? Then let them shoot. Hearing what Suching was talking about, Tony Stark shook his head indifferently and said, listen, there are still people below shouting at us. Waved to the girl below roar calling her name, Tony. After Stark listened carefully, he looked at Suching and said seriously, I found that there are more people who call you the nickname of Pluto than the girls who call me the nickname of Iron Man. That's because I look more handsome than you. Facing Tony and Stark's question, Suching smiled, and then seriously said, actually, you don't want to fight with Steve, so I decided to just beat Bucky Barnes. If it weren't for Mr. Howard's permission, and Steve's extremely sincere request, I'm afraid you would kill Winter Soldier directly. Carrot? Hearing Suching's question, Tony Stark was stunned for a moment, carefully recalling his thoughts. Tony Stark suddenly lowered his head sadly, if it wasn't for my father and my mother to be resurrected, if it wasn't for my father, I wouldn't allow it, if it wasn't for Steve's sincere request for me, Seriously, I will kill him, just because he killed my mother back then. I can't wait to kill him 10,000 times. But, looking at S.H.I.E.L.D indescribably, Tony at this moment. Stark's heart was full of anger, sadness, joy, and other complex emotions. You know, man, if my parents were not resurrected, then even if Steve begged me 10,000 times, I would not change my mind. Even if I turn my face with Steve from now on, or even hate each other, I won't give up. Because Bucky killed my father and mother. Speaking of this, Tony Stark laughed self-deprecatingly, but, when I saw the videotape that my father left me, when I reconciled with my father in my heart, when I learned that my parents could be resurrected, I always remember that day. The excitement in my heart, that kind of ecstasy from the heart, is the feeling I have never had before. That day, you can say it is my happiest day. Later, Steve resurrected my father and my mother on Barton's farm. I swear to God that at that moment, even if my father was hitting me and saying something harsh about my invention, I didn't have anything to say. Even if it's a hint of anger, I can hear his deep love for me from his harsh words. This is enough for me. What's more, when my mother hugged me, my tears couldn't stop flowing. The feeling of losing and recovering, the feeling of being excited and not being able to be myself, made me very infatuated. At that moment, I was very grateful to the answering system. Appeared. Taking a deep breath, Tony Stark looked at S.H.I.E.L.D and said, if there is no answer system and no parents are resurrected, then after I know the truth, I might do very scary things. But now, even though I still can't forgive him, I won't kill him either. It's not because I don't want to fight with Steve, nor is it because I face Steve who is pleading with me in private. It's, my father doesn't have many friends in this world. I don't want to see my father hugging and lying on the hospital bed, and the scene where Aunt Peggy, who doesn't know him, is crying. So let's just do it. It's okay to beat him up. Maybe this is the best decision for everyone. Looking down at his head, his tone couldn't stop. Helpless, thankful Tony Stark. S.H.I.E.L.D stretched out his hand and gently patted Tony's armor. In fact, it's like the fourth ending of Avengers Alliance, the energy reactor floating along the river, the same sentence written on it. Tony Stark, have a warm heart. If there is no answering system, if there is no one's own, then Captain America and Tony will still break, and they will still fight for Winter Soldier. Because Bucky is a close friend of Captain America does not want him to die in Tony's hands. God knows, when Steve said Bucky was his friend, Tony said that I used to be too. At that time, Tony was so sad inside. But in the end, in order to save the world, to save the countless lives that were taken away by Thanos with a snap of his fingers, the two are still reconciled. However, Tony still bowed his head first. Comparing your heart to your heart, if the revenge of killing your father happens to anyone, I'm afraid they will make the same choice as Tony. Which side will you be on? Feeling the armor, S.H.I.E.L.D carried a touch of warmth, a touch of comfort in his hands. Tony Stark looked up at S.H.I.E.L.D inexplicably and asked. After asking this sentence, Tony suddenly felt something was wrong. After all, he and Steve were both Sue's friends. Lily Zhao, S.H.I.E.L.D can only be embarrassed for S.H.I.E.L.D to answer this way. So as soon as this sentence came out, Tony Stark hurriedly smiled and shook his head, trying to disentangle the sentence. It's just that S.H.I.E.L.D did not escape this sentence. If this happens to me, then I am afraid I will make the same choice as you. I admit, Tony, I respect Steve. He and I are also very good friends. Even when fighting, he and I can safely give back to each other. Turning his head to look at Tony, S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes were full of seriousness, but in the same way, I am also relieved to give you my back. So if you choose to take revenge, then I think, although it is a bit embarrassing, I will definitely stand on your side. Because we are good friends. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D's serious eyes, Tony Stark cracked his mouth and laughed and pretended to be. The smile is so ugly, but at the same time, it is also so warm. Hey, fight, don't fight. How can I vent the anger in my heart? Sitting on the street light, watching Tony Stark directly controlled the battle armor and flew down to join the battlefield on the ground that Steve Rogers had not subdued the Winter Soldier for a long time and disrupted the normal order. S.H.I.E.L.D is ready to sit here and watch the show. The reason why Steve Rogers has to let himself come this time is that S.H.I.E.L.D knows his purpose. It is nothing more than 2 points. One is to let yourself take action and use Mind Gem to restore Bucky Barnes, who was brainwashed by Hydra, to normal, so that he can restore his original memory. Another point is because of Tony. Steve Rogers knew that once he heard something about Bucky, Tony Stark would definitely take action immediately. It's okay to beat Bucky bitterly, but it does anything to make Tony complain. But if Tony becomes crazy after seeing Bucky and wants to kill Bucky, then Steve hopes he can hold Tony? However, looking at this posture, Tony has made a heavy shot, but he has no plans to kill, which makes Steve feel a little relieved. Just watching Tony's fist swinging his battle armor constantly hitting Bucky's body, Steve still felt a little distressed. The strength of Winter Soldier is indeed relatively strong for ordinary people, especially with the blessing of that iron arm. It is difficult for ordinary people to deal with him, but under the joint efforts of Steve Rogers and Tony Stark, even though Tony started to release the water, Steve started to release the water, and even accidentally let Bucky avoid Tony's heavy blow, but soon, the two of them stunned Bucky directly. You feel sorry for him a little bit. Watching 557 assist Bucky who had passed out, Steve, who was resting on his shoulders, Tony Stark suddenly sneered, also deliberately blocked a lot of my attacks for him. Squirt, you are such a good friend. Tony. Here Tony. Stark made some sarcasm, and Steve stood up Bucky and gave Tony a shameful look. Just about to say something, Tony Stark continued, okay, so be it. Although I haven't enjoyed it, I just don't want to embarrass my father. Thank you, Tony. Listening to the meaning of Tony's words, Steve Rogers thanked him very seriously. Okay, the matter is over. Besides, don't plan to let Sue use the spiritual scepter to help him. You are not afraid that the energy of the spiritual scepter will destroy his brain? You must know that the memory in his brain is not controlled at this moment. Once there is, if the new energy participates, the opportunity will completely destroy all its cognition. If you want to get him back to normal, take him to S.H.I.E.L.D. My father is also in S.H.I.E.L.D. There will always be a way. Also, don't involve Sue in everything, so you are not afraid of him being caught between you and me in embarrassment. Hearing Tony's words, Steve Rogers shook his head with a hint of apology. I just heard about the discovery of Bucky, so I couldn't allow me to think so much. Cut, you really take him seriously? Since I said I won't kill him, then naturally I won't kill him? Okay, you take him away, I'll call Sue back. Fortunately, Sue and I are close friends. Knowing what to do will not embarrass him. Seeing Tony Stark shook his head, he turned and left. Steve Rogers quickly said, say sorry for me and Sue, Tony. I didn't think so much at the time. Understood? Waved his hand to Steve, and Tony took off directly under the control of the armor. Let's go back, stop watching the show. Flying to Suching, Tony opened his visor, and then said with a smile, Steve knows you are here, but he asked me to say sorry to you? As for the Winter Soldier, I asked him to take him to S.H.I.E.L.D. So, I don't need my help? Okay, in fact, I am afraid of using the power of Mind Gem to destroy Winter Soldier's brain. After all, he is not a normal person now, and his thoughts are very confused. Followed Tony Stark and flew up, and then the two people flew in the direction of the answering alliance. I thought I would have to go to S.H.I.E.L.D. this time, but that's fine, it saves trouble. In the answering alliance. Trouble. Seeing Suching and Tony flying back, Thor immediately took a step forward, and then said to Suching, Sue, now Loki and the others are in trouble. Don't worry, speak slowly. Sitting on the sofa, looking at Thor's anxious expression, Suching asked curiously, Loki drank too much. Seeing Suching's calm expression, Thor gradually calmed down. It's like this. After you and Tony left, Loki and the female Loki named Hilway discussed how to charge the time controller. Some type of. As a result, the two people couldn't find a place to charge at all. Later, the two people used magic to successfully board the train of Lamundis. At the beginning, the two people's emotions were very relaxed. But gradually, the two began to talk about various pasts, and finally talked about what love is. Bala said a lot, Hilway fell asleep, Loki drank too much, and sang in the car, turning the original car into a party-like party, which attracted the guards on the train attention. As a result, during the fight, the time controller was broken. Seeing Thor's anxious expression, Suching smiled and opened the answering chat room. While preparing to watch Loki's state at the moment, he smiled and said, that's it. If it's just like this, then you don't have to worry. Bye. Not only Loki and Hilway want to find other opportunities, but as a result, a large number of meteorites have fallen from the sky, and they are in a state of complete waiting for death at this moment. Seeing Suching open the answering chat room, Thor immediately pointed to the live broadcast and said, in the picture, two Loki are sitting on a rock at this moment, under the dim sky that is about to usher in the night, waiting for the end of the world to come. Look, that's it. Pointing to the two Loki sitting side by side, Thor said helplessly, how about we pick Loki back now? Although I know you can resurrect Loki, but I still don't want to see him die once. Don't worry, it's okay, the time administration will find them. Seeing everything a little anxious, Suching said with a smile, let's keep watching. This is a good opportunity for two people to talk to each other, and it is also a good opportunity for two people to warm up their relationship. How could we miss it? You mean, they can't die? After getting a confirmed answer from Suching, Thor suddenly laughed, since we can't die, it's better to continue watching. You must know that Jane wanted to ask me out just now, but I turned it off. Listening to Thor's words, Strange on the side also smiled at Suching and Tony. Han just turned down his girlfriend's date request to see Loki fall in love. Spray, I said that the phone Sue you bought him is useless. No, seeing Loki fall in love, it seems to make him more excited than he is in love on his own. Hey, it's different. Listening to Strange's complaints, Thor said indifferently, you don't understand the relationship between the two brothers Loki and I, so how can you be able to look at your brothers in love with this kind of fun? Will you understand? What you see is the excitement, what I see is Shuxin, the kind that has been raised by herself for more than 1,500 years. Cough, nothing. Listening to Thor did not say the second half, all three of them laughed. What Thor wants to say, they all understand. Looking at the live broadcast of the answering chat room, at this moment, all three of them looked at it with the same mentality as Thor. On the live screen, the meteorite blocks in the night sky are constantly falling, and countless people are screaming in horror and despair at this moment. Not far away, the brightly lit high-rise buildings were constantly hit by meteorites. Watching the flames continue to complain in the city, neither of the two people sitting on the rock had the thought of talking. After a moment of silence, Hillville still said, "You know, I've seen this kind of doomsday scene countless times. Sorry, I caused all this." Listening to Hillview's words, Loki pursed his mouth and said apologetically, "I never thought that the time controller would be controlled by me. I actually remember Asgard." Before Loki had finished apologizing, Hillway sighed, "Although it is not very clear, it has an impression. There is my hometown, my people, my life. You know, the universe wants to break free, so it creates chaos. Just like me, I was born as the goddess of trickery. As long as the sacred timeline has obvious branches, the time management will appear, and then eliminate the reality where I am, then I will catch it." Having said that, Hillview turned his head and looked at Loki. "Perhaps, it's really like what S.H.I.E.L.D said in your mouth. Once Loki has a tendency to become better, then the time administration will take you away mercilessly. At that time, I was still a child. Later, I ran away from the time administration and stole a time controller, and then I was constantly escaping for a long, long time, and those memories were unbearable to look back. Any time and place I go, there will be related events, and then it will attract attention. Do you know why?" Looking at Loki, Hill smiled sadly, "Because I shouldn't exist." Listening to Hillview, maybe he shouldn't exist. Feel the sadness in her tone. Loki reported it and pursed his lips, and just wanted to say some comforting words, but saw Hillway showed a drunken smile. "Don't comfort me, Loki. In fact, I'm already used to these things. No, after I escaped from the time administration, I finally found a hiding place. That is where I grew up, the end of countless worlds. I've seen too many end of the world, but now, this is my final burial place." Turning his head, he took Loki and watched countless meteorite fragments fall. Inexplicably, Hillway feels that perhaps at this moment, someone is with him and someone witnesses that he is buried in the doomsday, which is also a very good choice. Almost, the end has come. Seeing that the fragments of meteorites that were originally small pieces have now evolved into huge meteorites and landed quickly, Hillway suddenly asked Loki, "Do you think the reason why Loki became Loki is our destiny, that we are doomed to fail?" "I don't think so." Hearing the meaning of Hillway's words, Loki took a deep breath and watched the surrounding meteorites continue to fall, and then he regained an elegant smile on his face. "Maybe Loki will fail, and sometimes it's terrible, but I think we can't die. We can definitely survive." Gently stretched out his hand and held Hillway's hand. Looking at the surprised expression, he wanted to break free, but perhaps because he felt that he was dying, Hillway did not break his hand out. "Look, aren't you still alive? You can feel the temperature of the palm of my hand, and so can I. This proves that we are still alive. It's like for so many years, you have been growing up in one apocalyptic world after another. You must know that you were a child at the time, but you still defeated this time management authority that claims to maintain time order. You did it all by yourself. You are more powerful than them." Listening to Loki's relief, I felt the warmth from Loki's palm. Hillway gradually showed a smile. Seeing Hillway's smile, Loki also laughed. "Don't worry, everything will be fine, even if we are dead. I believe that my partner will bring us back to life together." "Is the partner you mentioned the person named So in your mouth?" Looking at Loki curiously, Hillway's ambition that he was about to face death at this moment also gradually disappeared. "I really envy you. I have never had a partner. I will take you to meet him. I will take you to meet them. Hillway, trust me, you will like them. They are all the best partners, and they are all worthy of our Loki's most trusted partner." Seeing a glimmer of longing Hillway in his eyes, Loki began to slowly talk about So-Ching. "You know, actually So was missed by a girl who was not yet 16 years old. Then, they will have 3 more children in the future." Which girl said this?" When Thor secretly told me that Sue's expression at the time, I was almost always amused. But do you know, at that time, no one laughed at Sue, and even everyone was happy for him. Even Wanda, the girl's sister Natasha Romanoff, just teased Sue, and his heart was full of blessings. "So, you will like them, I promise. I will take you to see them." Listening to Loki still comforting himself at this moment, Hillwyman is full of longing. Companion, what a wonderful vocabulary. It would be a very happy thing to be able to have a companion. To have a companion like what Loki said to Loki. That's great. Unfortunately, I have never owned it. Loki's remarks were very successful. With vision, Hillway lost his fear of impending death. It was just a violent rumbling sound, which broke the atmosphere that was gradually rising between the two people. Along with cutting through the air, huge meteorites that continue to burn fell from the sky, and the entire earth seemed to vibrate. Seeing the billowing airwaves brought by the explosion swept toward the two people, Loki and Hillway, two people, also squeezed each other's hands, waiting for death to come, in the answering alliance. Seeing the scene of the end of the world appeared in front of everyone, almost everyone was attracted by this shocking picture. The mountains collapsed, the earth was torn apart, the smoke was everywhere, and the mountains and rivers poured in. Looking at this shocking scene, even So-Ching forgot to find Thor to settle the account. Under such a huge natural disaster, Loki and Hillway are very small at this moment. Almost the people present in the answering league were all anxious looking at this scene. Even Thor, he subconsciously reached out his hand at this moment, wanting to summon Mjolnir, who was hanging on the hanger. Almost everyone is waiting for life to come. Fortunately, when everyone was worried, the portal of the time administration appeared behind Loki and Hillway. Seeing Inna, who was guarded by the time guard, took the two people away, everyone quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Although, seeing that in the time administration, those time guards put time collars on Loki and Hilvi, Thor instantly became a little angry. After all, in his cognition, only dogs will be collared. But when I think that if death can be avoided, then wear a time collar, so bring it. Anyway, it's only temporary. Inside the time management gallery, escort Loki and Hilvi to different places. After the time guard escorting Hilvi took her away, Mobius looked at Loki, who was being held by the two time guards, and said, Say what? After listening to Mobius, Loki asked in surprise, What else can you say? I guess you must have suffocated your stomach to deceive me. Heh, I have nothing to say now. Really? Are you sure? If the only thing I want to say is that there should be as many time guards as she escorted me, why do I only have 2? You are insulting me. Oh, Kong busy, is this what you want to say? Listening to Loki's words, Mobius laughed as he walked. What are you laughing at? Mobius, you betrayed me. You betrayed me. Can you be more mature? You should be more mature. Go to the room where Loki is being held, which is Mobius' office. Mobius looked at Loki who was being framed by the time guard and said, I found out that you are not a god of tricks at all. Look for flowers, 0. Oh Kong busy, you are here again. Listening to Mobius' words, Loki looked into his eyes and said, You are a mortal's ignorance of God's humiliation. If I'm not the god of tricks, then what am I? The self-framing body? The god of stabbing a knife in the back? You are a bastard, a very bad friend. I don't think so. I think my friends, Sue, Tony, Natasha Romanoff, they don't think so either. But that's what I think. Loki, I trusted you, but you betrayed me. Holding the time controller, Mobius looked at Loki with disappointment and said, Go and reflect on yourself. Seeing that as Mobius swiped on the time controller, a portal with a red frame appeared in front of him. Loki struggled with the time guard's control, and asked Mobius, What is this? This is a punishment for you, Loki, you will understand. After speaking, Mobius motioned to the time guard to throw Loki in. Mobius. Seeing that the time guard wanted to throw himself in, Loki hurriedly asked them to wait, and many more. Listening to Loki's a little anxious roar yelling to himself, Mobius motioned to the time guard to stand up. Okay, let him say, look at this desperate liar, what other tricks this asshole who deceives friends can do. With a long sigh of relief, he glanced at the two time guards beside him. Loki turned his head and looked at Mobius and said, Mobius, the Time Management Bureau is deceiving you. Ha, this trick again. Shaking his head gently, Mobius motioned for 2 people to throw Loki in. Wait. Before Loki could finish speaking, he was thrown directly into the red-framed portal by the 2 time guards. After a wing, Loki was able to stabilize his footsteps. Standing up, looking around, and looking at the display around the room, Loki was suddenly a little surprised. It's not because of how strange it is, or because it's different from the prison I imagined, but for myself, it is too familiar. This is Asgard's palace. I have lived here for more than 1,500 years. How could I not know it? Haha. Gently smoothed his hair, Loki pushed his waist and looked around with a smile. Seriously? Don't you know, this is mine. Before Loki smiled triumphantly, he saw Sif with a disheveled hair and a strand of broken hair in his hand and walked over angrily from the side. You. Raising the broken hair in his hand, Sif looked at Loki angrily. Sif. Seeing Sif suddenly appeared, Loki's heart was filled with surprises instantly. I just wanted to say something, but I saw Sif cursing angrily as he walked over. You are an embarrassed, cowardly, and pathetic worm. You did it. Water. Seeing Sif rushing towards him angrily, Loki felt a little pity at the moment. It's just that he was slapped in the face by Sif before he understood what was happening. You deserve to be alone, forever. Looking at Loki, Sif said viciously. And, Thor, what is the identity of this woman named Sif in Asgard? Seeing Loki being slapped in the slap, Suching frowned, and Tony Stark asked directly dissatisfied. She grew up with us since we were young. In other words, she isn't as noble as Loki, is she? Before Thor could finish, Tony Stark frowned and said, You and Loki are the princes of Asgard. Even if you grew up together, you shouldn't slap Loki directly. Listening to Tony's words, Thor touched his nose in embarrassment, but didn't say anything. After all, these people who grew up together, except in formal occasions, have long since cared about the so-called identity. Don't mind, Thor, Tony is angry because Loki is our friend and partner. Seeing Thor who was a little embarrassed, Suching said, As you said, you and Sif are friends, so if Sif is bullied, you will be angry. So when we see Loki being slapped, we will naturally be angry too. Hearing Suching's words, Thor smiled and said, It's okay, I don't mind. With that, Thor smiled at Tony Stark. 557 I understand how you feel now. After all, Loki is my brother and your partner, but Tony, the same Sif is also our partner who grew up together. Well, I'm sorry that my tone was a bit heavy just now. Hearing Thor say this, Tony breathed a sigh of relief, and then slowly leaned back on the sofa to express sadness. He looked at Thor and said apologetically, I know I shouldn't be angry just now. It's just maybe because I saw the murderer who killed my parents today, but he couldn't get revenge. So today's temper is very wrong. Plus, I really like Loki very much and treat him like a real friend, so after he is bullied by others, I can't control the flame of anger in my heart. Sorry, Thor? After saying a sincere apology to Thor, Tony Stark suddenly sat up from the sofa. Sue, let's go have a drink. I'm okay. Seeing Tony, who was in a very bad mood at the moment, so Ching naturally nodded without any criticism. Then it's settled, you two continue to watch Loki, and I are going to have a drink. Waved to the two people, Tony Stark took Suching's arm, as if he was afraid that Suching would regret it, and directly dragged Suching out of his villa. Seeing the two people leave, Strange turned his head and looked at Thor with a smile. Don't mind, Thor, Tony is not usually like this, you know, today. I definitely won't mind. I am even happy about it. Listening to Strange's words, Thor laughed very generously. Loki is my brother, so my friend treats him as a friend, so I should be happy, right? Looking at Loki being beaten, everyone feels uncomfortable. That's because they all regard Loki as their own. You said, shouldn't I be happy? You know, this is the care and love that Loki has always hoped for, so I, as an older brother, naturally won't be angry. Listening to Thor's serious tone, looking at the real expression on Thor's face, Strange nodded slowly. It seems that I can't call you naive in the future. Cut, I'm not really stupid, but when I am with you, I don't want to use my brain. After all, you are all smart people. With you, I naturally don't have to think so much. It's just that Tony is in a bad mood. He didn't call us for drinking. In fact, I am the one who can drink the most in our answering league. Listening to Thor's words, Strange suddenly laughed, except so, this time you look at it, Tony won't call anyone. After all, although we are all our own, So and Tony have known each other for the longest time and have the deepest relationship. The two of them have experienced life and death more than once, and they trust each other the most. It is understandable that they have a deeper relationship. Speaking of this, Strange blinked at Thor. However, I know that so a few days ago, I spent a lot of money to buy a bottle of fine wine that has been treasured for nearly 30 years and put it in the wine cabinet. Real. Listening to Strange said this, Thor instantly became interested. Definitely, they are gone anyway, let's drink while watching, I'll get the wine. Seeing Strange got up and walked towards the wine cabinet, Thor immediately rubbed his hands in excitement, and his gaze returned to the answering chat room. At this moment, after Loki was slapped, he immediately looked at Sif in front of him and said speechlessly, "Are you sure you want to do this? Ha, a bad memory prison? Mobius, don't you think this is too old-fashioned?" Listening to Loki's words, Sif looked around subconsciously. After discovering that Loki seemed to be saying to himself, thinking it was Loki's new trick, Sif stepped forward and grabbed Loki's shoulder, put one knee on Loki's leg, and then knocked Loki to the ground with a punch. Humph! With an angry snort, Sif took the haircut by Loki's prank and walked directly to the right passage. With a painful roar on the ground, Loki, who was kneeling on the ground, raised his head and looked around. "So, I have received some punishment." While talking, Loki stood up from the ground, seeming to be talking to himself, and some seemed to be talking to Mobius, but then, "That's it. I remember very clearly and went to do some work." "What?" "I went to my maze to take a bath, then drank a glass of wine, and completely forgot about it." "Ha, all of this is just because of fun." With that said, Loki pinched his waist, as if he didn't take the matter just now in his mind at all. But as soon as the voice fell, Sif's voice came from behind him again. You are an embarrassed, cowardly, weak, pathetic worm, you did it." Hearing Sif's voice behind him, Loki quickly turned his head and looked at Sif, who had just come out from the left side. He came out again. Loki quickly stretched out his hand and said, "Hey, wait." Before Loki finished speaking, Sif slapped Loki again. "You deserve to be alone, forever." Looking at Sif with an angry face, Loki suddenly stretched out his hand in horror, just about to give it to Sif and so on, but the next moment, exactly the same pain struck. It was another knee kick on the thigh, and then he knocked Loki to the ground with a punch. "Oh, Kong busy, come again?" This is the second time. Kneeling on the ground with his legs, Loki flicked his hair and raised his head, looking at the departing Sif, and then said to the upper side, "Excellent, is the time loop. You are an embarrassed, cowardly, weak, pathetic worm, this is you?" Hearing the angry voice of Sif again coming from behind, Loki turned around and took 2 steps back. Okay, Sif, wait a minute." Before Loki could finish speaking, Sif slapped his face again. "Listen well, you deserve to be alone. Always, well, I get it." Before Sif could finish speaking, Loki quickly said, "Listen, Sif, you are a reconstruction of a hungry past scene, created by someone who controls time." Listening to Loki's flustered words, Sif looked at Loki with both hands, waiting for him to continue speaking. Seeing that Sif didn't do anything directly this time, but was listening to his own words, Loki suddenly had a trace of confidence. "You have to believe me, Sif, and then you help me escape, okay?" Listening to Loki's words, Sif nodded lightly, then put his hands on Loki's shoulders. Seeing this action, Loki smiled at the corner of his mouth, thinking that he had successfully convinced Sif, but the next moment, the familiar pain in his thigh reminded him of another blow. Immediately, he was punched to the ground again. "It's so sad." Looking at Loki who fell on the ground, Sif said coldly, and then left directly. Ugh. With a long sigh, Loki, who fell to the ground, did not stand up this time, but sat directly on the ground, looking at the scenery beyond Asgard. The whole person didn't know what was thinking. You are embarrassed, cowardly and weak. Sif, please, don't come again. Please, don't come again." This time, Loki, who was sitting on the ground, didn't want to get up. Instead, he changed direction and knelt down in front of Sif. "Listen to me, okay? Sif, I know I'm really a badass. I cut your hair because I think it's fun. Lifting his head, looking at the angry Sif in front of him, Loki's tone was full of sincerity at this moment. In fact, Sif, this 5.0 is not fun at all. I admit that I long to get attention, so I did these hoaxes. I think this is because I am afraid of being alone. I hope someone can follow me and care about me. Looking at Sif, Loki's eyes are extremely real at this moment. Listening to Loki's words, Sif, who was originally angry, gradually closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if he wanted to suppress the anger in his heart. He lowered his head and glanced at the broken hair in his hand. Sif stepped forward and reached out to Loki, who was kneeling on the ground. Looking at the hand in front of him, Loki hesitated, then grabbed Sif's hand and stood up. He pulled Loki in front of him, and looked at Loki, but Sif's tone was still that angry. You deserve to be a person. Forever. After that, this time Sif did not beat Loki, but chose to leave. Only Loki stood there, frowning, savoring these words. It seems that something is wrong, as if this sentence is a curse imposed on itself by the time administration. What's the situation? Pushing the door and entering Suching's villa, as soon as he came to the living room, he saw Thor and Strange, each holding a bottle of wine and drinking. Why are you two? Steve is now at S.H.I.E.L.D because of Winter Soldier Bucky, so what about Sue and Tony? When I came to her single sofa, where to do it, I picked up an apple and asked two people as I ate it. They went for a drink, and then they disliked us, so they threw us down. Listening to Natasha Romanoff's question, Thor said directly, don't listen to the silly nonsense. Listening to the silly jokes, Strange gave Thor a blank glance, and then said to Natasha Romanoff, isn't this because of the Winter Soldier thing? So Tony's mood is not very good, and even his temper is somewhat controlled. Can't lie. So I took Sue for a drink. By the way, Natasha Romanoff, are you done with your business? It's over. While nibbling on the apple, Nada 23 Sha said, after completely removing Hydra, now S.H.I.E.L.D is in short supply. That's it. The World Council still wants to attack Nick Fury because of this, but fortunately he was pushed back by Mr. Howard Stark. That's why Nick Fury can continue to be the master of S.H.I.E.L.D. But even so, S.H.I.E.L.D still lacks manpower. Although I bought a large number of skeleton warriors from so where I can replace the members of the action team, there is a shortage of talents in other areas. As he said, he put the half-eaten apple on the coffee table, picked up an orange, and peeled it off again. No, Nick Fury released Kurt Lang from the prison some time ago, re-retrieving it, after Kurt Lang's identity was assessed. Just let me find Kurt Lang and drag him into S.H.I.E.L.D. Having said that, Natasha Romanoff looked at Strange and smiled. I found that everyone in our answering chat room is really genius. There is Tony, there is Dr. Banner, and you are a genius doctor. Now, I have added an electric power expert, Kurt Lang. An electric power expert. Listening to Natasha Romanoff's words, Strange nodded slightly. I hope that the stronger the people who can join us, the better. But it's okay to join the answering chat room, but it's not that simple to join our answering alliance. Definitely, unless you can get the consent of all of us, no matter how strong you are, and you are famous in various fields, there is no way to join us. Hey, look, Loki is going to be released. As the two people were talking, Thor suddenly raised his head, looked at them and said. Listening to Thor's words, the two looked at the answering chat room together. In the live broadcast, Sif walked by Loki at this moment, and then where he should continue to appear on the left side. This time Sif did not appear, but Mobius appeared. After asking if Loki could have a chat, Mobius took Loki into his office. Inside the office, surrounding the holographic projector, two people sat opposite each other, one on the left and the other on the right. What do you want to say now? Looking at Loki in front of him, Mobius asked with a smile. Want to say? After a moment of silence, Loki suddenly laughed. If I were to evaluate the time cycle just now, I can only say that this is a fancy technique and a threatening interrogation strategy. It all feels like yesterday's thing happened again. Sitting opposite Mobius, Loki said with a smile. Loki, you know, since the last time you ran away, a lot has happened. You said the time administration was deceiving me? Tell me what the hell is going on. Is it the facts, or the cockroach's survival instinct? Correct, this sentence is not what I said, but Su said. Looking at Mobius, Loki smiled and said, according to Su, the people of your time management bureau are just a bunch of poor ordinary people who have been deceived. But if you let me out from here, don't do anything to me, then I will tell you. It really is the cockroach's survival instinct. Mobius listened to Loki's words and shook his head with a smile suddenly. You didn't even know the existence of the time administration when you were arrested, so how could you hear this news from Su? Forget it, talk about something else. How long have you worked for that time? Me? Work for her? Please, how is this possible? As if he had heard a very funny joke, Loki sneered. Well, if you are not working for her, what is your relationship? Partner? Definitely not. With a brick in his eyes, Loki replied helplessly. She is very difficult to get along with, and it is a headache, and she keeps hitting me, so I think I am so hungry that it is definitely not a partner. Yes, you shouldn't have a partner. Unless all this is good for you, then you plan to betray them at some point. This is your character, Loki. Walter, do you really think I like to betray? Listening to Mobius' words, Loki said with a slight dissatisfaction, maybe other Loki will do this, but I won't. In fact, as long as it is my partner, I have never betrayed, even if I passed through that damn time wormhole with Sue, flew to Chitorai's battleship, and fought the titan named Thanos, I have never betrayed them. This is the real world, Mobius. The real world is maybe something else. Loki likes to use this method to reach goal 560, but I am not. Come on, Loki, I still need a prince to tell me what is the real world. I now need you to tell me what happened to the Lamundis related events. Then I will tell you again. I won't tell you anything, otherwise, if I finish talking, you will immediately abandon me and judge it. Look, let's chat to death again. Leaning on the chair and looking at Loki, Mobius said helplessly, by the way, do you want to know the end of the crime at that time? Water? What did you do to her? Adjudged? Seeing Loki's look a little wrong, Mobius directly replied, now she has been judged. Loki, if I really let you go, then you. What did you just say? Before Mobius finished speaking and let go of his own words, Loki asked with a solemn expression at the moment, what did you say about her? Was it ruled? Yes, she killed our 2 people. She was going to be sent to the time prison, and then she broke free, and finally the time guard pursuer B-15 shot her and ruled her out. Perhaps Loki, you should write a thank you letter to B-15, because you look like a higher level Loki. Seeing that Loki's expression was obviously starting to be wrong at this moment, Mobius continued to stimulate Loki. Listening to Mobius's excitement, Loki was silent for a while before slowly letting out a sigh of relief. All right, she finally got rid of this fate. Seeing Loki sitting there was a little silent, and even his eyes started to turn red. Mobius suddenly laughed. Is there anything funny about this? Looking at Mobius in front of him, Loki frowned. I don't think it's funny. Definitely funny. Loki, look at your eyes. They are starting to be a little red. You like her. Then does she like you? Water? Looking at Mobius with a smile on his face, Loki instantly noticed something wrong. Is she really judged? Loki, no wonder you don't have a clue about the Rama and Dis incident, because you 2 are admiring each other. God, you know that is the end of the world. 2 time criminals with the same body, especially yours, Loki, you 2 actually have this morbid, twisted romantic relationship. This is too messy, it will break the show. That's why we will find you in Lamundis at the time administration, and then rescue the 2 of you on the planet that is about to be destroyed. You are really a narcissist who is so terrifying and weeping. This has broken my perception of reality. You are actually in love with yourself. Tell me the truth. Listening to a lot of nonsense by Mobius, Loki clenched his fists and knocked heavily on the table in front of him. Have you ever judged Hillville? Seeing Loki's rare irritation, Mobius suddenly stopped stimulating Loki, but smiled and leaned on the chair. Hillway, great. He picked up the pen and wrote down Hillway's name on the paper. How do you spell her name? Tell me if she is still alive. Staring at Mobius, Loki asked with an extremely serious expression. For now. Looking at Loki with red eyes, Mobius said with a smile, roar. After hearing Mobius' affirmative reply, Loki breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you are still alive, then no matter what happens, you don't need to care so much. Relax. Do you feel very happy to hear that the time criminal named Hillway is still alive? Since you are relieved, then tell me, has the time infiltration administration always been your plan? Loki, don't deceive me. Looking at Loki, Mobius' expression at this moment is also extremely serious. Our interests are the same. Looking at Mobius in front of him, Loki said after a moment of silence. Consistent? For example, Asgardian who was decadent at that time. Yes, maybe they should be overthrown. I really want to slap you / carrot. Mobius, remember the Sue I mentioned to you. Looking at Mobius, ignoring the matter of wanting to slap himself in the face, Loki put his hands on the table and looked at Mobius and asked seriously. Definitely, and I also heard about the 2nd generation Avengers from the future Earth where you betrayed me. Oh, it is worth mentioning that Sue and Wanda really have 3 children, and they are very strong. Especially his little daughter. It's not important, Mobius, I've heard Wanda say this a long time ago. He waved his hand and looked at Mobius and said, Mobius, what Sue said is the same as what Hillway said. This place is affecting everyone? I didn't lie. You were all ordinary people originally. Time Asgardian caught you here and erased your memories. You. Here again, you have told more than 50 lies in the past 10 minutes. I did not lie. I haven't said yet. You have always wanted to make that I believe what Sue said in your mouth and what your girlfriend said. This is a fact. You are all time criminals, Mobius. Everyone in the time administration is a time criminal. Trust me, Mobius, Time Asgardian did not create you. They kidnapped you people from the timeline, and then erased your memories. As he said, Loki straightened up and leaned back on the chair. Mobius, Sue saw these through time gem, and Hillway entered those memories through possession. So before everything here, Mobius, you have your own past, maybe you have your own family, your own life. It's time Asgardian deprived you of everything. Listening to Loki's tone so sincere at this moment, Mobius gradually became silent. He didn't know if what Loki said was true, but he could hear that Loki didn't deceive himself. Lifting his head and looking at Loki, Mobius suddenly laughed. That's right, Loki, it's unbelievable. Your remarks have completely subverted all my previous understanding of the time administration, even right. I have doubts myself. Is this what your Loki is capable of? Wherever you go, you are full of deception, death, and destruction. The real end of the world. But, I'm going to end this case. Loki, I don't need you anymore. Perhaps as you said, the interests of the two of us are not aligned. While talking, Mobius picked up the time controller and swiped it lightly, and then 2 time guards walked in. Listening to Mobius continue to use that exaggerated tone. Use this to conceal the guilty conscience in your heart? Loki leaned on the chair, ignoring the 2 time guards who walked in, but said in a flat tone to Mobius, "You know what I said is true or false. There is not much in this place, but the most scammers." Under the control of the 2 time guards, Loki stood up. "Maybe you are the biggest liar." "Why? Just because I lied to you that your girlfriend is dead." Opening the door of the time loop prison with the red border, Mobius asked Loki. "No, I'm grateful for that scam. I'm talking about you cheating on yourself." Without any struggle at all, and even without the escort of 2 time guards, Loki walked directly into the prison of this time cycle by himself. After seeing Loki locked in, Mobius didn't look very happy at the moment. On the contrary, he had begun to believe what Loki said. It's just that he needs some certification. Looking at the time manager in his hand, it seemed as if he had thought of something. Mobius stood up and walked directly into the office of the Inquisitor Lavna. Time loops inside the prison? Oh, Kong busy. Seeing Sif rushing towards him angrily, Loki sighed helplessly. I've heard this sentence 1,000 times, Sif. Well, it is still a very old story. 1 slap, 1 knee, 1 punch to the ground. You deserve to be alone forever. Seeing Sif leaving angrily, Loki sat on the ground and laughed. Doesn't the Time Management Bureau have any other means? It's still the same again and again. What is the line? I have listened to it more than 1,000 times. You are a cowardly, and pathetic worm. You did it? Right. If I can really go back in time, I will definitely not cut your hair. If possible, I hope that this time cycle is when I was a child. I became a snake, and Thor rushed over eagerly. Want to pick me up? Haha, then I can give Thor a knife again and again. Squirt, if time loops here, then I will definitely feel that this is the so-called paradise. Hearing the sound of footsteps suddenly coming from behind, Loki shook his head helplessly, stood up, and just prepared to meet Sif's continued anger. But suddenly I heard Mobius' voice coming over. What are you doing? Definitely is consuming time. What else can I do? Do you care about her? Stepping forward to Loki, Mobius asked eagerly. Hillville? I'm not sure if the word care is used accurately. We have just talked about this issue. SHHH, shut up. Listening to a hint of anger in Loki's tone, Mobius quickly motioned to Loki to stop and listen to himself. Loki, do you really think you deserve to be alone? After waiting for a while, watching Loki staring at him without speaking, Mobius yelled Loki eagerly. You told me to shut up? Looking at Mobius, who was a little furious, inexplicably, Loki felt that he, Wong Li's, was beaten all these times, and it seemed pretty good. Kong busy Loki, do you really think you deserve to be alone? I have no idea. Then think about it quickly, Loki. The connection between the two of you, no matter what the relationship is, will make this place collapse. So we better understand. US. Listening to Mobius mentioning the word we, Loki asked curiously. Helplessly spread his hands, Mobius looked at Loki and said seriously, Loki, maybe I will be on your side this time, but you have to swear to me that she didn't implant those memories in Guardian C20. Is the memory of her being an ordinary person before? Mobius, this is impossible. I believe her? What happened? Oh my god. Seeing Loki's serious answer, Mobius felt that he had never felt so absurd at this moment. So, I have to believe what the two Loki said now. Then what do you think? If you believe what your friends say, how do you balance it? Looking at the absurd Mobius on his face, Loki said seriously, you should know that I am not the one you saw in that holographic projection. At least, So and I are friends, and the Avengers are friends. I have never betrayed them, even if I go through the wormhole of time and face the powerful guy Thanos. Looking at Loki with a sincere face at this moment, Mobius nodded slowly. You are right, Loki, about the time management. You have been right from the beginning. But Loki, if you want to save her, then you have to trust me. Can you? Definitely, Mobius. Loki nodded. I definitely want to believe you. You are different from them, Loki. Looking at Loki in front of him, Mobius said in a very sincere tone, you can be whoever you want to be, Loki, because you and them are all different from the Loki I have ever seen. Maybe destiny wants you to be a bad person, but starting from where you choose to stand on the right side, Loki, I believe you will become a good person, Loki. Because, you have never been a bad person? Okay, come with me? Looking at Mobius, who was smiling to himself, Loki smiled and followed. In the time management channel, the two had just emerged from the time loop, and Mobius wanted to say something to Loki. But the next moment, I saw Lavna the judge standing there with a few time guards. Looking at Mobius walking out with Loki, the judge Lavna raised the time controller in his hand. I think you took my controller, Mobius. Yeah, Lavna, I ran all the way here, only to find out that I got it wrong. Talking. Mobius pretended that nothing happened, took the time controller out of his pocket and handed it to a time guard. What's wrong? Watching the time guard give her the time controller that originally belonged to Lavna, but Lavna did not want to return her time controller to herself. 560. Mobius smiled and asked, what happened, Lavna? Facing Mobius' inquiry, Lavna did not answer, but looked at Mobius sadly. Seeing this scene, Mobius knew very well that her own affairs had been discovered by her. You know, just now in your office, you asked me to choose where I want to go. Where do I want to go? Taking a deep breath, Mobius' voice was trembling, but more, it was a firmness. Lavna, I want to go where I really come from. Yes, it was before the time administration, where I lived. Maybe, I really have one of my favorite motorboats. That's what I want to do, ride a motorboat around. Listening to Mobius' words, one of the time guards gently rotated the ruling weapon to light up the orange light. Beside him, listening to Mobius's tone full of determination and expectation, Lavna did not have the slightest hesitation, and gave the order directly. Looking at it for a moment, Mobius was judged in front of his eyes. At this moment, Loki, who was helpless with a time collar, could only turn his head. His face was full of sad expression. Take him, go to the elevator and wait for me. Order 2 time guards to grab Loki and go to the elevator. Lavna looked at the place where Mobius was judged just now, and a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. In the corridor. At this moment, Loki really has a trace of sadness on his face. He can't imagine Mobius being judged right in front of his own eyes. Until I came to the elevator, I looked at Sivir, who was also escorted by 2 time guards. How are you? Looking at Loki, who was also escorted by his side, there was a trace of sadness on his face. Ktfa? Hilway asked softly. They ruled out Mobius. Well, from now on, the 2 of them will leave it to me. Press the button of the time controller to open the golden elevator in front of you. Lavna the judge first walked into the elevator, and then waited for the 2 of them to enter. Looking at each other, Loki and Hilway also walked in. Inside the elevator, Loki, Thor, has S.H.I.E.L.D come back? I need you to come over now. I want to completely destroy this damn time management bureau. Seeing Loki, who was extremely angry at this moment, Thor and Strange looked at each other, and then set their eyes on Natasha Romanoff. Kong busy, Loki is your brother, Thor. Looking at her gaze on her body, Natasha Romanoff immediately shook her head. No, Natasha Romanoff, I don't want to touch this brow. You know, although Loki has never really been angry, but once he gets angry, no matter what I say, I am afraid he will retaliate afterwards. Thinking of the previous methods of Loki, Thor immediately shook his head and said, or, tell him the truth. Seeing Thor's confirmation, and he didn't reply in the answering chat room without killing him, Strange thought for a while and suggested to Thor, is it really okay? If I tell him the truth now, will it affect him? Hearing Strange said this, Thor hesitation scratched his head. I remember S.H.I.E.L.D said that people who tease time will be punished by time, so that refers to the matter of traveling through time and space. You remember this sentence clearly. With a sigh, Natasha Romanoff said helplessly, you won't tell him another way? Forget it, let me do it. Looking at the mention of talking to Loki in another way, Thor's face is a little confused. Natasha Romanoff replied to Loki directly in the answer chat room. Natasha Romanoff, don't worry, Loki, that Mobius did not die. According to S.H.I.E.L.D, the person who was ruled did not die directly, but went to a place called. But according to S.H.I.E.L.D, what matters? It seems that only through where can you truly enter the end of Tau time and see the guy who really founded the time administration. At the moment, those so-called time Asgardians in the time administration are actually just fake. Loki, really? According to you, Mobius is not dead? If Hillview and I want to find the time for the establishment of the time management Asgardian, they also need to be judged. Strange, that's what S.H.I.E.L.D said anyway, it depends on whether you want to believe it. After saying a word in the answering chat room, Strange looked up and looked at Thor and said, see, this is the real truth. Let the matter go to S.H.I.E.L.D, no matter what S.H.I.E.L.D said is true. It's still fake, Loki won't do anything to S.H.I.E.L.D, and in fact, I believe what S.H.I.E.L.D said. Hearing Strange said this, Thor nodded very seriously, indicating that he had learned it. Now that you have learned it, then you have to show what you have to learn, right? Thor, Loki, Sue is really right to say so no matter whether things are really according to Sue's statement, if there is a problem, you can settle the account with S.H.I.E.L.D. Looking at Thor's speech, Natasha Romanoff and Strange both helplessly cover their heads at the same time. What's wrong? Seeing the movements of Strange and Natasha Romanoff, Thor asked in a puzzled manner, isn't this a dumping of the pot? It's too late. Looking at Thor with a puzzled face, Strange explained once again, what Natasha Romanoff said just now is an explanation. My words are finalized. This shows that the pot has been successfully dumped. But you just said that, it was a little messy? You have successfully taken the pot from S.H.I.E.L.D to yourself. What? Hearing Strange's explanation, Thor was a little dumbfounded. Then what should I do? Pray that Loki will forget about this in the end, otherwise, you ask for more blessings. Patting Thor on the shoulder, Strange comforted with a sympathetic expression. Looking at Thor, who was a little regretful, Natasha Romanoff suppressed a smile. Obviously, this is what Strange is bullying Thor is a fool. Inside the elevator, listening to the explanations of Strange and Natasha Romanoff, Loki's face has improved. However, the Asgardian in the time administration is fake. Only those who are judged will have a real chance to see time Asgardian? So, should I also be judged? He glanced at Hilway standing side by side. At this moment, Loki suddenly had an urge to be judged. Even if it is for Hilway, maybe I have to do it? As the elevator rose slowly, feeling Loki's gaze, Hilway smiled at Loki, then didn't turn his head back, but directly asked Lavna behind him, do you remember me? Remember, what do you want to say to me? Time guilty. Listening to Hilway's inquiry, Lavna replied without any emotion, I just want to know, what is my related event? Loki's related event, he became a superhero and saved the Earth, so what about my related event? Why bring me in? Facing Hilville's question, Lavna shook her head gently. Is this important? Taking away my life and causing all of this to happen, do you say that this is important to me? So, what is it? I do not remember. With a playful expression at the corner of her mouth, Lavna didn't know if she really didn't remember, or pretended not to remember. It's just that she seems to like this feeling of controlling other people's lives. This is the time administration, huh? Hearing Lavna's answer, Hilway's voice became even colder. As the elevator door slowly opened, in front of Loki and Hilway, a room full of cold appeared. When I walked in, I saw that except for the 2 time guards at the door, Nyoda's room was empty, only 3 hours, where Asgardian was sitting in the shape of a triangle. Kind time Asgardian, as I promised, I brought time to commit crimes. Facing the 3 time Asgardians, Lavna the judge said loudly. Fake. Listening to Lavna's voice behind him, Loki quietly came to Hilway and said. Listening to Loki, the 3 time Asgardians in front of him are fake. Hilway couldn't help turning his head and glanced at Loki suspiciously. This is what So, who I mentioned to you, said that these 3 times Asgardian are fake. Looking at Hilway, Loki said seriously, braving the cold. In the empty room, the sounds of the 3 time Asgardians sitting above kept echoing in the room. After several twists and turns, you finally stood in front of us. Before you usher in the ending, is there anything to say? Time is off Loki. Listening to the empty voice, watching the uncoordinated movements. Loki turned his head to look at Hilway next to him and whispered, I bet you, these 3 fakes should be robots. Why? Just because So told you that these 3 times Asgardian are fake. Listening to Loki's words, Hilway raised his eyebrows and asked, No, it's just instinct. If my friends didn't say that these 3 guys are fake, then maybe I really treat them as real-time Asgardian? But if you look at the 3 of them as counterfeit goods, you will find a lot of flaws. Hearing Loki's words, Hilway suddenly laughed. Looking at the 3 guys not far above, Hilway said in a cold voice, It doesn't matter if the 3 of them are they fake. I will get rid of these 3 guys. Time is guilty, the great time Asgardian is asking you questions. Do you have anything else to say now? Seeing the 2 people underneath whispering, they didn't put the 3 of them in their eyes, and the Asgardian's voice at the bottom left said slightly angrily, What do you want to say? Say you are fake. Listening to the inquiries of the 3 counterfeit goods, Loki directly said, Why do I feel that the 3 of you are sitting here, so guilty? Is the real time Asgardian? Let him come out. We are time Asgardian, we are creation. Come on, you know I'm Loki, do you want to deceive us with this simple trick? Taking a step forward, looking at the 3 counterfeit goods, Loki's eyes were full of mockery. You know, when I heard Mobius said that you only dared to catch me, but didn't dare to catch So, I knew you. What kind of existence is this so-called time management bureau? Timid like a mouse, cowardly and incompetent, a group of unscrupulous people. Shut up, time is guilty of Loki, aren't you afraid that we will rule you out now? Listening to Loki's taunt, the Asgardian voice at the bottom right said extremely angrily, Ha, ruling us? But how do I feel like listening? Which one of you is more fearful? Hilway took a step forward and said mercilessly, I heard the anxiety, fear, and even the fear of us in your voice. Enough, rule them out. Time Asgardian's voice just fell. The next moment the elevator door where the 3 of Loki were riding suddenly opened. The head guard of the Time Management Bureau, the female captain who initially did not trust Loki, appeared directly. Press the button, and the time collars on the necks of Loki and Hill will drop directly. Holding a knife and looking at the judge Lavna, the female captain said with a hint of resentment in her tone, Eternal, always with you, the time administration is a very deceptive slogan. With that said, the female captain threw the knife in her hand to Hilway, and then fought with the 2 time guards who were there. Unfortunately, just a few clicks, I was hit directly. Protect time Asgardian. Seeing that 2 Loki's neck collars that controlled their time were taken off, one of them, Hilway, was still holding a long knife in his hand. Lavna suddenly shouted, Wow, Hillview, it's time for you to see my real combat power. Back to each other, looking at the time guards surrounded by the 2 of them, Loki shook his neck, then smiled and said, Don't think that the strength I showed is only that little. You know, I'm the one who followed So through the passage of time, looking for the fellow Thanos to fight. In Hilway's surprised gaze, Loki rushed to the 2 time guards without hesitation. Seeing Loki rushing over, the 2 time guards took up the ruling weapon and attacked Loki without hesitation. Faced with 2 ruling weapons, Loki dodged, then hit one of the time guards with an elbow on the neck, knocking it to the ground, and then a sidekick kicked the other time guard. That's it. It's not enough for me to warm up. You know I'm Loki Odinson, the god of Asgard's tricks. With the use of combat skills obtained by answering the questions correctly, Loki at this moment seems to have infinite power. Looking at the 2 time guards who were fighting Hilway on the side, Loki rushed over in an instant, and then teamed up with Hilway to directly solve the time guard. Have you been hiding your strength? Looking at Loki, who put the time guard on the ground almost in twos, Hilway looked at Loki in surprise. Even when you first played against me, you didn't use your full strength. It's not. Hearing Hilway's question, Loki shook his head. How do you say? Normally my strength is still what you see, but once I fight, my strength will double. This skill is me. Although it can't be said, whether it is strength, physical strength, or combat effectiveness, it will become stronger with my skill. With that said, Loki turned his head and glanced at Lavna, the judge who picked up the ruling weapon and was about to take it personally. Then he turned his head and looked at the time of the 3 fake Asgardian. It's like I bet you, the 3 of them are just fakes. In this way, I will block Lavna. You go and get rid of these 3 guys. Picking up a ruling weapon from the ground casually, Loki said to Hilway, no problem. Holding the knife in his hand and shook it lightly, Hilway walked towards the 3-time Asgardian direction with an uncomfortable expression. Stop. Seeing Hilville's movements, Lavna wanted to rush forward to stop, but the way was directly blocked by Loki. Hey, your opponent is me. Damn time to commit. Looking at Loki in front of her, Lavna raised her ruling weapon and directly attacked Loki. Too slow. Seeing Lavna's movements, Loki gently dodged and directly avoided the attack of the ruling weapon, and then gently pulled along the ruling weapon, pulling her to his side. I really can't think of why you still choose to work for this place full of lies after knowing the truth of the matter. With a gentle pull, a leg tripped Lavna to the ground, and then Loki knocked Lavna fainted with a punch. The other side, looking at Hilway, who was walking towards him with a knife, one of the Time Asgardian's voice was a little fuzzy and said, you are also the son of Time Asgardian. Hilway, maybe we can have a good talk. Okay, come and talk to my knife. With that said, Hilway did not hesitation and threw the long knife in his hand to Asgardian's head at the time he was sitting at the top. Taste? A crisp voice sounded, and Asgardian's head was directly chopped off at that time. Just looking at the head that was constantly rolling down the steps and flashing sparks from time to time, Hilway stepped on this head with 1 foot. Look, it's like I said, these 3 guys are all fakes. Looking at the head at Hilway's feet, Loki spread his hands and smiled. A robot without a soul. Looking at the 2 robots that seemed to have lost their vitality, Hilway looked disappointed and said, I thought this was the end point. I ran out of hope and came here. I want to end it all, but after all, Loki. As if thinking of something, Hilway, who was still a little disappointed, suddenly raised his head and looked at Loki. You told me that the partner named Sue in your mouth knows all this. Knowing that these 3 guys are fakes. 0. Then, did he tell you, the real creation time administration, where is the so-called Time Asgardian? Said, but it takes some courage to find him? The conditions are harsh. What conditions? Hearing Loki's words, Hilway seemed to rekindle hope, staring at Loki and asking seriously, no? Hillview, when I was in Lamundis, the time I spent with you was actually something I had never experienced before. I have never experienced this kind of feeling. What do you want to say? Before he knew it, Loki stretched out his hand and put his hands on Hilway's shoulders. I want to say, I will accompany you to the end. You need to trust me, okay? Somewhat puzzled he looked at Loki. Although he didn't know what Loki meant by these words, Hilway still nodded and said, I believe you, then. Forget it, now something is not easy to say, or there is something wrong on this occasion, at least I can't say something to you in front of this mechanical head, what I want to say in my heart. For example, overthrow me on the Lamundis train and say those things about love that are a double-edged sword. Actually, the punch I just hit Lavna didn't use my full strength, so, Hilvi, I'm waiting for you on the other side. Trust me, Hillview, I will accompany you to the end. After speaking, Loki took a step back, slowly spreading his arms. The next moment, the terminal of the ruling weapon flashing orange light directly attacked Loki's back, and immediately Loki began to turn into beam particles and was ruling out. Loki. Seeing this scene, Hilway yelled in surprise, and wanted to reach out and grab Loki. But he watched Loki turn into burning particles in front of him, and finally disappeared. Asshole? Seeing that Lavna who was holding the weapon accompanied by Loki disappeared, Hillville rushed up in anger and immediately fought with Lavna. And Roar. Lying on the ground, Roar with a big mouth sucking in the fresh air. I knew that Sue would not lie to me, and those who were ruled would not die. Feeling the vitality of his body, Loki, who was lying on the ground, suddenly grinned. Yes, you are not dead yet, but if you don't get up again, then you will really die. Listening to the sudden voice in front of him, Loki subconsciously sat up and looked at it. I saw a guy wearing gold antlers and a shabby cloak looking at him and saying, next to him, there is a half-year-old child, and a black man holding an alligator, also looking at him. Who are you? Was also ruled by the Time Administration. Standing up from the ground, Loki looked at the 3 alligators in front of him and asked, yes, we are just like you. The middle-aged and elderly version of Loki nodded. Welcome to the void, but I suggest you follow us as soon as possible, otherwise Elios will treat us as lunch. Elios. Listening to the middle-aged and elderly version, also known as the perfect version of Loki, Loki looked around, then pointed to the one in the distance that seemed to occupy half of the sky. In the thick fog shining with purple thunder, the 560 contained in it seemed to be a giant beast of ancient times. The Elios you are talking about is not such a thing, right? That's it, Kong busy, hurry up with us. Listening to Elios roar, the elderly version of Loki waved to Loki, and then the 3 of them, an alligator, took Loki and hurriedly left from this place. While walking along with the 3 alligators, Loki looked at the desolate planet, and then curiously asked, seeing your outfits are very familiar, are you all Loki? Definitely, it can be said that this is the gathering place of Loki. It is all Loki who was arrested and ruled by the Time Administration from various parallel universes. The elderly version of Loki replied as he walked, wow, that should be a more shocking scene, so many Loki gathered here. After muttering to himself, Loki followed the footsteps and continued to ask, okay, since so many Loki have gathered here, then I think you must have a lot of plans. After all, we are all Loki. Don't die. No, I'm asking about the plan, get out of here, and fight the time management plan. Don't die, water? This is not a plan at all. Don't die, this is just a survival instinct, not a plan. As Loki, you should always have a plan. Don't make noise, yelling here will attract Elioth. Hearing that Loki's voice became louder, the juvenile version of Loki immediately made a silent action at Loki. Listen, this is the garbage dump of the time administration. It can be called the void, it can be called the end of time, it can also be called the garbage dump, you can call it any name you want. All the things cut by the time administration, people, will appear here, and then Elioth, the monster in the dense fog in the sky, will make sure that the things that have been cut by nothing come back. The young version of Loki's voice fell, and the black version of Loki holding Mjolnir continued. Listen, Elioth is a storm of life. It can swallow all matter and energy. Throw the branch here, and then it will be swallowed by Elioth immediately. Yes, I was thrown into a shark tank, and Elioth is the shark. Listening to the words of the elderly version of Loki, if Loki has anything else, the alligator suddenly roared. Oh, there aren't any crocodile tanks. Listening to the voice of the alligator, the elderly version of Loki said helplessly, man, this is just a metaphor. He is just like the rest of us, all too sensitive. Obviously, the latter sentence is for Loki. Well, this alligator is also Loki. Looking at the alligator with a horny crown on his head, Loki asked in surprise. Definitely. The elderly version of Loki nodded. We are all Loki. Only Loki can survive in this place. Well, there is nothing unacceptable. Taking a look at the alligator version of himself, Loki nodded gently. Then guys, how can we escape? In fact, when we came here, we couldn't escape. Just like you, we were all arrested by the time administration and then laid off. The elderly version of Loki looked at Loki with his bag on his back. In the beginning, we were all making all kinds of unnecessary plans, just as unwilling as you. But in the end, various plans have proved that these are of no use at all. No matter what happens here and how many sacred timeline branches are created, the time administration will not care at all, because they don't care what happens here. Then, what should we do? To survive, this is the only way, from the past to the present, and to the future? Looking at Loki, the older version of Loki issued the most sincere advice. I'm all done. Listening to everyone's words, the young version of Loki immediately said, since we are finished, we should leave, otherwise, we will all become Elioth's lunch. Wait, you all listen to this kid's version of Loki? Definitely, this is his kingdom. The elderly version of Loki nodded seriously. Some strange things always happen here. Listening to the old version of Loki, Loki shook his head helplessly. A lot of Loki will listen to a kid's version of Loki. Okay, then this young version of Loki, what is your related event? Will make time management? The bureau caught you and ruled you out. I killed Thor. Speaking to Loki, the juvenile version of Loki turned and left. Water? Kill Thor. Seeing the old, young, black, and even alligator versions of Loki leave together, Loki frowned, and then hurriedly followed. Answer the chat room. Loki, Thor, did you hear that? This boy version of Loki killed you. Haha. Thor, I don't believe it. Loki, come on. Thor, Loki never lied about this. Thor, me? No? Believe it? Damn boy Loki. In the answering alliance. Looking at the messages Loki sent to him, Thor kept proclaiming that he didn't believe it. But they still looked up, looked at Strange, and they asked curiously, do you believe that in the parallel universe, the young version of Loki, did you kill me? Maybe it's true. Seeing Thor begging for support and comfort. After getting Tony drunk, Suching returned to his villa and nodded, although I really want to comfort you, saying that everything is fake. However, looking at the respect of the other two Lokis to this juvenile version of Loki, and thinking about the love and killing of you and Loki before, I think what this juvenile version of Loki said is true. Damn, I hate this boy version of Loki. Listening to Suching's words, Thor pursed his mouth and murmured, haha, since Sue is back, Sue and Natasha Romanoff are with you, then I will leave first? The teacher has asked me to go back more than once. Stretching out, Strange looked at everyone and smiled. Since learning magic with my teacher, I have taken such a long break for the first time. If you don't go back, the teacher will be angry. Do you need me to send you away? Hearing Strange said this, Suching asked with a smile. No, I have a magic portal. A magic gesture was made, and then a magic portal with golden sparks appeared in front of Strange. Okay, guys, I'll leave first, and call me in the answering chat room whenever I have something to do. You great magician Strange, wait for the call anytime. As he said, blinking at everyone, Strange disappeared directly into the magic portal. Hey, look at this. After bidding farewell to Strange, Natasha Romanoff suddenly pointed to the live screen of the answering chat room and said, look carefully at the scene of Loki and the others entering the underground shelter. Pointing to the picture, an abandoned Mjolnir, and a jar, wearing a red cloak, is constantly trying to get out of the jar frog. Natasha Romanoff looked at Thor curiously. Don't you think this frog wearing a red cape and armor is familiar? So, it is reasonable to have the alligator version of Loki and the frog version of Thor. Listening to Natasha Romanoff's words, Suching and Thor took a serious look. Immediately, there was something wrong with the expression on Thor's face. It should be normal. After all, there are so many parallel universes. All 5.0 has the alligator version of Loki, so it should be normal for me to become a frog in other parallel universes. After blinking, Thor wisely wanted to skip this topic. What? Let's continue watching Loki's picture. Well, the frog version of Thor feels too embarrassing for Thor. In order not to change his nickname from Thor to Frog, Thor decided to avoid this topic wisely. In the manga, the frog Thor was turned into by Loki, inside the underground refuge. Why do you want to return to the time administration in such a hurry? Loki, is your mission left in the time administration? Sitting on the chair, the elderly version of Loki looked at this newly added Loki, and asked with a smile. That's pretty much the same. Seeing the three of them and an alligator looking at him, Loki found a place to sit down, and then replied with a smile, I want to completely destroy the time administration, not just for me. By the way, since you are all people in parallel universes, then, in your parallel universes, among Avengers, does anyone named S.H.I.E.L.D exist? Thinking of Mobius' conversation with S.H.I.E.L.D in his mind, Loki tentatively asked, Sue? Who is Sue? Handing Loki a glass of Roxy wine, the old version of Loki asked curiously, I still remember the Avengers you said, but is there this person in Avengers? Maybe I'm too old, forget it. Seeing the older version of Loki turned his gaze to himself, the younger version of Loki shook his head, don't ask me, when I killed Thor, Avengers was not established yet, and I don't even know what Avengers is. Number 1. The time I saw them, it was at the time administration. I do not know either. The black version of Loki poured a bottle of wine into the small basin of the alligator, then smiled and said to Loki, but it seems that our experience is different, at least I don't know the superhero so. Know that I defeated Captain America and Iron Man at the time, and then got my reward, all 6 infinite gems. I even killed Thanos. Roar. Listening to the black version of Loki saying this, the alligator roared softly. The elderly version of Loki looked at Loki, then leaned on the chair and said, the alligator version of Loki said, he is a liar. Huh, liar. Listening to the alligator version of Loki saying that he is a liar, the black version of Loki immediately ridiculed. At least I was arrested by the time management staff in the related incident. It was not that I ate the wrong neighbor's cat. Roar. Facing the taunt of the black version of Loki, the alligator jumped out of its small basin, and then bit on the arm of the black version of Loki. Seeing this scene, Loki and the old version of Loki hurriedly stepped forward to separate one person and one alligator. Putting the alligator version of Loki back into his basin, the old version of Loki suddenly smiled. So, should I talk about 23 things related to me? Actually nothing? I don't know if anyone wants to listen. I want to listen, really. Listening to the words of the elderly version of Loki, Loki said seriously, we have all seen the future that should belong to us in the time management. The guy Thanos killed us after the dusk of the gods. But you are still alive now? And you are so old. Returning to his position, the elderly version of Loki took a drink and listened to Loki's curiosity, and then suddenly laughed. Thanos. In my timeline, everything is going very normal, and my life is also very normal, as we see it. Until Thanos attacked our spaceship. Are you not going to assassinate him? Listening to the old version of Loki, Loki asked curiously. Definitely not. The elderly version of Loki shook his head. I don't intend to offend you, but in front of Loki's magic, weapons are worthless. They will hinder our magical potential, although they look great. In fact, I made a very, very real projection of myself, and even Thanos was deceived. Then, I hid in a pile of corpses and pretended to be dead. After that, I wandered in the universe. Stay away from Thor, stay away from everything. Having said this, the elderly version of Loki sighed. I have been thinking about everything in the universe during that time, thinking about where I should be. Then, I suddenly understood that wherever I go, it will only bring disaster and pain, so I erased myself from the equation of fate. From then on, in a remote planet Loki, alone, away from all life, it's been a long, long, long period of time. How did the time administration find you? Looking at the elderly version of himself who said this and filled himself with a large glass of wine, Loki asked after being silent for a moment. That's because I feel a little lonely. With a self-deprecating laugh, the elderly version of Loki said, to be honest, I miss my brother Thor a bit. I was wondering if he would miss me, and if anyone missed me, so just when I was about to leave that planet, the people from the time administration came. Listening to the old version of Loki, Loki nodded silently. Loki, a teenager sitting on the throne not far away, looked at the atmosphere a little silent, and then smiled and said, tell me your story. Loki, what is your related incident? Hearing the inquiry, Loki was silent for a moment, and then he said, regarding my related events, then all of this must start with Thor's refusal to accept the canonization ceremony of the Asgard throne. Walter, Thor rejected that canonization. Hearing Loki say this, the old version of Loki and the black version of Loki all looked at Loki. Yes, he refused, and went to the earth on his own. Loki smiled and nodded. In the beginning, I didn't know why, but then Thor said a lot of very touching things because of me. Later, I discovered my life experience, the son of the ice giant Lauf. In order to prove to the father who entered Odin's sleep, my love for Asgard, for his love, I designed to solve Lauf. Then you fought Thor, fell from Bifrost, and finally rescued by the guy Thanos, and finally invaded the earth with Chitauri, and launched a doomed battle with Avengers, right? Hearing that Loki said this, the old version of Loki laughed. This is the story that happened to us, Loki. Everyone is like this. No, my story is different from yours. Looking at the other three versions of Loki, Loki opened his mouth and smiled. In fact, after I killed Lauf, I didn't fight Thor with him. At the very beginning, if Soul stopped me, then maybe I would really fight him, and then proceed with the destiny of our Loki as you said. On the contrary, Thor did not use force to stop me, but emotion to stop me. Even for me, he was willing to give up his throne. Even though Thor and I are both born kings. It didn't sound like Loki was lying. Both the old Loki and the black Loki stared at Loki unblinkingly, ready to hear what happened next. It's nothing. Later, Thor took me to the earth with me and met the people from Avengers. Then, I became partners and friends with them. Then, the people of S.H.I.E.L.D studied Tesseract, that is, the space gem, which attracted Thanos' dead knife general, and I will fight the Chitauri with the other Avengers. Finally, So and I passed through the time transmission channel together and went to the battleship of Chitauri where Thanos was. We had a fight with Thanos and closed the space transmission channel. After that, the people from the Time Administration took advantage of Sue's absence and arrested me. Looking at the other three Loki and the alligator, Loki said with a smile, "Really? Some strange development? Loki actually became the superhero of the Earth? Not the villain who led Chitauri to attack the Earth." The older version of Loki smacked his lips, and then looked at the black version of Loki with a ridiculous smile. "Have you ever wanted to be a superhero?" "No, if there is such an idea, it is also because of Asgard. I just want to save Asgard." The black version of Loki shook his head, and then said, "However, it should be because this Loki universe has an extra superhero called So. Maybe that's it." Listening to the black version of Loki, Loki immediately laughed and said, "Actually, after I was arrested by the people of the Time Administration, I once asked Mobius and asked him why he only arrested me and not others. As a result, Mobius said that they did not dare to catch So, because there were two gods standing behind So, and the Time Administration could not provoke him." "Two gods? Those two gods? Are we not gods?" The old Loki asked in surprise. "No, we don't count. I'm talking about the real gods." Shaking his head, Loki smiled and said, "You know, in our universe, So can be said to be a whole 560 Avengers bonds and chains. From the very beginning until the battle between Earth and Chitauri, almost everyone was working hard to get him into the Avengers and make So a member of the Avengers. Even Tony bought all the villas around So, as the base of Avengers. The purpose is to let So naturally integrate into Avengers." Having said that, Loki took a deep breath, then looked at everyone and smiled. "Actually, I also saw my future in the Time Administration, just like you said." Looking at the old version of Loki, Loki smiled and said, "I don't know if Thor's initial change is because of So, but maybe I think it should be. After all, when he took me to the Earth, Thor, and So, and other revenge. The readers are very familiar. If there is no Thor's change, maybe I will really go forward according to my original destiny. But everything changed at that moment. So, everyone, I think it belongs to Loki's destiny, and it will also change as a result. Maybe you think you can't escape from here, but I don't think so. I, Loki, can become a good person, so why can't you change this damn fate?" Listening to Loki's encouragement, the three of them looked at each other, and then laughed one after another. "Oh, my dear Loki, in fact, in fate, we can only play one role in Loki, and that is the god of exile." The elderly version of Loki looked at Loki who wanted to take action, and then smiled and persuaded, "You are lucky, you have become a good person Loki, but that's nothing. Any change in Loki in the parallel universe will attract the arrest of the Time Administration. Will they make Loki a good person?" Speaking of this, the elderly version of Loki smiled sadly. "In your universe timeline, there is the superhero So you can see hope, but we, in any Loki timeline, do not have him. This is the unfairness of fate. So, is this what all of you think? Would rather hide in this underground refuge than find a chance to fight for your own destiny? Look at the three Loki in front of you, and the alligator Loki." Loki pinched his waist and shook his head. "Forget it, you guys stay here, I am leaving. Anyway, I have to leave here. By the way, have any of you encountered a female version of Loki? Sounds dangerous." Hearing Loki mention the female version of Loki, the older version of Loki looked at the black version of Loki and said something. "Yes, it does sound dangerous, but this is what makes her charming. She is the one who is different. She wants to overthrow the Time Administration instead of taking over the Time Administration. She needs me. You said that because of Alioth, we people can only be trapped here. You said that because Alioth is alive, you also said that it is a shark, but you have to remember that as long as it is alive, then it will die. And what I want to do now is kill that damn shark." With that, Loki turned and left without hesitation. "Loki, I really can't imagine that these Loki, who are like me, will succumb to the so-called fate. I even doubt if they are real Loki." After complaining to Suching in the answering chat room, Loki went to the stairs and climbed directly. Climbed to the top, opened the lid of the underground refuge, looked up, only to find a lot of Loki standing there. Among the group of Loki, a leader Loki who looks exactly the same as Loki, watched Loki bend down on the ladder, and said with a hint of joking at the corner of his mouth, "Hello, Loki, which one of us are you again?" Roar. God, this is a nightmare. Looking at this large group of various versions of Loki, on the stairs, Loki shook his head helplessly. In the underground refuge, Looking at the large group of Loki in front of him, the black version of Loki silently said to Loki, who just wanted to leave, "You bastard, you have brought a large group of wolves here, carrot. Wow, I think you used the analogy of a snake more appropriately than a wolf." Commander Loki looked at the black version of Loki, and then said with a smile, "I have killed both wolves and snakes, they are no different." The juvenile version of Loki stepped forward and looked at the leader Loki and said viciously. The black version of Loki, who was not guarding the side, directly held the hammer against the neck of the young version of Loki. "Sorry, I betrayed you, my king, now I am the past here." "Well, I don't think so when it comes to the king." The commander version of Loki took a step forward and said with a playful tone. As the voice of the commander version of Loki fell, those Loki he brought directly picked up a variety of weapons to prepare for battle. "You are not serious, please, what do you want?" With open arms, like a real king, looking at the black version of Loki, the commander Loki asked with a smile. "I'm not bargaining." The black version of Loki looked at the leader Loki angrily. "I gave you our position, you have to give us shelter and supply, and at the same time give me all your subordinates, let me take the throne." No, I don't think so." Commander Loki shook his head, and then smiled with a faint smile. "You know, Loki is always full of betrayal, so, the sanctuary is mine, and the throne is mine. What do you think?" Speaking of the throne, in the next moment, the other Loki brought by the commander Loki put all their weapons on his neck. Water. Seeing that all of Loki under him betrayed him, the leader Loki asked angrily, "You stupid things, why are you betraying me? We've said it. Also, why is there an alligator here?" "Because it is also Loki." Listening to the angry roar of Commander Loki, the boy version Loki and the black version Loki replied at the same time. "Water? It's also Loki? Kong busy, one." Before he finished speaking, the alligator Loki rushed directly, and then bit on the Commander Loki's arm. As Commander Loki kept shaking his arms with pain on his face, the next moment a clear click sounded. Commander Loki's arm was directly bitten by the alligator Loki, accompanied by the Commander Loki's sharp wailing. All the Loki at the same time fought their own battles together. There are no friends among these Loki at the moment, all are enemies? God, this is really a nightmare. Seeing these Loki fighting together, Loki shook his head helplessly, and then walked towards the sanctuary stairs with the juvenile, old, and black version of Loki. Passing by the alligator version of Loki who was chewing on his arm and swallowing it, the boy version of Loki did not forget to take this alligator away with it. In the answering alliance. God, I can't imagine what would happen to so many Loki together. Watching the Loki fight in the live broadcast of the answering chat room, Natasha Romanoff said silently. Thor on the side is not as speechless as Natasha Romanoff, but rather excitedly watching so many Loki fighting with each other. While watching with relish, he said excitedly, "Loki is always full of betrayal, stabbing a knife in the back, and all kinds of conspiracies and tricks. This is his or their natural instinct. It is inevitable. So when so many Loki gather together, I think there is nothing more exciting than this." Excited? I think this is a disaster. Looking at Thor who was so excited, Natasha Romanoff turned his head and looked at Suching with a smile. "Li Wanghao, fortunately, Loki in our universe is a good version of Loki. There are not so many conspiracies and tricks, nor so much. What a betrayal. Otherwise, I can't imagine how terrible things will happen once these Loki all come to our universe. Maybe nothing terrible will happen." Hearing what Natasha Romanoff said, Suching smiled and shook his head and said, "You have also heard what I just said. Loki's betrayal, conspiracy and tricks, and the knife behind him are all Loki's instincts. Although the Loki of our universe is better, if the Loki of other universes all come to the earth and gather together in a grave, I'm afraid it won't be long before these Loki will kill each other. Because every Loki will not give in to any version of Loki. Definitely, all kinds of conspiracies and tricks are gathered together. It will definitely be particularly beautiful. Now I finally understand why the Time Administration wanted to arrest Loki instead of Thor, Tony, Steve, and Natasha Romanoff, let alone arrest so." Walking to the ground, thinking back to the underground shelter just now, all Loki started to fight each other aimlessly. Loki said helplessly. "Why?" The elderly version of Loki, after hearing Loki's emotions, asked curiously. The juvenile version of Loki also looked at Loki curiously. "Want to know why?" Looking at the two alligators, Loki immediately smiled mockingly. "Because we are all Loki. All of us are Loki, full of betrayal, conspiracy and trickery. Do you believe it? If it is Thor, Tony, or Steve Natasha Romanoff from countless parallel universes who are trapped here, then these people will definitely gather and find a way to leave instead of betraying each other and attacking each other. This is like the instinct that belongs to every Loki. They want to control the other party, and they want to make the other party their own subordinates. They all want to sit on the so-called throne." Listening to Loki's words, the elderly version of Loki nodded in agreement. "Yes, 563, you are right. That group of Loki is a group of beasts, and those of us Loki are a group of beasts. We lied, we deceived, we killed everyone who believed in us. For what? What mission? What throne? These are the clouds of smoke that are constantly changing in front of you. Why these Loki always can't see clearly? Can't we Loki change? There is no way to change." Listening to the older version of Loki speaking more and more angry, the younger version of Loki reluctantly said, "Any Loki who wants to change or become better will be sent here by the Time Administration to wait for death. We can't change it." "Definitely can change. Listening to the words of the two people, Loki hurriedly said, I am different, I did not kill the people who trusted me, did not hurt, betray them. Perhaps, there is no version of end, we are all bad guys, and always will be, but I am different. That's why I want to go out from here. We must solve the time management, only in this way, these Loki have a chance to change. Stopped, turned his head to look at Loki, the old version of Loki was silent for a moment and asked, do you believe her? Definitely, she is the only person I believe in at the time administration. At the moment, she is our only chance to solve the time management, definitely, provided that S.H.I.E.L.D does not organize us, or does not take us away in advance. If this is the case, then it is enough for me. Hearing Loki said that he can trust the female version of Loki, the teenager version of Loki nodded. After speaking, the two Loki looked at the old version of Loki at the same time. All right. Seeing that even the alligator version of Loki looked at himself, the old version of Loki could only nodded helplessly. Then I will help you this time, but listen, getting close to Elioth is going to die. We will help you get close to it, but that's it. Now that we all agree, then let's go. Raising his hand, pointing to Elioth in the mist in the distance, Loki said vigorously at this moment, the target is it. Looking at Loki and leaving, without even the slightest hesitation, the juvenile version of Loki and the old version of Loki looked at each other, and they saw the helplessness in each other's eyes, as well as a trace of excitement. Having been here for so long, it seems that there has never been a Loki who has the courage to challenge Elioth. Perhaps, this Loki is really different? On the way, I have to say, face to face with this behemoth, I feel bad to have a store. Following Loki, the elderly Loki whispered, so, do you have any action plans? Plan? I definitely have. Loki nodded seriously, rush in, and find its heart or, brain or something, and then solve it. This plan is too simple. A simple plan does not mean that the plan is not good. Listening to the low roar of the alligator, Loki immediately smiled. Look, it agrees too. It is praying, it feels that we are all dead. The elderly version of Loki silently explained the meaning of the alligator version of Loki. Looking at the fog, Loki was excited just about to say something, and the next moment a huge amounts of steel cruise ship appeared not far from three people. As Elioth rushed towards the cruise ship in the mist, all the crew on the cruise ship turned into bones. The cruise ship, which was originally brand new, has now become rusty scrap iron as the fog disappears. So, maybe we. Looking at this scene, Loki, who had just plucked up the courage, retreated somewhat at this moment. Although I still have to face Elioth, maybe my plan just now doesn't work? Elioth will pursue large prey, and only after the large prey is swallowed, will he set his sights on us. The elderly version of Loki turned his head and looked at Loki and suddenly laughed. Then do you think we should still carry out your plan now? Maybe we should reconsider this plan of mine, I think. No need to reconsider. Before Loki could finish, the next moment, Thor's voice suddenly rang behind him. Hearing this voice, all three of them and alligators turned their heads subconsciously. I saw a deep blue transmission channel opened behind him, and then S.H.I.E.L.D, Thor, and others appeared in front of everyone. You guys, why are you here? Looking at the people who suddenly appeared out of thin air, Loki, who was still a little retreat, suddenly lit up at this moment, and immediately walked over with excitement, and hugged S.H.I.E.L.D firmly. Hey, I'm your brother. Seeing that Loki didn't actually hug himself excitedly for the first time, but hugged S.H.I.E.L.D, Thor suddenly said with a bit of taste. Ignoring Thor's sour words, Loki smiled and looked at S.H.I.E.L.D and asked, Sue, Thor said that you won't come over for the time being. Do you have other plans? Not because of it. Raising his hand, pointing to Elioth in the distance, S.H.I.E.L.D smiled and said, Thor saw that you are going to take the initiative to fight this guy, so he can't wait any longer and wants to fight alongside you. So, we are all here. It's not all here. Tony Stark in battle armor stepped forward, then looked at Loki and said, at least Strange was called back by Ancient One Magician. As he said, Tony Stark raised his fist and punched Loki lightly and said, I was called over as soon as I was sober, but that's right, Loki, you are our partner, how could we make you lonely? What about this huge guy? Look at S.H.I.E.L.D, Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, Dr. Banner, Natasha Romanoff, and Barton, as well as Thor, who is in front of you. At this moment, Loki was extremely moved in his heart. Although I don't know why, Sue and the others have never come to save themselves, but Loki still believes that they have a reason. It's just that I don't know the reason I don't know it. Therefore, even in the face of the powerful opponent of the time administration, Loki has never given up hope. Even if he is about to face Elioth in the dense fog, Loki is a little uneasy, but he still chooses hold on. But now, when they see S.H.I.E.L.D and others come by their side, everyone smiles at themselves. At this moment, Loki suddenly felt that even if it was the time administration, even if it was Elioth, he no longer had any fear. Turning his head, he looked at the juvenile version of Loki, the old version of Loki, and the alligator Loki. Loki smiled and introduced, do you know them? I'll introduce them to you. No need. Looking at these people in front of him, the elderly version of Loki shook his head, then took a deep breath, stepped forward and gave Thor a light hug. I miss you so much, brother, although, you are not the brother who holds that timeline. Then he stepped back a few steps, pointed at S.H.I.E.L.D and smiled at Loki. I know everything, except this little handsome guy. He is S.H.I.E.L.D, the one I told you that even the Time Management Bureau dare not catch. So, listening to Loki's introduction, the junior Loki and the older Loki nodded. Since you already have a helper, then we can leave. Glancing across everyone, the old version of Loki finally stayed on Loki's body. Loki, don't be like me. When you miss Thor, you find that you can only be alone in the end. The juvenile version of Loki also stretched out his hand, magically transformed his short sword and handed it to Loki. Perhaps, you will need this in the future. Anyway, I won't use it. After receiving the short sword handed over by Loki, Loki looked at the two people. You guys, aren't you with us? You know you can follow me to defeat the Time Authority, and then return to my timeline together. At least then it is now. No, Loki. Before Loki could finish, the old version of Loki smiled and said, Loki's destiny is constantly exile, which we have already been familiar with. Here, maybe this is where we Loki ultimately belong. Yes. The juvenile version of Loki also nodded and smiled. Here, I am the king. So, it is better for me to stay here. How about you? After speaking, the juvenile version of Loki lowered his head and asked about the alligator version of Loki. Roar. That's good. In this way, we can still depend on each other. Listening to the meaning of the alligator version of Loki, the elderly version of Loki smiled and waved to Loki. We are gone. I wish you can get rid of the fate of Loki. I believe you will. Because, I have never seen it before. Loki is better than you. After speaking, I took a deep look at Thor, and the old version of Loki was very drunk and took the young version of Loki and the alligator Loki to leave. Seeing the three different versions of Loki leave together, Thor stepped forward, patted Loki's shoulder lightly and smiled. It seems that no matter where you are, you can always make friends. Even if it is faced with so many different versions of Loki. Wow, this is really a horror ability? Listening to Thor's joking, Loki immediately rolled his eyes, and then as if thinking of something, he stretched out his arm around Thor's neck and smiled. How about, I saw so many Loki in the live broadcast of the answering chat room. Was it shocked? Especially after seeing so many Loki again. Are you very lucky? My Loki is a good Loki. You know, that boy version of Loki, but killed his brother Thor. How about it? Do you feel a bit cold in your neck? Listening to Loki's words, Thor thought about Loki so much, and then couldn't help but give a cold face. Just wanted to say something, but was directly stopped by Loki. Turning his head, Loki just wanted to say to everyone, let's fight against Elioth in the mist. But I saw the members of the first generation answering alliance, setting up the table at the moment, supporting the barbecue rack. In particular, I saw that S.H.I.E.L.D is using the space gem to constantly take out the prepared meat, vegetables, and wine. At this moment, Loki suddenly became a little confused. No, what are you doing? Are we going to have a barbecue party here? A little confused, Loki watched everyone's movements, and then turned to look at Elioth in the distant mist. Look for flowers, 0. For a while, the whole person actually felt a little, at a loss. No, although the scenery here is really good, is it really appropriate to have a barbecue party here? Don't worry, Elioth is there anyway, it can't escape. Looking at Loki who was stunned there, S.H.I.E.L.D smiled and took Loki forward and walked to the set table. Anyway, everyone has nothing to do now, just wait here for your girlfriend. It is estimated that soon, your girlfriend will be over in Mobius' car. She came here too? I knew that before I was judged, she would be able to understand what I left her with. Halfway through, Loki, who was still surprised, shook his head in an instant. She is not my girlfriend yet, and sooner or later, let's talk about it. Don't you two adore each other? Before Loki could finish, Tony Stark opened the armor and walked over and handed a glass of wine to Loki. Man, when you meet someone you like, don't miss it, especially if she likes you too. It's like me and Peebo. Yes, girls are thin-skinned, so you have to take the initiative. Natasha Romanoff, who was wearing skewers and vegetables with plastic gloves, also nodded. Don't care if she is Loki from the parallel universe, but isn't she called Hillview now? Moreover, after watching the scene of you and Hillway being together for so long, I think you two are very good match. No, your girlfriend and Mobius are here. Listening to the sound of the car whistling from a distance, S.H.I.E.L.D gave Loki a little lightly. Go, don't be shy, the most important thing is to quickly turn Hillway into your girlfriend. In this way, our big family is also adding a member. You know, Kurt Lang has heard of this in order to join us, but he is about to cry. Looking at the car coming in the distance, S.H.I.E.L.D smiled and said to Loki, listening to S.H.I.E.L.D's words, looking at the cars coming in the distance, Loki nodded a little shyly, and then ran in the direction of Hill and Mobius with a smile. What's the situation? Stopped the car, and the two people got out of the dilapidated car. Looking at the Avengers who are constantly busy making fires and barbecues, Hillway suddenly glanced at Mobius next to him in surprise. I don't know, but why did and Avengers come here? It's impossible. Could it be that people from the Time Management Bureau arrested them all and ruled them out? It's even more impossible. Scratching his head in a puzzled manner, Mobius' expression was full of confusion at the moment. Not to mention Avengers, if the Time Authority catches them, it will definitely affect the sacred timeline. Just talking about it is not the Time Management Bureau that can provoke him and arrest him. The Time Management 563 Bureau has this ability, but the question is what is arresting him? Capture him, adjudicate, and then the Time Administration will face the two gods behind him. Even Lavna, the craziest judge, dare not do this. I'll get it right away. Looking at Mobius, who was also a little confused, Hillway pointed to Loki who ran over, then said softly, and greeted Loki. Stepping forward, looking at Loki, who was jogging all the way, with a smile on his face, Hilway joked, "Are you still alive?" "Definitely, the Time Administration wants to kill me, but it is very difficult, and I have said that. Is this the real place to find the Time Asgardian?" "Yes, I just listened to your words, so I judged myself." Nodding lightly, Hilway turned his head and glanced at the busy Avengers over there, and then asked softly, "What's the situation? They are all your partners?" "Yes." Beckoned to Mobius, after Loki hesitation, he directly grabbed Hilway's hand and walked towards Suching where they are. Being caught by Loki, Hilway subconsciously wants to break free, but looking at Loki with a silly smile on Loki's face as if a fox stole a peach, Hilway held back a small jump in his heart, and then softly asked, "How did they come here?" "They are also the people who were caught by the Time Management Bureau." "Caught it? Definitely not. The people from the Time Administration have not been able to catch them." Smiling and shook his head, Loki let out a long sigh of relief. "They are all my partners, and we are also a group. We once fought side by side to save the Earth. We are a family." "No, they knew through a special channel that after I was going to face Alioth, they all rushed over, ready to help me fight this behemoth." "It sounds pretty reliable." Seeing Loki mention Suching and Avengers, there was an unstoppable smile in his eyes. Hilway said with some envy, "I never had these trusted partners. They will be your partners too." Listening to the envy in Hilway's tone, Loki immediately said seriously, "What?" Looking at Loki with a bit of puzzlement, Hilway hadn't asked before, Loki said in embarrassment, "They think you are my girlfriend, so, Kong busy, is there such a chat?" Mobius, who followed him, looked at Loki with an awkward expression, and immediately shook his head speechlessly. At this moment, he was extremely sure that Loki, who had always been smart and brilliant, had never been in love at all. "How can you say that to a girl? Loki, how did they come here?" Seeing Loki's face a little awkward, Mobius directly changed the subject and asked. Loki, who consciously knew that he had said the wrong thing, glanced at Mobius gratefully, and then replied with a smile, "They just appeared suddenly, and they should have used the energy of the space gem to open the space transmission channel." "Can space gem still be used like this? I don't even know that space gem still works here." Hearing Loki's words, Mobius nodded. And Hilway, who was always held by Loki, seemed to have thought of something, and then asked seriously, "By the way, the Su you always talk about is here, right? Didn't you say that he knows many things about the Time Administration? Including Mobius, they are just deprived of time from the timeline by Asgardian." "What about Asgardian? Is he here too?" "That's it." Pointing to Suching who is instructing Tony Stark on how to control the fire, Loki immediately replied, "Let's go over now, I have a stomach question I want to ask him." "Definitely no problem." Nodded, hesitation a bit, Loki said to Hill, "That So has a girlfriend, I told you, even though his girlfriend is learning magic from Ancient One magician now. Then Thor also has it. Girlfriend, and they think you are my girlfriend, then. What are you thinking? What are you trying to say?" Seeing Loki's unsatisfactory expression, Hilway frowned and asked, "I just wanted to ask, what do you think about the fact that they think you are my friend? I mean, I want to say, Loki wants you to be his girlfriend and wants to take it seriously. He wants to say that although both of you are Loki, he likes you very much and thinks you two are very suitable." On the side, it was Mobius who couldn't listen, and immediately said, "That's it, at the Time Administration, I lied to him at the time and made him think you are dead, but it's been sad for a long time. It's such a simple thing, what can't you say? I can smell the scent of barbecue over there. If you continue to hesitation like this, you have finished eating over there. You haven't got the words out yet." Listening to Mobius straightforwardly pick out all the words, Loki pursed his mouth, and then took a deep breath and asked, "Hillville, Mobius said what I wanted to say, do you think? Let's talk about it, now is not the time to talk about this." Turning his head slightly red, Hilway was a little embarrassed to look at Loki's gaze, then let go of Loki's hand, and walked towards the place where Suching and the others were. Furthermore, what does this mean? Some don't understand what Hilway meant. Loki turned to 5.0 and looked at Mobius and asked, "Kong busy, Loki, how about your brilliant brain full of intrigue and trickery?" Pinching his waist and looking at Loki who was a little puzzled, Mobius said silently, "Or, all of you Loki are so dull when facing feelings." Listening to Mobius' words, Loki, who was still a little confused, gradually showed a hint of joy in his eyes, and then a smile gradually bloomed on his face. "Finally understand, I really doubt how you survived these 1,500 years old." Shaking his head, then Mobius walked in the direction of Avengers. "You mean, you can leave at any time?" After receiving a skewer of barbecue that Suching handed over, Mobius thanked him and asked curiously, "Yes, maybe in your opinion, it is very difficult to leave here, or you can only use the time controller to return to the time management. But for us, it is easy to want to leave here." After touching a wine glass with Tony, Suching said with a smile, "Well, that's right, since you can all appear here easily, it is naturally easy to want to leave here." Mobius nodded slightly, then looked at Loki and smiled, "You have a group of very reliable partners." "I also think so." Picking up the wine bottle and pouring a glass of wine for Hilway, who was a little worried on his face, Loki softly comforted, "Don't worry, they will help me and you instead of choosing to leave now. After all, in their eyes, now you are them. Half of me. So, Helios may be very powerful, but we will definitely kill it." After speaking, Loki turned his head to Su-Ching and asked with a smile, "Kill Helios? Is this 23 your plan?" Before Su-Ching could speak, Hil-Wei frowned and asked, "Is not it?" Loki was also a little confused. "Definitely not, Loki. You want to go to the end of time, whether you see Kong the Conqueror or Kong the Leftover, killing Helios is not the best choice." Su-Ching smiled and picked up the meat skewers and handed it over. "Don't worry, there are many more. If you don't like meat, there are many vegetables that have been roasted." After handing it to Hil-Wei, Su-Ching laughed and said, "Hil-Wei's ability is possessed and controlled, so according to Hil-Wei's plan, he should want to control that Helios, and then go to the end of time and find Kong, right?" "Yes." Nodded, Hil-Wei glanced at Su-Ching. "Sure enough, it's like Loki said, you know a lot of things. In fact, when I came here again, I had a brief contact with Helios, and then I saw something. Although not many, but in fact, I think I can control it." Having said that, Hil-Wei looked at Su-Ching and asked curiously, "Who is Kong the Conqueror in your mouth, or the legacy Kong?" "He is the creator of the time administration." "Yes, an ordinary person who has traveled here from a long, long time in the future." Nodded lightly, and then smiled at the two people. Su-Ching turned and left. "I always feel that he seems to want to see the legacy of Kong more than we do." Hil-Wei watched Su-Ching turn to leave, and said to Loki, "Huh? It should be your illusion." Hearing Hil-Vil say this, Loki thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "But whether it is or not, this is the same as our goal, isn't it? We must know that since they can come here, they can also take us back anytime, but they didn't. Instead, they chose to face Helios with us and face the guardian of that time. So, whether or not So wants to see the remnant named Kong more than we do, there is no big deal." "You trust him very much?" Listening to Loki's words, a smile appeared on Hil-Wei's face. "Definitely." Nodded without hesitation, Loki turned his head to look at Su-Ching who was talking to Natasha Romanoff, and then whispered, "100% trust. Same trust as Thor, my brother." "Well, this may be a very extravagant thing for us." Nodded, raised the wine glass and touched Loki lightly. Hesitation for a moment, Hil-Wei looked at Loki and said seriously, "In the future, you can also trust me like this." "Definitely, I promise." Hearing the meaning of Hil-Vu's words, Loki opened his mouth and nodded constantly. Not far away, looking at Loki and Hil-Wei, they seemed to have a very pleasant conversation, and even made some sense. Thor and others all showed an ant's smile. "So, this is your bad taste?" Watching Loki fall in love. Mobius glanced at Hil-Wei and Loki sitting on the ground side by side, laughing and talking. He turned his head and asked Thor and others, "At this moment, what could be more exciting than watching Loki fall in love?" Listening to Mobius's words, Thor nodded without denying, picked up the wine glass, took Mobius and the others to meet, and his tone was full of emotion. "My stupid brother, I have learned to learn. I fell in love and finally grew up." "Kong busy? Come on, Thor. Aren't you talking about girlfriends for long? In order to see your brother fall in love and gave up dating his girlfriend, you are no more." Listening to Thor's emotions, everyone suddenly laughed and complained. "Haha, you don't understand, you don't understand." In the face of everyone's complaints, Thor smiled indifferently. "It seems that there is a huge difference here." After a round of drinking, everyone sat down again. Barton sat next to Natasha Romanoff and asked softly, "What do you think?" "Me? I'm not suitable for these things at all." Listening to Barton's whispering inquiry, Natasha Romanoff glanced at Loki and Hil-Wei over there. A trace of envy flashed in his eyes, and a trace of sadness. "You know my past, Barton. 563. Maybe this kind of experience is not for me by nature." Taking a deep breath, he gestured to Su-Ching who was 2 places away from him, holding the wine glass. After I drank the wine in the glass, Natasha Romanoff smiled at Barton. "That's it, it's good to have the life I am now. I am already content. I have a family and relatives. What else is unsatisfied? This is something I never dared to imagine before. People, if you are asking for more, I'm afraid even God I will never see it. So, I'll just wait for the children of Wanda and So in the future to get better, and I will bring them and coax Wanda's children in the future. How great. I am going to leave S.H.I.E.L.D gradually, and when S.H.I.E.L.D regains my former vitality, I will leave S.H.I.E.L.D completely. Concentrate on the home of the answering alliance. This is enough for me." Listening to Natasha Romanoff, there was no unwillingness or anger in his tone at the moment. Some are just envious, and the tone of resignation. Barton can't help but feel distressed. "I still want to persuade something, but open my mouth, but I don't know how to persuade." In the end, I could only pour myself a glass of wine, and then asked in a cold tone, "Have you found out about the specific things about the Red House? If you find it, tell me, I will accompany you to destroy the damn place. First of all, we must attract Helios and that big cloud of mist." Looking at Helios in the mist of purple thunder not far away, Hil-Wei looked at everyone and said, "Only by attracting it and distracting it, I will have a chance to possess and control it. This is very simple." Taking a look at Mobius who had already left, Su-Ching whispered, "Barton, it's up to you." "No problem, I'm very good at sabotaging things like this." With that said, lifting the bow and arrow, Barton aimed at the ground in front of him, and then the arrow came out at a rapid speed. The explosion sounded across the surroundings for an instant, and then the raging fire began to burn violently. Coming. Looking at Elioth, who was still wandering around, he rushed towards this side after hearing the bang and the fierce flames. Distract it and leave it to us, so, you protect us. Tony and Thor took off directly, looking at Elioth in the thick fog that was roaring towards this side. Two people lifted the hammer to release the powerful thunder power, and the other believed that the energy cannon directly emitted two orange rays. Roar. The sudden attack caused Elioth in the fog to roar, and then, regardless of the people on the ground, he rushed directly towards Tony and Thor in the sky. It's up to you two. He turned his head and said to S.H.I.E.L.D and Loki, and then the power of death was all over S.H.I.E.L.D's hands. Let me take a good look. Want to swallow us? How big an appetite, you fellow? The voice fell, and the power of death with both hands suddenly slapped to the ground. The next moment the power of death was huge, and it rushed towards Elioth like a huge wave. Roar. Perhaps he felt the threat posed by this majestic force of death, and he was still roaring at Elioth who rushed over here. The mist with purple lightning in the darkness burst out at the moment of contact with the power of death. At this moment, Loki and S.H.I.E.L.D are holding hands. Although they appear to be extremely small in front of Elioth in the thick fog, they are protected by the power of death. Even if the two people are in the fog, they are still has not been corroded into a pile of bones. Barton, Thor, Tony / Roar called three people, and as S.H.I.E.L.D's voice fell, an arrow instantly attacked the giant Elioth. At the moment of the explosion, the Pom energy cannon and the power of thunder attacked, and the three powerful energies immediately made the original fear due to the power of death, and Elioth, who wanted to escape, was once again dazzled by anger. Roar. The weird roar suddenly rang, and Elioth in the thick fog took advantage of the power of death hidden by S.H.I.E.L.D to disappear, and once again attacked everyone. Since you are here, don't even think about running away. The hidden power of death, when Elioth attacked in the thick fog, rose up in an instant and directly surrounded Elioth. It's now. Seeing Elioth who was trapped by his own power of death and wanted to break free from the cage of death like a beast, S.H.I.E.L.D directly yelled at the two Loki. S.H.I.E.L.D and Loki, who received S.H.I.E.L.D's order, instantly glowed with green magic light. What should we do now? Arm in arm, Loki, who was radiating magic light all over his body, asked S.H.I.E.L.D, who also uses magic. I don't know how to be attached to it. You know, we are the same, so I will, and you will do the same. As he said, S.H.I.E.L.D's other hand touched directly into the mist, and then shouted to Loki, hurry up, it is very scared now, very scared. We have to take advantage of this time to be attached to it. Listening to Sivir's words, Loki took a deep breath, then closed his eyes, and also touched the thick black mist that was mixed with Elioth with his other hand. Boom. With the sound of thunder resounding all around, the next moment, the original black thick fog was instantly enveloped by the bright green magic light. This is, succeeded. Controlling the battle armor to fall beside S.H.I.E.L.D, looking at S.H.I.E.L.D who had already evacuated the power of death, Tony Stark asked curiously, probably. Withdrawing the power of death, S.H.I.E.L.D looked at the thick black mist that was constantly being surrounded by emerald green magic, and the huge amounts of Elioth. Then he said uncertainly, but our responsibility is to attract Elioth's attention. In fact, we did a good job. And it's very simple. You attracted it, and I trapped it with the power of death, and then took advantage of Elioth's panic, fear. Loki and S.H.I.E.L.D were attached to it to control it. Standing there with his arms in arms, S.H.I.E.L.D said with a smile. After a while, when the emerald green magic covered the entire dense fog, Loki's excited voice suddenly came from the fog. As the fog spread, a very old and shabby castle appeared in front of everyone. We did it. Turning his head, Loki looked at the direction S.H.I.E.L.D and S.U.E.R were, and then shouted excitedly. Looking at the gestures of the two people, Thor held Mjolnir and came to S.H.I.E.L.D and asked very curiously, so, these two people should be considered together. So, you said, if these two people have children in the future, will it be that Loki and Luoji gave birth to Loki or Luoji? Are you talking about tongue twisters here? Seeing Thor's smirk expression, S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly asked curiously, by the way, I didn't even think of it if you didn't say this. Listening to Tony and the others, you have rejected Jane Foster several times during this period. Dating invitation. Are you not afraid of her breaking up with you? Haha, it's impossible. Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's words, Thor shook his head very confidently, Li Wanghao, and smiled. She likes me very much, so it is impossible to break up with me. Moreover, I told her to. Loki needs my help here, so she will definitely understand me. Looking at Thor with a confident face, S.H.I.E.L.D really didn't know what to say except for a thumbs up. Perhaps, this is the confidence from the Prince of God's domain? Let's go. Now that the space channel has been opened, let us see what kind of existence grave the guy who created the Time Management Bureau is like. Seeing Loki beckoning to these people, Tony Stark's face was full of interest. Maybe, it's also time to let him know, if you dare to do our Loki, what will happen? I like your words, Tony. Listening to Tony Stark's words, Thor immediately gave him a thumbs up, and then said with a wary expression, then let him see what we guys are capable of. At the end of time, inside the castle of Kong the Conqueror? Seriously, I was planning to let Ms. Time come over to meet the two Loki, but I didn't expect that you all came here. Kong the Conqueror stood in the castle passage, looked at S.H.I.E.L.D and the others, and then said with a smile, in fact, I didn't expect you all to come here. This is not the same as the future I see. In other words, since you appeared in the void, everything I have seen has changed. It is really surprising, and I feel so happy. Speaking of this, Kong S.I. the Conqueror didn't care about Loki and Hilwei, who were holding 2 knives at him, and the other Avengers who seemed ready to rush to beat him up at any time. Instead, he looked at S.H.I.E.L.D. and said with a smile, "Actually, I wanted to find you, but since you have already come, that would be great. Everyone, welcome to my castle. Let's go to my office and talk about it. What do you think?" Looking at the crowd, Kong the Conqueror asked with a smile. After looking at each other, Hilwei and Loki set their eyes on S.H.I.E.L.D. "Yes, although I don't know why you want to find me for 563, but the reason I am looking for you, I think you should know." Regardless of Kong the Conqueror, S.H.I.E.L.D. walked directly in the direction of the elevator. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D., who didn't care about the weirdness here, a smile appeared on Kang's face. "I just wanted to bring everyone to the elevator, but immediately avoided the long knife stabbed by Hilwei. Hey, wait a minute, after I finish talking with you, do you want to kill me, or something else, just be happy with you? But before that, please allow me and So to talk about something first. In addition, I also want to tell some of the truth about you. Isn't Loki you curious? Why did I create the time administration? Why did I arrest you?" Listening to Kang's words, Hilwei's eyes still flashed with hatred, but he did not continue to do it. Following the elevator, a crowd of people came to Kang's office. "Please sit down." In the office with only 2 chairs, there are many more chairs at this moment, just enough for Loki and S.H.I.E.L.D. to sit down. "Tell me, why did you want someone to kidnap me? I was a child at that time." As soon as he took his seat, Urvi couldn't help but question Kong angrily. How do you answer your question? You need to know that there is no self-metamorphosis on the road, then everything seems to be in a dot. I know that depriving you of your life makes you feel miserable. It is exhausting to hide all day long, but all this is necessary to happen? Just like all responsibilities, this is your responsibility and destiny, definitely. Sometimes destiny will make a big joke, such as Sue and the others. He handed over a stack of documents to Loki and Hilwei. "No, if Sue and the others don't show up, this is the process of metamorphosis for the 2 of you, definitely. You will still come here in the end, but everything that happens will be thorough. Change. You know, in fact, whether it is the emptiness, Elios, or even the time administration, I will pave the way for you. Only when everyone has the right concept, the task can be completed, that is, come here." Fart. Listening to the words of Kong the Conqueror, Hilwei couldn't help but utter a foul language. "What kind of shit-like mission is completely your excuse? At that time I was a little girl, taken away online, and then my destiny began to become hiding in Tibet. All this is just your prank. You want to control the destiny of others, and you even think that you are the so-called superior god, so you think that you can determine the lives of others, and you are a bastard. No, don't say that. You should know that there are countless similar things happening in parallel universes. It's just that Loki in some parallel universes is dead, and some parallel universes don't even have Loki." Kong the Conqueror shook his head, and then said, "I know, I founded the time administration, and then deprived some ordinary people of the fate on the timeline, and became a member of the time administration. You are against everything I do from a moral level, and against what the time administration has done. I also admit that my method has a strong deceptive purpose. But there is no way for all of this, but my responsibility is real. Without me, there would be no time management. There is no time management, then all this will be destroyed." After spreading his hands, Kong the Conqueror said with a smile, "In fact, I prefer the name Kong the Conqueror to the name Kong the Conqueror. Please call me Roar like this in the future. Because, I was left by time, trapped here, and became the bastard in your eyes." Speaking of which, Kong the Remnant swipes lightly on the bracelet, and then a metal figure appears on the table. "A long time ago, a variant of mine lived on the Earth in the 31st century. He was a scientist. He discovered that there are multiple universes in his world. At the same time, other versions of me are just like your other versions of Loki, and other versions of me are also aware of this. Naturally, they have exchanges. For a period of time after this, these people all get along very peacefully, but this peace is just an illusion. These Kongs share technology and knowledge with each other, and then these universes start to learn from each other's strengths. But Hillview, you have to know that not every version of me likes peace, and the idea is so simple, like whether every version of Loki is like the 2 of you." Pointing to the table, the metal villain began to change, even showing the appearance of a space war. For some Kong, the only meaning of the new world is the new goal of conquering, the peaceful coexistence of the real world, and finally turned into ashes. Looking at the metal villain holding a broken earth in his hand, Hilwei and Loki looked at each other, and they saw a little surprise in each other's eyes. "Are you surprised? Actually, don't be surprised. It's like every version of Loki wants to be the only king. All this happens naturally. In the end, even every version of Kong is fighting for the existence of his own universe and destroying other parallel universes at the same time. It's like once there is a parallel world war, then you Avengers will make the same choice. Believe me, I have seen this scene more than once." Turning his head to look at the other Avengers members, the Remnant Kong said with a smile, "Don't look at me with such a look. In fact, even though I don't want to say that in front of So, it seems that I am a little bragging about it, but I did see this. Especially your universe, the future, and the mutant universe war, each for the survival of their respective universes, can really be called a great battle." Watching other people look at him with surprised eyes, Kong the Leftover said with a smile, Finally, I used Kang's words to pave the way for the future. You mean, in the future of our universe, there will be a battle with that universe called mutant. Hearing the words of the remnant Kang, Natasha Romanoff frowned and asked. Yeah, are you surprised? The battle between two parallel universes. Oh yes, you don't know what mutant is now, right? Speaking of this, the remnant Kang glanced at S.H.I.E.L.D, then smiled at Natasha Romanoff and said, look, he knows. Listening to Kang, Natasha Romanoff and others set their sights on S.H.I.E.L.D. Don't talk about these meaningless words, in fact, we can't do all of this, it's the Lord's. Seeing that the topic was brought to his own body, S.H.I.E.L.D directly spoke said, yes, all of this is indeed something you can't decide. It's like at the very beginning, when two parallel Earths collided with each other, and when both sides were destined to be destroyed, you and mutant worked together to avoid this end of the world. The catastrophe happened. But later I found out that you have no power to stop all of this. Either you destroy your own planet, or destroy the other's planet, or two planets collide, and then everyone is finished together. In the last resort, the two sides can only destroy the Earth where the other side is located, and then that unprecedented battle will break out. Then which side won in the end? Listening to the remnant Kang, Natasha Romanoff immediately asked. Definitely is. Let's talk about Loki first. Before the remnant Kang had finished speaking, S.H.I.E.L.D interrupted without hesitation. He's right. I almost forgot. I can't say this directly. Nodded thoughtfully, Kang the remnant looked at the Avengers members and smiled, and then continued to look at Loki and Hela. As for the other Avengers members, they looked at S.H.I.E.L.D. They don't understand why S.H.I.E.L.D won't let this guy speak out. However, out of trust in S.H.I.E.L.D, they did not continue to ask. Loki, Hela, just like what I said just now, all the Earth where Kang is on, all have fought with each other, and the entire universe is almost destroyed. Then Time Asgardian appeared, created the Time Administration, and saved the universe. Listening to the words of the remnant Kang, Hela's face was full of disbelief. No, on the contrary, everything becomes different from here. The remnant Kang shook his head, and then continued. The original variant Kang encountered a creature condensed by the grief in the image. It can swallow time and space. This creature is Alioth. After that, I harnessed the power of this beast and started experimenting with it. I turned it into a weapon, and then I ended this multi-universe war. Finally, all the timelines were isolated. What I have to do is to manage the flow of time and prevent other branches from appearing. Therefore, there is a time management and time Asgardian. Therefore, there is peace in the universe for countless times, and therefore, there is reality, with you. Speaking of this, the remnant Kang laughed directly. Don't be grateful to me, because all this I did is not for you. I know that you are here to fight against the devil. In your eyes, I am the devil. But guess what? I am protecting you. If you think I am evil, then when you see those variants of me, and see different versions of me, you will understand what is truly evil. With a long sigh of relief, Kang the Conqueror stood up and sat in front of Loki and Hela. This is what you want to know. Now, the right to choose is in your hands. Whether it's a repressive and suffocating order, or a chaos that destroys the world, you can make any choice you like. In addition, I have lived a million times. I have experienced every possibility. This is the only way. The Time Management Bureau must exist. Now, you can make a choice. Look for flowers, 0. With that said, the survivor Kang opened his arms and closed his eyes, waiting for Hela and Loki's choice. I always feel that you are a liar. With that said, Hela took out his long knife and was about to assassinate the remnant Kang. Wait a moment. Seeing Hela's actions, Loki quickly wanted to stop it. But as soon as he stood up, he was held back by S.H.I.E.L.D. Let her do what she wants to do. None of this is the worst result, is it? Looking at Loki, S.H.I.E.L.D said with a smile. But in case everything he said is true. Looking at S.H.I.E.L.D who stopped him, Loki just wanted to say something in surprise, but looked at S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes, and then seemed to think of something, and couldn't help but nod gently. I watched Hela pierce the heart of the Beholder Kang with a long knife, and watched the Beholder Kang die in Hela's hands. I also saw that after completing his only goal since childhood, Hela took a few steps back, the kind of confusion on his face. Loki knows what kind of effort Hela has put into this goal, so it is natural to know how empty Hela is at this moment after completing this goal so easily. Gently stepped forward and hugged Hela. Loki softly comforted. Everything is over. Hela, you have done what you always wanted to do. It's great. From now on, we are free. Seeing Loki hugging and comforting Hela softly, the other Avengers members also stood up, and then surrounded Loki and Hela and left. They knew that S.H.I.E.L.D had very important things to find this guy named Kang the Legacy. Well, who said that if you die, you will be 100? That's someone else. As for the fact that S.H.I.E.L.D was able to resurrect Kang the Conqueror, Hela was empty after seeing the revenge. Everyone felt that it would be better not to tell her about this. After everyone had left, S.H.I.E.L.D, who had been sitting on the chair, waved his hand gently, and the next moment, the undead magic was instantly displayed. Okay, leave things to me. Time administration, controlled by someone more suitable than you and me. You are also free. Seeing Kang, who was drowning, suddenly opened his eyes and sucked roar, S.H.I.E.L.D said with a smile. New York, inside the magic holy place. Actually, I originally wanted to use a death to make Strange grow up. Looking at the sacred timeline key that S.H.I.E.L.D handed over, the supreme magician smiled and said, in my conception, Strange has gradually grown up. Just let him understand the responsibility of the reality dimension Asgardian, then he is a very qualified next supreme magician. After all, he is the most potential one among our supreme magician generations. So, as long as he knows how to sacrifice and how to protect him, he is truly qualified. And I am free. Listening to Ancient One Magician's words, S.H.I.E.L.D shook his head undeniably. Since the emergence of the answering chat room, many things have changed. It's like the simplest Loki. He became a member of the 567 Alliance and became the superhero of the Earth? So many things have changed. If you use the previous method, it will not have that great effect. It's like Strange, he is very good now, so you don't need to use a death to make Strange mature quickly. Having said that, S.H.I.E.L.D sighed, then looked at the Supreme Magician Ancient One and said seriously, Ancient One Magician, don't you think that the identity of Time Asgardian is more suitable for you? I think you are in charge of time management. The Bureau will be more relevant. The most important thing is that we have to consider for the future. The future of many things has become very vague. I think the Earth will face in the future, I am afraid it will be a greater disaster. Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D say this, the Supreme Magician Ancient One looked at the sacred timeline secret key in his hand, thought for a while, then raised his head and looked at S.H.I.E.L.D with a smile and asked, when did you start? You want me to be in charge from the time administration? To be precise, it should be from the moment Loki was captured. Facing the inquiry of Ancient One Magician, S.H.I.E.L.D did not hide it. At the time, I was hearing that Loki was taken away by the people of the time administration. The first thought in my mind was to enter the time administration and save Loki, but after you borrowed time gem from here, I suddenly felt that perhaps this is a good opportunity, a chance to truly understand the time administration. So I talked to Thor about what will happen to Loki, and he will get a girlfriend or something. In fact, during this period of time, we have had countless opportunities to rescue Loki. Thor simply believes that it is not important for Loki to suffer some suffering, but that he can find a girlfriend. And I want to use Loki and Hela to find the Legacy Kong, the person who founded the time administration. Definitely, I didn't tell Thor and others for this reason. Although I believe in Loki and Thor, I have to make some preparations for the future. Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's words, Ancient One Magician nodded. If I guessed correctly, the reason you have this plan is probably because you are in the answering chat room about your future. See Mephisto. Yes, Ancient One Magician. S.H.I.E.L.D did not hide it, but sighed. Others didn't pay attention, but I noticed that in the segment about my future, Mephisto said things like parallel universes. You know, as a member of the Answering Alliance, as the chain or hub of these people, others don't care about these details. I have to care. I even think more than them. I never mind measuring the development of each event with the worst plan, so when Tony and the others knew about the existence of parallel universes and were curious about the existence of parallel universes, what I thought was if the Earth and parallel universes existed, what will become of the Earth after a war? I found a chair and sat down, and took the hot tea that Ancient One Magician handed over. After S.H.I.E.L.D thanked him, he continued, my eyes have never been on Thanos. Even if I know that he wants to gather 6 infinite gems, snap his fingers, and wipe out half of the life in the universe, I also know that we will definitely win in the end. What I pay more attention to is the future clips played in the answering chat room, the story after the Earth encountered a parallel universe. Gently taking a sip of hot tea, S.H.I.E.L.D put down the teacup in his hand and smiled. In fact, from the beginning, I didn't want to be a superhero, even I think I have such a slight distance from the world. But then, Tony tried hard and wanted me to join them, Steve and they put in a lot of effort to let me join. So now that I have joined and become one of them, I will naturally have to take a longer-term view, even if it is for my children in the future. Speaking of this, S.H.I.E.L.D laughed, using Loki and Hela to find the so-called Legacy Kong. His words also proved my worry. The Earth in the future will inevitably be in a parallel universe with the Earth in the parallel universe. War. So Ancient One Magician, I must prepare in advance now, and you, becoming the master of the Time Management Bureau, is the most beneficial help to our universe, the Earth. I don't want to destroy the Earth in the parallel universe, but if only one Earth can survive, then I have no choice. Listening to the dignity in S.H.I.E.L.D's tone, looking at S.H.I.E.L.D's serious expression, Ancient One Magician thought for a while, then sighed, and then suddenly laughed. Oh, originally I thought that after cultivating Strange to become the next Supreme Magician, Dr. Strange, I will be free. Guard the real dimension of the Earth? Unexpectedly, now, the responsibility has become even greater, but that's okay. Taking over Kong as the controller of Time Administration 5.0, since it can help the future of the Earth, then I will take over. Although it is still far away from the future you mentioned, it does need to make some adequate preparations. For example, tell the members of the Time Management Bureau the truth. For example, re-recruit some time management staff. At least, the Time Management Bureau cannot be made into a rough look like Kong. Since you agree, then I will leave. Stand up, look at the Supreme Magician Ancient One and smile. I think you are getting busy again now, so I won't bother. With that said, S.H.I.E.L.D laughed like Ancient One Magician. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D leaving very quickly, as if afraid that he would regret it, Ancient One Magician couldn't help but shook his head with a smile. It seems that I can't die so easily now. Inside the car? Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D coming out and sitting on the co-pilot, Tony Stark was very curious and asked S.H.I.E.L.D, how is it? Did Ancient One Magician agree? Definitely agree. Seeing Tony staring at himself eagerly, S.H.I.E.L.D blinked and said triumphantly, "Don't you see who persuaded him? Pretty." Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s words, Tony Stark clenched his fists excitedly. In other words, from now on, the Time Management Bureau is ours. This is simply awesome. The Time Administration may seem weak, but in fact it is because the members of those time administrations are too weak. Now, with Ancient One magician sitting in town, then the Time Administration will definitely form a monster-like existence in the future. The most important thing is that with the existence of a time management agency, we can even travel through time in the future and go to any point in time. In this way, even if we lose in the face of a strong enemy in the future, we have nothing to fear. Not to mention that something regretful has happened. Excited to start the car, Tony Stark drove S.H.I.E.L.D towards the answering alliance. While driving the car, Tony said excitedly, "That's right, Sue, you said that after Ancient One magician completely controls the time management, can we borrow the time controller to take a look in the future? Seriously, I really want to go to the 30th century to take a look. I think as long as I stay there for a while, then my armor will inevitably usher in earth-shaking changes. Even if we can't go to the 30th century, a trip to the near future is good. Now when my father and I are perfecting the armor, we think of nanotechnology. Unfortunately, there is no way to complete the nano armor. Researched out." Seeing the excited Tony Stark, S.H.I.E.L.D thought for a while, but decided not to dispel Tony's excitement at the moment. How to say? Even if Ancient One magician takes over the time management, it is impossible for people like yourself to enter the timeline of the past or the future at will. Otherwise it will cause a lot of interference. This is why, myself or others in the Answering Alliance did not take over the time management. After all, neither he nor Tony can refuse the request made by the other party. I am afraid that the Time Management Bureau will give it to myself or Tony, then the timeline of the future and the past will become extremely chaotic. In the Answering Alliance, Loki took Hillview to Asgard. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D and Tony come back, Thor immediately said, "Hilway wants to take a look at Asgard again. After all, that's where she lived when she was a child." Definitely, although there is not one timeline, it is Asgard after all. Then these two have to go too. Raising his finger and pointing at Natasha Romanoff and Barton, Thor leaned on the sofa and spread his hands and said, "The two of them are going to investigate some house and other things. I don't understand. Ask them too, they don't say anything." Listening to Thor's words, S.H.I.E.L.D and Tony sat on the sofa and glanced at Natasha Romanoff and Barton. S.H.I.E.L.D asked curiously, "What on earth do you want to say? Boring?" The whole person was spread out on the sofa. Thor said with a bored look, "You didn't realize that after Natasha Romanoff and Barton also left, are there 3 of us left in the Answering League? If you are bored, go find Jane Foster, and sigh your girlfriend on a date, so you don't have to be here like us." Listening to Thor's words, Tony Stark said silently, Han means that he wants to go on a mission with Barton Natasha Romanoff. His hands are itchy, and he wants to fight. Seeing Thor's appearance, S.H.I.E.L.D said directly to Tony. Living together day and night for such a long time, S.H.I.E.L.D knows exactly what Thor wants to say. "Hey, that's what it means, but the two of them don't take me?" Thor sighed and looked at Natasha Romanoff with disappointment. "This kind of thing can't bring you sad." Natasha Romanoff smiled, and then said seriously, "This time the action is not to destroy the Red House, but to investigate. After all, I have been away from the Red House for too long. First, I must investigate the specific location of it, and then be specific. A series of things such as staffing, firepower coverage, connections behind it, etc. When there is a fight, I will naturally call you. When is that specific?" Listening to Natasha Romanoff's explanation, Thor blinked and asked curiously, "I don't know. After all, the Red House is not as simple as the surface. I even suspect that after leaving the Red House, there are now Black Widows all over the world." Natasha Romanoff shook his head and said, "Oh, you don't take me. Loki and Hill will go to Asgard and don't take me. Jane went to study that strange celestial body and didn't take me. It's so boring." To lying on the sofa, Thor's expression is full of boredom. At this moment, looking at Thor, who was constantly estimating the Yang, lying on the sofa, S.H.I.E.L.D shook his head speechlessly. In other words, at this moment, he doesn't want to be the Thor in the original movie no matter how you look at him. Ding. Please pay attention, members, the answer is about to start. Listening to the sound of the system machinery, I suddenly remembered that Thor, who was still relying on SHA-567 to install a bug to estimate the Yang, suddenly sat up from the sofa. The answer is about to start? Finally there is something to do. Looking at everyone, Thor said with a smile. Answer the chat room. Dr. Banner, Hulk is not sick Sue. Tony, I am currently studying the direction of Gamma here. It seems that there is a new breakthrough, so I don't have time to answer the questions or watch the questions. If it's not about me, then I don't have to call me. If it's about me, Sue, Tony, you two will watch and answer. Supreme Magician Ancient One, died from special effects too expensive add me, and so found me a new job. I want to clean up the time management system thoroughly, and then reorganize the time management system. Have a friendly communication with the Dream Demon, lest it come with Dormammu, then Strange will be miserable, so I won't participate. Wanda, I heard that the power of death and chaos force are more suitable, that I and Pietro are not going to participate. Now it is at a critical moment. Chaos force is very powerful, but it is difficult to control. In addition, in the mirror space-time within the flow rate, I am now 17.5 years old. When I come out, I will definitely give you a big surprise. Kurt Lang, I love peanuts. Can it still be like this? It turns out that it is not mandatory to participate. Loki, I am not my own. I am in Asgard now, and I am familiar with Asgard with Hillway, but I should be able to participate. Natasha Romanoff, the Answering League is my home. How is your relationship with Hillview? Loki, not bad. I found that Hillway, who is wearing women's clothing, is more beautiful, and do you know? After seeing me taking Hillway back, my mother gave Hillway a hug with excitement, and said children, she suffered from something like that in 2009, and Hillway's eyes were tearful. Now, her relationship with her mother and Queen is very good. Moreover, according to the mother's opinion, after she got acquainted with Asgard thoroughly, the mother's Queen held a very happy wedding for me and Hillway. It was the first time I saw Hillway that she was shy, but she did not object. It's simply awesome. In addition, this is the wedding of Asgard's first prince, so it is bound to be very lively and joyous. Haha, Thor, this time I finally grabbed you in front of you. In addition, Thor, Sif's expression is not very good after hearing that you have an Earth girlfriend. So, you have to be careful. Thor, with Loki, I don't have nothing. What? What does this have to do with me? No, what does it have to do with Sif? I have a girlfriend, shouldn't Zaime feel happy? Loki, idiot, fools can see that Sif actually likes you a little bit over the years, and the Queen has always thought that you and Sif are more suitable, even the father thinks so. So after hearing that you have a girlfriend of the Earth, you will naturally be a little angry? Haha, so happy? The thought of my love affair being blessed by my father and Queen, and blessed by the people of Asgard, and your love affair was opposed by everyone, I am so happy. I found that everything in my life has become so beautiful since I had the answering system. God King Odin is here, thank God. Thank you for the answering system, thank you for the answering alliance. Thor, what? I don't want to go back to Asgard recently. Thinking that the Queen Mother and his father Odin objected to being with Jane Foster, Thor made up his mind that he would die on Earth and not return. Well, luckily this time Loki and Hillway didn't bring themselves back to Asgard together. However, the God King is on, and his own feelings towards Sif are his feelings towards his companions. Suching, the person who is extremely greedy by death. Loki, congratulations. When you and Hillway get married, I will definitely come and congratulate you. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. There is still me and me. How can this kind of thing miss me? Loki, congratulations. I didn't expect you to be the first of these people in our Answering League married. What? Barton doesn't count. After all, the kids are quite old. Barton, I can win the battle if I have a fight. When I got married and had children, the answering system hadn't appeared yet, and none of us knew each other. What can I do? I can't do it. I can't divorce Laura. Let's get married again. Suching, haha, Barton, don't listen to Tony's nonsense, but Loki's wedding with Hillway this time is indeed the first marriage since the establishment of our answering alliance, so the scene must be lively. Loki, seriously, I can bring Hillway back. It's all up to you. Thank you, everyone. Just like my mother said, she never thought that she could see my wedding in her lifetime. With emotion, this sentence makes my heart sour. In addition, Thor, although the father's body is very strong, but I have had a deep chat with him for a long time. This is the first time that I have a real heart-to-heart talk with my father. I found that the father had such great hope for the two of us, but the two of us were too naive. Thor, hurry up and mature. I am not sure. Father can still support it for a few years. Therefore, I plan to wait for a while, and wait until the wedding of Hillway and I is finished, plus our three brothers Sue, to deal with the biggest regret of the father, that is, the eldest sister Hela, who was sealed by his father in hell. Otherwise, I'm afraid my father won't be able to wait for many years. I don't want him to enter the eternal sleep with regrets. This may be the only thing we can do for our father as heirs of man, even if I am not his own, but... Thor. I'm fine, Loki, I agree with your idea. Maybe we should really handle the matter of Sister Hela satisfactorily, otherwise even if the father enters the eternal sleep, I'm afraid it will be deeply unfortunately. Also, don't mention in front of me that you are not your own person. In my heart, Loki, you are my Thor's brother, understand? Loki, Shang's hand, okay, my fault, I won't say it later. Suching. The topic suddenly became a little serious, but I understand and agree with the thoughts of the two of you, but why is it plus Su our brother/Ren? Why must I bring me? No. Thor, Kong Mungsu, is there a problem? We are not brothers. Brothers do not say these foreign words. Smile, Loki, yes, so, this matter is naturally indispensable for you, not to mention the relationship between you and our sister Hela based on what Wanda said in the future that we saw in the answering chat room. The most important thing is that Thor and I can't beat my sister Hela. How can we negotiate if we can't beat him? So naturally you have to help with this matter. Be confident. Suching. Why is my life so good? I actually met you two guys. Wang Tian, okay, since you are for the sake of your parents, I will help. Li Wangxiao, you this time? Sheng Xiao. Thor, I also think that Su, your life is very good. You can actually know our two brothers. Seriously. Natasha Romanoff, Han, you didn't realize it, doesn't so mean this. Thor, blind, it doesn't matter. We are all our own, fools are kind. S.I. Kurt Lang, by the way, I really envy you, alas, when can I really join you? Looking at the conversations of you people, I almost cried with envy. Shaking Strange, Lang, do you want to join our answering league? So, when you and me face the Dormammu negotiation, I recommend you to join us. How? S. Kurt Lang, okay, is it really okay? Excited. Natasha Romanoff. Kurt, don't listen to Strange, he is cheating you. Helpless, ding. Members, please be prepared, answering questions will start now. With the mechanical sound of the answering system falling, the next moment, the answering chat room will be muted. Before the clip was played, it was still the voiceover of Suching's voice. The fate of the future has already changed, but even so, maybe we can still learn something from the past and the future. After Suching's voiceover fell, the clip slowly began to play. The first thing that catches the eye is that in the prison, Kurt Lang, wearing a prison uniform, clenched his fist, and was fighting with someone taller and stronger than him. Seeing Kurt Lang who was knocked down with a punch, the inmates in a circle happily roared and roared. A counterattack hit the brawny man. The brawny man had nothing to do, but Kurt Lang shook his fist. Then he used words to distract the brawny man's attention, and then punched the brawny man's chin. Just when the members of the answering alliance thought that Kurt Lang was about to be picked up, who knew that the two actually hugged. Afterwards, the inmates were all enjoying roar for Kurt Lang. Until this time, everyone reacted. It turned out that this was a ceremony to send 567B's Kurt Lang out of prison. After Kurt Lang was released from prison, although he had a fellow inmate who lived with him, who was particularly fond of nagging to take care of him, Kurt Lang still had a very difficult life. The main thing is that it is difficult to find a job. Even if he has a master's degree in electrical engineering, as long as others find out that he has been in jail, he will be dismissed directly. Even if it is a cashier's job, the shop owner is still reluctant to hire him. Seeing this scene, Kurt Lang grinned and then glanced around. Although there was no one, he still said with some luck, "Is this the original trajectory of my life? Fortunately, I was given by S.H.I.E.L.D. people. I was rescued, and now I am still working for S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't even have money to buy toys for my daughter, Peanut." With that said, Kurt Lang still kept his eyes on watching the answering chat room playing a fragment of his own life. Now, what he wants to know most is what kind of person he will become in the original life. Well, what he cares most is whether he will become a superhero. After all, in the answering chat room, almost all are superhero, or people related to superhero. Especially the Answering Alliance. He is very eager to join the Answering Alliance and become a member of Suching. The screen continued to play. After being fired again and again, Kurt Lang finally decided to unite his partners and get a vote. As a result, the operation was as fierce as a tiger, and the result was, except for a pair of seemingly frustrating clothes, Kurt Lang got nothing. In the bathroom, putting on the stolen Ant-Man battlesuit, Kurt Lang looked at himself in the mirror curiously. Wow, it's really weird, but in such a big safe, there is such a weird one clothing. It should be different. Talking to himself, Kurt Lang looked at the two red buttons on the glove, and then pressed one of them. Almost for an instant, Kurt Lang, who was originally a normal person, directly transformed into a very small existence that would hardly be noticed. Oh my god. Seeing that his body became like an ant in an instant file size, especially with a bathtub as a comparison, standing in the bathtub, at this moment Kurt Lang felt that he was going crazy. Looking at the world from below, it must be very different. Kurt Lang, who was looking around blankly, suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice in the headset, and suddenly panicked. Who is talking? Before the unfamiliar sound came from the earphones, the shower curtain was pulled open immediately after the next, and then I saw Louis, that is, the friend who likes to nagging is ready to put water in the bathtub. Hey, wait a minute, Louis, I'm here. Louis, I'm still here. Seeing Louis who had almost become a giant, Kurt Lang quickly raised his hands, constantly roar called. But Louis couldn't hear it at all, and he turned on the faucet of the bathtub. A stream of water flows down the dragon head. In Louis's opinion, this is an ordinary flow rate, but in the eyes of Kurt Lang, who has become an ant-like file size at this moment, this is no different from the existence of a waterfall. Roar called Louis out loud, but Kurt Lang still didn't get any response. But inside the earphones, the strange man's voice came again. Real gold needs fire to refine. Kurt, it's just water this time. Regardless of listening to what the strange man in the headphones said, Kurt Lang ran desperately to escape this majestic waterfall. No matter how fast you run, you can be in the bathtub. Soon, with the huge amounts of impact of the water, Kurt Lang feels like he is in the turbulent sea. It was filled with majestic water, and finally flew out of the bathtub and fell to the ground. It's just that Kurt Lang did not fall like an ant on the tile, but directly smashed the tile into several cracks. It is impossible to know that this is impossible. Even if an ant-like file size object falls from a height of half a meter, it will not have any effect on the tiles. But by the way, Kurt Lang had several cracks in the floor tiles. I just got up from the ground with great effort. Before Kurt Lang recovered, he heard the voice of the strange man again in the earphones. Wow, luck is good, but Kurt, this is not over. As the voice fell, the belt of Louis's trousers dropped to the ground. In order not to let this terrible belt hit, Kurt Lang hurriedly avoided, and then accidentally fell into the sewer. Keep falling, and finally fell on a dance floor. At this moment, the tiny Kurt Lang was constantly avoiding the stepping on the soles of the shoes on the dance floor, and then fell down the pipe to another room. It can be said that this road is almost dangerous. I was sucked away by a vacuum cleaner, chased by a mouse countless times larger than myself, and finally fell from the windowsill onto the taxi. The file size of a normal person was finally restored, and the voice of the strange man in the headset came again. The initial test was not bad. Kurt, you keep the clothes, I will contact you again. Looking at the screen of the answering chat room, the sad self reminded me. In the real world, Kurt Lang couldn't help but shivered. I hate that suit. I won't use this suit even if I'm killed. I will become an ant-like file-size existence. After the first segment is played, the second segment continues to play. In the clip, Kurt Lang continues to train with Hope's help. Although the process is always not so smooth, Kurt Lang slowly adapts to this battlesuit and how to use ants as a means of transportation. Then, it was Kurt Lang who broke into the Avengers base and fought Rhodes. It wasn't a fierce battle, but Rhodes still let Kurt Lang escape. Looking at Kurt Lang who was escaping, Rod said into the headset, can you tell Captain Steve about this matter? S.H.I.E.L.D. Watching this scene, Steve Rogers hugged his arm and said to Nick Fury beside him, I know this person, he is called Rod. I met him when I was running before. It can be seen that he has such a trace of admiration for me. Hearing Steve's words, Nick Fury thought for a while, and then directly said, since you know him, you can try to recruit him to Avengers. You have few people, and you can't do anything, you need to do it. So at this time, might as well establish a second Avengers team, or something like the second generation Avengers. Avengers second team. Hearing Nick Fury's words, Steve Rogers thought for a while, then lightly nodded and said, this does have some feasibility. After all, it is like you said, we can't ask people like us to come forward for everything. However, I don't count what I said alone. Nick, I need to discuss with Sue and Tony. You know, it's difficult to join Avengers, and it's even more difficult to join the Respondents League. Definitely, I respect your decision very much at this point. Although the idea of Avengers is what I proposed to form at the beginning, it is also my idea all the time. But, Steve, you are not S.H.I.E.L.D. Hearing Captain America's words, Nick Fury smiled and nodded. However, it seems that these two people are both good looking. Whether it is Rhodes or Kurt Lang in your mouth, it seems that they can be members of the Avengers second team. By the way, Steve, since this clip is a future where Kurt Lang has not been taken part in by us, then do you think we can reuse this old wisdom and let Kurt Lang get Ant-Man's battlesuit? You know, the person who can make the Ant-Man battlesuit has a deep misunderstanding for our S.H.I.E.L.D. Therefore, I think we should plan this matter well. That's S.H.I.E.L.D. I can't participate in it. Steve smiled and shook his head, and then said to Nick Fury, however, this kind of thing shouldn't be difficult for you. Let's continue watching Kurt Lang's future clips. Answer the chat room. The clip continues to play, and two guys that can grow bigger and smaller are fighting fiercely. Especially after getting smaller, it was clearly the toy train of Kut's daughter Xiao Peanut, but it made these two smaller guys thrilling, as if fighting on a real train. The whole scene is thrilling with a trace of comicality, which always makes people feel a bit weird. In the end, Kurt Lang reduced himself to the molecular level in order to save his daughter, and then eliminated the wasp-like guy. It is precisely because of this that Kurt Lang entered the quantum realm, but in the end there was still a surprise. The picture stopped here abruptly. Then the third episode started playing. In the picture, it is an unknown airport. At this moment, a group of people headed by Captain America are confronting a group of people headed by Iron Man. Obviously, this time Kurt Lang was on Captain America's side, and then the two sides unfolded not fiercely. Except for the two protagonists, everyone else was fighting for release. In particular, the battle between Barton and Natasha Romanoff was even more release of water, and they were hardly fighting seriously, or after Wanda used magic to fly Natasha Romanoff out, he told Barton about his release of water. Watching this scene, answer questions within the league. Natasha Romanoff rolled his eyes silently and said, this little one with no conscience. It's the original future, Natasha Romanoff. Maybe in the original future, Wanda and Pietro are not adopted by you? So this is not our present future? Look for flowers, 0. Listening to Natasha Romanoff's complaint, Barton said with a smile, I definitely know this, but I saw Wanda actually standing by your side and helping you deal with me together, so I was a little angry, and I was her sister. Kong busy. Listening to Natasha Romanoff's complaint, Barton suddenly laughed. In fact, I am more concerned about the two people, Steve and Tony. Why are they divided into two camps, and there is a war between them? Let's take a look at the footage played in the answering chat room first. Seeing Kurt Lang who suddenly became a giant, Natasha Romanoff said. After this battle was over, Kurt and Lang were sentenced to home imprisonment. The third segment is finished, and the last segment starts to play. In the picture, Kurt Lang wears an Ant-Man battlesuit, is sucked into the instrument in the van, and then enters the quantum realm. Skirt, test the microphone. Pym, Hank took the walkie-talkie and said to Ant-Man who entered the quantum realm. After about a few seconds, Kurt Lang did not reply, which made Pym, Hank, his wife, and Hope a little worried. But immediately, Kurt Lang's voice came out of the microphone. Obviously, this is Kurt Lang joking with Dr. Pym. Just as Dr. Pym was trying to say something, suddenly the whole world seemed to be in a mess, and many horrified screams continued to be heard on the opposite street. The three people subconsciously looked towards the opposite street. Only one person was gradually turning into dust. Just when the three people didn't know what happened, the next moment, the bodies of the three Dr. Pym began to turn into ashes, and then disappeared between the heavens and the earth. Only the walkie-talkie fell to the ground alone, and there was the sound of Kurt Lang's constant roar call. As soon as the camera turned, I don't know how long it took before Kurt Lang finally returned from the quantum realm. But seeing that he seems to be in a waste storage room, Kurt Lang feels a little pity. He didn't understand at all what was going on. And the clip continues to play. Inside the Avengers base, Natasha Romanoff is just like a commander at this moment, listening to other Avengers scattered around to report with the influence of the whole system. When Carol, Rocket Raccoon, and their hologram disappeared, only the hologram of Rod remained here. Sitting on the chair, Natasha Romanoff's expression was not so good at the moment, but he still forced himself to smile and asked Rod, "What's the matter?" In Moxage, someone found a house of corpses. All of them were some local forces, and these people didn't even have time to fight back. Maybe it's black eating black. Surely not. Listening to Natasha Romanoff's words, War Machine Rhodes shook his head with certainty. This was done by Barton. This is very consistent with his actions in the past few years, and the influence of his 5 to 70 over the years. Really, Natasha Romanoff, I really don't want to find him. Listening to Rod's words, Natasha Romanoff looked down with her head down and seemed to have an urge to cry, but he resisted and asked, "Can you find out where he is going next?" With that said, Natasha Romanoff picked up the sandwich on the table and ate it, but those beautiful eyes were full of tears. N.A. Seeing Natasha Romanoff with tears constantly spinning in his eyes and holding back his sadness, Rod couldn't bear it. "Help me find out where Barton is." "All right." Seeing Natasha Romanoff's insistence, Rod nodded, and then the hologram disappeared in the base. After Rod's influence completely disappeared, Natasha Romanoff could no longer control her emotions, put down the sandwich in her hand and began to cry. No one knows how sad Natasha Romanoff is at this moment, as if everyone has not seen her cry since everyone knew her. Just as Natasha Romanoff's big tears were low and his emotions were a little uncontrollable, a voice came from the door of the room. "Originally, I planned to make dinner for you, but now it seems that you are already miserable enough." As if teasing his own cooking skills, Steve Rogers leaned on the iron shelf and whispered to Natasha Romanoff. Listening to Steve's voice, Natasha Romanoff wiped the tears from his face and turned to look at Steve. "Are you here to wash your clothes in the base? By the way, looking at a friend?" Looking at Natasha Romanoff, Steve Rogers said with a smile. "Your friend is all right now." Leaning on the chair, Natasha Romanoff put her legs on the table. "Everything will be fine." "Yes, everything will be fine, as long as you are willing to give up." Muttering to himself, Steve Rogers raised his head and looked at Natasha Romanoff and suddenly smiled. "You know, when I was passing the overpass, I saw a group of whales. There are no boats anywhere, and the water is very clear. This is something I have never seen before. It is really beautiful, so, if you want me to face life positively, let go of all this, I will smash the sandwich in your face." With her legs on the table, Natasha Romanoff turned her head to look at Steve and said seriously. Listening to the widow sister's words, Steve Rogers smiled and shook his head. "Sorry." As he walked to the chair and sat down, Steve Rogers smiled and said, "You know, I'm used to it." Leaning on the chair, Steve Rogers looked at Natasha Romanoff across the table, and after a moment of silence, he said, "I have always told everyone that life should continue and learn to grow. Some people can, but some people don't. Steve, if I continue to live, then who will do these things? Maybe there is no need to do these things at all. N.A., you can't. I used to have nothing." Steve. Leaning on the chair, tears flowed from his cheeks once. "You know, Steve, I used to have everything, and later, I got this job, this family. Rising up, I have become better because of these. Now, even if all of this doesn't exist anymore, I am also trying to become better." The voice was a little choked, but Natasha Romanoff's tone was still very firm. "So, I won't give up all of this? I still have nothing except for you. N.A., I think we should all learn to face the new life and world. Then you come first." Wiping away the tears from her cheeks, Natasha Romanoff looked at Steve stubbornly. For a while, both of them stopped talking until a few dozen seconds later, a video message came. In the video, outside the Avengers base, under the surveillance equipment, Sri Kurt Lang is standing there, waving his hands constantly. "Hi, everyone, is there anyone else here? I am Sri Kurt Lang. We saw it at the airport a few years ago, and we had a fight. I was the Ant-Man who turned into a giant. I was wearing Ant-Man's uniform. Does anyone remember?" Watching the video, Ant-Man was waving his hands and introducing himself. Natasha Romanoff and Steve stood up at the same time. "How is it possible? Natasha Romanoff, is this a picture of the past?" "No, this is the monitoring of the main entrance of our Avengers base." Looking at Ant-Man's Kurt Lang in the video, Natasha Romanoff's expression is full of excitement at the moment. The picture stopped here, and then the voice of the answering system slowly sounded. "Attention members, answering questions will now begin. Excuse me, for the timeline of Natasha Romanoff and others, what is the purpose of Ant-Man Kurt Lang, who has been trapped in the quantum realm for 5 years, came to Avengers base?" Option 1. After coming out of the quantum realm, Ant-Man's Kurt Lang found that all the people he knew had disappeared, so he wanted to come over and ask what happened. Option 2, as one of the superhero, Kurt Lang, after returning to reality from Quantum Realm 5.0, is ready to find all the superheroes of Avengers, and go find Thanos together for revenge. Option 3, after returning from the Quantum Realm, Rancy Kurt Lang discovered that half of the people in the world have disappeared, combined with the time passed in the Quantum Realm, so I have an idea to travel through time and space. Members, please note that you have 30 minutes of thinking time. If no one answers after 30 minutes, the system will randomly designate a person to answer. Those who mistype the question will be randomly deducted, including but not limited to lifespan, ability, and wealth, life, and so on. Now, the answering begins. Please answer the chat room members to choose to start answering. As the mechanical sound of the system falls, the answering chat room will resume the function of chat discussion in the next moment. S.I. Kurt Lang, I love Xiao Nut Yao, good fellow, is it finally my turn? I was a little excited when I first saw it, but I would be trapped in the quantum realm. God, it always feels weird. Steve Rogers, go back to the past to dance with her, nothing incredible. In fact, before this, Kurt, we have seen even more incredible things. But wait until the end of the answer. Kurt, you go to Nick Fury, maybe you should discuss now whether you can get the battlesuit that can become an ant-like file-size battlesuit. In addition, Sue, Tony, Nick Fury think we should form a second Avengers team, or a second-generation Avengers member. Firstly, because we can't do anything in person. Secondly, we also saw some other Avengers in the video just now. For example, in the video, Kurt Lang wore a battle uniform to the Avengers League base, and then he fought with a person called Falcon. I know that person, named Sam Wilson. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. I also know the other one, that is, in the last video, the guy who used holographic projection to talk to Natasha Romanoff about Barton, his name is Rod, and he is one of my few one more friend. In addition, I don't have any opinion on the formation of the Avengers second team, so, Natasha Romanoff, Barton, what do you think? Natasha Romanoff, my answering alliance is my home. I have no opinion on forming the Avengers second team, but it is easy to join the Avengers, but to join the answering alliance, it must be agreed by all of us. Let's put it this way, I think the Avengers are easy to enter, but the answering league is definitely not. The threshold must be high, because, just like my title, the answering alliance is my home, and the members of the first generation answering alliance are my family. I don't want anyone to be eligible to join my family. Barton, if I can win the battle, I agree with Natasha Romanoff's point of view. I don't care about the formation of the Avengers second team, but there is no door to enter the answering system. Thor, with Loki, I don't have nothing actually. I think Steve is right. We can't let us take action for everything, so it's okay to get a second team that can help us, but wants to replace us. These people are dreaming. Tony Stark, haha, naive. What do you think? Who can be qualified to replace us? Skirt Lang, what? If I really want to form the Avengers second team, can I apply after getting the battlesuit? God testify, I really want to become you a member of. Definitely, I know that it is difficult to enter the big family of answering leagues in your mouth, but I can start slowly from the Avengers team. Believe me, I really want to be a member of you. Steve Rogers, definitely no problem. Kurt, I want to join our Avengers second team. I agree with your proposal, but you also saw what Natasha Romanoff said just now, want to join our answering league. This is a very good thing. Difficult things? It must be agreed by everyone, even if only one person disagrees and everyone else agrees, that is not allowed. Kurt Lang, no problem, I understand, thank you. Captain, I am willing to start with the Avengers second team, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Steve Rogers, don't worry, thank me, whether you can form the Avengers second team. Although everyone agrees, you still have to ask Sue's opinion. If Sue disagrees, then the second generation Avengers must be the matter. Going stranded. Loki, I am not my own. Yes, Sue's opinion is my opinion. He agrees and I agree, he does not agree, and I do not agree. As a superhero who has saved the Earth once, as a member of the Answering Alliance, the first generation of Avengers, I, Loki, first make a statement, and so can make all the decisions on my behalf. Tony Stark, I also agree with Loki. I choose to respect Sue's decision without principle and condition. Even if I support the formation of the Avengers second team, if Sue disagrees, then I am against it. Natasha Romanoff, count me. Thor, and me. Barton, add me. Kurt Lang, Sue, please, eyes. Poor. Prayer. Suching, the person who was coveted by death. Come on, you guys made me look like a big villain in the Answering Alliance. Isn't it to push me out of the tank at a critical moment in the future? Like Natasha Romanoff said, all of them are unscrupulous. Okay, Steve, tell Nick Fury about the formation of the Avengers second team. I agree. However, the members must go through our training. As for who will train the Avengers members of the second team, I think Natasha Romanoff and you should guide you. I am worried that the members of the Avengers 2 team that has not yet been formed have no tacit understanding with each other, and it will be bad. I don't want them to get into trouble. I will come to 570 them to deal with the aftermath. In addition, please call them Avengers second team members, not members of the second generation Avengers. In my opinion, only the children of those of us will be called raw members of the second generation Avengers, or members of the Answering League. Steve Rogers, this is no problem, Sue, don't worry, I will train them with Natasha Romanoff. As for the name Roar, just listen to you, call them the second team Avengers. Peter Quill, true fathers worry good guy, I can understand it. It turns out that Sue is the soul of you people. He doesn't agree, then you will not agree to anything. Su-ching, Peter Quill, you can also think that I am the one in the team. Skirt Lang, great, thank you, Sue, thank you, Captain Steve, thank you all of you for giving me this opportunity to join the Avengers second team. This is simply the best news I heard today. Excited. Peter Quail, squirting. Kurt, seeing you so excited, it makes me want to join the Avengers. But forget it, I'll continue to form my Guardians of Galaxy in the universe. NS. Maybe one day, Guardians of Galaxy members will have a dream linkage with Avengers members, Natasha Romanoff, Peter Quill, your Guardians of Galaxy and our Avengers will have some linkages. It is not possible, but inevitable. Sue, give a picture, it is the last paragraph of the video, I am at Avengers, and other people report to me. Looking at Natasha Romanoff's words, Su-ching directly sent the screenshot to the answering chat room. Natasha Romanoff, look, in this picture, the guy named Rhodes, Tony said it's his friend, and I don't know another white woman and black woman, but I think this should be on our side in the future. As for that little raccoon, Peter Quill, you should remember, this little raccoon is one of the members of your Guardians of Galaxy. It is the raccoon who stood with the tree man last time about your question. Peter Quill, I definitely remember that this little raccoon is called Rocket Raccoon, and the tree in your mouth is called Groot. In fact, I have just obtained the Universe Spirit Orb and I am on my way to Kaidar. No way, although I have seen my future in the answering chat room. In fact, I want to form Guardians of Galaxy, so I have to do it. Natasha Romanoff, yes, so I said. Peter Quill, Guardians of Galaxy will inevitably have an intersection with the Answering Alliance in the future. This is certain, although what is being broadcast now is the future of Kurt Lang's previous life. Nick Fury, Natasha Romanoff, I know the white woman in the picture. She is called Carol, and her nickname is Captain Marvel. She is a very powerful person on Earth. She is an old friend of mine. It's just that she is now in the universe, not on the Earth. In fact, the Heavenly Sword Bureau was founded because of her, and it is precisely because of her appearance that I decided to form Avengers. As for the black woman, Wakanda female guard, I still don't know. Tony Stark, Carol, Captain Marvel, or Earthling, Spray, Nick, S.H.I.E.L.D. How many things are hiding from us? Su-ching, Tony, S.H.I.E.L.D. There are many things we don't know, but it's normal. After all, we are not from S.H.I.E.L.D, so S.H.I.E.L.D doesn't have to tell us all the secrets. Nick Fury, I don't want to say that, but I'm sorry, some secrets can only be known by S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff, oh, my status in S.H.I.E.L.D is not high, so I naturally don't know these things, but it doesn't matter, I have to quit S.H.I.E.L.D anyway. Knowing these secrets is of little use to me. Nick, quickly agree to the report of my withdrawal from S.H.I.E.L.D. Barton, and me, the day Natasha Romanoff submitted the withdrawal application, I also submitted the application. Even mine was approved. Nick Fury, hey, can you two stop arguing? Being a member of S.H.I.E.L.D does not prevent you from being a member of the Answering League, right? Natasha Romanoff, not the same. In fact, from the beginning, I still cared very much about S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, I had nothing at that time, and I was chased and killed by the people in the Red House. I couldn't join S.H.I.E.L.D if it wasn't for Barton to recruit me. At that time, I was willing to do anything for S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D protected me like a big family. But later, after I learned that S.H.I.E.L.D was full of Hydra members, I felt a little sick. If it hadn't been that time when S.H.I.E.L.D had just wiped out Hydra and the manpower was not enough, I'm afraid I would have quit. But now it's different. With the help of the Skeleton Warrior and the addition of many people in the Eagle's Nest, S.H.I.E.L.D does not lack me and Barton now, so the two of us decided to quit S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick, don't hold back, it's good for everyone. Barton, yes, Nick, I also want to concentrate on taking care of my family, so, agree. Nick Fury, well, alright, it's time for you to live your own lives. Thank you both for your help to S.H.I.E.L.D for so many years. After this time, I will agree to both of you withdrawing from the application. Tony Stark, wow, congratulations, Natasha Romanoff and Barton, you two are free. To celebrate this freedom, I will hold a party after I finish answering the questions. Thor, okay, I just asked Loki to bring some Asgard's wine. Loki, congratulations, Natasha Romanoff and Barton, you two are free, but Thor, don't think about it, I'm acquainted with Asgard with Hillview, I don't have time to give you wine. Steve Rogers, congratulations to Natasha Romanoff and Barton. Besides, only I am curious, at that airport, why would I start a battle with Tony? And it seems that the members of the Answering Alliance are divided into two groups and fighting. Tony Stark, what else? There can be a war between the two of us, besides your friend Bucky Barnes, can there be other reasons? Steve Rogers, sorry, Tony, Tony Stark, okay, Steve, don't talk about these things, I don't want to affect the relationship between the two of us because of his affairs. And I also beat him up painfully? What I am even more curious about now is who was the man in the red battlesuit standing on my side during the airport battle, who was the one with the spider pattern in front of him and who was able to use the spider cobweb. Nick Fury, I don't know, but I'll ask someone from S.H.I.E.L.D to investigate if there is anyone who meets this aspect. Now, let's help Kurt Lang answer this question first. After this problem is over, Li Zhao's, I have to ask Kurt Lang to find a way to return to the original life trajectory. Having said that, Tony, this Mr. Howard still has a lot to do with it. After all, back then, Dr. Pym thought that S.H.I.E.L.D. led by Mr. Howard Stark and Ms. Page wanted to snatch the Pym particle equation and angrily withdrew from S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony Stark, why don't I know about this? Forget it, I'll know when I go back and ask my father. No, isn't my father in S.H.I.E.L.D right now? Okay, Kurt Lang, let me talk about your thoughts on this issue first. As Kurt Lang, me? I think the most appropriate answer is that I came out of the quantum realm in the video, and then I want to find you. Let's go find Thanos to revenge this answer together. Natasha Romanoff, Kurt, why do you think this is the answer? Seeing Sri Kurt Lang thought that the correct answer was to come out of the quantum realm, and then to find Avengers, and to find Thanos for revenge together, Natasha Romanoff asked directly. Kurt Lang, I just think this answer is relatively close. After all, I had a little ability at that time. Compared with you, this ability is not outstanding, but it is considered to be much better than ordinary people. So I was brought into the fragment. I came out of the quantum realm and saw that people all over the world had been wiped out. The first thought was definitely to see my daughter Kathy, that is, Peanut is still there. It's a pity that this clip didn't play this scene, so I'm not sure if Xiao Peanut is still alive, but no matter what, I find you, the biggest possibility is to find Thanos for revenge. Seeing Kurt Lang's reason, everyone did not agree. Suching, Kurt, sometimes I think you think that the closer you are, the more wrong it is in fact. We have experienced this, and from the clip just now, the conversation between Natasha Romanoff and Steve can be analyzed. 570 Thanos thing has passed for several years. You have been trapped in the quantum realm over the years. Avengers should have found Thanos to take revenge, so the answer should not be what you said. Tony Stark, if the answer is not the second one, then among the remaining two answers, the first one can also be excluded. After all, even Kurt Lang has just emerged from the quantum realm. Know exactly what happened. So the answer cannot be the first one, so there is only the third one left. The third answer is that Kurt Lang combines the time spent in the quantum field with the time experienced in the real world, so he has an idea to travel through time and space. Actually, it is time and space again? Will we really travel back to the past in the future? If this is the case, why now I have not found that among us, some of us have returned from the future. Anyway, if I return to the present from the future, then I will definitely find myself, and then tell me about the battle armor. Steve Rogers, there should be any restrictions. Kfa, don't forget that Sue's voiceover once said that people who fool time will eventually be fooled by time, so even in the future, those of us can travel back from the future. Until now. But it won't necessarily find us, this will cause unnecessary trouble. Thor, haha, you all forgot one of the most important things. Don't forget, I cut off Thanos' head, if I remember correctly. When I cut off Thanos' head, the picture in my question, and there is no Kurt Lang. There is no such guy who can become the file size of the ant, so this proves that the second answer is not true. If he is really looking for us to take revenge on Thanos, how can there be no him when I cut off Thanos' head? Tony Stark, Thor is right, I almost forgot. We have seen Thor killing Thanos before, but there is no me in that scene. The one wearing my armor is Hulk? So where do I go? NS? It will never be dead, and there is no there is no Natasha Romanoff. If you talk about Thor's problem, you see the future of Thor's original life, not the future of the present? Then it is the past. Natasha Romanoff jumped off the cliff, and so shouldn't have become a superhero in his original life, and become one of us? But since I forced Sura into us people, everything has changed. But I'm sure, there was indeed no Kurt Lang at that time. Kurt Lang, that said, it is really the third answer. I compare the time I experienced in the quantum field with the time I experienced in the real world. Idea. Nick Fury, maybe this is the only truth, Kurt. Sometimes the more seemingly impossible, the more it conforms to the law of real development. So looking at the third answer now is very surprising, but maybe in the future, do you think all of this is possible? Kurt Lang, well, I believe you, then who should answer this question? Is it me? Natasha Romanoff, it's definitely you, whoever answers your questions. Answer it correctly, you can get rewards, make yourself stronger, make mistakes, and receive the possibility of random deductions. Definitely, if you are afraid and choose to give up answering, then others can also choose to answer. It's just that if you don't even have the courage to answer questions, then you are not eligible to become a member of the Avengers second team. Kurt Lang, haha, how come? The answer is your analysis, so I am a little embarrassed to answer, but since whoever is the answer, then I naturally don't have any questions. This is courage to me. There are still S.H.I.E.L.D. After speaking, Kurt Lang raised his hand, rubbed his cheek vigorously, and was ready to answer this question. S.H.I.E.L.D, the answering system, this question about me, I will choose to answer. I believe the answering alliance members analyzed, so I choose the third answer. After I returned from the quantum realm, I found that the people in the world disappeared half. Combining the time elapsed in the quantum domain with the real-world time comparison, so an idea of traveling through time and space came into being. Watching Kurt choose to answer the question. The mechanical sound of the answering system sounded again. Member Sir Kurt, are you sure about your answer? Kurt, that sure. Congratulations to the member Sir Kurt who answered correctly and got the skill Huoshu. Introduction to the skill Huoshu. Although you can't have the ability to control the flame, you can rely on this skill to stay intact in the raging flame. From then on, the skill owner will no longer fear the power of the flame. Member Kurt has finished answering the question. Please watch the answer clip. As the sound of the answering system fell, the unfinished video was played again in the answering chat room in the next moment. In the fragment, watching Kurt pacing back and forth in a hurry, Steve Rogers stopped him. Hey, Kurt, are you all right? Fine? Rubbing his cheeks vigorously, Kurt suddenly looked at Steve Rogers and Natasha Romanoff and asked, have any of you learned tonic physics, only for chatting? Kurt, putting his hands in his pockets, listening to Kurt asking himself and Steve who learned to pass physics, Natasha Romanoff spoke directly. Well then, let me put it another way. After thinking for a few seconds, Kurt looked at the two people and said seriously, 5 years ago, just before the Thanos incident, I was in a place called the Quantum Realm. The Quantum Realm is like an independent miniature shrinking universe. If you want to enter, then you have to become very small. Hope, she is me, she used to be me. I thought about how to introduce Hope, but in the end, Kurt could only say with a little helplessness, she should have been the one who pulled me out of the Quantum Realm. But after Thanos appeared, I was trapped in the Quantum Realm. Listening to Kurt words, Natasha Romanoff comforted softly, this must be a very long 5 years. That's what I want to say. Listening to Natasha Romanoff's comfort, Kurt said seriously, in fact, the time is not long, for me, it is only 5 hours. This is the rule of the quantum field. The quantum realm is different from this time, everything is unpredictable. After speaking, Kurt seemed to feel hungry under his emotions, and after asking a question, he directly picked up the sandwich on the table and ate it. Skirt, what on earth do you want to say? Looking at Kurt who was eating a sandwich, Steve Rogers frowned and asked, actually, what I want to say is that the time mechanism in the quantum field is different. The only problem now is that we have no way to control it. But what if we can do it? While eating sandwiches, Kurt said seriously to Captain America and Natasha Romanoff, so I have been thinking, if we can control it, we can control this chaos. If we can enter the quantum realm at a certain point in time, then come out of the quantum realm at another point in time. It's like we were before Thanos came. Wait, Kurt. Seeing Kurt who was getting more and more emotional, Steve Rogers stretched out his hand and interrupted, are you trying to say, time machine? No, definitely not a time machine. Listening to Steve's description, Kurt shook his head quickly, and opened his mouth several times to say a more appropriate adjective. But after a few times, Kurt could only nod his head, yes, it's the time machine. I know it's crazy, but I've been thinking that there must be a way, I'm crazy. As if it seemed impossible, Kurt gradually lowered his head, and his voice became much quieter. Skirt, raccoons can send me emails, so there is nothing impossible. Seeing Kurt who gradually lost his confidence, Natasha Romanoff directly comforted him. Then who should we go to? Listening to Natasha Romanoff's comfort, Kurt immediately raised his head and looked at the two people and asked, the picture turns, in a room? Give me the characteristics of that example, and the reaction in its spectral analysis. Controlling the holographic projection of Mobius' halo in front of him, Tony Stark said to the artificial intelligence. Although this will take some time, it doesn't matter if it is unsuccessful. He picked up a dried blueberry and threw it into his mouth. Tony Stark said casually, the model is rendered and the modeling is successful. As the beam revolves around the Mobius ring, the voice of the artificial intelligence prompts. Tony Stark, who was still chewing dried blueberries, was surprised by the news of this sudden success and collapsed on a chair, with an incredible expression on his face. Opened his arms in shock, looking at the Mobius ring that began to spread in front of him and became a stable form. Tony uttered a dirty word. Sheet. A gentle, Nyonyo voice came from the side, and Tony quickly turned around, and found out that it was little Morgan in pajamas sitting there very well, learning to speak by himself. S.H.H.H. He made a booing motion to little Morgan, and Tony pretended to exaggerately whispered, why haven't you slept yet? Little princess. Sheet. No, dear, you can't talk like that. Only mother can say this swear word. It was invented by her, and it is her exclusive vocabulary. Look for flowers, 0. Why haven't you slept yet? Because I have big damn things to do. Well, because there is something in my heart that I can't let go of. I'm thinking about something. Is it a fruit popsicle? You guessed right. After a short silence, Tony Stark suddenly laughed, and then walked forward to hold little Morgan's hand, and said lovingly, you are blackmailing, and that's right, you are blackmailing. What do you want? Juice popsicles? No problem. Turning and leaving with little Morgan, when he walked to the door, he couldn't help but look back at the Mobius ring. At this point in the picture, the summer has stopped, which is a thorough proof of the answer to this question. Sri Kurt Lang indeed proposed the theory of traveling through time. 0. Sir Kurt Lang, wow, I really came up with this theory. But I didn't expect that in the end, Mr. Tony Stark confirmed whether this theory is feasible. Natasha Romanoff, Kurt, it's great to be able to propose the concept of time travel. You can't compare yourself with Tony. After all, Tony is a genius. At least, among all the people I know, the most worthy of the name of genius one. Steve Rogers, okay, now that I have finished answering the questions, I will prepare to recruit the Avengers' second team. Kurt, I will write your name on the list first. In addition, you go find some Nick Fury, he has something to find you? It's about the ant battlesuit that can become bigger and smaller. Skurt Lang, it's great. It's great to be able to join the Avengers' second team. I think my daughter, Peanut, will definitely be proud of me. I'm going to find Mr. Nick Fury? I can't wait. Natasha Romanoff, okay, Steve, after you recruit the members of the second team, the two of us will start training them, but before that, there are still things that Barton and I have not done yet to do. It is also time completely and some previous grievances. In the Answering Alliance. She's so cute, even no matter how many times she sees it, she is so cute. Looking at the answering chat room in silence, Tony and Stark turned their heads to look at Suching. I really want to give birth to little Morgan now, she is so cute that she is unparalleled, and Asgard, inside Asgard? Didn't you say that you are going to invite everyone to come together when you and Hilway get married? Sitting on the chair, looking at Loki and Hillview in front of him, and Thor who blinked but said nothing. Suching smiled and asked Loki, I must invite everyone to come together. Hearing Suching's words, Loki poured Suching a glass of wine with a smile, and then said with a smile, you know, I don't have many friends, so in our answering league, we can't have one less Avengers? After all, I can understand what it feels like for everyone to treat me as their own person, so this time I and Hilway's wedding, we must invite everyone over. Holding Hilway's hand gently, Loki said with a smile, this is also very 570 okay. Nodded lightly, drank the wine in the glass, and then Thor next to him picked up the jug with a smile, and poured another glass for Suching. Stop, let's talk about what's going on first. Seeing Thor's smiling face, Suching leaned on the chair and said silently, since Kurt Lang's problem was solved last time, you have to let me come first. As a result, 7 days have passed. During these 7 days, in addition to taking me around Asgard, I was dragging me to drink and drink every day. Do I look like an alcoholic? Moreover, don't you think that I am a human being on Earth, and these days I have been treated by the people of Asgard every day, even the 3 warriors of Asgard and Sif, your playmates who grew up together. Is this something wrong? Not to mention that the day after I came to Asgard, you also threw a carnival party for me. First, let me talk about what happened to make you 2 princes, Asgard, have such an attitude. Moreover, I think that according to our relationship, it seems that we don't have to please each other. Hearing Suching's words, Thor and Loki looked at each other and laughed. I said you must have doubts, so I will talk to you on the day I bring you to Asgard. As a result, Loki insisted on saying that asking you for help as soon as he came was not in line with our Asgard etiquette, and then just wasting 7 days as long as it was delicious. Thor reluctantly shook his head, and immediately sold Loki. As soon as we brought Sura to our Asgard, let Sue help us. This is indeed not in line with the hospitality. After all, if we are ordinary people, then relying on the friendship between us and Sue, naturally don't care about this. But don't forget, in Asgard, the 2 of us are Asgard's princes and heirs to the future throne, so we must entertain Sue with the highest courtesy of Asgard. This is in line with the etiquette. Listening to Loki's words, Thor curled his lips reluctantly. But looking at the face of Hilway who is about to become his younger sibling next to him, Thor did not refute Loki. According to Thor's idea, what identity etiquette and so on, why should these things be used on Sue's body? Obviously they are all their own brothers, so what use is there to make so many so-called etiquette? But after another thought, that's right, once Lyso is the brother of himself and Loki, he must also let Sue experience the highest etiquette of Asgard. Moreover, it seems that the reason why Loki did this seems to be more for Hilway. He wants to borrow so many days of etiquette, so that Hilway, who has been captured by the Time Administration since childhood, will gradually become familiar with Asgard etiquette. Cognition? Lest there be some trouble at the wedding soon to be held. Thinking of this, Thor subconsciously nodded. If this is the reason, Thor feels that he can still accept it. After all, Hilway is Loki's future wife and his younger siblings. You can't be taken away by people from the Time Administration since you were a child, so you are not familiar with Asgard's etiquette. You must know that even yourself used to be considered barbaric, impulsive, and reckless by the father, the queen, and Loki, but I am familiar with Asgard's etiquette. Okay, let's talk about business. Watching Suching pour Thor down the glass of wine, Loki pours the wine again for Suching. According to the father and queen mother and me and Hilway choose the time of the wedding, there is still a full month. Putting down the hip flask, Loki looked at Suching and smiled, so before that, I discussed with Thor and decided to solve our sister Hela first. You also know that the existence of our sister Hela has always been a heart disease of my father, just like what we have seen before, her hatred of the father, and the prophecy of the dusk of the gods. Seriously, I don't know how long the father can hold on, but his condition is not as good as each day. That's for sure. So, as the son of his old man, Thor, and I believe that it is necessary to help him solve the last piece of heart disease, so that he can enter the eternal sleep with peace of mind. I don't want to really when that day comes. He entered the eternal sleep with a trace of relic and a trace of worry about the prophecy of the dusk of the Asgard gods. Having said that, Loki looked at Thor. Yes, Loki is right, what he said is what I want to say. After a long sigh of relief, Thor looked at S.H.I.E.L.D and said, in fact, during this time, both the father and the queen said that I have matured a lot, and it is not the impulsive, reckless, arrogant, and vain Thor. But in fact, only I know that I haven't changed much better, it's just that I have seen a lot, it's just that I own you. Don't all of you on Earth say that if you are among a group of good people, you will become good? Maybe that's the way it is. But it doesn't matter whether I was like before in 5.0, or everyone thinks that I have changed, so, you should know that my love for Asgard is far beyond my life. As he said, Thor raised his wine glass and looked at S.H.I.E.L.D with a smile, so, whether it is to allow the father to enter the eternal sleep with peace of mind someday in the future, or to eliminate the lingering on Asgard's head, even the curse of the dusk of the gods. Loki and I need your help, my brother, let us solve the problem of my sister Hela? Looking at the same toasting, and looking at himself with Thor Loki, S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly smiled, didn't I promise you? There is no need for us to do this, but you have thought about how to deal with Hela's affairs? This may be very important. How to deal with Hela. Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's words, Loki was silent for a moment, and then shook his head in silence. I didn't think about it. In fact, during this period of time, I have been thinking about solving my father's heart disease, but I can't do it. Too rough. This is difficult, especially since we all know that she hates her father so much. Hate him and sealed her in hell. Loki's voice fell. Thor on the side also leaned on the chair and said, in fact, I don't know how to face my sister. For a long time, I thought that I was the first heir to Asgard. It was not until I knew her existence that I realized that she was the first heir to the Asgard throne. As he said, Thor poured himself a glass of wine, then drank the drink, then looked at S.H.I.E.L.D and said seriously, but really, so, if she can give up her hatred of her father, give up wanting to conquer the idea of 9 realms, then, it is not impossible for me to give her the throne of Asgard. In fact, if Loki and I used to be very fond of the throne, now, I don't care if I can sit on the throne. A lot of times I feel that some things are more important than the throne, such as people around you, such as Loki, such as you, such as our partners in the Answering Alliance. So, I don't want her life, and to be honest, I'm not sure if Loki and I can fight her together. As you can see, she is very strong, far beyond us. That's why the reason why Loki and I are calling you anyway. If she doesn't have so much ambition and doesn't hate her father so much, then I don't mind making her the king of Asgard. Me too. Loki on the side also nodded and said, I just want to solve my father's last heart disease. I don't want my father to enter the eternal sleep with a trace of regret and worry. As for Thor or Hela, who becomes the king of Asgard is not that important to me. The most important thing is that my love for Asgard is far beyond my life. Listening to the words of Loki and Thor, S.H.I.E.L.D smiled and nodded, that is to say, the two of you haven't figured out how to deal with Hela, right? Yes? Her ambition, her hatred, is the most difficult problem to solve. Leaning on the chair, Thor said helplessly, as long as these two problems can be solved, then everything will be solved. It's just hard. Seeing Thor and Loki leaning on the chairs with a helpless expression, S.H.I.E.L.D also expressed helplessness. In fact, it is really difficult to solve the problem of Hela. Whether it is Hela's ambition to conquer the 9 realms or hatred of Odin, it is an unsolvable problem. From the original movie, after Odin died, Hela broke the seal and it can be seen that she really hoped that her father Odin would die. I didn't even see Odin die in front of me, and I felt a bit regretful. Among the discarded fragments, Hela personally killed Odin. In any case, these two problems are the most difficult to solve. If these two dead knots cannot be resolved, then Hela will definitely not be released from the seal. Have you asked the God King and Queen? On the side, Sivir, who had not spoken, watched all 3 people in front of him become silent, and said directly, perhaps, the Lord God and Queen know how to resolve the hatred and ambition of the older sister Hela in your mouth. You know that even Hela hates the Lord God King very much, but from so many days of contact, the Queen is very wise and kind, maybe she can do it. Listening to Hilway's words, Loki, S.H.I.E.L.D and S.H.I.E.L.D looked at each other, and they saw the surprise in each other's eyes. That's right, even if God King Odin can't solve this problem, it doesn't mean that Queen Frigga has no way to solve this problem. Yes, Hilville is right. Thor sat up from the chair, and then said excitedly, we can go and ask the Queen if there is any way. You know, the Queen Mother is very kind, so even if Hela and I are half-sisters, I think the Queen must have loved her very much. So, maybe the Queen will have a solution. Thor is right, maybe we should really go to the mother and ask. Loki nodded, and then smiled. I was picked up by my father from Jotunheim, but I, the son of the ice giant Lauf, has been loved by his mother for more than 1,500 years. Then it makes no sense that my sister Hela will not be loved by my mother, so let's go find the Queen Mother. With that, Loki and Thor quickly stood up, then looked at S.H.I.E.L.D and said, so, are you coming? I still forget it. Listening to Thor and Loki's invitation, S.H.I.E.L.D refused without hesitation. This is the most secret thing about your Asgard. It's better for me, an outsider, to be absent. Come on, buddy, Whoever treats you as an outsider or Loki, Thor said seriously. That is, if Thor and I really treat you as an outsider, then this matter won't have to drag you up. Loki also said with a smile. Then I won't go either. Believe me, my best choice regarding this matter is to be absent, and you can tell me about it when you come back 570. Listening to S.H.I.E.L.D's words, Thor wanted to say something, but Loki on the side seemed to have thought of something, and then nodded and said, all right, then Hilwe, please ask you to talk to Sue. I don't have any questions, although I am also Loki, but I am not Loki on this timeline after all, so on this occasion of asking the queen, I'd better not be there. For Loki's words, Hilwe did not refuse. Seeing Thor, who was excitedly pulling Loki and leaving, S.H.I.E.L.D raised his hand and poured a glass of wine for Hilwe. I haven't said congratulations to you yet. Thanks. After picking up the wine glass and touching S.H.I.E.L.D, Hilwe drank the drink, and then smiled. I didn't expect that I would get married on this day. Seriously, after being hunted down by the Time Administration for so many years, I have always believed that my destiny should be to finally destroy the Time Administration and kill the Time Asgardian. Or in the process, it was solved by the Time Administration. So, I never thought I would have the life I am today. In fact, I'm really fortunate that the Loki I met is a good version of Loki. As you know, our Loki is always full of all kinds of betrayals, all kinds of conspiracies and tricks. Looking at S.H.I.E.L.D, Hilwe said seriously, so, to be able to meet such a Loki, maybe it is the luckiest thing for me. Father, do you believe in the matter of time travel? Stark private villa, underground research room? Seeing the old man scanning the mind scepter with the instrument, Tony Stark asked directly, huh? Time travel? Why, is it silly to study your armor? Or do you watch too many movies? Howard is scanning the mind scepter. When Stark heard his son's question, he asked curiously, it's not that I watched too many movies. In fact, I have been reading about quantum physics in recent days. There is no way to talk to Dad about the answering chat room, so Tony Stark can only say in another way, the quantum realm is really amazing. Perhaps as long as we master the timeliness of a specific point in the quantum field, maybe we can go back to the past through the quantum field, or maybe the future. Helping Dad tidy up the instrument, Tony Stark said with a smile. Hearing what Tony said, Howard Stark put down the scanner in his hand, and after a moment of silence, he said to Tony, I don't know why you suddenly became interested in the quantum realm. But when I was in S.H.I.E.L.D, regarding quantum theory, there was an expert named Pim Hank. Although he is very conceited, he has this very deep research in the field of quantum. Later, because of some things, well, it was because he killed his wife, which caused the whole person to change. In addition, you thought that Aunt Peggy and I wanted to snatch his research results, and angrily withdrew from S.H.I.E.L.D. Having said that, Howard Stark took a glass of juice and took a sip, and said in a somewhat unpleasant tone, in fact, no one has ever wanted to snatch his research results, snatch the equations he researched. It's just that the S.H.I.E.L.D at that time didn't talk about this. Later, after he withdrew from S.H.I.E.L.D, I did some research on quantum mechanics/carrot, so I know something about using the quantum realm to travel through time, but the limitations of the era at that time prevented me from going further. Later, your mother Maria and I were killed by Bucky. Cut, then you still won't let me take revenge. Hearing the old man mentioned Winter Soldier Bucky Barnes, Tony Stark muttered silently, two different things? After waving his hand, Howard Stark continued, if you want to study the time and space shuttle, maybe I can give you some suggestions to avoid detours. But you have to know one thing, that is the instability of the quantum realm. Anyone who wants to tease time will eventually be teased by time. This is a certain thing. It also conforms to all the things we have learned, whether it is the theory of relativity. It's still philosophy. So, if you want to go back to the past or go to the future through the quantum realm, then first of all, you have to marry Peebo first, and then give me a grandson or granddaughter. As long as your mother and I have a grandson or granddaughter, then if you want to go back to the past, go back to the past. If you want to go to the future, go to the future. I don't worry about any danger. Why are you talking about this again? Hearing the old man talk about himself and Peebo again, Tony Stark said helplessly, yes, Peebo and I will give you and my mother a granddaughter sooner or later. But not now, I'm not ready yet. What can I prepare for this thing? Listening to Tony saying that he was not ready yet, Howard Stark suddenly pointed to Tony Stark a little disappointed. Marriage, have children, what can be prepared for? And wedding is a very important form. In addition, your mother Maria and I think that Peebo is a very good girl, so you have to hurry up. If you miss Peebo, or if Peebo is abducted by someone, you will definitely be very regrettable. Che, who can snatch Peebo from my hands? You know she is my girlfriend now? Facing the old man, Tony Stark didn't care about his expression. It seems as if there is complete certainty that Peebo will not be pried away. It's good to have confidence, but human beings are the most fickle. If you don't hurry up to get married, what if Peebo feels that he can't wait? I don't know who you learned about this phobia of marriage, but I think that your father and me, after meeting your mother, I initiated the pursuit as soon as possible. I felt that the time was right, so I got married as soon as possible. Otherwise, that's not what my mother said. Listening to the old man's words, Tony Stark curled his lips and said, my mother said, she gave you the ultimatum back then, either get married or break up. You finally made the decision under the persuasion of Uncle Jarvis and Aunt Peggy, determined to get married. I was to get your mother to take the initiative. She didn't agree when I proposed to marry me, so the initiative will be in my hands. You know what a fart. The more he said it, the more angry he seemed. In the end, Howard Stark, who was ashamed and angry, turned around, picked up the instrument and continued to scan the soul scepter, as if he didn't want to care about his unconscious son. Why are you still studying the mind scepter? Do you want another alien attack on the Earth? Reluctantly shook his head, helping the old man to start scanning the soul scepter. I don't know what it is, my father's temper is getting worse and worse recently. What do you know? I want to use the soul scepter to create the most powerful combat power. In this way, it can be considered as adding a layer of protection to the Earth. But before that, I must not understand the soul scepter. Angrily white Tony glanced, Howard Stark said angrily. Looking at the father who is getting more and more like a child, Tony Stark, Howe, shook his head helplessly, and then helped the father to study the mind scepter together and write down some data. Asgard, inside Asgard? Seeing the excitement of the two brothers Thor and Loki leaving, Queen Frigga's eyes were full of kindness. Odin, see? Your two sons have grown up, and they have begun to learn to understand you and help you. Yeah, I didn't expect that these two children would have matured so much after being on Earth for a while. Odin, who came by from the side, stood beside Frigga and looked at the two children who were walking out with excitement. His eyes were filled with relief. Now, they all know that they want to help their father solve this problem in their hearts. Sickness. Thor, Loki, what two wonderful children. Unfortunately, I didn't learn how to teach Hela before, so that in the end, I had to personally seal my eldest daughter in hell. Nailed it. Happily returned to Thor's palace. Seeing Suching who was talking to Hilway, Thor excitedly said, Mother said that as long as she is still alive, then Hela will not have any changes for the time being. Even if it is impossible to completely eliminate Hela's hatred of his father Odin, my mother said that Hela's love for Asgard is not weaker than that of Loki and I, plus she has a fateful connection with Asgard. So we can now go to her sealed kingdom of death, Hel go to Hela. Seeing Thor excitedly, Suching motioned Thor to sit down first. After Thor and Loki sat down, Suching smiled and asked, hate is easy to talk about. The question is, what to do with ambition? I don't want the three of us to release Hela, she still wants to lead Asgard. Of warriors conquer the 9 realms. At that time, didn't we cause a big trouble for the Earth? This is the most important point. Have you asked your mother? Duh. Hearing Suching's words, Thor subconsciously turned his head and looked at Loki. Don't look at me, you have been asking the mother, and I have never had a chance to talk. Moreover, at the time, I was also full of thoughts about how to eliminate Hela's hatred of his father and forgot to ask about ambition. Listening to Suching's words, Loki also spread his hands and said helplessly 573, what should we do? Let's ask the queen again. Turning his head to look at Loki, Thor asked, I'd rather trouble the mother again than to bring an extremely powerful enemy to the Earth. And you said that at that time, in case Hela takes Asgard's warriors to conquer the 9 realms and turn his head to attack the Earth. Are we on Asgard's side? Or are we on Earth's side? Loki stretched his hands and looked at Thor and said seriously, so, I would rather trouble the queen again, than think of time to make us dilemma. Even facing the Earth, or the Asgard sword. Okay, let's go and ask again. At best, it's just troublesome for the queen. With that said, Thor stood up, ready to pull Loki towards Asgard. We haven't had enough time. We just came out of Asgard, and now we are going back again. What does that look like? How do you let the father and mother see us? Pulling Thor to sit down, Loki poured Thor a glass of wine and smiled. There is still a long time before the father enters the eternal sleep, so as long as we solve our sister's affairs during this period, that's it. Now, we should discuss how. Before Loki could finish speaking, he saw Heldam rushing over from Bifrost. Looking at Heldam who hurried to his side, Thor and Loki glanced at each other, and then asked, Heldam, what happened? Jane Foster disappeared from the Earth. Looking at the 4 people sitting in front of the stone tabletop, Heldam said very simply and neatly, water. Had he got up from the chair, Thor looked at Heldam and immediately frowned and asked, what happened? What does it mean that Jane disappeared from the Earth? Who took her away from the Earth? Return. Hard to say. Before Thor could finish speaking, Heldam shook his head and said, when you returned to Asgard and asked me to pay more attention to the Lady Jane Foster, I noticed. But after she took her friend to a place today, I didn't care that much, but when I looked at the 9 realms and wanted to find Jane Foster, I found that she just disappeared. How is this possible? How could a human being on Earth suddenly disappear on the Earth? Thor, who was a little flustered at first, turned his head and looked at Suching and asked, could it be someone from the Time Administration who took Jane away? Or someone from another planet appeared and took Jane away? Or, said to be those who are at the level of extraterritorial overlords. Calm down, Thor. Ktfa. Looking at Thor, who was a little flustered and somewhat impulsive, Suching said directly, the Time Administration is now controlled by Ancient One Magician, so they won't show up and take Jane Foster away. As for other planets and the people of the extraterritorial overlord level in your mouth, it is even more impossible. After all, they have the existence of Ancient One Magician. They dare not mess around on the Earth, let alone want to take Jane Foster away from the Earth. NS. It must be something we don't know, but we can see it at a glance where Jane Foster disappeared. Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's words, Loki also stood up and said, Sue is right, Thor, calm down. Even if there are aliens who want to take Jane Foster away, the first thing to go through is Ancient One. This level of magician. Moreover, Jane Foster is an ordinary person, at most someone who has some research on astronomy, so there is no reason for aliens or those extraterrestrial overlords to risk being beheaded by Ancient One magician takeaway. It's a matter of urgency. Let's go to the place where Jane Foster disappeared, and we will talk about it after we find out. As for our sister Hela, don't worry for now. Okay, then let's go to Earth now. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D, Loki, and Hela all stand up, Thor immediately nodded, and then hurried to Bifrost's direction. He is still so impatient. Seeing Thor's movements, Loki turned his head to look at S.H.I.E.L.D and smiled. However, if he is not so impatient, then it is not Thor. Yes, I like Thors like this too. After all, Thors like this are very reassuring. Smiled at Loki, and then rushed in Bifrost's direction. Earth, in an abandoned factory. Oh my god. Watching a burst of Bifrost teleporting light from the sky, S.H.I.E.L.D, Thor, Loki, and Hela who appeared in front of him immediately. Dangsy's eyes widened immediately, and Roar immediately surprised Roar. Oh, God, Pluto, Thor, and Loki who is not yet nicknamed. My god, you are actually. God, are you here to find Jane? Great, Jane has disappeared for 3 hours. God, if you don't come again, I will report. Hey, Daisy, calm down. Looking at Daisy with joy, Thor quickly stepped forward and motioned Daisy to calm down. Tell me, Daisy, what happened? Why did Jane disappear? What is Loki, who doesn't have a nickname? Looking at Daisy who was talking to Thor, Loki turned to look at S.H.I.E.L.D and shook his head. I don't like this name Roar. Listening to Loki's words, S.H.I.E.L.D spread his hands, expressing that there is nothing he can do. It seems that I still don't like the title of the so-called Pluto. Turning around, Thor came to S.H.I.E.L.D and Loki. Just ask, what kind of gravitational magnetic field or something they found here just now. Then Jane went in to investigate, and then disappeared. Sue, Loki, you two will guard outside first. I want to go in and see look. Not in a hurry. Listening to Thor's words, S.H.I.E.L.D shook his head and said, I feel a special kind of energy, which I have felt on Space Gem, Mind Gem, and Time Gem. So, if I didn't guess wrong, then these should be the 4 infinite gems we are about to see. The reason why Jane Foster disappeared, I guess, is related to this infinite gems. The best way now is to wait here. The force field constructed by the infinite gems is not on the Earth, but in a peculiar space. If I didn't guess wrong, even if you go in now, you won't find anything. So the best way is to wait here. Looking at Thor, S.H.I.E.L.D said seriously, just wait here. Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's words, Thor looked anxiously at the abandoned building. For now, this is the best way. After all, we don't understand infinite gems, so you can go in, but I think it's useless. Then I want to go in too. Sue, Loki, you guys wait for me. With that said, Thor took Mjolnir and flew directly to the abandoned factory floor not far away. Seeing Thor's movements, Loki turned his head slightly to look at S.H.I.E.L.D and said, in fact, there are many infinite gems in the time administration. But fortunately, Thanos, who wanted to gather 6 infinite gems and snap his fingers to wipe out half of the universe, didn't know the existence of the time administration. Otherwise, I think even if he uses various methods, he will attack the time administration. At that time, it would be unimaginable. Hearing Loki's words, S.H.I.E.L.D stretched out his hand and put his arms around Loki's shoulders and smiled. He didn't know before, but now what can he do if he knows it? He doesn't dare. After all, the current controller of the time administration, but our Ancient One magician? He doesn't have this ability. Really? Then you say, is Thanos better, or my sister Hela better? I always think that if my sister Hela can eliminate the hatred of my father in her heart, eliminate the ambition to annex the 9 realms, then Asgard, I am afraid that even Thanos would not dare to attack. Seeing Loki turning his head and looking at herself, S.H.I.E.L.D thought for a while, and then said very seriously, seriously, I don't know if it is Thanos or your sister, the goddess of death Hela who has the goddess of death is even more powerful. I only know that your sister is very strong, so strong that even if you and Thor join forces, they are not her opponents, and she and Asgard are very related. As long as she stays in Asgard for 1 day, then her strength will be strong for 1 day. Sometimes I even think that if the god Odin didn't seal Hela in hell, then I am afraid that the current Hela strength may be very terrifying. It can even directly open the barriers of the universe and go to the parallel universe. Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's words, Loki reported it, and then nodded. I want to eliminate Hela's ambitions, otherwise I would rather not release Hela. I don't want to let the 9 realms that are so stable now and stand up to war. Unless someone can surrender her, otherwise. What am I doing this way? Don't even think about it. Seeing that if someone can surrender Hela, he will turn his gaze to Loki, and S.H.I.E.L.D, who has always been around Loki's neck, refuses directly. Stop it. Don't even think about it. I'm not interested in Hela at all, so stop this idea. That's a shame. After all, she is the goddess of death of Asgard anyway, Thor's sister and I, the first heir to Asgard. Smacking his lips, Loki said with a pity, and, if it really becomes, then maybe the 3 of us really are. Fuck off, is there such a betrayer? Angrily white, Loki glanced. S.H.I.E.L.D refused without hesitation. Let alone Asgard's first heir. What if she becomes the new king of Asgard? Besides, Asgard's goddess of death. Look for flowers. 0. It's not that I haven't really seen the skeleton of death. Well, let's not say that the beauty of the death incarnation is really pretty and big. However, is he proud of himself, a person who has been coveted by death, and a person with this title? Therefore, the death goddess of Ymir Asgard can also make herself taste. Hearing a shudder sound, S.H.I.E.L.D and Loki turned their heads and looked at Daisy at the same time. Even Hela looked at Daisy curiously. Seeing 3 people staring at her at the same time, Daisy felt a little stressed for an instant. Subconsciously sticking out her tongue, Daisy chuckled and said, "That, just watching the action of the 2 of you holding your shoulders and whispering, it feels quite exciting, so I don't want to consciously take a photo of. But I promise, I definitely don't want to post it online or send it to the newspapers." Listening to Daisy's movements, Hela also looked at S.H.I.E.L.D and Loki with curious eyes. Facing the gazes of the 2 women, Hela and Daisy, S.H.I.E.L.D and Loki separated almost instantly. I have a fiancé, my fiancé is here." As if wanting to prove something to Daisy, Loki directly pulled Hela next to Daisy and explained to Daisy, "I have Wanda too." S.H.I.E.L.D also spoke directly at the same time. "Well, although I and Wanda are not together yet, if it is destined, then using Wanda as a shield now seems to be fine." Don't explain, I understand. He constantly nodded his head, saying that he had no extra thoughts, but envied the brotherhood between S.H.I.E.L.D and Loki. It's just, is the expression in your somewhat regretful eyes swollen? Also, Hillview, why are you constantly looking at the 2 of us with that curious expression? Depend on. Loki is your boyfriend and your fiancé. At this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D wanted to fly into the abandoned building in front of him. It would be better to find Jane Foster with Thor by yourself. More than 10 minutes later, Thor, carrying a hammer, walked out of the abandoned building. His face was a little unsightly, and said to Loki and S.H.I.E.L.D, "I have searched every corner of this abandoned building, but there is no Jane." Wait. Seeing Thor, whose face was a little bit iron, S.H.I.E.L.D directly comforted him. Ugh. With a long sigh, Thor is holding a hammer in his left hand and pinching his waist in his right hand, constantly pacing back and forth. His expression is always impatient. The more I think about it, the more anxious Thor becomes. I can't wait to find Jane Foster immediately. Damn it, how good would it be to be with her at this time? I don't know how terrified she would be when she was taken to that special space in Sue's mouth. Thinking of this, Thor wanted to be able to rush to the 573 special space created by infinite gems. We have to wait. I just wanted to turn my head and ask S.H.I.E.L.D how long they have to wait. But when I turned around, I found that Loki had used magic to conjure a few stools. At this moment, except for himself, everyone was sitting on the stools and chatting. Even Jane Foster's assistant, her friend Daisy, is sitting next to S.H.I.E.L.D and talking. Seeing this scene, Thor, who was still impatient in his heart, felt a little relieved inexplicably. That's right, S.H.I.E.L.D has never deceived himself, so since he says it's okay, wait a minute, then it will be okay, right? Thinking of this, Thor suddenly looked at Daisy and asked, "Daisy, Jane is missing, don't you worry?" "Worry, but am I worried and use it?" Hearing Thor's question, Daisy raised her head and said helplessly, "You are all superhero, you are all very powerful superhero, a Pluto, a Thor, a Loki who does not have a nickname for the time being, and his fiancé. No matter what, as long as you are here, I think even if I am worried, I can't help anymore. I might as well wait here honestly at this time, so as not to cause you trouble." And so said, "Jane won't be in any danger, she might come out after a while, so, what can I worry about?" After finishing talking, Daisy turned her head and continued to face S.H.I.E.L.D. "That's it, because last time, you summoned so many skeletons with bone swords to fight for the earth with the beckoning of your hand, so everyone on the internet will give it to you. This nickname. You don't like it? But we think this nickname is very domineering. I am still the director of the Hades. Unlike Jane, she is from Thor. Oh, this is the spontaneous gathering of those who admire you on the internet? Every superhero of you has it. Usually, nothing happens, but once someone starts to attack your superhero on the internet, we will set off with them. Curse war. Well, there are many. I don't know what those idiots think in their minds. It is obvious that you saved the earth and saved the world, but those people just think that some of the losses caused should be counted as your head. Superior. Blind, based on the combat power of those people, it is not worth mentioning, especially the female fans in the Pluto group, so the combat power is naturally the strongest. By the way, you don't really have a girlfriend, right? What else did you say, Wanda? Who is Wanda? Congratulations, Mr. Loki. After knowing that you have a fiancé, there will be countless girls who will feel sad, and there will be many men who will bless you. I really envy you knowing each other when you are in distress. In this way, your relationship must be very good. What? No, they didn't give you a domineering or elegant nickname. Already in the battle between Earth and aliens, everyone is almost unique. For example, our Sue is a summoning skeleton warrior, Thor. It is carrying a hammer to summon thunder and lightning. Hobby, that's all trivial things, no matter what, we have to protect you, right? Just like we said on the internet, you guard the earth, we guard you. But, so, do you really have a girlfriend? Don't think about it anymore? Listening to Daisy's chattering constantly, Thor looked up at the sky. Fortunately, my girlfriend Jane is not the one who can say so. Oh my god, Jane has to stay away from this friend named Daisy in the future. I couldn't imagine what would happen if Jane became like Daisy one day, and could continue to chat for 2 hours. Boom! Just when Thor was a little impatient, there was a thunder in the sky, and then dark clouds began to gradually cover the sky. I raised my head and watched the weather gradually become overcast. Thor just wanted to say that it was about to rain, and behind him, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly came over. Oh my god, Thor, how did you find this place? Did you come here to see me? It's so exciting. Oh my god, Sue, Loki, why are you all here together? Did something happen? Turning his head, looking at the surprised Jane Foster, Thor came forward and hugged Jane Foster. Did something happen? Seeing Thor's movements, Jane Foster felt sorry for a while, but he still hugged Thor with both hands, and then looked at Thor and asked curiously, God, you finally showed up. Seeing Jane Foster coming back, Daisy stood up, spreading her hands and said, if you don't come out again, I'm worried that Thor will tear down this abandoned building. You don't know how strong his aura was just now. What? Listening to Daisy's words, Jane Foster looked at Daisy in surprise, then turned to look at Thor. So, what happened? Do not you know? Looking at Jane Foster's somewhat confused expression, Daisy quickly explained 5.0, Jane, you have disappeared for 5 hours. God, if it weren't for Sue and the others, I might report it. 5 hours. Listening to Daisy saying that she had disappeared for 5 hours, Jane Foster's eyes widened in an incredible moment. Yes, you disappeared for 5 hours, Jane. Heldem can't see you on Bifrost, so and Loki Hill will come to look for you. Nodding seriously, looking at Jane Foster's confused expression in front of him, Thor said seriously. Boom! In the sky, a loud thunder sounded. Then a torrential rain fell from the sky in an instant. What's weird is that with Jane Foster as the center point, no raindrops actually landed around, and the surrounding area is being washed away by heavy rain. Seeing that all the surroundings are in heavy rain, but there is not a drop of rain falling on my side, Thor subconsciously turned his head to look at Su-Ching. Sue, what's the situation? As long as he is by Su-Ching's side, Thor has long been used to thinking without his head. Anyway, if you have anything to ask Sue, just ask. What's the situation? Very serious situation. Seeing that the surrounding area is constantly being washed by heavy rain, but there is not even a little rain falling around me, Su-Ching looked at Jane Foster and said, now you try to roar around. Roar around. Listening to Su-Ching's words, Jane Foster didn't quite understand it. But seeing Thor's face became a little dignified because of what Su just said, Jane Foster nodded subconsciously. Then he turned around, clenched his fist and yelled behind him. The sound just sounded. The next moment the dark red light burst out from around Jane Foster, and Su-Ching protected Daisy behind him, and Loki next to him did the same, protecting Hilway behind him. Oh my god. Seeing the scene of 23, Daisy subconsciously grabbed Su-Ching's arm, and then looked at Jane Foster with some disbelief, muttering to herself, what's the situation? Is it possible that Jane is going to become a superhero? What do you think? After watching the body burst out with powerful dark red energy, Jane Foster fainted and was hugged by Thor. Su-Ching didn't wait to say anything. Loki said directly to Su-Ching, it is indeed the ability of infinite gems, and it seems that this energy is protecting her? So, what the hell is going on? Hugging Jane Foster to prevent her from falling, Thor immediately turned his head and asked Su-Ching anxiously, the dark red energy should be the reality gem, one of the 6 infinite gems. If I'm not mistaken, the reality gem should be in some kind of medium, inside Jane Foster's body. TIE particles. Hearing Su-Ching's words, Loki blurted out and debuted. What? What TIE particles? Listening to Loki subconsciously speaking, Thor looked at Loki a little confused. It doesn't make sense. Loki knows, he doesn't know it. We learned it back then, Thor. Looking at Thor with a sad expression, Loki spoke directly. In the history of Asgard, the TIE particles transformed by reality gem are the sacred objects of the Dark Elves. Later the Dark Elves were defeated by our grandfather Bor and sealed up, and the TIE particles that reality gem turned into were sealed together. So just after So mentioned a certain form of reality gem, I reacted to it. This is what we introduced in the Asgard history book back then, TIE particles. Have we studied? Listening to Loki's vows, Thor looked at Jane Foster, who had just woke up and didn't know what happened, and asked Loki curiously, what do you say? Looking at Thor, who had almost forgotten these things, Loki shook his head helplessly and said, this is the mother back then. Oh, yes, you haven't learned it. I forgot, my mother hasn't told you. This is the story my mother told me before teaching me magic. It's normal if you haven't learned it. Thinking that he had wronged Thor really didn't know this Asgard's past. Loki didn't say anything. Then what shall we do now? Looking at Loki, Thor asked seriously. How do I know? My mother only told me this story in the form of a story, but she didn't teach me how to take out the TIE particles. Listening to Loki's words, Thor turned his gaze to Su-Ching. I definitely brought Jane Foster back to Asgard first. There is no way to solve the TIE particles possessing Jane Foster on Earth. Maybe even Asgard won't work. But now, bringing her to Asgard is the only way? Yes, yes, yes. Hearing Su-Ching's words, Thor nodded repeatedly. He immediately raised his head, ready to summon Heldem, let Heldem turn on Bifrost, and pick himself up and return to Asgard. Do you want to go to Asgard? Loki turned his head, looked at Daisy and asked curiously, after all, you and Jane are friends. I'll forget it. Listening to Loki's question, Jane Foster shook his head and waved his hand. I'd better stay on Earth. Fair enough. Magically transformed an umbrella and handed it to Daisy. Thanks. Seeing Loki being so considerate, Daisy thanked him seriously. Don't worry, after going back this time, I will let your fans give you a nickname. However, even if you are so considerate, but I am a fan of S.H.I.E.L.D, this will not change. Listening to Daisy, Loki shrugged, then said nothing. Hillway on the side blinked at Daisy, seriously nodded to this Loki's fiancé, and then Daisy stepped back. Watching Bifrost's teleportation magic light shrouded several people in it, and then took the group of people away with Jane Foster. Dangsy's face was a little weird and he muttered to himself, is Loki who is afraid of his wife? Is this title really good? However, it looks like this is called Hillway, Loki's fiancé? So, she secretly let me spread get out of this, the nickname she gave to Loki, we should agree. That's it. Anyway, it's not my nickname. Although Loki is the superhero of the Earth, he once saved the Earth. But, if 573 is looking for it, he should also go to his wife. As if decided, Daisy hummed the tune, turned around and left, feeling very good. Thinking of the future, Loki came to Earth, and after knowing that her nickname was Loki for the fear of wife, Daisy couldn't mention how good she was in her mood. I really want to see that day soon. Asgard, Bifrost? It's so beautiful, so spectacular. Looking around Bifrost, the waterfalls that are constantly flowing, and the sky full of stars. Jane Foster subconsciously surprised roar. Thor, how did you bring Earthlings here? I don't know when. S.H.I.E.L.D, who has been guarding here, pressed the hilt, looked at Thor and frowned and said, it seems that my words are somewhat ambiguous. S.H.I.E.L.D quickly nodded to Suching and said, sorry, Su, I'm not talking about you, you know, the entire Asgard people. You are very welcome to come to Asgard as a guest at any time. Just like the God King said, you will always be Asgard's most honored guest. Listening to S.H.I.E.L.D's words, Suching nodded slightly, while Jane was on the side. Foster frowned instantly. Co-authoring this sentence is directed at me. Did S.H.I.E.L.D come for the people on Earth? The answer definitely is not. To be precise, S.H.I.E.L.D's words were directed at Jane Foster alone. After all, whether it is Thor or Loki, both of them are the princes of Asgard. So based on their identities, even if they bring 10,000 Earthlings, S.H.I.E.L.D will not say anything? And it will also help Thor and Loki entertain the people on Earth they brought, so that the people brought by Thor and Loki can feel the warm etiquette and hospitality from Asgard. But Jane Foster is different. Although she is also an Earthling, don't forget that she has another identity, that is Thor's girlfriend. How can this be accepted by S.H.I.E.L.D? You must know that S.H.I.E.L.D has liked Thor a long time ago. After adding it, Queen Frigga once said that he hoped Thor could marry S.H.I.E.L.D. So after seeing Thor actually bring Jane Foster's girlfriend, S.H.I.E.L.D naturally won't have any good looks. The thorns in the words are all light, if it is not because of Thor's identity, if it is not for themselves and Thor, they grew up together. If not, S.H.I.E.L.D is an ordinary Earthling? So the first thing S.H.I.E.L.D saw Jane Foster did was to draw a knife and challenge? Don't do that, S.H.I.E.L.D. Looking at S.H.I.E.L.D with a bad face, Thor just wanted to say something, but Loki took a step forward and took S.H.I.E.L.D's shoulder to a group. Do what? Looking at Loki who took herself aside, S.H.I.E.L.D frowned and asked. S.H.I.E.L.D, you should know that people in God's domain, especially those with godheads, generally have a lifespan of about 5,000 years. This is Asgard's common sense. What do you want to say, Loki? Listening to Loki, S.H.I.E.L.D frowned and asked. Earth people have a lifespan of more than 100 years at most, and if they are over 40 to 50 years old, they will grow old very quickly. In other words, after 20 or 30 years, Thor is still so young, but his girlfriend, Jane Foster, has become an old woman Even at that time Thor still likes her, but when she sees Thor, who is still young, looking at her aging face, do you think she will choose to be with Thor? Holding S.H.I.E.L.D's shoulders, Loki persuaded with a smile, you are also a woman, so you should understand this mentality? And if you are making trouble now, you might make Thor feel bored? Smart people will never choose to make trouble at this time. What do you think? Looking at S.H.I.E.L.D, Loki has an elegant smile on his face, but his tone is very serious. Hearing Loki's words, S.H.I.E.L.D glanced at SOR and Jane Foster over there, then nodded gently. Although there is still some dissatisfaction with Jane Foster, S.H.I.E.L.D has to admit that Loki is right. But in case, if Thor becomes the new God King, he wants to use the Godhead. Impossible. Before S.H.I.E.L.D finished speaking, Loki said proudly, how precious our Asgard Godhead is, you know. Only when the old god dies, Asgard will give birth to a new Godhead, so even if Thor is the God King of Asgard in the future, he still dare not waste a Godhead to Jane Foster, otherwise I would dare to hold the long. The sword seeks him to a duel? It's still the kind of endless death. I can give him the throne, but I will never allow him to abuse Asgard's most precious Godhead. What's more, you got the Godhead of the Harvest Goddess because of what you should know, not just because you joined us in the battle for Asgard. More importantly, although you are the same as Heldum, although both were born in Asgard, you have half of the blood of the Warner Protoss in your body. This is the real reason why you can get the Godhead. After all, Father Odin fought around in order to be able to turn the 9 worlds into one piece. He represented the battle between the Aesir and Warner Protoss. It was too fierce. Speaking of this, Loki let go of S.H.I.E.L.D and smiled, so back then, as the princess of the Warner Protoss, the Queen Frigga chose to marry her father. So gradually, the people of the Warner Protoss and the Aesir Protoss also began to marry. The marriage finally formed Asgard. So, this is why both the father and the queen want Thor to marry you? Don't you understand? Listening to Thor's words, Sif nodded slightly, turned his head and glanced at Jane Foster proudly, then gently thanked Loki, then turned and left. Seeing Sif leave, Thor quietly breathed a sigh of relief, inexplicably. Then he brought Jane Foster over and asked Loki curiously, "What did you say to Sif? You actually let Sif leave so obediently." Seeing Thor's curiosity, Loki spread his shoulders and smiled and said that he hadn't said anything. Although I don't know what Loki said to Sif, Thor raised his fist and hammered it lightly. Loki gave a punch to express his gratitude. Then he took Jane Foster and hurriedly walked towards Asgard's consulting room. "What did you say to Sif?" Aside, Hilwe, who was walking with S.H.I.E.L.D, looked at Loki curiously and asked. Although it didn't take long to come to Asgard, she knew that whether it was God King Odin, Queen Frigga, or even Sif herself, they all wanted her to be with Thor. So when seeing Sif leaving so obediently, Hilwe naturally asked very curiously. Even S.H.I.E.L.D on the side looked at Loki curiously. "In fact, it's nothing, just talk to Sif about the purest predecessor of Asgard, the history of the Aesir Protoss." "Aesir Protoss? What do you mean?" Hilwe looked at Loki a little puzzled. "Why don't I know, what is the predecessor of Asgard, Aesir? Don't lie to me, in my timeline, I am also Loki." Looking at Loki, Hilwe asked seriously, "Maybe at that time, you were young when you were taken away by the Time Administration, Li Zhaozhao, so you don't know the purest history of Asgard. It's like the reason why my father Odin almost died in the hands of Surtur in order to obtain the eternal fire, and finally integrated the power of Fae to become the most powerful god king in history. And if you want to say this, you have to start talking about it earlier, that is, the grandfather of the father Odin, the ancestor of the gods, Bewley. I will tell you this slowly when I have time. It's like you don't know. Actually, the relationship between Asgard and the Warner Protoss is still a brother. Even earlier, the ancestor of the gods of the Aesir created Bewley and the ancestor of the giant, the ancestor of the ice giant, Ymir, or two brother. The setting refers to Marvel's early comics about the origin of Asgard, and a little Norse mythology as a carrier. As for the cow, which is Udumbra, let's forget it. After all, according to the mythological setting, Hela is still Loki's daughter. Asgard treatment room? Seeing the therapist constantly operating on the golden particles, his body instantly burst into a soul astral state. Jane Foster was taken aback. "Don't move, this is helping you." Seeing the startled Jane Foster wanted to get up, a therapist directly stopped her movement. Next to the treatment bed, "This energy is too huge, she can't hold it." Listening to the therapist's analysis, Thor's face was a bit unpleasant. Turning his head to look at S.H.I.E.L.D and Loki beside him, "We have to figure out a way to take out the TIE particles from Jane. She is just an ordinary Earthling now, and she simply can't bear such a large amount of energy. The problem is, we can't do it now." Standing next to S.H.I.E.L.D with his arms in his arms, Loki shook his head and said, "At least, we Asgard don't have the ability to take out the TIE particles from Jane Foster. Then what should I do?" "I can't, sir. You can help think of a solution." Turning his eyes for help to S.H.I.E.L.D, Thor said in a pleading voice. 577 According to Loki, TIE particles are the sacred object of the Dark Elves, and the one who knows TIE particles best must be the Dark Elves. So if we want to take out the TIE particles, I am afraid we have to change our thinking and start from the Dark Elves. Although that's what S.H.I.E.L.D said. What S.H.I.E.L.D thought was in the fourth period of Avengers Alliance. What was the rocket raccoon used to take out the TIE particles? I only know the future, but I still don't know much about these things full of technology. The Dark Elves. Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's words, Loki thought for a while, and then nodded in agreement. The Dark Elves regard TIE particles as sacred objects. If you let them know that TIE particles are re-emerging, and you still have it on Foster's body, then, they will definitely find a way to take out the TIE particles. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D and Loki saying this at the same time, Thor suddenly felt that this was a feasible plan. Then what should we do? Where to find the Dark Elves? What do you think? My son. I don't know when. Odin, Tfa, walked over from the side. Looking at Jane Foster lying on the treatment bed, although there was great dissatisfaction in her heart, she did not show it. In the original timeline, when Odin saw Thor bring Jane Foster back to Asgard for treatment, he was extremely dissatisfied and even reprimanded Thor. But now, Odin is already satisfied with the two sons of Thor and Loki in his heart. At this moment, my two sons are mature, sensible, intelligent, courageous, and they love each other, trust each other, love Asgard very much, and have learned to care for their father. Such a child, such a change, Odin always sees it. So, what else is he dissatisfied with? Even, Odin thinks that his two children can become like this. If there is no prophecy of Hela and the twilight of the gods, then even if he enters the eternal sleep now, he can rest in peace. So now, Odin will naturally not scold his son, and naturally will not treat Jane Foster coldly. Dark Elves, you really dare to think about it? If you really understand what the Dark Elves are, then maybe you won't look at it like this. Coming to Jane Foster's side, she stretched out her hand and gently put it on her arm, feeling the surging of TIE particles on Jane Foster. Odin shook his head gently. You are not wrong, this is indeed TIE particles. It is an extremely ancient existence. But TIE particles are not protecting her, but protecting itself. I just heard you say that you want to find the Dark Elves? My children, you should know that the 9 kingdoms are not eternal. They have the birth of enlightenment and the twilight of collapse. But in the era of enlightenment, the Dark Kingdom, Dark Elves, dominate the universe. No one can stop. Back then, Malekith used weapons to turn TIE particles into the sacred objects of the Dark Elves. Other antiquities, such as space gems and time gem, are all solid. Only TIE particles are constantly changing fluids. With that said, Odin looked at Jane Foster, who was gradually fainting, and ordered these therapists to take Jane Foster to Queen Frigga's residence. After the therapist took Jane Foster away, Odin continued, "She is not suitable for listening to the next words, because it will make her feel scared. TIE particles can turn objects into dark matter. It will look for a parasitic host and absorb the vitality of the host, that is, Jane Foster will soon be deprived of life by the energy of TIE particles." Back then, Malekith wanted to use the energy of TIE particles to bring the universe back to darkness. But later, after a long bloody battle, my father, your grandfather Bor, won the final victory in the war and opened the peace of the universe for thousands of years. Listening to the words of God King Odin, Loki nodded gently and said, "This is the same story my mother told me when I was a child. It's just my father. I don't quite understand it. TIE particles should be one of the 6 infinite gems. Reality gem, one of the 6 infinite gems." Hearing Loki's question, Odin nodded gently. "Thousands of years ago, I also thought about collecting 6 infinite gems and turning the 9 worlds into one. Only later, I realized that this would only increase the killing, and only bring endless blood and sacrifices, so I stopped collecting infinite gems." Having said that, Odin turned his head and looked at S.H.I.E.L.D with a smile. "It's like a space gem, I put it on the earth." Hearing Odin's words, S.H.I.E.L.D had no surprises. Whether Odin once wanted to collect 6 infinite gems, or about the space gem, which is Tesseract, S.H.I.E.L.D knows it. However, Odin gave up collecting 6 infinite gems, but it was not as easy as he said. It was only after paying a great price that he truly recognized this fact. The space gem now exists in Asgard's treasure house, the time gem is an ancient one magician, and the mind gem is embedded in the mind scepter. It is being studied by Tony's father, Mr. Howard Stark. Having said this, Loki looked curiously at Odin. "Father, do the 6 infinite gems all exist in the 9 realms?" "I don't care now whether all the 6 infinite gems exist in the 9 realms. What I care more about is where the Dark Elves are." Looking at his father Odin, Thor asked very seriously, "Father, emotion, tell me whether the Dark Elves were completely wiped out by grandfather Bor, or were they sealed like TIE particles?" Seeing Thor's serious expression, Odin was silent for a moment, and then said, "They were all sealed by my father Bor. In fact, the Dark Elves were not completely wiped out in that battle. Even the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith, is still alive, but sealed." Odin doesn't want to deceive Thor, so he chooses to be honest with Thor. In fact, in the original movie, Odin and Thor said that the Dark Elves have all been wiped out. The big reason is that Odin doesn't want to see his son Thor, desperately looking for the Dark Elves for an Earth girl. After all, in the original movie, Odin was originally worried about Jane Foster becoming Thor's girlfriend. In addition to Loki being imprisoned, Asgard is left with Thor, so as a father, Odin will naturally not tell Thor the truth. But now it's different. Whether it is Thor or Loki, their destiny has all undergone earth-shaking changes. In fact, at the beginning, Odin still wanted to deceive Thor, saying that the Dark Elves all were wiped out. Just looking at his son Thor with serious eyes in his anxiety, Odin finally chose to tell the truth. Marvelous. Listening to his father's words, Thor clenched his fist hard. As long as the Dark Elves still exist, then they must have a way to remove the TIE particles from Jane, so Jane doesn't need to. Before the excited Thor finished speaking, Odin directly interrupted, "Thor, my child, don't underestimate the Dark Elves, especially their leader Malekith. That one was once in the universe a well-known strong man. It is precisely because of this that your grandfather Bor just sealed them, not destroyed them. What's more, even if Malekith has been sealed for thousands of years, his strength has disappeared a lot, but he was a strong one after all. I don't want to put your brother and your brother in danger because of your impulse." Listening to his father Odin's words, Thor naturally nodded and said, "Don't worry, father, I won't be impulsive and arrogant, thinking I can challenge Malekith. I'm no longer the reckless me I used to be. I have discussed it with Loki and S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Malekith is very strong now, we also have so, I believe everything will be solved." Seeing Thor's serious expression, Odin couldn't help but nodded slightly. "You really have become a lot more mature. In the past, when you heard this news, you would definitely carry Mjolnir to find the Dark Elves like Malekith, but now, you already know how to discuss with people before you act. This is a big improvement." After speaking, Odin nodded in satisfaction, then smiled and turned to leave. After seeing his father turn and leave, Thor immediately turned his head and said to S.H.I.E.L.D and Loki, "Quickly, we will immediately look for the Dark Elves. After we find them, let them take out the TIE particles from Jane. If they don't agree, then we will eliminate them all." Listening to Thor's words, S.H.I.E.L.D directly turned around and looked at the mural on the wall, while Loki was holding his head, unwilling to take care of this fool. "What's wrong?" Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D and Loki's movements, Thor asked in a puzzled manner, "Could it be that what I said was wrong? With the look you just showed in front of your father, you are all pretending." With a helpless sigh, Loki looked at Thor and said seriously, "I thought you really became smarter, knowing that you are not so reckless. Unexpectedly, you just pretended to be in front of your father? Your original state of mindlessness has not changed at all. 1. Listening to Loki's complaints, Thor smiled carelessly and clasped Loki's shoulders and said, I have to be mature in front of my father. Otherwise, believe it or not, as long as I dare to show a little bit of my will to find the Dark Elves now, then my father will immediately order that no one can leave Asgard, especially the 3 of our brothers. Idiot. Looking at the small smug expression on Thor's face, Loki silently knocked out Thor's hand on his shoulder, then turned and stood beside S.H.I.E.L.D. How did you become brothers with this nasty guy? I didn't. You have to choose. Why can't you think about it so much? Look for flowers. 0. I didn't have a choice. He was in the answering chat room at the beginning. After he came to the Earth, regardless of other members of the answering alliance, he directly relied in my villa. Even afterwards, Tony bought all the villas around my villa as a base for the members of the answering alliance. This idiot has his own villa, but he still stays in my house. So what can I do? I can't hold him out. Listening to Loki's question, S.H.I.E.L.D. also said helplessly, Oh, it seems that the lives of our 2 brothers are really bitter, and we have such a silly thing to be brothers. Loki has a stall in the street? Who said no? S.H.I.E.L.D. nodded in agreement. That, don't mock me now, hey, no matter what the 2 of you say, the 3 of us are brothers, this thing is gone. Stepping forward to the middle of the 2 people, put both hands on the shoulders of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Loki, Thor said with a smile, since you 2 are smarter than me, then you 2 said, what should we do now? It's a big deal, I'll just listen to you. S.H.I.E.L.D. and Loki looked at each other, and after seeing the meaning in each other's eyes, they all laughed. It seems that we want to go together. In this case, we have to be prepared. Loki looked at S.H.I.E.L.D. and said softly, yes, but they should be careful about their plan to adjust the tiger away from the mountain. After all the Asgard fighters are attracted away, their goal must be Jane Foster. S.H.I.E.L.D. said affirmatively, well, what are you talking about? Why am I a little confused? Listening to the conversation between the 2 people, Thor subconsciously scratched his head. What happened? Why, what the 2 of them said, they didn't understand at all. No, what's going on here? It's obvious that the 3 of them have been together all the time. Is there something that they know, but they don't? This is impossible. Looking at the 2 people suspiciously, Thor's expression is full of confusion at the moment. And what the hell are you 2 talking about? Talk about it. Curious. Holding S.H.I.E.L.D. with his left hand and Loki with his right hand, Thor asked curiously. I ask you, TIE particles are the holy objects of the Dark Elves. Loki looked at Thor and asked. Yeah, don't we all know? Is there any problem with this? Thor nodded. Since TIE particles have appeared, it proves that the Dark Elves have also broken the seal. You should know this too. No, it is precisely because of this that we have to find the Dark Elves as soon as possible, and then let them take out the TIE particles from Jane. It is best that we can eliminate the Dark Elves, so that they don't want to let the dark come to the universe again. Thor said as expected. Seeing Thor's expression like this, 577 Loki couldn't say anything. He was afraid that he would continue to explain, and he couldn't help but throw a punch at Thor. Although this kind of thing, he used to do it. Loki means that since TIE particles are the sacred objects of the Dark Elves, then as the Dark Elves break the seal, they will definitely want to take back the TIE particles in the first place. Now that TIE particles are on Jane Foster's body, then I am afraid that it will not be long before the Dark Elves will find a way to attack and enter Asgard, and then take back the holy artifacts of their clan. Seeing Loki's helpless expression, S.H.I.E.L.D. directly explained to Thor. Oh, I got it. Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s explanation, Thor nodded suddenly. So, we don't have to do anything, just wait for the Dark Elves to attack Asgard. Haha, if the battle is in Asgard, then we will win. Don't be careless, Thor. Seeing Thor flexing his hands, it seems that he can't wait for the Dark Elves to attack Asgard now, so that he can wipe out these Dark Elves. Thor, Loki said seriously, even Grandfather Bor didn't completely eliminate the Dark Elves back then. He could only seal them, and even paid a great price for this. That means they must have something powerful. Thor, if you can't take it seriously, then I will immediately advise my father to close the Asgard Bifrost passage, and the entire Asgard enters full alert, so that the Dark Elves want to enter Asgard without a chance. Do not. Hearing Loki's serious words, Thor shook his hand quickly, saying that he would never be careless. He knows not to look at his younger brother Loki, who usually doesn't care about anything, but once he gets serious, he will definitely do it. I promise. Can I promise not to be careless? Looking at Loki somewhat flatteringly, Thor said with a smile, after all, Jane is still waiting for the Dark Elves to appear and save them. Then we have to plan first. Turning his head to look at S.H.I.E.L.D., Loki said with a smile, the Dark Elves want to enter Asgard without paying a price. It can't. But this price, I hope it's not the blood of the Asgard fighters? So, we have to discuss it carefully. Sure. Hearing Loki say this, S.H.I.E.L.D. did not object. Last time you helped the Earth fight against Chitauri, then this time, I will help you Asgard against the Dark Elves. Haha, so we can fight together again? Haha. Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s words, Thor immediately laughed happily. At the same time, within the time administration, this time is very special. She originally didn't have any ability to cross the sacred timeline. Holding the file, while following the Ancient One magician while walking towards the time prison, Mobius smiled and said, I still touched the space gem accidentally. It was the ability of space gem that brought her in until she didn't belong to her on the timeline. But after having this memory, Plus she had done some things on the timeline that did not belong to him, so she couldn't be sent back to her timeline. Our time administration had no choice but to remove her. Close it up. Hearing Mobius say this, Ancient One Magician nodded gently and said, I see. By the way, how many staff of the time administration have been dismissed? How many have been re-recruited? This is beyond my expectation. Hearing Ancient One Magician's inquiry, Mobius smiled and replied, in fact, since you took over the time management, you told the time management staff the truth about the time management. Only a small number of people chose exit the time administration. More people choose to go back to their original time point, watch the life that once belonged to them, and then choose to continue working for the time administration. Even the female captain, after knowing the truth, she is still willing to continue working for the time administration. As for the new recruits, because of your identity, many of these new recruits who joined voluntarily are magician like you. I think many of them are your disciples. Fair enough. Hearing Mobius' words, the Supreme Magician Ancient One smiled and said, the use of magician to gradually replace the Time Management Authority can make the Time Management Authority stronger. Secondly, it can also make the leftover Kong those who took away from the Time Management Bureau on the timeline have the opportunity to live a life that belongs to them on the timeline again. While talking, the two people came to the prison of that Time Management Bureau, open the door and find that Special Time Guilty is sitting there and don't know what I'm thinking? After seeing Mobius and Ancient One Magician coming, the female time culprit stretched out her hand and motioned for the two to sit in front of the stool, as if she was inviting guests with her host. I thought you would continue to watch the sea. Sitting in front of the female time criminal, Ancient One Magician smiled and said, this is what you requested at the beginning, so we will use the time controller to connect that door to the beach. Lonely Beach 5.0, it looked beautiful at first, especially the sunset on the beach, but after watching it for a long time, I found that it is actually the same thing. The female time culprit smiled and shrugged, and then asked Ancient One Magician, so, have you figured out how to deal with me? Send me back to my original timeline? Or execute me directly? I think the former should be impossible. After all, if you want to send me back, you won't lock me here? So, is my time up? If possible, the way I want to end me is to put me frozen in the sea of ice. Looking at Ancient One Magician, the female time criminal said with a smile, don't be so pessimistic, in fact, you have a better choice. Looking at the female time criminal in front of him, Ancient One Magician laughed, perhaps, you should have a new choice, a new life, what do you think? Ms. Peggy Cart. Tacit understanding, tacit cooperation. S.H.I.E.L.D training room. Looking at the simulated battle analysis just now, Steve Rogers held the tablet and shook his head, you have to remember one thing, that is, it is very important to cooperate when fighting. Reasonable cooperation can make up for the weakness of the enemy's too strong and insufficient strength during the battle. Second, it can also increase the relationship between each other's teammates. Necessary casualties. Speaking of this, Steve Rogers put the simulated combat video on the tablet on the wall. When any team fights, close cooperation between teammates is indispensable. Otherwise, even if one person is strong, it is impossible to win all victories. For example, in your simulated battle just now, when Sam was flying in the sky, Rod, you can use the armor to protect Sam's back, so that he will not face the enemy behind him. And Kurt, you can use this ant battle suit's ability to enlarge and shrink, and cooperate with Sam and Rod's fire suppression on the ground to achieve the advantage of quickly knocking down the enemy. But the three of you just cooperated in the confusion of 23. Even for so long, you didn't understand the advantages and disadvantages of each other's battles. Even when the three of you joined the battle group together, you not only couldn't give play to your own advantages, even under the forcible cooperation, it also caused each other's troubles. Speaking of this, Steve Rogers shook his head helplessly. I know, in just a few days, it is very difficult for you to cooperate tacitly and even achieve a perfect degree of cooperation. But at least, you can't become a drag on each other. This is very important. Although I don't want to say that, but Avengers does not say that it is 3 people, even if any 2 people play against the 3 of you. According to the current state of the 3 of you, if it is a life and death situation, then the 3 of you will definitely not survive chance. Training room upstairs? Will Steve speak too hard? Listening to Steve Rogers' words, Tony Stark turned his head and looked at Natasha Romanoff next to him and asked, is that sure there is no problem? I am worried that Steve's blow and denial will cause these 3 people to lose their confidence. If they lose confidence so easily, then it can be said that these 3 people are not worthy of joining Avengers, even if they are the second team. Natasha Romanoff glanced down, listening to Steve telling them the battle analysis scene. Then he turned his head to look at Tony Stark and said, Tony, think about it carefully next. Have we trained how to cooperate with each other in order to fight? No. After thinking about it for a while, Tony Stark said thoughtfully, it seems that from the very beginning, people in our answering alliance have never asked for cooperation with each other. But no matter in the fight or in normal life, the tacit understanding has long been formed naturally, just like me and so, they almost look at each other, and we can understand what the other party is thinking. And no matter how we ridicule each other, it seems that we understand each other's intentions. Speaking of this, Tony, Stark shook his head, and said to Natasha Romanoff with a weird expression, "Don't say me and Sue, even me and Steve, or anyone in the answering alliance, when fighting, seems to be able to cooperate well with each other, even if it is the first team battle. When we fight Chidori, we can form a very tacit cooperation. Before this, we don't even know the other party's true ability? Why is this?" Listening to Tony Stark's question, Natasha Romanoff smiled and shrugged his shoulders and said, "Because among these people in our answering league, what we have is not long training, but the most precious trust. This is very important. Think about it, do we all trust each other very much? When fighting, we are also willing to give our back to the other party. And no matter what kind of enemy we face, as long as there are people from the answering alliance, then we dare to fight to the last second. It seems to be so." Hearing Natasha Romanoff's explanation, Tony Stark nodded earnestly. "That's why at the beginning, I wanted to include Sura with all of us. Yeah, that's it." With arms on the railing, looking at the three people underneath who are being trained by Steve Rogers, Natasha Romanoff said softly, "Trust is the most basic condition for cooperation. If you can't sit down to real trust, you can't care about the other party's safety when fighting, and want to protect the other's back, then even if they cooperate for a long time, they will not be able to breed a perfect degree of tacit understanding. Now, whether it's Sam, Rhodes, or Kurt Lang, they trust each other on the surface, but once they fight, they still take part in the battle on their own. Even if you consciously want to cooperate with the other party, it is not subconsciously, so it won't work. Don't say it is so, Thor, or Dr. Banner in our answering league. Even if I cooperate with Steve, or I cooperate with Barton, if the 577 is a life and death battle, then the last one will die. It must be the three of them. Individual. Even if there is an Ant-Man's Kurt Lang that will get bigger and smaller?" Listening to Natasha Romanoff's words, Tony Stark thought about the result of fighting against Rhodes with Natasha, Barton, and Steve. No matter how you look at it, with life and death fighting, the final win will definitely be on your side. Even if the battle armor ability is the same, it won't work. After all, sometimes the tacit understanding between three people is far less than the tacit understanding between two people on your side. Stretching, Tony Stark looked at Natasha Romanoff and said with a smile, "It seems that the three of them have to receive training. Forget it, anyway, I have to help my father study the mind." As soon as the voice fell, the next moment Tony Stark and Natasha Romanoff turned their heads at the same time, looking at the Supreme Magician Ancient One coming out of the magic teleportation array. The two people just wanted to greet Roar with a smile, but soon, both of them were stunned. Without him, the people who walked out of the magic portal, besides Ancient One Magician, there is actually someone they are very familiar with. "Aunt Peggy? Oh my god, why are you so young?" Looking at Peggy Cat in a blue dress, Tony Stark said in shock, "Aunt Peggy." Seeing Peggy who appeared following Ancient One Magician, Katie, Tony Stark greeted him with joy. But then he stopped. Because he found something wrong? Aunt Peggy in front of her, looking at her eyes, was so unfamiliar, as if she didn't know herself at all. How can this be? You have to know that you are Aunt Peggy who grew up when she was a child. When she was a child, she was ignored by her father. When I was 12 years old, I didn't learn well, and was severely taught by Aunt Peggy. Tony knows that Aunt Peggy treats herself as her child, and she loves herself from the heart. So, how could she look so strange in her eyes? Unless, she is not the Aunt Peggy she knows. Found something wrong. Looking at the original expression of joy, but now suddenly stopped, Tony Stark with a suspicious expression on his face. Ancient One Magician smiled and said, "As you think, she is indeed Ms. Peggy Cat, but she is not Ms. Peggy Cat on this Earth timeline, but another timeline. It can also be said to be Ms. Peggy who is the big parallel universe." With that said, Ancient One Magician told Tony Natasha Romanoff about Peggy Cat in this parallel universe. "I see." Listening to Ancient One Magician's story, Tony Stark nodded slowly, just looking at the Peggy Cat in front of him. Tony couldn't help calling Aunt Peggy. After all, no matter it is Peggy on that timeline, she is her own aunt, right? Who is he? Seeing the respectful expression in Tony Stark's eyes, Peggy turned her head to Ancient One Magician and asked curiously, "He is on this timeline, Howard, the son of Stark, Tony Stark?" Listening to Peggy's question, Ancient One Magician said with a smile, "Huh? Howard, who claims to dislike and even fears of marriage, is actually married, and he has a son like this N-Carrot." Looking at Tony curiously, Peggy suddenly laughed. "No wonder I am called Auntie, but although I am not a person on a timeline, the character should always be the same. By the way, where is your father Howard Stark? Still at S.H.I.E.L.D? If it weren't for him, I wouldn't touch Tesseract that day, nor would it be directly transmitted to other timelines by Tesseract, and finally be managed by time. The people in the game caught it. Although it is not a Howard Stark, I still want to beat him up." Looking at the parallel world in front of Aunt Peggy, she still has this little grumpy temper. Tony, who has long been familiar with Peggy Cat, said without hesitation, "My father died that year." Died. Almost for an instant, before Tony Stark finished talking about his father being resurrected after his death, a layer of frost suddenly hung on Peggy's face. The aura that erupted in an instant, it seemed that even Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but look sideways. It is hard to imagine that this is an amazing aura that an ordinary person will burst out. But when I think of it, Natasha Romanoff feels that the man in front of me who founded S.H.I.E.L.D with Howard Stark is quite normal. After all, if she were really a simple woman, she would not become the manager of S.H.I.E.L.D in that era. Looking at Aunt Peggy, who seemed to be running away at any time with her eyes crossed, Tony Stark quickly explained, "Dead is dead," but later it was resurrected by Steve. He is now in S.H.I.E.L.D. Resurrected? Just resurrected, as long as it's not dead. As soon as the words were normal, Peggy was stunned, looking at Tony Stark. Her eyes were a little unbelievable and asked, "Is the Steve you just said is Steve Rogers? He is still alive? In your world, is he still alive? Living, right there?" In fact, many things have happened in this world, so many things and many people's destiny trajectories have changed. Looking in the direction of her fingers, Peggy walked to the railing in a few steps, and looked at Steve Rogers, who was holding the tablet underneath, and was constantly analyzing the three guys. Tony Stark can't say anything, because at this moment, Aunt Peggy is looking at Captain America below, and big tears are constantly falling. Seeing this scene, Tony knew that she had never listened to her words just now. Steve. Looking at the familiar figure, looking at the face that kept appearing in my dreams. Peggy wanted to call roar loudly, but when she reached her lips, she turned into a soft whisper. "Below? Like what I just said, when fighting, you must not only protect yourself, but also." Frowning Steve wants to continue to say something, but for an instant, it seemed like there was telepathy, and he immediately turned his head and looked up behind him. Click. The tablet in her hand fell to the ground without knowing it. Looking at the direction of the second floor of the training room, the woman who was lying on the railing and couldn't stop crying. Steve Rogers rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Peg. After confirming that he was not mistaken, Steve at this moment ignored the three rods, and almost instantly ran towards the second floor at the fastest speed. What's the situation? Seeing halfway through the training, he threw down the three of his own, a pair of Steve Rogers who ran upstairs emotionally. Sam pinched his waist and curiously asked the two companions beside him, "I don't know, but is today's training over?" Kurt Lang shook his head, and then said, "If today's training is over, then I have to go back soon. After all, I can't let Dr. Pym know that I joined the Avengers' second team. He has a big prejudice against S.H.I.E.L.D now. Look at it." Li Qian's snorted upstairs, and Rod said excitedly to the two people, "Captain Steve actually hugged the woman, my god," and the emotions of these two people seemed to be very excited. "Who is this woman?" I just heard Captain Steve whispered to Peggy subconsciously. Could it be that? But how is this possible? Listening to Rod's words, Kurt Lang and Sam also scratched their heads in confusion. Sam, unexpectedly, it hasn't been released yet. In other words, the person who can make the captain feel so excited, it seems that there is no one other than that, but she has already become a gray-haired old man? Is this impossible? Kurt Lang, perhaps, time travels? Ms. Page has traveled from the past to the present. Depend on. Listening to Kurt Lang's words, Sam and Rode pointed their middle finger at Kurt Lang, and at the same time, Asgard, in Sol's palace, sitting on the chair while chatting with Loki, Suching looked at the message from Tony in the answering chat room. Tony Stark, oh my god, so you don't know that when Aunt Peggy appeared with Ancient One Magician, it really shocked me. Who can come to think that Aunt Peggy will become young again up? God, but I learned after Ancient One Magician's narration that this Aunt Peggy was actually a time criminal caught by the Time Administration. Fortunately, the Time Administration is now in charge of Ancient One Magician, otherwise this Aunt Peggy might have something to end. Tony Stark, not only I was taken aback, but even my dad was taken aback. After seeing such a young Aunt Peggy, my dad was stunned on the spot. But you can't see it. At that time, Steve saw the look in Aunt Peggy's eyes and sprayed, especially the scene where two people cried and hugged the room, sprayed. I don't know if it should be said to be too touching, or to say too sour. Tony Stark, after seeing Aunt Peggy, this guy Steve not only left behind the 580 guys who hadn't finished training, but we were even thrown away by Steve. It seems that now, Steve, Aunt Peggy, and my dad are drinking, so let's give them a little space for the old guys of the previous generation to get along alone. Steve Rogers, Tony, I can see your speech. It's okay to say that your father and I are old guys, but this is not Peggy. Do you need me to tell her? Tony Stark, QAQ. When I didn't say it. Thor, haha, Tony, a guy who is not afraid of you, will have today. Aunt Peggy in your mouth, is it terrible? Tony Stark, it's not terrible, it should be more appropriate to use the word respect. After all, Aunt Peggy saw me growing up when I was young. Secondly, when I was young, I made some troubles. My father would say a few words about me. My mother will be on my side. Only after Aunt Peggy understands the reason. If it is my fault, then she will beat me severely. If it is not my fault, then she will also lead me to seek justice with the teacher. To be honest, in my previous knowledge, Aunt Peggy is more like my father than my father. Tony Stark, so, although this Aunt Peggy who was brought back to our Earth by Ancient One Magician is not the Aunt Peggy in my memory, it is still Peggy Katie after all. It's just that the timeline is different. I think Loki should have a deep understanding of this. Loki, indeed, when I saw so many Loki in the void, it really shocked me. At that time, I almost didn't know how to face so many of the same type of myself. However, I didn't regard Hilway as Loki. Hilway is Hilway, she is not another version of me, she is just herself. Natasha Romanoff, speaking of Hillview, Loki, you two are about to get married, when will you take us to Asgard? Your wedding, you can't do without us. Tony Stark, that is, you have brought Sue to Asgard for more than a week, and now there is no time to pick up our letter. You will not invite us to your wedding. Strange? Loki, no, you didn't intend to invite us at your wedding? Okay, friends are all, and yes, who made us all ordinary earthlings, and you are Asgard, where's the prince? Funny. Loki, stop making trouble. I will definitely invite you before the wedding between Hill and I, but before that, we have to deal with Thor's girlfriend, Jane Foster. Maybe there will be a fierce battle. Want to fight? Steve Rogers, Loki, do you need help? If you need it, then I have time at any time. Ktfa, Tony Stark, me too. My newly developed armor can be added to the battle at any time. Strange, add me. The last time Earth fought Chitauri, I didn't learn magic at that time, and I couldn't participate yet, but now, believe me, I have this ability. Natasha Romanoff, I can't do without me, man. Since there is battle, the Answering Alliance will be your strongest backing at any time. Bruce Banner, I have a good communication with Hulk right now, so I can summon Hulk to fight anytime. After looking at the answering chat room and hearing myself saying that there will be a fierce battle in Asgard, these Answering Alliance members spoke. Inexplicably, Loki's heart is warm. This is what I have ever longed for the most. As long as they are in danger and in difficulties, there will be a group of people willing to stand by their side at any time. Even, you don't need to care who your opponent is. This feeling is really amazing. Taking a deep breath, with a warm smile on his face, Loki was very emotional at this moment, thanking himself for being able to enter the answering chat room, and thanking himself for having this group of partners. Loki, thank you, everyone, but no need, just the dark elf who just broke the seal. Believe me, we should be able to solve it. Don't forget, we still have Sue. Thor, that's right, what if the enemy is a dark elf? We still have Sue, but I look forward to it, when the dark elf will come. I can't wait. Strange, I have never seen you looking forward to the enemy so much. Confused? Are you sure you don't need the great magician Strange to come and help? Tony Stark, Juggler, Supreme Magician Ancient One, Strange, you can't participate in this battle. Your first enemy is coming. Strange, my first enemy? Teacher, who are you talking about? Is it the Dormammu? I have a very deep impression of him. God, I know how to face him. How many times do you want to die? And sir, aren't you still on the earth? Are you here? Does he dare to descend on the earth? Supreme Magician Ancient One, who said I was on the earth? I am now in charge of the time management, so the task of guarding the reality of the earth is left to you. Strange. This is your first test. It is also something you must go through to become my successor. I believe you can solve this matter. After all, I have already handed over Time Gem to you. Looking at the words of Ancient One Magician, the earth, magic is in the holy place. Strange looked at Eye of Agamotto, and then sighed uncomfortably. I knew, the teacher gave me Eye of Agamotto. It's not a good thing. It's time to come, or it's coming. Damn Dormammu, but I hope I can come early, but don't delay my participation in Loki's wedding. Asgard. It's so annoying. How long do we have to wait? After closing the answering chat room, Thor looked at Suching and Loki, and asked uncomfortably, we can't let the Dark Elves come, let's wait forever. You have to know that we have a lot of recent things. Solving Jane's affairs, and then Loki's wedding. At that time, it will be the biggest ceremony in Asgard. And my sister Hela's problem, I always think we have been very busy these days, so I think. Hold on. Before Thor could say his thoughts, Loki directly interrupted, it is the last 2 days, if I guess right, the Dark Elves should be more uncomfortable than us. After all, the Dark Elves caused a lot of blood debts in the universe at the beginning, so even after thousands of years, when people know that the Dark Elves have broken the seal, I am afraid they will directly seek revenge. And the Dark Elves who have just broken the seal must have a sharp decline in their strength at this moment. They must get their holy objects TIE particles as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they delay for a day, their danger will increase. So, according to reason, they are more anxious than us now. Listening to Loki's words, Suching nodded in agreement. Only Thor reluctantly leaned back on the chair and said, I know what you said makes sense, Loki, but in fact, I just can't hold back. As long as there is something in my heart, then I can't wait to solve it immediately. But what I am more worried about is that those who want to seek revenge from the Dark Elves, after hearing that the Dark Elves have broken the seal, will flee in fright, or hold their heads and wait for death. I don't dare to seek revenge from the Dark Elves, so the Dark Elves will have no fear and are not in a hurry. You are wrong, Thor. Suching looked at Thor, who was leaning on the chair, and then whispered, maybe a small group of people will curl up in fear when they hear the name of the Dark Elves. But after thousands of years of diluting, more people have been in the baptism of time. I am afraid that this fear has long been forgotten. Look, there will always be people who want to find the Dark Elves, whether it is for the universe or revenge for the planet they used to be. Dark Elves, the desire for TIE particles is far more anxious than we thought. Suching's voice just fell, and a turbulent voice suddenly came not far away. Listen carefully, it seems that you can still hear the sound of fighting. Hearing these voices, Thor and Loki stood up at the same time, especially Thor. His face was full of joy. The voice came from the direction of the prison. It should be the Dark Elves who attacked Asgard. Reaching out his hand and summoning Mjolnir, Thor turned his head to look at Loki and Suching and said excitedly, let's pass now. Go ahead first. After drank the drink, S.H.I.E.L.D looked at Thor and said, "Definitely, Loki should also follow. As for me, don't forget our plan. Not only must the Dark Elves stay here completely, but more importantly, we must first solve the TIE particles on Jane Foster. So, if there is a turmoil over there, it should be deliberately caused by the Dark Elves. The purpose is to attract everyone's attention, and then take the opportunity to take the TIE particles from Jane Foster." Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's words, Thor blinked, and then nodded. "Okay, then as the three of us discussed before, so goes to protect the mother, Jane, and Hillway, and Loki and I will solve those from prison. The guy who escaped. Good." He got up, nodded towards Thor, and then S.H.I.E.L.D teleported and disappeared directly in front of the two people. To be honest, for the top powerhouse in the 9 realms like Malekith, S.H.I.E.L.D also wants to see his current strength. More importantly, S.H.I.E.L.D wants to use male cases to test his current strength. To be honest, in this Marvel world where the strength level system is not obvious, S.H.I.E.L.D doesn't know how strong he is now. Anyway, the only thing I know is that I am much better than Thor and Hulk now, inside the transparent battleship of the Dark Elves. It's already started over there, boss. Looking at the news uploaded on the screen, one of Malekith's subordinates said respectfully, "Look for flowers, 0. Since it has started over there, now, enter Asgard immediately." Yes. Upon hearing Malekith's order, this subordinate immediately ordered the warship to sail into Asgard. The end of Bifrost. At this moment, even though I heard the sound of fighting from the prison in the direction of Asgard, S.H.I.E.L.D didn't care. After all, the father of God Odin, Thor, Loki, and the extremely powerful and strange So, they are still in Asgard. Then some guys with a little determined ability can't put Asgard in danger at all. Still looking at the situation in the 9 realms, but soon, S.H.I.E.L.D noticed something wrong. Turned around and ran to Bifrost, and then rushed to Bifrost's bridge with all his strength. With the help of this height, he suddenly jumped and flew directly to a transparent battleship. The two sharp heads of the waist pierced into the transparent battleship, and the originally transparent battleship also showed its original dark color. The two enchanted daggers of S.H.I.E.L.D were extremely sharp, and they directly made a big gap on the battleship of the Dark Elves. Immediately one of the weapons was dropped on the engine. Looking at the battleship that was instantly raging because of the weapon he threw in, S.H.I.E.L.D turned and jumped on Bifrost. Boom! Along with the violent burning of the Dark Elves clan battleship crashed on Bifrost, and then there was a violent explosion, but a larger battleship slowly appeared behind S.H.I.E.L.D. Watching from this huge amounts of battleship, a small search battleship flew in the direction of Asgard. S.H.I.E.L.D immediately turned around and ran towards the Bifrost control terminal. Entering the Bifrost control terminal, Heyerdam directly activated Asgard's defense mechanism. He knew that this time the enemy was definitely not that simple. So he must ensure that Asgard, where the father of God Odin is located, will not be attacked by these warships. Suddenly, as the warships of the Dark Elves flew over Asgard, they continued to shuttle among the tall buildings. A fierce air battle between the Dark Elves and Asgard started instantly. And, something's wrong. On the way to the prison, Loki and Thor took hundreds of Asgard fighters and just wanted to suppress the prisoners. But then, as if thinking of something, Loki immediately turned his head, his face paled. What's wrong? Seeing Loki's face suddenly turned pale, as if thinking of something terrifying, Thor also realized how important things are for the first time. If it weren't a matter of greatness, then his younger brother Loki would definitely not be scared. Not only his face was pale, but his body began to tremble unconsciously. What the hell happened, Loki? Looking at Loki, Thor quickly asked. At this moment, Thor is willing to swear to the ancestors of the gods, even if Loki knew that he was not the flesh and blood of his father Odin, he has never been so gaff. Do you still remember what I saw in the Time Administration 580, originally about my future? Turning his head, his voice trembled, and he even looked at Thor with a hint of weeping. If I remember correctly, the queen died today in the hands of the Dark Elves. Only, listening to Loki's words, Mjolnir in Thor's hands only fell to the ground with a sound. These days, because of Loki's wedding preparations, because of Jane Foster's TIE particles, because of the problem of his sister Hela. So after a series of questions are piled up here, whether it is Thor or Loki, they have all forgotten, in the future that has been seen before, the mother's queen died of today's affairs. I'm going to protect the queen. No, I will never let the queen have an accident. Damn, I actually forgot about this. Slapped himself vigorously, Thor picked up Mjolnir from the ground and quickly flew towards the palace where Frigga was located. Loki, who had the same pale face and trembling voice, was obviously a little better after seeing Thor's movements. With so, Thor flew over, so there shouldn't be too much problem. Thinking of this, Loki took a deep breath, and then walked towards the prison with Asgard's soldiers. There are S.H.I.E.L.D and Thor in the Mother's Queen, then go and help father by yourself. Inside the Queen's Asgard. Listening to the sound of fighting and air fighting outside, Queen Frigga turned her head and looked at Jane Foster, who was full of worries, and said softly and comforted, "Don't worry, child, there is me and Hill. Here, you will be fine. Yes, Jane, with me and the Queen, even if the enemy comes over, we will protect you." With a chuckle, he drew out the long knife. Hillville looked at Jane Foster and said with a smile. Listening to the comfort of Queen Frigga and Hillville, Jane Foster was a little relieved. But my heart is still full of worries. Until S.H.I.E.L.D flew over and slowly landed in Frigga's palace. After seeing S.H.I.E.L.D appear, Jane Foster subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, and then began to truly feel at ease. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D is considered to be the Earth's own person, and an extremely powerful Avenger, so, if he is there, then there won't be any problems? Thank you for coming, boy. Looking at S.H.I.E.L.D who appeared in her palace, Queen Frigga smiled and said with a kindly thankful expression, "You are polite, Thor and I are brothers, so naturally I won't allow anyone to hurt you." A gentle tribute to Frigga, and then S.H.I.E.L.D waited for the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith, to arrive. In fact, neither Loki nor S.H.I.E.L.D at this moment eagerly hopes to see Malekith, a once veteran-level godfather and other strong people, even if they have been sealed for thousands of years. What can they do? His current strength should still not be underestimated. Therefore, S.H.I.E.L.D seems to have no waves at this moment, but in fact the fighting spirit on his body has already started to boil. Before you know it, S.H.I.E.L.D's strength has quietly increased several times under the skill of war intent boiling, with a sound of huge amounts of, I thought it was Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves. Unexpectedly, Thor, who was carrying a hammer, hurriedly flew over. After seeing S.H.I.E.L.D guarding the Queen Mother and them behind him, Thor was slightly relieved. He gestured to a few people. Thor took the hammer and came to S.H.I.E.L.D's side, and said in a somewhat eager tone, "If it weren't for Loki suddenly remembered, today is the Mother's Queen, I am afraid that something big will happen. I thought you couldn't remember it long ago." Listening to Thor's look of fear, S.H.I.E.L.D said with a sneer, Perceiving something wrong with S.H.I.E.L.D's tone, Thor took a closer look at S.H.I.E.L.D and found that at this moment, the guy's eyes were full of strong fighting spirit. It was as if he wished that if someone from the Dark Elves didn't come, he would have a fight with himself. Woolen cloth. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D's continuously soaring fighting spirit, Thor subconsciously shrank his neck. Can't afford to provoke. In this state, S.H.I.E.L.D doesn't want to provoke him. He has heard Loki spit out, once Sue's fighting spirit soars wildly, then he will turn into a fighting lunatic. It's just like the guy S.H.I.E.L.D and Thanos completely gave up all kinds of abilities, relying on their own strength to fight life and death. Extremely crazy. Unlucky guy. Secretly shook his head. Inexplicably, at this moment Thor actually began to feel a little pity for the Dark Elves. Spray. It can actually make a gentle person like Sarai so majestic, and even make himself a little wary of wanting to avoid it. I am afraid that those who come from the Dark Elves will not end well. Click, click. With a wave of footsteps, a strange-looking guy slowly walked over from the palace passage. As soon as he entered the gate of Frigga's palace, the strange-looking guy said directly, "I am Malekith, give us the things of the Dark Elves." Before Malekith had finished speaking, a hammer flew directly towards Malekith in the next moment. Mjolnir dodged Thor. Looking at Thor, who reached out and summoned Mjolnir back again, Malekith said with a gloomy expression, "Is this your Asgard etiquette? If this is the case, then I have to show you the etiquette of the Dark Elves." 5.0 While speaking, a dark bomb was thrown in the direction of Thor. Click. The curse bomb of the Dark Elves was held in S.H.I.E.L.D's hand. Under the explosion, the cursed bomb exploded like a scene where a black hole wanted to swallow everything, and it began to show directly in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. But unprepared, surrounded by the power of death, this black hole scene that can swallow everything, instantly began to fragment. "You finally came." Slowly raising his head, the next moment, S.H.I.E.L.D's pair of reddish, with a trace of what can be called crazy warfare, even a trace of bloodthirsty eyes, appeared in front of Malekith. Looking at the guy in front of him who was full of warfare in his eyes and had a very dangerous arc in the corner of his mouth, Malekith frowned subconsciously. Extremely dangerous? This is Malekith's first impression of S.H.I.E.L.D. Looking at the guy in front of him who made him feel extremely dangerous, Malekith suddenly felt that it seemed that coming to Asgard this time was not the right choice. The last person who made him feel this kind of danger was the Asgard god king named Bor. It's just that, perhaps because I have been sealed for thousands of years, and my strength has become weaker, inexplicably, I looked at this guy in front of me. He actually gave himself a feeling that he was more dangerous than Bor of the Year. Are you from Asgard too? Looking at S.H.I.E.L.D, Malekith frowned and said, "I really didn't expect that since Bor, the Asgard people have become stronger from generation to generation. Protect them?" Turning his head and looking at Thor, S.H.I.E.L.D said with a hint of excitement in his voice. "No problem." Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D looking at him, Thor quickly nodded and said that he was fine. "I don't want S.H.I.E.L.D in this state to focus on myself." Seeing Thor's actions, although S.H.I.E.L.D's fighting spirit is not diminished, he still feels a little funny. Is the self at this moment terrifying? Isn't it that you have provoked the skills that are boiling intent in advance, and doubled your strength, speed, and combat effectiveness? Loki will do this skill too, but Loki's skill is weaker than himself? That's so scary. Looking at Thor's appearance, it seems that this guy thinks that he will be against me? Thor just doesn't know how to read minds, and can't hear the complaints in S.H.I.E.L.D's heart. Otherwise, 23 will definitely nod his head violently to express how horrible S.H.I.E.L.D is. This is the first time Thor has seen S.H.I.E.L.D's appearance, and the fierce aura radiating from his body even makes Thor, who has been fighting for Asgard all the year round, feel a little uncomfortable. When adding Loki and Thor, and then fighting against Thanos, S.H.I.E.L.D spit out the kind of extremely crazy fighting style. All of this made Thor subconsciously think that once he hits the head, then S.H.I.E.L.D might really be the kind of person who would turn him over when he sees who is not pleasing to the eye. Turning his head and looking at Malekith also looked at S.H.I.E.L.D. Although you, Asgard, seem to be stronger than before, but we Dark Elves. Before the words fell, Malekith's pupils shrank instantly, and S.H.I.E.L.D teleported to Malekith's side. Before he could react, he directly pinched his neck and threw it against the wall. Boom! After a muffled sound, under S.H.I.E.L.D's sudden heavy blow, Malekith's body flew out, directly smashing Asgard's wall into ruins. Before he stood up from the ruins, S.H.I.E.L.D teleported to his side again, and under the extremely fast attack of his two-handed fist, even Malekith did not react, and S.H.I.E.L.D was pressed to the ground for a pain beat. Sometimes he cast it up and threw it in the air, and then heavy fists fell on him like raindrops. Sometimes he grabbed Malekith's collar and threw him severely on the wall. Listening to the muffled sound of fists and fists, Thor felt that his eyelids were constantly shaking. Hiss. Seeing that he was grabbing Malekith and throwing him onto the wall of the palace, smashing a hole out of the wall, Thor couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath. Especially with the speed attack that even seemed to be unclear to himself, Thor subconsciously said to the people around him, "Fortunately, when Sue and I were in the earth, he did not become so crazy. I don't want to talk to him the next time I am killed." Pretty, this is awesome. Seeing such a brutal scene, Jane Foster on the side was excited and clenched his fists, constantly cheering for S.H.I.E.L.D. "Did you see? Thor, this is our planet's strongest Pluto, so I think that damn alien will dare to attack our planet in the future." Seeing such excited Jane Foster, Thor clicked his mouth. "Inexplicably, I feel jealous. Why does my girlfriend feel a little uncomfortable when cheering on her good brother?" With a dry laugh, Thor just wanted to say something. Phrygia on the side said softly to Thor, "Thor, you should be proud to have such a friend." "Definitely." Facing his mother's words, Thor glanced at S.H.I.E.L.D who was beating Malekith, and then said seriously, "I can become a brother with a powerful person like Sue. To be honest, the mother, I think this should be me. I didn't mean that." Seeing Thor misunderstood her words, Queen Frigga smiled and patted Thor's arm and said, "Have you not seen it yet? He did it on purpose." "On purpose?" Somewhat puzzled, he glanced at Malekith and gradually began to counterattack, but he was still hit by S.H.I.E.L.D. Thor asked in a puzzled manner, "Mother, you said so was deliberate. What does this mean?" "You?" Lovingly patted Thor, Queen Frigga looked at the fight against Malekith, or said that he was completely reusing the extremely fast attack speed to beat Malekith's S.H.I.E.L.D. Then he smiled and said, "You haven't seen that so, until now, except for using his own speed and strength to unilaterally beat Malekith, hasn't he used other abilities? He hasn't even used weapons. You know, Malekith was once a powerhouse, and he was also one of the top-level godfather powerhouses in the 9 realms. So even if he has been sealed for thousands of years, and his strength has been drastically reduced to or even less than half of his original strength, his defensive power and resilience are still top-notch. The child Sue seems to have an extremely fierce attack at this moment. Even the leader of the Dark Elf, Malekith, can't fight against him, but in fact, it is impossible to completely harm Mahler by simply using physical skills and strength. Cases. Hearing the words of Mother Frigga, Thor watched as he was pressed on the ground and tried to evade, but the route was blocked by S.H.I.E.L.D, and then he continued to beat Malekith with a fierce offensive. Thor asked a little puzzled, "Mother, if it's useless, then why did Sue do this? Doesn't he know this?" "He definitely knew it, so I said he did it on purpose." With a loving smile at Thor, Queen Frigga looked at S.H.I.E.L.D at this moment, and the more she looked at her, she became more satisfied. This kind of preemptive method, this kind of seemingly impossible to cause too much, but it will make Malekith like this. The once top powerhouse produces a kind of humiliation. You will even subconsciously think that Sue and him are at the same level, even one level higher than him. So, if I'm not mistaken, the reason why this child Sue is like this is entirely for you, Thor. You are really lucky. With that said, Phrygia looked at Jane Foster next to Sue with a satisfied smile on her face. "For me." Hearing what the mother said, Thor couldn't understand anyway, So Young's actions that seemed to be powerful, but could not cause too much damage. In fact, how could it be for himself? Or, it should be for your girlfriend, Jane Foster? Looking at Thor, Frigga explained softly, "At this moment, the humiliation in Malekith, who was beaten by the child Sue, would have long since been over. This is not something a top-level powerhouse can bear, even if it's just another powerhouse who used to be a top-level godfather. So, at this moment, he must think that if he hasn't been sealed by Baal for thousands of years, if he still owns the sacred object of the Dark Elves, then he will definitely not be forced by a young man for this purpose. S.H.I.E.L.D, this kid will choose this method as the prelude to the battle. It should be to let Malekith take out the TIE particles from Jane." Having said that, Queen Frigga smiled and looked at Thor. "That's why I said you are so lucky, my child. Because until this time, even if you are facing the old top powerhouse in the 9 realms, he, as your friend 580, your brother, is still thinking about your business." "I see." Hearing the explanation from the mother's queen, Thor nodded suddenly realized. Then, there was a trace of shame in my heart. Obviously his brother is fighting for Asgard, and his brother is still thinking about his own affairs even when facing a strong man like Malekith. But because I just cheered for him a few words just now, I feel a little uncomfortable in my heart. Thinking of this, Thor can't wait to slap himself. It's just that before Thor takes any action, I heard S.H.I.E.L.D's hearty laughter, mixed with extreme vigor. This is the so-called powerhouse of the Dark Elves. Seeing that he was thrown out by himself, he got up from the ground and wiped the bloody corner of his mouth vigorously. S.H.I.E.L.D didn't chase him and beat him again this time, but said in an arrogant tone, "I can't even take my attack, and I actually want to let the darkness return to the universe. Are you worthy?" Listening to the ridicule of the young man in front of him, Malekith spit out viciously with a trace of blood. There is an extreme sense of tyranny and humiliation in his eyes. If it wasn't for the time that I had been sealed for thousands of years, my strength would have retreated. If it wasn't for my own dark elf family's holy objects, TIE particles were not there. So a mere young man who has just become a level godfather, and even only half-footed into the top ranks of level godfather, dares to be so presumptuous to himself, and even beat him up according to himself? Damn it, if I was in the heyday, if my holy relic was still there, then with an ant like you, I could easily squeeze to death with one hand. Gritting his teeth and looking at S.H.I.E.L.D, Malekith was extremely angry, but he was still ready to escape here at any time. After all, young people in a small area can fight by themselves. If you wait until Odin reacts, I am afraid that he wants to leave, it will be very difficult. In your eyes, I am an ant. It seems that the perception is that Malekith wants to escape, and S.H.I.E.L.D stepped in and blocked the way he wanted to escape. You just said that in your heyday, or your holy relic is still there, then you pinch me to death. It is as easy as pinching an ant to death. With that said, S.H.I.E.L.D gently beckoned in Malekith's surprised gaze, and motioned for Jane Foster to come over. After Jane Foster walked over, S.H.I.E.L.D continued to anger Malekith with a hint of pride in his tone. If I didn't guess wrong, this time you came to Asgard, it should be because of the TIE particles on Jane. Bar. I heard that TIE particles are the so-called sacred objects in your mouth. Oh, I think, only you trash can treat this kind of things as sacred objects. Since you said that you can easily squeeze me to death by holding the holy object, then I will give you this opportunity. I want to see if I, the ant in your mouth, can drive you holding the holy thing into the dust. Listening to S.H.I.E.L.D's nonchalant words, Malekith looked at S.H.I.E.L.D with a bit of bitterness. Since you want to find death, then I will fulfill you. Slightly stretched out his hand, the next moment Jane Foster's whole body floated directly in the air, and then the dark red TIE particles began to slowly emerge directly from Jane Foster's face. In the process of absorbing TIE particles, Malekith seems to have been observing S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D standing there proudly looking at himself, it seemed that he didn't bother to attack himself. Malekith was relieved, and immediately began to take out all the TIE particles from Jane Foster. Seeing this scene, S.H.I.E.L.D quietly gave Thor and Hela a look. After receiving S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes, Thor and Hela were immediately ready. When all the TIE particles were taken out, Thor raised Mjolnir and instantly attacked the dark red TIE particles. Hela was a slippery step and came to Jane Foster's side, and Jane Fook would fall from the air. Steward catch it? And S.H.I.E.L.D, at the moment when the two people started, rushed directly in front of Malekith, and took advantage of his defenselessness, and knocked him out. The majestic force of thunder collided with the TIE particles, and then the two energies intertwined and suddenly made a loud sound. Soon, TIE particles formed countless dark red crystal fragments, as if a piece of crystal fell apart. As TIE particles appeared in the form of broken crystals, these fragments floating in the air soon began to condense and gradually formed a complete reality gem. You Asgard people are so mean. Seeing the formation of the reality gem, Malekith, who was shot by S.H.I.E.L.D, rushed forward angrily, wanting to take back the holy artifacts of their dark elves. But unexpectedly, S.H.I.E.L.D teleported to his side, holding Malekith, and rushed directly to the square outside Asgard. Boom! A violent collision sounded, and soon S.H.I.E.L.D and Malekith smashed a deep hole in the square outside Asgard. Leaping out of the pit, Malekith looked at S.H.I.E.L.D on the other side and gritted his teeth and said angrily, "You damn despicable villain, didn't you say? I am not so stupid to think that the enemy is not strong enough, and then give the enemy a chance to become stronger, and finally end up being killed by the enemy." Looking at his face with resentment, he seemed to have been deceived by the heavens, and wanted to denounce his own Malekith. S.H.I.E.L.D spread his hands and smiled indifferently. "You don't really think I'm so stupid, and in any case, you can be regarded as an old-level godfather or other top powerhouse. How can you still believe this kind of words? Is it because it has been sealed for thousands of years, and your head is sealed, silly?" While talking, a trace of frost gradually expanded from S.H.I.E.L.D's feet, and there was no chance to give Malekith attention. "You are shameless." Listening to S.H.I.E.L.D's words, Malekith gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, I am shameless, I admit that." After spreading his hands, S.H.I.E.L.D continued to smile. "No matter what method is used, as long as it can win the opponent, then it is the best method. And the reason why I asked you to take out the TIE particles from Jane Foster's body is that TIE particles are consuming her vitality. Originally, we were still thinking about how to get the TIE particles out of her, but in the end you sent them directly to the door. You tell me, someone took the initiative to pick you up and help. If we don't use it, wouldn't it be a waste of your kindness? Spray, we are not the kind of people who waste other people's kindness at will." "You are right." Listening to S.H.I.E.L.D's words of murder and condemnation, Malekith's angry teeth kept rattling. At this moment, he couldn't wait to smash this shameless fellow who deceived himself in front of him. "I didn't notice that, including S.H.I.E.L.D, the temperature around me suddenly dropped a lot. By the way, I would like to ask you a question. What is it like to burn in the snow and ice?" Seeing that the blood of anger continued to flow down from the corner of his mouth, Malekith seemed to ask with a smile suddenly. Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's violent words, Malekith was stunned for a moment, and then quickly discovered that the ground of Asgard Square had suddenly become like ice and snow at this moment. Even his feet were sealed by a thick layer of ice. Seeing this scene, Malekith was horrified. Just about to escape, he suddenly heard S.H.I.E.L.D's voice from the opposite side, in the absolute winter domain. I am the king. So, please experience it. I just prepared a big meal for you. The words fell, and the Asgard square, which was still a little hot in an instant, suddenly plunged into a piece of ice and snow. It's like falling from the equator to the North Pole in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the gust of wind mixed with the icy frost roar screamed, and under the extremely non-revolving temperature, it seemed that the cold would freeze Malekith into an ice sculpture. As a veteran-level godfather, don't be strong, even if it has been sealed for thousands of years. But the combat experience has long been very rich. After all, he has led the warriors of the Dark Elves, constantly fighting in the universe, wanting to make the night come back to the universe. Just now, I was just vomiting blood because of S.H.I.E.L.D's murderous words, and I didn't notice this change. So at this moment, after noticing the changes around him, Malekith wanted to escape from this cold winter realm in an instant. He knows that fighting here is extremely detrimental to him, but before he could start, countless fire dragons seemed to be alive in the next moment, directly trapping them in place. In the realm of absolute cold winter, I am the king here, just like I just asked you, what it feels like to have a fire in the cold winter. I think this is every extremely cold what people desire. The fire dragons continued to leap out of S.H.I.E.L.D's palm, and then they continued to attack Malekith as if they were alive. Accompanied by S.H.I.E.L.D's cold voice, Malekith, who was restricted by the extreme ice, could not escape the attacks of these countless fire dragons at all. This is the perfect version of fire magic that S.H.I.E.L.D obtained after Kurt Lang was immune to fire damage after the last time he answered the question. With the previously obtained ice magic ice domain, it can be said to be extremely complementary to each other. The sound of a fire dragon exploding constantly sounded beside Malekith, and countless ice cones also attacked Malekith in an instant. It can be said that under this kind of attack, almost soon, the once veteran-level godfather, who is not a strong one, began to be bruised all over. Just getting rid of the fire dragon and ice cones attack, before the reaction, the next moment a 5th-level skeleton warrior, holding a bone sword directly pierced the heart of Malekith. Puppy. He lowered his head and watched a bone sword pierce his heart. Malekith raised his head with difficulty, and looked at S.H.I.E.L.D with a trembling voice. Actually, the flame and ice just now are all you deliberately want to disperse. Is my attention fooled, right? This is your last resort, right? You can say that. Listening to Malekith's voice with a husky and trembling question, S.H.I.E.L.D nodded seriously at this moment. No way, maybe ice magic or fire magic is extremely harmful to ordinary people, but for you, the former level godfather and other top powerhouses, these two magics are at most a bit of help. Unless, I can raise these two magics to the top, but I can't do it yet. The reason why these two types of magic are so scary just now is to make you concentrate and deal with ice and fire magic, so that you can hide my skeleton warrior, and then form a fatal blow to you. Speaking of this, S.H.I.E.L.D said with some emotion, seriously, when I was fighting with you in the palace of Asgard, Queen Frigga, it seemed that I was hitting you, but in fact, I also testing your defense and resilience. I once fought against Thanos. To be honest, when it comes to magic, maybe you are much stronger than Thanos. Unfortunately, thousands of years of seals have weakened your magical power too much. As for even Ice Cone and Fire Dragon, they need to fight with all their hearts. But when it comes to your body's defenses and resilience, you are many times weaker than Thanos, and I don't know if it's because you have been sealed for thousands of years. No matter what, if I was fighting Thanos, then I would never use these skills, but would choose to fight him heartily. But you are different. As S.H.I.E.L.D's voice fell, the skeleton warrior directly pulled the bone sword back in his hand, and then slowly walked to S.H.I.E.L.D's side, lowered his head and waited there. A mouthful of blood spurted out, clutching the pierced heart. Malekith knelt on one knee, half of his pale face intact, showing a trace of pain. You are fine? Looking up at S.H.I.E.L.D, Malekith suddenly laughed. Is this the curse that our Dark Elves are going to experience? The ancestors said that if the universe is to return to darkness, we Dark Elves must die first. Haha. With a hearty laugh, Malekith looked at S.H.I.E.L.D. You Asgard are stronger from generation to generation. I'm not talking about strength, but the way you count your enemies. From the very beginning, the first time you fought with me, you were calculating me, whether you want to measure my defensive power, or use words to irritate me and let me strip the TIE particles. Even use fire, magic and ice magic to distract me. At this point, you are stronger than Bor, even stronger than your Asgard ancestor of the gods. He doesn't have these thoughts of you. But, what if I die here? Darkness will come back to this universe after all. I can't do it, the Dark Elves can't do it, then there will be Dormammu. Dormammu can't be completed, and 13 gods will come, just like the prophecy that has been hovering over your Asgard, the twilight of the gods. Do you think this is just fate? Haha, you can't think of it. These are the 13 guys who are known as the ancient gods, who are absorbing your Aether Protoss. Puff. Before he finished speaking, a big mouthful of blood spewed out, and gradually, Malekith's eyes became a little loose. You, Aether, and Warner, but like our Dark Elves, they are all ants under the gear of fate. You can't escape. They are still watching you? I don't know when. Thor came to S.H.I.E.L.D's side, looking at Malekith who was half kneeling on the ground, his eyes scattered, and he kept talking about his dying words. Then he looked at S.H.I.E.L.D with a little surprise. The Aether Protoss seems to be the predecessor of Asgard. I remember that before Asgard was established, we were collectively referred to as the Aesir Protoss. Listening to Thor's words, S.H.I.E.L.D nodded slightly. Loki said the same thing, although he explained it to Hylvil. You, come here, I have something to give you. Looking at S.H.I.E.L.D and Thor standing side by side, Malekith used the last trace of strength and said to the two people, take this thing, go and solve the fate of you Asgard. Hearing Malekith saying this, Thor subconsciously wanted to step forward. But he was stopped by S.H.I.E.L.D. What's wrong? Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D who was holding his arm and not letting him go forward, Thor asked curiously, do you want to be his funeral? Listening to Thor's question, S.H.I.E.L.D looked at Thor with a silly look. Scratching his head in confusion, Thor just wanted to say something, but the next moment he saw Malekith watching them and not coming forward, he exhausted the last bit of strength and snarled angrily at the two people. Immediately, he fell to the ground with a plop, originally hidden in his hands, a cursed bomb that could swallow everything into the darkness, also rolled to the ground. Seeing this cursed bomb, Thor suddenly gasped, no, before this guy dies, he wants to take us away. Turning his head to look at S.H.I.E.L.D, Thor said with a grateful look, this guy is too overcast too. He is not reconciled. Hearing a hint of resentment in Thor's tone, S.H.I.E.L.D said angrily, from the very beginning, he has been calculated by me. As a once veteran powerhouse, how could he be willing to be calculated by the juniors like this? So I definitely want to count us back before dying. But, this is not what the strong should do. Thor held Mjolnir, his face was a little unsightly and said, anyway, he is an old-fashioned strong man, he would actually want to use such a despicable means. Where is the despicable and noble? As long as the battle can be won, then it is a useful method. Slightly stretched out his hand, and then a ball of flame covered Malekith's body. Looking at Malekith burning in the fire, S.H.I.E.L.D looked at Thor and said seriously, in the past, Loki often complained to me. When you were fighting together for Asgard, he clearly had a better plan to make Asgard lose less in battle, but you rushed forward desperately every time you went to the battlefield. I even often laugh at Loki's plan as a coward, not something Asgard fighters should do. Thor, this is wrong. I know Asgard is a martial artist, but when fighting the enemy, Lichians, the war is far from as simple as you think. Don't forget, in the future we have seen before, your axe slashed on Thanos' shoulder, but it didn't slash towards his head. This led to the death of half of the people in the universe, although you still chopped off his head in the end. But what's the use? Patting Thor's arm, S.H.I.E.L.D said seriously, I don't want to see you in the future because of your understanding of the battle, and you will end up regretting it. I don't want to see you living in guilt and self-blame all day long. Listen to me, Thor, no matter what method you use, as long as you can win the victory, as long as you can make your brothers, friends, and partners die the least, then this is the best method. It doesn't matter whether it is despicable or not, at least, your family, brothers, partners, friends, they will not look down on these methods you use. When S.H.I.E.L.D said this, Thor was silent for a moment. Looking at the burning corpse of Malekith, he nodded slowly, I see, Sue, maybe you are right. Looking up at S.H.I.E.L.D, Thor showed a smile on his face, it's like, I won't push the barbarian. You just used all kinds of hard attacking and deceitful methods to deal with Malekith. By the way, he just said that you are from Asgard, why don't you refute? While walking towards the palace with S.H.I.E.L.D, Thor asked curiously. Nonsense, originally I wanted to refute it, but when he mentioned Dormammu and mentioned those 13 ancient gods and the like, I felt that it would be good for me to be considered an Asgard by him. Bring the danger to the earth, celery. Damn, you are shameless. Ha, be a brother with me for such a long time, did you know it on the first day? Well, you are amazing. But no matter what the 13 ancient gods or the like, come one, our brothers will kill one. As the two people gradually left, a group of Asgard fighters began to pick up the flames that were gradually extinguishing. A veteran, top powerhouse who once frightened everyone in the universe, finally disappeared between heaven and earth. After solving the rebellion on the prison side, Loki hurried to the palace of Queen Frigga. After seeing that there was nothing wrong with Phrygia, this was a little relieved. Thank God, you are fine with the Queen Mother. Seeing that Queen Frigga was in no danger, Loki was a little relieved. Originally, I planned to come to you the first time, but Sue is here, and Thor came over too. Father is dealing with the warriors of the Dark Elves, so I can only take Asgard's warriors to judge those damn prisoners. No need to explain, Loki, my child. Seeing Loki trying to explain why he rushed over in the first place, Frigga smiled and stepped forward, gently holding Loki's cheek, and said kindly, how can I not know, in your heart, how heavy is my mother's weight? If it weren't for the two children, Sue and Thor, to protect me, then I believe that you will come here the first time. Having said this, Queen Frigga sighed lightly, it can be seen that you rushed over after the rebellion on the prison side was hurriedly resolved. With this strong smell of blood, you have a heavy hand. 583. Facing her mother's question, Loki reported it, then nodded and said, sorry, mother, I was very anxious at that time, and I was afraid that you would be harmed, so as a last resort, I gave Zuching's order. It's okay, my child. I know that all you do is for me, for Asgard. Listening to Loki's voice with a hint of apology, Queen Frigga smiled and comforted, so no matter what you do, I can understand it. And I will never be disappointed in you. The gate of the palace? Why don't you go there? Gently elbow with his elbow Thor, S.H.I.E.L.D looked at Thor who was laughing and talking to Frigga over there, and then asked. I'm not a child, like a mother acting like a baby, that's what the youngest son should do. And you didn't find that Loki enjoys his mother's love so much? Just let him be more, father. Just halfway through the conversation, I saw the father of God Odin hurriedly approaching with the gun of eternity, and immediately greeted Roar respectfully. He glanced at his son with satisfaction, and then Odin turned his head. The only remaining eye was looking at Suching, and his tone was full of gratitude. Thank you, kid, thank you, protect Frigga. Protect my queen. Like I said, you will always be Asgard's most honored guest. This time, it's not just because Thor and Loki changed because of you are polite. Facing the gratitude in Odin's words, Suching did not feel proud, but smiled, neither humble nor humble. I get along with Thor as brothers, and Thor and Loki have helped the earth before. So, when Asgard is in danger, I will naturally not ignore it. You deserve my gratitude, boy. Listening to Suching's humble words, Odin nodded with satisfaction. There are many weapons in the Asgard treasure house, my child. I don't think you have any weapons in your hand, so as a thank you, you can enter the Asgard treasure house and choose at will one piece. If there is no suitable one, then I will ask the dwarf family to help you cast a weapon that you are satisfied with. Don't refuse, boy. This is the king of Asgard. I want to express my gratitude to you. You must know that in my heart, any treasure will never be more important than my queen. Looking at Odin's only remaining eye, with that very serious sincerity, Suching nodded and said, if this is the case, I am disrespectful. Haha, that's right. I've long wanted to get you a weapon in the treasure house, but I don't know what you like. After hearing Suching nod and agree, Thor immediately stretched out his hand to embrace Suching's shoulder, and said boldly, don't worry, if there is no suitable one, then there is a Death Star core in the treasure house. We can use that star core to create a weapon you like. The craftsmanship of the dwarf family is very good, and it will definitely create your favorite weapon. Hearing Thor say this, Suching nodded, and was no longer polite. On the side, Odin opened his mouth and said, Thor, since the TIE particles from Jane Foster have been taken out, let's send her back to Earth if we find time. This is Asgard, she is not suitable here. Hearing what his father said, Thor was shocked, and then quickly said, Father, it will be Loki's wedding in half a month. I will send Jane away at this time, then. I don't agree, she is the queen of our future king of Asgard. Turning his head to look at Thor, Odin said very seriously, remember, Thor, you are the future king of Asgard. I can allow you to find a girlfriend of the earth, but never allow an ordinary person to become the queen of Asgard. But, Thor wanted to say something, but was stopped by Suching. Seeing Suching shaking his head, motioned to stop arguing with his father and king for the time being. Although Thor had something to say at the moment, he still closed his mouth. Seeing Thor look like this, Odin nodded in satisfaction, and then took the eternal spear and walked quickly in the direction of Frigga. Father, this is prejudice. Seeing Odin walking towards her mother, Thor couldn't help but mumbled to Suching, what's wrong with me marrying a girl from the earth? I like Jane Foster. Why can't she be the future queen of Asgard? It looks like it really can't. Listening to Thor's complaint, Suching clasped Thor's shoulders and smiled and said, it stands to reason that I am an earthling, so I should stand on you and Jane Foster. But in fact, Thor, to be honest, I am not optimistic about the future of you and Jane Foster. One is just an ordinary person, and the lifespan is only a few decades at most, and one is only 1,500 years old. Even if it is standing still, there is still a lifespan of 3,500 years. If the strength is breaking through, then after the influence of the Godhead, the lifespan will be longer. Secondly, there are still many things you can't imagine, such as whether it is Malekith or what Loki said about the Aesir Protoss. Think about it carefully. If you really become the king of Asgard in the future, then the queen you marry must not be an ordinary person. Definitely, it's okay if you want to be together. The prerequisite is that you can persuade Hela to give up hatred and ambition, and then become the king of Asgard. At that time, you can do whatever you want, but it is very difficult. It's not that simple, brother. It's useless for you to ask so for help on this matter. At the round stone table, 3 people were sitting at the stone table. Looking at Thor, who was extremely irritated and didn't know what to do, Loki said softly, you know, our line was predecessor of the Aesir Protoss, and the Aesir Protoss had a long fight with the Warner Protoss in order to establish Asgard a period of time. It can be said that both the Aesir Protoss and the Warner Protoss suffered heavy losses in that battle. In the end, as a last resort, my father chose to reconcile with the Warner Protoss. Later, my father wanted the princess of the Warner Protoss, which is our mother. Under the leadership of his father, the Aesir Protoss also married the Warner Protoss, and finally founded our Asgard. Although the Warner Protoss has been declining in recent years, you will know the identity of your mother if you think about it. So my father will never approve of you marrying an ordinary person on Earth as your wife. In addition, we grew up with S.H.I.E.L.D and the others, and half of the blood flowing through S.H.I.E.L.D and S.H.I.E.L.D is the blood of the Warner Protoss. Therefore, whether it is a father or a mother, I hope you can be with S.H.I.E.L.D together. Whether it is for your wife not to live for decades and become old and finally die, or for Asgard to continue to be stable, this is the most important thing you should do. Who let my father think you are the next king of Asgard? Since you want to become a king, then you have to give up some things. Having said this, Loki looked at Suching, then blinked his eyes and smiled. At this point, you can be envied with integrity Suching and I. I can marry Hilwe, and Sue also has Wanda. Although the two of them are not together now, we all know that this is an inevitable thing in the future, love. Only you can't do it, so even if you are asking Sue for help in this matter, Sue can't help it. Hearing Loki's words, Thor leaned on his chair and couldn't help holding his head. His voice was full of helplessness. I regret now that I was vying with you for the succession order of King Asgard. If I knew it, I would have been stubborn and unbearable. It's better to let the father and queen think that you are the future of Asgard. It's useless, don't you know my title in the answering chat room? Hearing Thor's words, Loki said somewhat self-deprecatingly, even if I love Asgard as much as I can, even if you are acting stubbornly, but in fact, you are still the only heir in the hearts of the father and the queen. After all, I am not from Asgard, and my blood does not belong to Queen Frigga or Odin, the king of God. So, no matter how good I perform, I still can't be in that position. Father once said that both of us are born kings, but how have you behaved over the past 1,500 years? Do you still use me? Tan Shao laughed. Loki began to count Thor's shortcomings: impulsive, reckless, arrogant, vanity, can't listen to persuade, there is nothing in my mind except muscles. Like your performance, if I were born to my father and mother, do you think you are still qualified to be the first heir to Asgard? What should I do? I don't want to break up with Jane. Lying on the chair, Thor wailed with an expression of impossibility. I don't want to make my father and mother angry, especially when I see the future, when my father and mother enter the river of heroes, or disappear. I don't even want it. Make them angry. It is my biggest wish to let them spend the next few years with peace of mind, but I don't want to break up with Jane. What should I do? Looking at Thor, who was so sloppy and rolling, Loki looked at S.H.I.E.L.D helplessly. See? You have become a brother for 4.5 years with this scumbag. I have been with him for more than 1,500 years. Now, you know why I always betrayed him before. Let him be the show. Listening to Loki's words, S.H.I.E.L.D smiled and shook his head. On the side, Thor, who understood the meaning of Loki's words, straightened up and said with some bright eyes, do you have a way? You must have a way, right? I know, Loki, you've been smart since you were a kid. You must have a way now. Oh, so, let you tell him, I have mentioned him like this, he still doesn't understand, he doesn't understand. So I don't want to talk to this idiot now. Looking at Thor with a look of expectation, Loki said with his head wrapped. Hearing Loki's words, Thor turned his head and continued to look at S.H.I.E.L.D with his bright eyes. Thor, let me ask you, why did you and Loki invite me to Asgard? After pouring a glass of wine for Loki, who looked helpless, S.H.I.E.L.D looked at Thor and asked with a smile. Definitely to solve my sister Hela. Oh, I see. Halfway through speaking, Thor finally understood. Yes, why did I forget this? As long as I can tell my sister Hela, who has never met before, to give up her hatred and ambition and become the next king of Asgard, then my father and mother won't have to look at me. With a slap in excitement, Thor immediately stood up and said, during this period of time, Jane's affairs and the Dark Elves' affairs have made me forget this matter. You must know that according to her identity, she is Asgard's first pick. Heir? Come on, Sue, Loki, we are now. Push it back again. Seeing Thor talking and wanting to act, Loki took Thor by the arm and sat on the chair. In 7 days, it will be my wedding with Hilvu. Let's convince our sister Hela, maybe how long it will take. Woolen cloth. So, let's wait until after my wedding. Loki is right. Looking at his face full of excitement, I can't wait to drag myself and Loki to Asgard's hell, and the underworld to see Hela's Thor. S.H.I.E.L.D said seriously, now, nothing is more important than Loki's wedding? Everything has to be pushed back. Right. Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D and Loki's words, Thor thought for a while, and then nodded. Loki's wedding, this is the most important thing for Asgard, and it is also a matter of Loki's life. Nothing is more important than this. Yeah, Thor, I'm still going to take Hilvil to her timeline in the future. Pour a glass of wine for S.H.I.E.L.D and Loki said with a smile, although Hilwe did not say it clearly, but I can feel that this is the biggest regret in Hilwe's life. For flowers, 0. Fortunately, the person in charge of the time administration now is Ancient One Magician, our own person. So, I'm going to wait until the wedding is over, and after dealing with my sister Hela's affairs, I will take Hilwe to cross her timeline. Sue, what do you think? Looking at S.H.I.E.L.D, Loki has an elegant smile on his face, but his eyes are extremely sincere. It should be. Although it interferes with the timeline in the mouth of the time administration, what does this have to do with our brothers? What do we brothers want to do? Do not need to look at the faces of others? You know, the time administration, now it's ours? So, it's a big deal to let those people deal with the aftermath. Anyway, I think Loki's idea is very good, and it can make up for some of Hilwe's regrets. S.H.I.E.L.D thought for a while, and then said seriously, hey, it really doesn't work, I'll follow along when that happens, finish. Before Thor could finish speaking, Loki and S.H.I.E.L.D stopped what Thor wanted to say at the same time. Hill and I can go in the past, after all, there is no Loki in that parallel universe, but you can't go. No, anyway, if you don't let me follow, then I will go to Earth and follow Subai. Anyway, if my sister Hela comes back, I won't be in Asgard. Depend on. Hearing Thor's words, S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly firmed his middle finger. Between talking and laughing, the sky gradually turned into dusk. Just as the three of them were about to go to dinner, the voice of the answering system suddenly sounded. Hearing the voice of the answering system, the three of them looked at each other, and they all sat on their chairs one after another. Well, it's nothing if you don't eat a meal. After all, according to the current strength of the 3 people, let alone a meal. Even if you don't eat 10 meals, there is no problem at all. Attention members, the answer is about to begin. Please prepare in advance. With the sound of the system falling, the answering chat room where there were only 2 or 3 people chatting, once again became lively. Natasha Romanoff, my answer league is my home. Wow, are you going to start answering again? Whose future is this time about? I look forward to it. Bruce Banner, Hulk is not sick. Last time I didn't participate because of something. I have to participate this time. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Haha, wait for the answer to start and watch the future. But Steve, are you not accompanying the Aunt Peggy from the parallel universe? Are you sure you have time to participate? Also, you have the current Aunt Peggy. Why is your title still this? Steve Rogers, go back to dance with her. I don't know. According to the truth, I now have Peggy from the parallel universe by my side, so the title should also be changed, but the current title is still this. I don't know exactly what happened. Barton, I can win the battle. No one can say anything about the future, but I am more concerned about the 3 of S.H.I.E.L.D, Thor, and Loki. Have you 3 settled Asgard's affairs? Have time to participate. Answer the question this time? If there is no time, then if it is about the 3 of you, then we will tell you the answer at that time. And Suching, the person who is extremely greedy by the death Asgard, my business has been settled, and I am waiting to participate in Loki's wedding. As for whether Thor and Loki will participate in this answer, it should be okay. Thor, with Loki, I don't have nothing. I definitely want to participate. How can I not participate in this kind of thing that can see the future? Hey, maybe I will see my handsome figure in the future. Loki, I'm not my own. My brother has been irritated in the past 2 days, so you don't have to hear what he said. Thor: Loki, idiot, shut up. When I first joined the group, the suffix after your name has not been changed. The sad fat man who lost the hammer, I remember this suffix very clearly. Thor QAQ. Natasha Romanoff? Tony Stark. Dr. Suching, enough of you guys. Tony Stark, haha, even after seeing them express their love, I can't help but want to post it. But then again, this time the answer is about whose future? Kurt Lang, I don't know, it shouldn't be me about me anyway. After all, my future has already been broadcasted. 583. Suching, my future has been broadcast twice too, so it shouldn't be mine either. Natasha Romanoff, you can see it by looking at it, and it is estimated that we will know who it is about soon. As Natasha Romanoff's voice fell, the answering chat room instantly turned on the mute mode. Before they were already familiar with answering questions, everyone in the answering system operation, after seeing the answering chat room turned on the mute mode, they all prepared to watch whose future is about. Soon, the clip has not yet started to play, and Suching's voiceover is played again. Superhero has never been a profession, and no one will become a superhero forever. After the disaster of S.H.I.E.L.D has passed, maybe the next generation of superhero will gradually grow up. It's just that the newly grown superhero will follow their original destiny, or will they embark on a new destiny that belongs to them? As Suching's voiceover fell, the answering chat room began to play future clips. Listening to the voiceover played by the answering system with his own voice, Suching frowned instantly. It's not because you are not used to your own voice, but Suching noticed that the answering system said it was the second generation superhero. This makes a big difference. What can be called the next generation of superhero? It seems that until I pass through, it seems to be a little Spider-Man. Peter Parker? Is there any other second generation superhero that you don't know? Thinking of this, Suching suddenly became interested. Perhaps this time, besides little Spider-Man, I might also see other superhero? For example, once in the answering chat room, I saw what time administration Mobius said to Loki, myself and Wanda's child, Spray. Before coming to Asgard, in the answering chat room, Wanda said that she is only about 17.5 years old now. I don't know how much time has flowed in the mirror space of Emperor Wei Shen Temple during this period of time. As Suching thought about it, the clips began to play out gradually. As soon as it was played, looking at the content in the clip, Suching knew that this was the fate of the superhero who originally belonged to the Marvel world. The picture is first outside a grand exposition. Many robots are attacking each other. To be precise, a group of robots are attacking Iron Man Tony Stark. The picture is given to the bottom, a little boy wearing an Iron Man helmet. After seeing the robots, he directly raised his hand and imitated the action of the Iron Man palm energy cannon. In front of him, a huge steel robot scanned the boy. After scanning the Iron Man helmet on the boy's head, the machine gun on his shoulder was aimed at the boy, just about to shoot. The next moment Tony Stark fell from the sky wearing a battle armor, and with the same gesture as the little boy, the palm energy cannon directly blasted the steel robot out. Good job, boy. Perhaps it was because Tony was in a good mood, and after a compliment to the little boy, he controlled the armor and flew into the sky again. He didn't know what kind of impact this simple compliment would have on this little boy. The picture turns, S.H.I.E.L.D. Are you okay? Looking at Tony Stark sitting there in a daze, Natasha Romanoff gently patted Tony on the shoulder and asked, I'm fine, except for the tingling of my left arm, everything else is fine. Tony had a bruise on his face. Stark, after hearing Natasha's concern, shook his head. After a moment of silence, Tony Stark said solemnly, 36 hours, God. We obviously don't have enough manpower. Hearing Tony's words, Natasha Romanoff frowned. Yeah, I know, if Hulk had time, it would be fine. Do you think it's possible? Looking at Natasha Romanoff, Tony asked with a glimmer of hope. Hearing Tony mentioning Hulk, Natasha Romanoff smiled and shook his head. Do you think Hulk will be on our side? Will not. Tony Stark said very firmly. I fell into a moment of silence again. Natasha Romanoff suddenly said to Tony, I have an idea. Me too, where are your people? Downstairs, where are your people? Natasha Romanoff asked rhetorically. Facing Natasha Romanoff's question, Tony Stark did not answer, only a smile appeared on his face. Half an hour later, Queens. Yes, Peter Parker applied for the September fund for funding. I think he is fully qualified. God, honestly, I really admire him. On the sofa, while Tony Stark was talking with Aunt Peter Parker, there was a door opening sound from the door. A teenager with earphones came in carrying a school bag, put down the school bag, and said to Aunt May, there is a luxury car parked outside. How could that car? Halfway through, after seeing Tony Stark on the sofa, the boy was stunned. Oh my god, how can you? How are you? Hey, my name is Peter Parker. Tony. After introducing himself, Tony Stark took the red jujube biscuits and said, I think we should meet up. You keep getting my emails. Seeing Tony Stark talking and blinking at himself, Peter Parker was shocked, then nodded quickly and said, definitely, it's about that. You never mentioned funding. Aunt May sat next to Tony Stark and asked Peter Parker curiously, September fund, haven't you applied for it? I think you are eligible for this funding. As if afraid that Peter Parker would miss his mouth, Tony Stark said directly, I can't believe she is already an aunt. Can I talk to him alone about funding? Looking at Aunt May, Tony Stark asked with a smile. Definitely no problem. Here Tony Stark's proposal. Peter Parker's aunt nodded and said immediately, in Peter Parker's room. The first time the door was locked, Tony Stark directly spit out the cookies in his mouth into the trash can. Actually, it's not bad to make biscuit bread with red dates, but I'm not used to it. With that said, Tony looked at the desk at the end of the bed. The very retro computer with only a palm size said, what is this, retro technology? Did you buy it from a thrift store? Well, I picked it up from the garbage dump. Faced with Tony Stark's question, Peter Parker said embarrassingly, well, waste utilization, that, no matter what, I have never applied for your funding at all, so, wait, let me talk first. Before Peter and Parker finished speaking, Tony interrupted directly, let me ask a few questions that I know knowingly, is this you? Take out the phone, and the holographic projection instantly appeared in front of myself and Peter Parker. In the picture, Peter Parker wears a homemade spider battlesuit and catches a thief who steals a car. No, this person is not me, I don't know. Wow, look at your skill. The picture continues to play. Peter Parker intercepts and stops a car that has crashed into the bus. It's a good stop, 3,000 pounds, 40 miles an hour, it's not easy, you are pretty good. Putting away the phone, Tony looked at Peter Parker and said with a smile, that is 5.0 released online, maybe fake, all computer synthesis. Before Peter Parker finished, Tony Stark took the stick and pulled the bundled spider battlesuit from the ceiling attic. After a series of conversations, Peter Parker admitted that he is a Spider-Man, but not the Spider-Boy in Stark's mouth. Tell me, why are you doing this? What is your motivation? Sitting on the, looking at Peter Parker in front of him, Tony Stark asked seriously, because, rubbing his hands, facing Tony's question, Peter Parker hesitation for a while, he said seriously, actually, I used to be an ordinary person. I didn't have this ability until half a year ago. I read books and made computers. By the way, I still play football. I couldn't play before, but now I can't play. Because you are different. Yes, and I can't tell anyone yet. Nodding lightly, looking at the idol in front of me, after Peter Parker was silent for a moment, he said very seriously, if you have this ability, but do nothing, then if something bad happens, it's your responsibility. When you hear Peter Parker say that if you have ability but don't act, then any bad things happen are your responsibility. Tony Stark didn't know what he thought of, but the whole person was a little touched. As soon as the screen turned, at the airport, Tony took his party and started a fight with Steve Rogers' party. It can be seen that although the little Spider-Man in the picture is good in strength, it has too little experience. Even if he obeyed Tony's words, he tied Captain America's feet with the spider cobweb. But it was still defeated by Captain America. After that, little Spider-Man wanted to join Avengers, but was repeatedly rejected by Tony Stark. But even though he refused, he still personally made a Spider-Man battlesuit for Peter Parker. Positioner, warmth, drying function, etc. All the hardships I have ever encountered can be avoided in this battlesuit. On the roof, when little Spider-Man complained to Tony, if he really cared, he would come to him in person. The Iron Man armor opened, and Tony in a suit appeared in Peter. In front of Parker's 23, little Spider-Man said to Iron Man, I hope I can become as good as him, but Tony said that he hoped he could be better than himself. Although the words were like his father's tone, Tony still told Peter Parker, without this battlesuit, he would be nothing. Then he doesn't deserve it. It is not difficult to see from this video that Tony is using a kind of daddy tone to educate his son. Then, it was the scene where little Spider-Man alone beat Vulture. The picture turns, in Tony Stark's kitchen. At this moment, Tony Stark was washing the dishes. After washing all the dishes, he took a rag and wiped the area around the sink. Seeing the photo of himself and Peter Parker on the shelf, Tony stretched out his hand and took out the photo frame and gently wiped the water drops on it. Before he knew it, Tony Stark was silent for a long time looking at the group photo of the two people. Then, as if he had made some determination, he turned and walked towards the basement. Then, in the living room. Although I don't want to show off, but Pipo, our daughter just said to love me 3,000 times, you may only have about 600 to 900 times. Hearing Tony's words, Pipo couldn't help laughing while reading a book. He is still like this and always likes to fight for these, just like when he told himself that the newly built Stark Industrial Building, she only looked like 12%. Looking at Pipo with a smile on his face, Tony, who was hanging a popsicle stick, was silent for a while, and then asked absently, what are you reading? Some books about organic fertilizers. Are there any new organic fertilizers? Looking at the holographic projection on the table not far away, Tony talked with each other. Definitely, scientific truth is too amazing, like, I got it. Turning his head to look at Pipo, Tony Stark hesitation indecisively said, I just told you by the way. Are you sure we are talking about something? Time and space shuttle. What? Hearing Tony's words, Pipo was silent for a moment. She knew what Tony meant when he said this. Looking down at the book in his hand, after a while, Pipo smiled and said, it's really incredible, and it's a bit too scary. Yes? Nodding his head, sitting beside Pipo, Tony Stark was silent. Actually we are lucky, Tony. Reaching out and holding Tony's hand, Pipo said softly, many people are actually not as lucky as us. I know, but I can't help everyone. It seemed as though he was giving himself an excuse not to go to the battle anymore. Tony. Stark looked at Pipo and said seriously, actually maybe you can, Tony. As the person who knows Tony best, Pipo knew it the moment he said it. It's a big deal, I just don't help, I can stop immediately, completely ignore it. Tony, advise you to stop, I guess I won't be able to do it in my life. Knowing what they were thinking about and what they were worried about, Tony laughed, actually, I can forget all of this and leave it alone. Go back and rest. But can you rest at ease? Very reluctant and very worried about Tony, but Pipo knew that if he was not allowed to do this, then he would have a knot in his life. Go, and do what you want, Tony, don't worry about us, I will take care of our daughter. Holding Tony's hand instead, Pipo whispered with a reluctant smile on his face, go and bring that child back. I know that the death of that child 5 years ago was the most painful thing in your heart. The screen playback stops here, and then it turns directly to the last scene. In the dark. Wearing a new spider battlesuit, Peter Parker stood on the top of the building, with a nostalgic and sad expression on his face. On the bus, first he took Edith's eyes to solve the drone that was unintentionally summoned, and then in the bar, Edith's eyes were tricked away. On a plane in a flower field, Peter Parker was sitting there, Harpy holding the needle and thread, and helping him stitch up the wound. Oh, it hurts. Peter Parker, with blood stains on his face, lightly roar. 583. Isn't your body strong? But it still hurts. Relax, just the last few stitches. I don't know if it was because of the pain or because Happy told him to relax. Peter Parker stood up from his chair suddenly, watching Harpy emotionally and said, don't tell me to relax, Harpy, how can I relax? I have caused such a disaster. I believed him so much. I thought he was a friend. I gave him what Mr. Stark gave me. In the end, he would kill my friend and destroy this place. As if venting his emotions, Peter Parker sat in a chair, his eyes flushed and said, sorry, Happy, I shouldn't yell at you. It's just that I really miss him. Looking at Peter Parker, whose eyes were red, as if he had been crying for a long time, Harpy nodded slightly and said, I miss him too. It's just that he is no longer here. The picture stopped here abruptly, and then the voice of the answering system sounded again. Attention members, answering questions will now begin. Excuse me, in the clip, Spider-Man Peter Parker misses Tony, so why does Peter Parker say he misses Tony? Excuse me, in the clip, Spider-Man Peter Parker misses Tony, so why does Peter Parker say he misses Tony? Option 1, Peter Parker always treats Tony Stark as a leader. Tony always helps him when he gets into trouble, but this time he went out for a school trip, and Tony was performing another task, so no one helped him with the aftermath. Option 2, because Peter Parker believes that if Tony is not Avengers but by his side, then someone will teach him how to recognize people so that Edith will not be deceived by the enemy. Option 3, because Tony Stark passed away. Please note, members, you have 30 minutes of discussion time. After the time is over, if no one chooses to answer, one person will be randomly assigned to answer. If you answer the wrong question, you will be deducted randomly, including but not limited to lifespan, wealth, skills, life, etc. The answer begins. As the voice of the answering system fell, the answering chat room lifted the muted function. Natasha Romanoff, the answering league is my home. Wow, is this handsome guy in the video the successor designated by Tony? It's pretty handsome. And seeing Tony and this Peter Parker together, it always feels like a good match. Tony, do you treat him like your own child? Especially in the video, Peter Parker said that he wants to become the same person as you, and you said that you want him to be better than you. Spray. Tony Stark, She said that she loves me 3,000 times. How do I know? But this should be the original time and space, my destiny. To be honest, if I have this successor in the future, it would be pretty good. I like his words, if you have ability, but do not act, then any bad things happen, it is your responsibility. Spray, are young people now thinking so high? You know this is what I have only experienced since I became Iron Man all these years. I didn't expect him to think of it now. I like this kid. Steve Rogers, go back to the past to dance with her. I also like this kid named Peter Parker. But Tony, do you remember the last time you answered the question? It was Kurt Long who proposed the time-traveling thing. Combining your comparison with this clip, it is not difficult to find that all these things happened during that period, and it was also the time when you heard Kurt Lang's proposal to successfully solve the time-space shuttle problem. Can this prove that it was 5 years after the Thanos incident? But the only thing I can't understand is that you have become a bit old during the 5 years in the video, but the kid Peter Parker has not changed much. Could it be that you are not in the same world? Barton, I can win the battle if according to Captain Steve, Tony and Peter Parker are not in the same world. Then you can understand why Tony took a photo of the two people for a long time, and Peter Parker said that he missed it very much. Tony, Suching, the person who was coveted by death? I don't think so. Do you remember the video of Natasha Romanoff jumping off the cliff? Why did she jump off the cliff? In order to get the soul gem? Knowing that you have 6 infinite gems, you can complete any wish that can be realized. For example, Thanos collects infinite gems to eliminate half of the creatures in the universe, which is originally in time and space. You collected 6 infinite gems to bring back half of the creatures in the universe that were wiped out. Just like Natasha Romanoff said to Steve, others can give up, but they can't. Natasha Romanoff, so, what do you mean is that our fate was to travel back to the past, collect 6 infinite gems, and then snap a finger to bring back the ordinary life in the universe that was eliminated by Thanos? If this is the case, then anything can be accepted, just like I got the soul gem by jumping off a cliff. Steve Rogers, if we really succeeded in going back to the past and bringing back the universe creatures that disappeared 5 years ago, it might be able to explain why Tony has grown a little bit older in the past 5 years, while Peter Parker hasn't changed anything? After all, when I resurrected Howard and Maria, their age remained at the age before death, and they have not changed because so many years have passed. So back to this question, now that we are successful, why do both Peter Parker and Harpy miss Tony so much? If it's just the first or second answer, Tony has other tasks. Among Avengers, even if they are deceived, they won't be so sad, right? Looking at the expressions of the two of them, when Tony is mentioned, the expressions are all very sad, longing, and even sad. So, is it really because Tony passed away? Tony Stark, huh? I'm dead? It's impossible, right? How is it possible? I died in time and space at that time? I don't believe it. Natasha Romanoff, I remember so said that people who tease time will eventually be teased by time, and Tony, you are the one who really researched the way to travel through time and space, so maybe it's true. Tony Stark, then I don't believe I'm dead, it's unbelievable. And even if I die, Sue can resurrect me. Can Peter Parker and Harpy need to be so sad? Loki, originally, there was no such thing as Sue in time and space, just as we know that there is no such thing as Sue in other parallel universes. Perhaps in the original time and space, you had an accident and died at that time, and Sue did not join us. Naturally there is no way to resurrect you, so they are so sad. Tony Stark, fortunately, at the very beginning, I tried my best to get Sura into our group. Hell, I can't imagine that I will die at that time. Fang. But who killed me? Good Li Qian. Thanos. Thor? Absolutely not. Tony, don't forget, in the video you invented the time travel is 5 years after the Thanos incident, and after Thanos snapped that damn finger, I personally cut off his head. So, it's definitely not him. I don't know much about other things, but I remember this thing very clearly. Loki. This matter has become something you can't forget, right? Tony Stark, if Thanos didn't kill me, then who would it be? Hell, when I think of the future I will die in that crossing event, and Morgan is only a few years old, I'm very depressed and even irritable. Oh my goodness, I'm dead. What about Morgan and Peepo? Natasha Romanoff, calm down. Tony, that is your destiny in the original time and space, and it does not represent your future. Just like me, I will jump to death in the future, so there is no need to worry about it. Barton, yeah, Tony, Loki was still the enemy of the Earth in the original timeline. Don't forget, we have all seen that Loki led Chidori to invade the Earth. But now, how well-behaved Loki is, he is still the superhero of our planet. It doesn't make sense that Loki's fate can be changed, our destiny cannot be changed. Loki, thank you, but I don't like people saying that I'm good, and Tony, if I look at my previous fate, I'm the villain, and then I was locked in Asgard dungeon, and my neck was broken by Thanos. But now, I'm a member of the Answering Alliance, one of the superheroes who saved the planet, and my fiancé Hilway, and in 7 days it will be my wedding with Hilway. Every one of us' destiny has changed, no? Just like Strange, what we see is that before he learned magic, he had to have a very serious car accident, but now, not only did he have no car accident, but he learned magic directly with Ancient One Magician. Star Angie, thanks for the invitation. People are fighting against Dormammu, constantly dying. You continue. Natasha Romanoff, poor boy, how many times have you died? Strange, I don't know. 583. I think it's been dozens of times, but that's okay. I have to take advantage of Dormammu before Loki's wedding. Otherwise, I won't have time to attend Loki's wedding. How can this work? Suching, poor Strange. Tony Stark, do you need our help if you are juggling? If you need it, you know, just a word from you, we can get where you are. Natasha Romanoff, yes, although I don't know how to help you, but as long as you need it, we will be there on call. Strange, thanks guys, but the teacher said, this is a test for me, I can do it alone, don't I just die a few more times? It's not a big deal, at most it's too scary. After I have the strength of Ancient One Magician in the future, I will definitely beat it with Dormammu. Also, Tony, are you okay? Tony Stark, I am definitely okay. Actually, I don't need to persuade me. I was just worried about what will Peebo and Morgan do after I die. I'm worrying about this, but it's like you said. In fact, with the emergence of the answering system, everyone's future destiny has been drastically changed, so I have nothing to worry about. We didn't have Sue in the original time and space, but now, we have Sue. What are we still afraid of? Even if we are dead, the big deal is to let Sue bring us back to life. Suching, don't worry, if any of you die unfortunately in the future, then I will resurrect all of you. Natasha Romanoff, I suddenly thought of a question. So, when you resurrected others, was the resurrected person the most prosperous and best time? If this is the case, then in the future, we will die of old age. Just need to be resurrected by Sue, then we can regain youth. So, as long as Sue is still alive, then we will never be old or dead. Tony Stark, really? If that's the case, wouldn't it be great? When we are old and dead, let Sue resurrect us, and then we will become younger again. .. Suching co-authored you are using my undead magic card bug. Tony Stark, haha, I'm happy if I think about it. Okay, no trouble, there are still 10 minutes to answer this question. Who will answer this question? After all, Peter Parker is not the person in our answering chat room. Steve Rogers, or Tony, let you answer it. After all, in the video, the person who has the closest relationship with Peter Parker, and the person who has the deepest connection, is you. Natasha Romanoff, I also agree with the captain's point of view. Tony, come on. Bruce Banner, agree. Varden, +1. Thor, ktfa, I have no objection at all. Loki, +1. Suching, Tony, since everyone agrees that you should answer this question, then don't refuse. You should also strengthen it. Tony Stark, me? To be honest, although I am very interested in these rewards, I am not particularly interested in it. After all, it is enough for me to have the armor, and I have been studying new armor with my dad. Although he is now a bit unsuccessful to study the Mind Scepter, since everyone thinks that I should answer this question, then I will not refuse. In fact, I am also looking forward to what kind of ability I will get. Tony Stark, answering system, I choose to answer this question. I believe in my family, so the answer to this question, I choose the third, because I am dead. Please quiz person Tony Stark, are you sure of your answer? Tony Stark, although I don't like this answer, I'm sure. Congratulations to the member Tony Stark for answering correctly. He was rewarded 5 times the best physical fitness of ordinary people. As the system's voice fell, the answering chat room opened the mute mode again in the next moment, and the clip began to play. In the picture, above the ruins, the alien army led by Thanos was fighting with soldiers headed by Avengers. At this moment, Thanos grabbed the power gem with one hand and flew Captain Marvel away, then placed the power gem on the Infinity Gauntlet. Just when he was about to snap his fingers, Tony was wearing nano armor. Stark rushed over, trying to take the gloves, but Thanos sent them flying out. Looking at the Infinity Gauntlet in his hand, Thanos had a triumphant smile on his face. I am Destiny. After snapping his fingers, he did not appear as he thought. He looked at the Infinity Gauntlet in his hand in surprise, only to find that the 6 infinite gems on the gloves had disappeared. At the same time, Tony, who was knocked out by Thanos, raised his hand, and the energy of 6 infinite gems was running along the nano armor, constantly eroding Tony's body. Listening to Thanos saying that he is Destiny, looking at the surprised expression on Thanos's face after failing, Tony Stark's eyes were determined at this moment, but there seemed to be a trace of mockery. I am Iron Man. The fingers snapped, and the next moment there seemed to be a muffled thunder that rang through the universe. As Tony Stark snapped his fingers, soon, Thanos' subordinates gradually turned into flying ash. Just like back then, little Spider-Man Peter Parker turned into flying ash in Tony's arms. After the video is played, answer the questions in the chat room. Tony Stark, good guy. It turns out that I died like this, but I didn't expect that at the last moment of consciousness, I could still recognize Peebo. Just looking at the picture of myself dying in the video, I always feel a little weird. Thor, no, when Tony died in the video, wasn't it 5 years after Thanos' incident? I remember that in the footage we've seen before, Thanos was cut off by me not long after he snapped his fingers. With his head, can he also be resurrected? Natasha Romanoff, it's not a resurrection. The Thanos in the video didn't have the scars left after snapping his fingers. I guess he should have also traveled through time and space. It doesn't make sense that we can travel through time and space and return to the past, but he cannot travel through time and space. Come to our place time period. Barton, I remember Sue's voiceover once said that people who tease time will eventually be teased by time. Did they say this is the thing? Tony Stark, maybe, but have you noticed? Before I snatched infinite gems, Star Ranch once made a gesture of 1 to me. What does this mean? Could it be to tell me, this I'm dead this time? Staranji, I don't know if you are dead or not. My god, I'm still dying. Damn Dormammu. Besides, Tony, maybe I mean flying to the sky. Thanos can't fly. Or picking solve Thanos with the next infinite gems. Natasha Romanoff, poor Strange, is still dead, but according to this clip we can also sum up our original future. First, it was Thanos who successfully collected 6 infinite gems and snapped that damn finger. The universe was wiped out by half of the creatures. Collecting 6 infinite gems can realize any achievable wish, so after Kurt Lang was trapped in the quantum realm, Tony really researched a way to travel through time and space to return to the past, and finally collected 6 infinite gems. In the end, we should have brought back ordinary creatures from the universe, but Thanos also went through time and space to kill them. In the end, Tony sacrificed himself and snapped his fingers, destroying Thanos and his men. This is the end of the future for those of us. Steve Rogers, Natasha Romanoff's conclusion is correct, but there is one thing that I have always been puzzled. When I watched that video before, I was very suspicious that it was the reason why I broke with Tony. It should not be that simple. You think, if I really broke up with Tony only because of Bucky, then why did you answer the question? No, it should be Avengers in the original time and space. Why would it be divided into 2 categories? I don't have any responsibility to shirk Bucky, but I never think that Bucky is the fuse of this time, but there is no more evidence before. But this time in the video, I don't know if you have noticed it. A guy said to Tony for 36 hours, and then Tony turned his head and asked Natasha Romanoff, Dr. Banner, if he has time. How did Natasha Romanoff answer? Natasha Romanoff said, even if Dr. Banner has time, will Dr. Banner stand by them? Tony's answer is no. In addition, the Avengers of the original time and space are divided into 2 factions, so, everyone, do you really think that the break between me and Tony, the Avengers split into 2 halves and attacked each other, is it really just because of Bucky? If it is, then it should be my personal grievance with Tony. Sorry Tony, I didn't shirk responsibility for Bucky's affairs. I just don't think that Bucky will have such a big ability, which will split Avengers. Listening to a lot of Captain America's words, the others thought about it, and then nodded in agreement. Tony Stark, Steve said something reasonable, although if it were me in the original time and space, and my parents had not been resurrected, then I might really split with Steve. But like Steve said, this is my personal grievance with Steve, Bucky Barnes. How could it divide the entire Avengers into 2 factions, or even attack each other? This is unreasonable. Bruce Banner, if this is the case, then maybe we should really pay attention to this issue. I don't want to repeat the same mistakes in the future. Let Tony and Steve split, and the entire Answering Alliance will attack each other. This scene is something I don't want to see. Natasha Romanoff, I don't want to see this happen even more. The Answering Alliance is my home, so, can we guess what it is because of it? Tony Stark, it can't be deduced. The future we know is too little, it's just a few pictures, and it doesn't show any factors or conditions at all. Barton, if this is the case, then maybe we really have to be more careful. Don't forget that although the fate of our people has changed in the future, in this world, except for some major events, the fate of other people is not related. Changes happened. Natasha Romanoff, in any case, I don't want to see one day when we people attack each other. By the way, Sue, why have you been silent? What do you think? Look for flowers, 0. Suching, I don't know what to say, but I think no matter what we face in the future or what happens, as long as we people are always consistent, then these things should not happen. Well, after answering the question, Suching didn't pay attention to what the answer chat room was saying. He has been watching this time. Tony got the perfect version of the reward after he answered the question correctly. Tony has achieved a peak state of physical fitness 5 times that of ordinary people, and this one is incredible. In addition to the perfect version of the 50-fold peak of physical fitness, even the mental power has increased 50-fold. What kind of concept does these 2 add up? Suching has long been overwhelmed by this surprise. I just borrowed a dagger from Loki. You must know that Loki's dagger often stabbed Thor. But I just tried it secretly, and found that these 2 dwarf clans' extremely sharp short swords can't even scratch my skin. In the case of force, only a white trace can be drawn. Even if he made a small cut with great effort, the wound healed in an instant before the blood appeared. It can be said that after his physical fitness doubled and strengthened in an instant, even self-healing ability and defense ability became extremely powerful. Woolen cloth. If you encounter Thanos now, then even if you don't use other ability, you can beat Thanos according to your current strength, speed, agility, etc. As for the mental power, it has risen 50 times. Spray. Whether it is undead magic, ice magic, or fire magic, they all reached an astonishing level in an instant. Ice magic and fire magic may not be too obvious, but the amount of magic used has increased dozens of times. What really increases is his own undead magic. In an instant, as the mental power increased, the undead magic began to automatically advance. I was promoted directly from the 4th order undead magician to the 9th order undead magician. What concept is this? Let's put it this way, except for the number of skeleton warriors summoned that he couldn't count for a while. The most important thing is that the skeleton warrior he is summoning now is a 9th tier skeleton warrior. A skeleton warrior who can rival Thanos? This is just a big deal, okay? Immediately summon a skeleton warrior with Thanos? Spit. However, what is his current strength level? And boom, 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 Accompanied by the 3 drums of war that resounded through Asgard, thousands of Asgard warriors in golden armor, armed with sharp blades, walked slowly along the main street of Asgard. Every few steps, there is a pause, and then Loki, who is in full costume, riding on Odin's 8-legged horse, opens his arms to greet the Asgard people's joy roar. On his side, Hel, who is also dressed in costume, and Hel, who is sitting on another giant beast, is also surrounded by Asgard warriors. Every few steps forward, he strokes his shoulder with his right hand like Asgard, who is happily on both sides. The people are sincere. Then he drew out his short knife and flicked it lightly, using Asgard's gift of pointing to the sky, expressing that he would assume the responsibility of Asgard's prince and concubine, and move forward and retreat with Asgard. The sound of ritual music continued to be heard. Thousands of Asgard warriors in gold armor roared in 587. Countless Asgard people lined up on both sides of the street, one after another for Loki and Hilwiowen roar. It can be said that this momentum is extremely vast, and the etiquette is extremely spectacular. At the gate of Asgard, whether it was Queen Frigga or God King Odin, all stood there, with a gratifying smile on their faces looking at the street signs, the scenery of Loki and Hilwe. Today is the day when Loki and Hilwe got married, so today, the two of them are the absolute protagonists of Asgard. Even Thor, looking at such a huge battle, there is no trace of jealousy, some are just envy and happy and blessing for Loki. This is the etiquette unique to Prince Asgard's wedding, and it is also Asgard's most unique etiquette. Inherited from the predecessor of Asgard, the Aesir Protoss, when Odin and Frigga were married back then, the momentum was more than 10 times greater than this. However, the situation was different at that time. After all, at that time Odin married Phrygia, the princess of the Warner Protoss, so the marriage between the Aesir Protoss and the Warner Protoss must be spectacular. On the Hilwe, whom Loki married, did not have the blood of the Warner Protoss, so naturally it was no better than Odin's wedding back then. But for Loki, this is enough. From the moment he was sensible, from when his father took his and Thor by the hand, watched Mjolnir, and told him and Thor that they were both born kings. Loki is very longing for Asgard's people and loves the scene of roar for him. The Warner Protoss just sent gifts, and no one from the other countries of the 9 realms came. It doesn't matter. The important thing is that I married Hilwe, my favorite girl. The important thing is that Asgard people love roar for themselves. This is what I have dreamed of. The important thing is that all the partners in the answering alliance have come, which is enough. Turning his head slightly, he looked at the position of Asgard not far away, where his father and mother were standing, with kind smiles on their faces. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D and Thor side by side, the two people didn't know what they were talking about, and the rest of the answering alliance, Natasha Romanoff, Tony, Steve, they all gathered there. The faces full of blessings? Looking at 500 ahead, 500 behind, thousands of Asgard warriors in golden armors, with solemn expressions, clearing the way for themselves. Looking at the smile from the heart on Hilwe's face next to him, listening to the countless people of Asgard on both sides of the street are constantly happy roar. At this moment, Loki really wants to open his arms and give a long scream to express how happy he is. He wanted to immediately kneel in front of his father and mother and tell his inner joy. He wants to hug his friends and tell them how happy he is at this moment. But at this moment Loki can only sit on his father's 8-legged horse to express his gratitude to the people who love roar for himself. Warner Protoss, Jotunheim, at this moment, it doesn't matter anymore. Even after today, I will die in battle. For Loki at this moment, it is all acceptable. Now, enjoy your hard-won, very long-awaited etiquette. Asgard direction? What? Jong Mu, standing next to Thor, looking at Thor, who is wearing armor and a red cape on his shoulders, holding Mjolnir in his hand, he has an enviable expression on his face. S.H.I.E.L.D looked around, then stabbed Thor lightly, then smiled and joked, if you can give up Jane Foster and marry Sif according to your father and mother's hopes, then the etiquette you accept, more times than this grand. At that time, even the so-called Warner Protoss people in Warnerheim will come to congratulate you. After all, whether it is your father or mother, as well as those of Warner Protoss, you hope that your future wife will have the blood of Warner Protoss. Sif and Heimdall have half of the blood of the Warner Protoss. You can't marry Heimdall. If you do, it is estimated that the king will hold the eternal spear and scum you. Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's ridicule, Thor suddenly rolled his eyes and wanted to put a middle finger to S.H.I.E.L.D to express his words to marry Heimdall. However, looking at Loki who was accepting roar, he still stopped his hand alive. So, I have recently made up for the history of the Asgard, that is, the history of the Aesir Protoss. To be honest, the marriage between the father and the mother was to solve the endless war between the Aesir Protoss and the Warner Protoss. I can't believe it. I didn't know that I was concerned about this until today, and Loki knew about it when he was young. But it doesn't matter. Although the current Warner Protoss is very strong, it is no longer what it used to be. It can pose a threat to us. Speaking of this, Thor raised his hand and took S.H.I.E.L.D's shoulder and whispered in a whisper, so, how could it be possible for me to give up Jane? If one day Jane and I broke up, it would also be because the two of us have no feelings. It's not for marriage with the Warner Protoss. After all, I am not Asgard's next king, am I? Raising his eyebrows and squeezing his eyes towards S.H.I.E.L.D triumphantly, he said with a happily face, after my sister Hela comes out of the S.H.I.E.L.D 5.0, the position of the Asgard God King should be given to her. After all, she is Asgard's eldest princess, Asgard's first heir. Have you thought about it? Looking at Thor in surprise, S.H.I.E.L.D asked seriously, you know, I'm not talking about Hela. I didn't expect you to be prepared for this. Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's serious questioning, Thor looked at the Asgard people who were constantly accepting Roar, with a happy look on Loki, and then he sighed and said, Father and Mother, you and Loki are right. Jane, she is an ordinary person after all. I don't care about her identity, but there are some things. Stop talking, today is Loki's happiest day, we have to get him drunk today. Clenching his fists, and punching S.H.I.E.L.D with each other, Thor said with a smile on his face. Inside Asgard? Listening to the cheerful Asgard people singing and dancing, they looked at Loki, who was in the crowd and was besieged by the crowd with a smile on his face while holding up his wine glasses. Tony Stark couldn't help taking a doxazine, and then said to S.H.I.E.L.D, if the wedding between Pei and I will be like this in the future, then I will never get married? I would rather two people simply hold the wedding. Absolutely don't do this. Hearing Tony Stark's words, S.H.I.E.L.D shook his head. Just when he wanted to say something, he felt his arms tighten. I don't know when. Wanda leaned close to her, took her arm and sat on her right side without letting go, her eyes shining brightly around. Turning his head, glanced at Steve who was sitting next to Tony Stark. S.H.I.E.L.D reported it, and then reluctantly said to Wanda, I know you have grown up, but you don't need to be like this. I don't know how. Run, not to mention. It was Steve who gave me the seat. Tilting his head to look at S.H.I.E.L.D, Wanda tilted his head back and smiled blackly. Just now I and Natasha Romanoff were still chatting, and then I walked over, and Steve naturally gave me the position. Hearing Wanda's words, S.H.I.E.L.D turned his head and glanced at Steve 23 Rogers. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D turning his gaze to him, Steve turned around and had a meal at Barton. He didn't know what he was talking about. It made Barton, who was still talking to Dr. Banner just now, looked regretful. Okay, obedient. Patting Wanda's head, S.H.I.E.L.D smiled and said, don't worry, I won't run. No matter what S.H.I.E.L.D said, Wanda just didn't let go of S.H.I.E.L.D's arm. Instead, she held S.H.I.E.L.D's arm and looked around constantly, not knowing what Wanda was thinking. When did Wanda not be shy anymore? However, S.H.I.E.L.D can still feel these thoughts of Wanda. Well, actually S.H.I.E.L.D didn't know. If it was normal, then Wanda would not hold S.H.I.E.L.D's arm like this. But, this is Asgard? Especially after hearing what Thor and sister Natasha Romanoff said, after Loki's wedding is over, he will go to the sealed underworld to find Hela? Wanda didn't care about the others, but after hearing the name Hela, Wanda suddenly felt that she had to take the initiative. After all, in the clips I have seen in the answering chat room, it seems that my future self once said, the relationship between So and Hela? So, in some things, the pig's hoof does not take the initiative, so you have to take the initiative? Besides, in the future I see, So is his own man, so what else is he shy? Looking at Wanda with his arms around him, and taking the opportunity to put his head on his shoulders, Wanda's eyes are shiningly listening to him talking to Tony. S.H.I.E.L.D smiled, but didn't break his arm free. No longer a kid, Wanda has grown up. Anyway, I think, no matter what your future wedding with Peebo looks like, let's answer the questions of the alliance these people have this meal. You don't want to run away. I guess it's the same as tonight. We people will definitely kill you? Yes, yes. Strange on the side is holding a wine glass and constantly nodding his head, just like SOR said, after the wedding is over, it will be the real banquet for the people in our answering alliance? It is estimated that it is impossible for Loki to retreat all over today, so Tony, no matter what kind of wedding you want to hold in the future, anyway, that night, we will definitely kill you. Who makes you always tell me what tricks I do? You are a juggler. Hearing what Strange said, Tony Stark laughed while holding a wine glass, especially your cloak. I just wanted to see what material it was, but it turned out that this cloak seemed to be conscious. It's knocked out. Spray, what about your cloak? Cloak-like thing, autonomous consciousness? It's like an artificial intelligence like J.A.R.V.I.S. How can I tell you? Hearing the question from Tony Starstreet, Strange was silent for a moment, and then said, this cloak is really unusual. If you know that most people want to own it, it is not willing at all. But the first time I saw me, it chose me. Haha, this proves that I am. Come on. Don't brag, buddy. Kong busy, you have to brag about this kind of thing too. Seeing Strange's triumphant look, the answering league members booed suddenly, and some people even didn't understand what Strange was talking about, but looking at his expression, they booed directly. Depend on. Listening to these boos from his own people, Strange didn't get angry. After all, everyone in the answering league treated each other as a family member. Needless to say the relationship naturally. However, Strange, why don't you have the temperament of Ancient One magician? Dr. Banner sat on the other side of the table and looked at Strange and asked curiously, I remember the first time I saw Ancient One magician, the temperament on her was very unique, and it felt like that. That kind of seems to be able to solve all problems. As long as she is there, it can make people very relaxed, and it gives people the first impression that they are absolutely strong, but the original temperament is not fierce, but it makes people feel very peaceful and relieved. Hearing what Dr. Banner said, the others thought about the temperament of Ancient One magician, and then nodded in agreement. I can't help it. Hearing everyone's curiosity, Strange said helplessly, after all, I am a little far behind the teacher. Except for the strength, the teacher's experience is not comparable to me. So even if I was admitted by the teacher and took over her position, compared with the teacher, I still looked too far. I even feel that the teacher said that I am the best magician in the past. She is completely fooling me in order to let me take her place, and then she is so free. Seeing everyone's eyes, Strange suddenly laughed and said, okay, I have said something wrong, but compared with the teacher, I am indeed a little bit different. Hey guys, what are you talking about? Loki came over with a glass of wine and looked at the talking and laughing group of his own friends. Loki asked curiously with joy, congratulations? Why are you going? Don't worry about us, after the celebration is over, it's time for our group of people to congratulate you. What are you doing here at this time? Hurry up and accept other people's blessings. That is, do we still need you to come over? If you should go for a drink, go for a drink, save your stomach and wait until we drink you at night. Loki just walked over, with a smile on his face trying to say something, but for a while, he was stunned by the words that everyone in the answering alliance disliked. Holding the wine glass, he smiled helplessly, and raised a middle finger to everyone. Only then did Loki walk to other places with a happy expression. In the evening, enter Asgard Bifrost? Don't say it, admiring the moonlight here, it's really beautiful. Listening to the sound of the waterfall hitting the water and looking at the starlight reflected in the Heroine River, Natasha Romanoff said to the crowd with a look of intoxication, really, I feel that this place is so close to the moon, so the moon is really beautiful. That's because of the state of mind. Picking up the jug and pouring a glass of wine for Natasha Romanoff, Suching said with a smile, this is Asgard, not the earth, so you will feel that you have left the earth that filled you with laughter and misery, and your mind suddenly opened up. A lot. It's also because of this that you will feel that this place is beautiful. If you really want to appreciate the most beautiful moonlight, I suggest you go to a desert night. No matter where the night is starlight or moonlight, it is extremely bright. Definitely, the day and night temperature is completely negligible. Hearing Suching's words, Natasha Romanoff thought for a while, and nodded with some truth, you are right. When I was on the earth, I went to the desert before, where the night is really beautiful. However, I was not in the mood to appreciate these at the time. After all, at that time, I was still hunting down the Red House. Seriously, the training received in the Red House since I was a child made me think that this world has no beauty at all. Take the matter of admiring the moonlight and galaxy as an example. When you are in a mood, you don't have a chance, and when you have a chance, you are not in the mood. Picking up the wine glass, smiled at Suching, and then Natasha Romanoff drank the wine in the glass. How long have you been before this book? Haven't you enjoyed the dazzling galaxies and the bright moon at night? It's boring to drink by yourself. Come, I'll have a drink with you. On the side, Loki picked up the glass, touched Natasha Romanoff's empty glass gently, and drank the drink in the glass. Then I looked at everyone on Bifrost and laughed. Today is the day I married Hilway. Seriously, I never thought that I would have the opportunity to marry a girl I like and like me. Although, during the day today, I used the method of pretending to be drunk to deceive many Asgard people and friends who came to celebrate. But do you know what I am most happy about today? Looking at everyone, Loki blinked and asked with a smile, I know this /. Hearing Loki's inquiry, Thor suddenly laughed and said, you must have experienced the etiquette of Prince Asgard's wedding ceremony today. Thousands of Asgard warriors have opened the way for you, and countless Asgard citizens will cheer for you and roar joyfully bless you. This is what you have been hoping for since childhood. I know this. When you saw our people please roar for me before, you were very envious. This time, it's your turn. You are the absolute protagonist in everyone's hearts today, so this should be your happiest thing. Wrong? Beside Loki, Hilway shook his head gently, holding Loki's hand, leaning on Loki's body and shook his head to Thor, brother, it's not right. Wrong. Hearing what Hilville said, Thor glanced at Loki in surprise. Haha, Hillview is right, Thor, my brother, you are wrong, so you can punish yourself for a drink. Loki shook Hilway's hand back, and gently embraced Hilway in his arms, and smiled triumphantly at Thor. It's not right. After a grunt, Thor raised his glass and drank it, then looked at Loki and asked curiously, what is that? Guess it. Looking at everyone in the answering alliance, Loki said with a smile. After speaking, Loki turned his head to look at Suching and said, you are not allowed to say, I know you found it. Cut. Hearing Loki's words, Suching, who was just about to speak, rolled his eyes. He stretched out his hand and leaned on him gently, with a happy smile on his face. Wanda then shrugged his shoulders and motioned to him not to say anything. It should be you getting married today, so you are the happiest? Tony Stark said. No, you punish yourself for a cup. Loki shook his head, and also denied this answer. Because the whole Asgard is congratulating you today. No, it's not much different from what Thor said. Conjure, you punish yourself for a cup. Don't learn from Tony, I'm not a juggler. After self-punishing a cup, Strange slammed his mouth. It should be you who married your beloved girl. Steve pondered for a moment, and then said seriously, it's like when I saw Peggy appear. This is indeed worthy of joy, and worthy of the happiest thing I have left for thousands of years, but it is not the answer to today's question. Loki shook his head, looked at Steve and replied with a smile. Could it be that the mount you are riding today is the eight-legged steed of God King Odin? Barton curiously guessed after watching Steve punished himself for a glass. Wrong. Because everyone is very friendly to you today, even those friends who have been ignoring you. Sif, Asgard and the 3 warriors who grew up together, send blessings to you. No, because all the members of our answering alliance have come to congratulate you. Some, but not right. Don't you guess? With Wanda leaning on her arms, S.H.I.E.L.D sat cross-legged on the ground, looked at Natasha Romanoff next to her and asked with a smile, "I'll forget it." Holding a wine glass, Natasha Romanoff with a smile on his face shook his head and whispered to S.H.I.E.L.D, "I like the atmosphere today and the scene where everyone gathers together. There is moonlight, fine wine, glorious galaxies, rainbows, waterfalls, and laughter. This may be the beauty I have never experienced in my life. It is enough for me to secretly enjoy this beauty. No matter what happens in the future, I think this is the most beautiful memory of my life." Elder sister. Listening to Natasha Romanoff whispering softly, Wanda leaned in S.H.I.E.L.D's arms, but still stretched out her hand, gently holding Natasha Romanoff's hand and said, "You still have us." Listening to Wanda's words, Natasha Romanoff nodded gently. "I just wanted to say something, but I heard Thor face S.H.I.E.L.D with a big smile and said, "Sue, Loki said you know, tell us what the answer is." After speaking, we have to pour Loki down. Okay, haha. Listening to Thor's joyous roar, S.H.I.E.L.D said directly, "I saw that today when Loki and Hela were kneeling in front of the god Odin and Queen Frigga, they secretly cried. I think this is what he is happiest today." Li Qianzhao, listening to S.H.I.E.L.D's words, everyone was taken aback first. Thor seemed to have thought of something, and reacted first, and then he took the wine glass with a smirk and approached Loki. "Okay, this is the case, and you still care about your identity. Depend on. It's actually this. Fun him, today you must let this sad person die of drunkenness. Hela, Loki belongs to us today, he can't pretend to be drunk. Haha, everyone should be prepared. Once Loki pretends to be drunk, we will start to fight together. Haha, I'll come first, I'll come first." Under the moonlight, on the colorful Bifrost, everyone just sat on Bifrost, surrounding the new couple Loki and Hela. With a smirking face, he held the wine glass and looked at Loki innocently. The atmosphere has never been so wonderful and warm, as if at this moment, no one is a superhero. The laughter spread far, far away. It's like a group of naughty children. Underworld Hela sealed place. Well, although this is the first time I have come here, I always feel that this place is actually quite beautiful. At least it is much more beautiful than I thought. Looking at the emerald green grass blanket in front of me, and the flowers of different colors swaying in the wind, it can be said that this place has revealed beautiful and peaceful scenery everywhere in the past. Looking at the beautiful scenery around, Loki turned his head and said to S.H.I.E.L.D and Thor, "This should be arranged by the queen. Loki, can you feel the surroundings, whether there are traces of magic? Because I always feel that if this is the underworld, then it is not so beautiful." Thor looked around and asked Loki, if anyone is more proficient in magic, then in Thor's view, besides the mother, Loki is left in Asgard. After all, Heimdall's black magic will never make the scenery more beautiful. There is no trace of magic here. If there is, I would have noticed it for the first time. Loki shook his head, then looked at S.H.I.E.L.D and asked, "Sue, what are you thinking about?" "Want Hela." Standing there with his arms in arms, S.H.I.E.L.D heard Loki's inquiry, and said directly, "Quickly solve the matter here, and then I can return to the earth. I don't know why, I always feel that something bad is about to happen." "Think too much, Sue, Tony. 587 of them have returned to earth this morning. If something bad happens, then they will contact us in the answer chat room as soon as possible." Patting S.H.I.E.L.D on the shoulder, Thor smiled earnestly. "Moreover, the earth still has them. Even if something is going to happen, they can solve it." "Hope so." Looking at the answer chat room, there was no movement, only Kurt Lang and Peter Quill were chatting. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded. "It's just that, inexplicably, there is always a bad feeling in my heart. I always feel that something big will happen." Rub. When the 3 people were chatting, a black long sword was mixed with roars howling, as if cutting through the air. It was nailed straight in front of the 3 people. Immediately, a woman with loose hair and black clothes came over like an iceberg. "Welcome to the junction of Asgard and the underworld. You can come here. It seems that the 3 of you were also exiled by the old fellow Odin." Lifting her chin and looking at the 3 people, Hela's eyes were all arrogant. "You are Hela." Looking at Hela with her hair dangling in front of him, Thor stepped forward and asked, "Definitely, besides me, who else is worthy of a seal to exile here?" Faced with Thor's question, Hela said proudly, "Odin dare not seal me in the underworld, because he knows that once I enter the underworld, it won't take many years before I will bring the army of the underworld and renew it back to Asgard. So, he can only exile me to the junction of Asgard and the underworld." Speaking of this, Hela looked at Thor and Loki, and a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. "It seems that Odin is really old. Even the 2 of you have to rely on release and sealing. You are pretty good." He raised his hand and pointed to S.H.I.E.L.D lightly. Hela's eyes flashed with interest. Asgard, Hela, the goddess of death, possesses one of Asgard's strongest godheads, the goddess of death, so I can be on you. Feel the purest force of death. Interesting? Don't worry about me. The role I play today is the thug after I can't agree. Today's protagonist is the 2 of them." Seeing Hela looking at herself with interest, S.H.I.E.L.D immediately raised her hand and pointed at Loki and Sewer beside him. "Oh." Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D say this, Hela turned her head to look at Thor and Loki. "You want to talk to me? What are you talking about?" Aren't you exiled by Odin's seal? No? Hearing Hela's question, Thor immediately shook his head and said, that introduction, I am Thor, Thor Odinson, the son of the father of god Odin, next to him is Loki, my brother. This is S.H.I.E.L.D, one of my good brothers on the earth. The reason why we came here this time is not because we were banished and sealed by our father, but because of. Kneel down. Before Thor could finish speaking, Hela's voice suddenly fell cold, and Ju's lips lightly opened, with a hint of frost in her tone, since I am not exiled, then now, kneel in front of your queen. Hearing Hela's cold voice, Loki and Thor looked at each other. Just when S.H.I.E.L.D thought that Loki would say he wanted to talk, and Thor would throw out his Mjolnir. Result. These two guys actually took a step forward, and then knelt on one knee. Seeing this scene, S.H.I.E.L.D looked at the two people in surprise. Before I could speak, I heard Thor speak. The reason why the two of us are willing to kneel on the ground is that you are our sister, Princess Asgard, the most orthodox goddess of death, Hela, and second, he is also the future king of Asgard. As a younger brother, as Prince Asgard, it is the first time to face the future god king. According to Asgard's etiquette, this is normal. There will be no shame. Listening to Thor's words, watching Thor and Loki really knelt in front of him on one knee, Hela's original voice was still extremely cold, and it seemed that Hela, who was ready to do it the next moment, didn't agree, but his expression was relieved a lot at this moment. She can hear that these two people treat her as the new king of Asgard in the future. Well, that's all right. As long as it is an Asgard, as long as it is an Asgard who is willing to follow them, no matter what their status is, no matter why they came here. It doesn't matter. The important thing is that, as Asgard people, they are willing to perform the prayer of the Asgard people when they first saw the King of God. This is enough. Even though, even the most ordinary Asgard people in the future, apart from meeting their king for the first time, they don't have to bow down after seeing their god king in the future. Get up. Raising her hand gently, motioning for the two people to get up and talk, Hela looked at the two people and asked, let's talk about it. Why are you here for this? Listening to Hela's words, Thor and Loki looked at each other and laughed one after another. Sister, we are here to take you back to Asgard. Standing up, Thor looked at Hela and smiled, even if we are half-brothers, but in any case, you are the eldest princess of Asgard and the first heir to the throne of Asgard. So according to reason, you should succeed your father and become the new king of Asgard. How does Hela treat her own person who is willing to trust herself and who is willing to make her king? The answer is self-evident. When I first came to Asgard, I faced the bald head who was the first to kneel allegiance to me. Hela accepted his allegiance and regarded him as his own, and appointed him as the most important member of the king's hands. Some people may think that the masters in the hands of the king are not glorious, and their status is not high, but don't forget that when Asgard and Odin conquered the 9 realms, Odin's thrifter was Hela himself. Because of this, Hela will lead Asgard's fighters to fight everywhere, and it is precisely because of this that Hela can control all Asgard's legions. Definitely, because of this, in the end Hela's ambitions were completely inflated, thinking that Asgard should command the 9 realms, and that wherever Asgard went, the 9 realms should kneel to greet him. Afterwards, everyone knew what happened. When Odin felt that he couldn't control Hela, he sealed Hela in the underworld Hell. In fact, Odin was not able to do so. He was the only one who rebelled with Hela back then, only Hela. Although all the Valkyrie clan died in battle, most of the Asgard fighters are still willing to follow Hela. Even people who are unwilling to participate in the rebellion actually agree with Hela's ideal in their hearts, allowing Asgard to shine in the 9 realms. In fact, this is also caused by Odin and even bore Asgard's idea of martial arts is that they opened it before Asgard was formed, or when the Aesir Protoss. So most of the Asgard fighters support the idea of their goddess of death Hela. It is quite normal. This is why, after Odin sealed Hela, he fully started to erase the traces of Hela in Asgard. It is precisely because of this that all poems, dramas, ancient books, histories, and even murals that boast of achievements must all cover up the traces of Hela's existence. After all, the Asgard warriors and people who have not obtained the godhead have a long lifespan, such as Thor, Loki, and Sif, who have a long lifespan. So after the death, birth, and death sequence of generations of Asgard warriors and people, apart from Odin and Phrygia, few people remember Hela. This is also why, after Hela came back to Asgard, facing the Asgard warriors who showed their weapons to him, the tone was a little sarcasm, disappointment, and sadness. After having fought for Asgard for so many years, after scoring one enemy after another for Asgard, the Asgard people who once admired themselves very much, and the Asgard fighters who once loved them very much and were even willing to die for themselves. I have forgotten their invincible commander, their goddess of death. It was from this point on that Hela started cruelly. However, even if the shot is fierce, but for Asgard's love, Hela is not at all lost to Thor and Loki. Even, Hela's love for Asgard goes far beyond Thor and Loki. Even if I have been sealed for more than 1,750 years if it is said, Thor and Loki will be willing to fight for Asgard to the last moment, until the end of their lives. Correspondingly, Asgard, originally Hela's life. The longer the time in Asgard, the stronger Hela's strength. Correspondingly, if Asgard is destroyed, Hela's life will also end. This was given to Hela by his grandfather Bor's joy when Hela was born. Baal hopes that Hela can surpass herself, surpass Odin, become the strongest person in Asgard, and surpass the concept of level god father. But this has also become Hela's final destination? Anyway, as mentioned above, Hela has always been generous to Asgard and those who are willing to be loyal to him, especially Odin's 2 sons, his 2 younger brothers. When seeing them willing to perform the one-knee worship service that Asgard first saw their king, Hela's face was extremely satisfied. Even after the 2 men mentioned their father, Odin, whom they hated so much, there was no sign of anger. My brothers, the 2 of you said that you want to take me back to Asgard and replace Odin as the new king of Asgard. Looking at Thor and Loki with a smile on his face, Hela asked indifferently, could it be that Odin is about to enter the eternal sleep? Look for flowers, 0. Don't you ever think that after the old fellow Odin dies, the 2 of you will become the new kings of Asgard? Listening to Hela's question, Thor and Loki looked at each other, and then laughed. Sister, you are the eldest princess of Asgard. According to our Asgard rules, you are naturally the first heir to the throne of Asgard. Looking at Hela, Thor said seriously, so, it is natural for you to become the new king of Asgard. Loki and I have indeed fought for the position of the next king. But since we knew you existed, the 2 of us believed that you should be the next king of Asgard. Think, you must say that. How else? I can't tell the truth, saying that both myself and Loki wanted to be the next king of Asgard at first, but now, neither of them wants to be kings? Yes, sister. After Thor said, Loki also said with a smile, our brothers believe that you are here, then Asgard will definitely live forever in the future. As for father, he is still very good now, and he is not about to enter the eternal sleep of Tao as he said to you. It's just that my father and mother miss you very much, especially recently. Whenever I mention you, my father's expression is full of guilt, longing, and a trace of unwillingness. I think you will rebel back then. It's completely because he didn't teach you well. For the sake of it. Mother always talks about some of your previous things, and misses you even more. Well, following Thor's words, Loki also started to flicker. Listening to Loki's words, Hela's mouth showed a hint of sarcasm. Odin will feel guilty for the seal to banish me? Who is he? I know better than you. Guilty, miss, this kind of emotion will never happen to him? As for Phrygia. Speaking of Frigga, Hela was a little ridiculed, and a hint of relief flashed through her cold eyes. She can do this. When Odin chose to exile me and seal me, she pleaded for me more than once. Although she is not my mother, she is still quite competent as a queen and stepmother, and the 2 of them flicked Hela back to Asgard. Earth. Holding Suching's arm, Wanda blinked and looked at Suching and asked curiously. Yes, Thor and Loki are purely fooling Hela. Leaning on the sofa, looking at Wanda, who was barely lying on her arm while holding her arm, how could Suching not know? This girl was there to inquire about Hela, but just wanted to find an excuse to stay by her side? No matter what he says, Wanda will definitely be very interested. After all, even the fellow Tony today deliberately designed a chance for Wanda to be alone with herself. Otherwise, after he comes back from Asgard, I'm afraid Tony will come home as soon as possible. Rather than worrying about the other things, saying that you want to study the new 590 battle armor and the mind scepter. And after leaning his head on Suching's shoulder, seeing that Suching didn't say anything, he raised his head and looked at Suching. His big eyes were full of smiles. Later, Thor and Loki, in order to dispel Hela's ambition to conquer the 9 realms, they pushed me out and said that I was the #1 power in the earth. Originally, I didn't intend to pay attention to these 2 shameless guys, and I don't know who they learned from. They all learned badly. But after thinking about it, I decided to give these 2 guys a face. After all, when secretly blinking at me for help, I still felt that Hela should be made to recognize what is reality. Then who won? Listening to Suching's words, Wanda secretly estimated Yang in Suching's arms, like a small bug. While diverting Suching's attention, he wanted to use this to achieve his ulterior little purpose. Definitely I won. I didn't even use tier 9 skeleton warrior, so I won it easily. However, Hela's strength is really good. Feeling Wanda's careful thoughts, Suching did not refuse but smiled and stretched out his hand to embrace Wanda. Hey. After the goal was achieved, Wanda had to put his arms around Suching's neck with inch-sized hands, and said coquettishly, I know, how could the man I fancy lose to that goddess of death? After all, she is just the goddess of death of Asgard, and not the true ancient god of death. By the way, my dear, look at my title of answering the question and chatting. Chaos Force is more compatible with the power of death, you said. In the future, will our children inherit the power of death, my Chaos Force, and the magic of the undead? Seeing Wanda's hopeful expression, Suching was silent for a moment, then shook his head. To be honest, I am only 24 years old this year, and I really have no plans to want children. But looking at Wanda's shiny eyes, Suching thought for a while, still shook his head and said, I don't know, but when Loki took it away from the Time Administration, I had seen the future. Mobius said that the children of our 2 are really strong, but to be honest, I kind of don't want them to inherit my undead magic. Why? Hearing Suching say this, Wanda asked in surprise. How should I say, there is a certain reason why undead magic is called black magic, or evil magic. After sorting out the language, Suching said seriously, since the undead magic has been advanced to the 9th level of magic, it has not only been able to summon more powerful skeleton warriors, but also countless skeleton warriors. More importantly, undead magic awakening has a lot of comparisons. Evil magic. For example, life deprivation, such as life sacrifices, etc. By the way, do you remember that we saw that in the fragments about the future of the two of us, that Mephisto? Remember, definitely remember? Hearing Su-Ching's question, Wanda nodded immediately. The clip at the time was, I asked you whether we want 3 babies in the future, and then you agreed, but the premise is that the guy Mephisto must be solved first. Then the snippet is that you meet Mephisto, and then according to Loki, Mephisto is cheating on you. Yes, this is it. Watching Wanda tell the clips of herself and her future like a Fujiage-hen, Su-Ching sighed and said, in fact, according to my current undead magic level, I can even summon Mephisto directly, and then do some things trade. According to some skills of undead magic, the things traded are sacrifices of living beings? It can be said that this method is very evil. I think this is why the magicians headed by Ancient One Magician hate black magic so much. Speaking of this, Su-Ching raised his hand, the undead magic flashed lightly, and a magic auxiliary ring appeared in the palm of his palm. This thing is what Ancient One Magician gave me when I first met me. I had just mastered the undead magic. After the appearance of Ancient One Magician, I didn't think that the undead magic I controlled was evil. And in order to make it more convenient and faster for me to use undead magic, I gave me this thing. In the blink of an eye, nearly 4.5 years have passed. Now I have become the 9th level undead great magician, or the undead great magician, but no matter what I call roar, I found that the end of the undead magic may be destined to control me. Oh, what are you talking about? Before Su-Ching could finish speaking, Wanda put her arms around Su-Ching's neck and printed several times on Su-Ching's face. Then he smiled and said, no matter what magic you use, whether black magic or evil magic, ability, in our eyes, you are our family. If you don't believe me, ask the guy Tony Stark, or Steve Rogers, they don't care if you use evil powers. Just like what you said, Ancient One Magician didn't say anything after seeing you in 5.0. This proves that the power of evil is in the hands of the hero, then this power is justice. On the contrary, if the power of justice is in the hands of bad people, then this is also evil. Power does not distinguish between good and evil. It is only distinguished by the person who uses it. This is what you told us at the beginning. Listening to Wanda's serious words, Su-Ching smiled and rubbed Wanda's head. Seeing that Wanda likes her somewhat intimate actions very much, Su-Ching chuckled softly. I mean, in the future, maybe I will really let Mephisto deceive me and become the truth of the future? Maybe, I will really become the master of the underworld? Not the underworld in the eyes of the Asgard people, but the real underworld. Maybe, this is the ancient god of death. After seeing me again, he gave me the power of death. S.H.I.E.L.D research room. Write down the most basic parameters. Howard Stark is holding the testing instrument while testing the Mind Scepter, and at the same time asking Tony Stark, who is acting as a starter for himself. Definitely, this is the most basic thing. I am the greatest genius of this century. How can I not even do this thing? Listening to Dad still treating himself as a cute new, Tony said helplessly, I think Dad, I should copy a copy of Jarvis's artificial intelligence system, or Friday's intelligent assistants to help you. Otherwise, the greatest genius of this century? Huh. Before Tony could finish, Howard Stark directly struck at Tony. If it weren't for the technological development of my time to limit me, you would dare to call it the greatest amount of knowledge in this century. Genius. If you are really the greatest genius of this century, then you will not study a new element. You have to rely on the key to the future that I left you back then. And if you are really a genius, then you don't think that the technology is immature, so you will push the nano-warframe thing back and forth. Having said that, Howard Stark put down the testing equipment in his hand and raised his head to 23. Tony said seriously, Tony, you are different from me. When I was in my time, the overall scientific and technological field restricted my research, but now everything has matured. If you want to study, you can try to do it. It's like the nano-warframe that you included in the plan. According to your vision, nanotechnology will have to wait at least 3 to 5 years before you can completely master it, and then apply it to your warframe. But in fact, the nano-warframe can start to prepare now. If you don't actively explore this aspect, then you will never be able to complete your idea. It's like now, I have mastered more than half of nanotechnology, just wait a few months, I can improve your armor into a nano-armor. This is the difference between me and you, Tony. With ideas and concepts, I like to take the initiative to study first, no matter whether it is finally formed or not, I will start to do it, rather than waiting for a technology to fully mature. Nanotechnology is, and so is the key to the future, Tony, you have to fix this problem. Listening to the old man's lesson, Tony Stark secretly curled his lips, then nodded, okay, old man, I know you are a genius, you are great, but you don't have to catch one thing and continue to teach me. I'm not a kid anymore, and what? Raising his hand, he tapped Tony's head gently, I think you have been slack lately. Knowing your father I will help you study the battle armor, you are not serious. You said that if you don't study the battle armor seriously, or other inventions, it's okay, but you go to Cage Peebo. Pinching his waist and looking at his son, Howard Stark said earnestly, Daddy Mind Scepter can study it by himself, and your old armor reformer can also help you. After you don't care about this, can you hurry up and marry Peebo back? Tell you, Peebo is a very good girl. If you lose Peebo, you might regret it for a lifetime. Do you know that your mother and I have been looking forward to you quickly marrying Peebo and giving us a grandson? This is the biggest wish of me and your mother now? Wrong. Speaking of this, Howard Stark shook his head. It is better to have a granddaughter. If you have a grandson, if you are as rebellious as you were when you were a child, you must not piss me and Mary to death. It's better to have a granddaughter. I also think it's better for Peebo's future child and I to be a little girl. After all. No, father, aren't we talking about nano armor and researching the mind scepter? Lifting his head, looking at his father, Tony Stark said helplessly, can we stop talking about me and Peebo for now? Almost every time I talk about other things these days, I will be abducted to Peebo and me in the end. Father, I have plans in my heart about the matter between Peebo and I, so don't worry about you and my mother. Let's talk about other things. Cut, brat, you'll be stiff. Seeing his son's helpless look, Howard Stark wouldn't know that his son was listening. Don't you know that you were like this back then? When I face the marriage, I am also a little hesitation undecided. If it is not for Maria to say that she will break up with herself in the end, in order to let herself make a choice, then maybe she is not as big as Tony. Ahem. Alright, then don't talk about this for the time being, let's talk about that so. Pick up the testing equipment and continue to test the mind scepter. While doing the test, Howard Stark asked Tony, it can be seen that you trust the young man named S.H.I.E.L.D very much, right? Definitely. Hearing the old man's question, Tony nodded without hesitation and said, it's like you trusted Steve back then. Is the trust level so high? Looking at Tony in surprise, Howard turned his head and said seriously, the reason why I trusted Steve so much back then was that I knew his past, his personality, and secondly, he possessed a kind of appeal that ordinary people don't have, and personality charm. Coupled with what he did, it made me full of trust in him, but that young man named S.H.I.E.L.D. Identical. Seeing Dad's doubts, Tony Stark said very seriously, Daddy, how much do you trust Steve? Then how much I trust so, and more than 10 times more than you trust Steve. You may not think, in fact, he didn't want to be a superhero at all in the beginning, and he didn't want to participate in our future. He helped me. 590 is because I and him are friends, but what you don't know is how much hard work I and Steve and even Natasha Romanoff put in order to be able to integrate him into Avengers. With him, Avengers will have a shackle, no one will worry. If something happens to the Avengers that day, things like Blacken will happen to those of us. With him, Avengers will have a chain. No matter what happens, Avengers will not split into two halves. They are like strangers, hating each other, or even attacking each other. More importantly, all of us trust him very much, especially me. Even if one day he picks up a knife and stabs at me, I believe he is for my good. Killing me is to help me. Seeing what Tony said so seriously, and even the last sentence was a bit smell, Howard Stark suddenly frowned in surprise. Do you trust him that way? Even your trust in him is beyond. You don't understand. Father, if it weren't for him, I might still be Iron Man, but I am definitely not the Iron Man now. It's just like when Steve, Natasha Romanoff, and I were in secret discussions at the beginning. In order to let him join us, we did a lot of rascal things. Looking at the old man, Tony's expression is smiling, but his eyes are extremely serious. By the way, Father, why do you suddenly remember to ask about S.H.I.E.L.D? Looking at his father, Tony Stark asked curiously. It's nothing. Isn't it because of Hydra that caused S.H.I.E.L.D to be reduced by the people of the World Council? It just regained strength a while ago. Later, when your Aunt Peggy was checking the S.H.I.E.L.D book, she found that there were at least 1.5 billion fund holes that couldn't be plugged up. After inquiring about Nick Fury, I learned that the 1.5 billion is the money for the purchase of the S.H.I.E.L.D Warrior. That's it. S.H.I.E.L.D still owes some more than 1 billion. Hearing what the old man said, Tony Stark instantly understood what was going on. Nick Fury is complaining about this. Putting down the parameter record in his hand, Tony Stark looked at his father and asked seriously, that's not it. Facing his son's sudden serious expression, Howard Stark shook his head and said, Nick Fury not only didn't complain to Ms. Page, but was explaining that this is a normal transaction. I just think. In that case, Father, what are you dissatisfied with Sue? Holding his hands, Tony Stark's expression is very serious at this moment. In the beginning, Sue didn't want to sell the Skeleton Warrior to S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury asked Sue to buy it. Later, because of the help of the Skeleton Warriors, when S.H.I.E.L.D and Hydra battled, the loss was relatively small. The loss of those personnel was originally because they were Hydra or were connected with Hydra. So from this matter, Sue's role in it is far greater than S.H.I.E.L.D. Secondly, you said that S.H.I.E.L.D owed some more than 1 billion yuan. Isn't it normal? You know, after S.H.I.E.L.D eradicated Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D originally had insufficient manpower. If it weren't for Sue's Skeleton Warrior as the help of the action team, I am afraid that the strength of S.H.I.E.L.D will immediately regress for more than 10 years. Having said that, Tony Stark took a deep breath and forced himself not to be angry. Father, doing business is fair. I think you should know this. Then why can S.H.I.E.L.D be able to buy Skeleton Warriors, but can't make money with this carrot? You only saw made more than 1 billion from S.H.I.E.L.D, and there are more than 1 billion in arrears that have not been recovered. But why don't you see Sue's help to S.H.I.E.L.D? Just because you are from S.H.I.E.L.D, you stand on the stand of S.H.I.E.L.D and think that Sue's skeleton warrior can be summoned at will, so you think S.H.I.E.L.D is a loss. There is no such reason in the world, just because S.H.I.E.L.D is guarding the world, so you think that Sue must give the skeleton warrior to Sue? Why? Don't we people protect the world? Isn't it Sue who went through the space tunnel and went to fight with Thanos? Also, in the end, I negotiated this business for Sue. Originally, Sue didn't care about the arrears of more than 1 billion yuan, and even thought that delaying for a few years would not be a big deal, but now it doesn't work. The more angry Tony Stark said. He threw the information in his hand on the table. Father, no matter what the reason, within 3 days, S.H.I.E.L.D must pay all these arrears to Sue in one lump sum. Otherwise, we, Avengers members, will use our own means to get this money back. You can tell Nick Fury or Aunt Peggy what you said, and if they are unsatisfied, let them come to me. After speaking, Tony walked out angrily. Seeing his own son who had left in anger, Howard Stark suddenly laughed and shook his head. This stinky boy has the same temper as before? I thought his temper has improved a lot over the years. At least since Maria and I were resurrected, he hasn't been angry with us as a child. But now it seems, he still hasn't changed. Ward, as soon as Stark's voice fell, Peggy walked out of another room in the laboratory. Doesn't this just prove that your son looks a lot like you? You must know that you had this bad temper back then. Listening to Peggy's words, Howard Stark touched his nose, slightly embarrassed. But she still looked at Peggy and asked, "How is it? Satisfied with the temptation?" "Definitely." Listening to Howard and Stark's question, Peggy nodded gently. "I tried Steve like this yesterday, and it turned out that Steve and Tony reacted the same. But the only difference is that Steve didn't get angry at me, but kept suppressing the anger in his heart and talked to me very sensibly. Today, Tony sent you a kid-like temper again, which makes me very satisfied." As he said, Paige threw a pile of materials on the table, and then looked at Howard Stark with a smile. In fact, the entire Avengers group, who can be called soul figures, is only Steve, Tony, and Sue. These 3 people. If you compare this superhero group to a chain, then even Thor, this stronger alien, has been weakened a lot because he has been in Villasoo for more than half a year. After I came to this parallel universe, I investigated a lot and found that Tony, Steve, and Sue are the real souls. So as long as the 3 of them can keep one mind, as long as the 3 of them don't split and make the same decision, then there won't be any big problems. Hearing Peggy's words, Howard Stark picked up the stack of commands from the table, and then curled his lips and said, "So you want to test it? After so many years, your character still hasn't changed. In other words, you have the same character as Peggy in this time and space. But what do you think those people think? What superhero bill do you want these superheroes to agree to sign? Then follow their orders. These people have problems with their brains?" After getting this news, if it weren't for Nick Fury who had stunned those people the first time, I would like to come out and scold them in person. What else can it be because of? It's nothing more than these people just want to control this powerful superhero group in their hands. Listening to Howard Stark's words, Peggy said with a smile, "This situation is still rare. When S.H.I.E.L.D was established, didn't they also think about it? But through the test of Tony and Steve, I am now very satisfied. Lee knows, as long as they always stand on Sue's side, then even Avengers others agree with the intention bar. But as long as the 3 of their souls disagree, then this so-called superhero registration is a piece of waste paper." Hearing Peggy's words, Howard and Stark nodded in agreement. But soon, she looked at Peggy in surprise. "You are so sure that Tony and Steve will be on Sue's side, but Sue, won't you agree with this?" Yang Yang raised the unformed superhero registration file. Howard Stark asked curiously. "So, Howard, you should study what you are best at. This aspect of how to analyze a person is not what you are good at. You know, we, the young man who made Tony and Steve pull into Avengers with all our energy, seems peaceful and casual, but in fact, our heart is proud and tight. If he can agree with this decision, unless the world is destroyed. Seriously, I don't know what happened, but I just don't think it's right." Inside the Suching villa, sitting on Suching's left, looking at Suching and Steve Rogers, Tony Stark said seriously, "What kind of person my father is, I think not only I understand, Steve must also know very well. So although he has returned to S.H.I.E.L.D now, according to my father's personality, how can he care about S.H.I.E.L.D's more than 1 billion arrears? Don't say that he never cares about this aspect of the problem, even if it is concerned, more than 1 billion in his eyes, it is nothing at all. So there is absolutely no reason for him to use this matter to talk to me?" As he said, Tony Stark pursed his mouth, then shook his head and said, "I always think he is using this thing to test me, but I don't know why it is." "Really?" Hearing Tony's words, Steve nodded and said, "Howard never cared about money." According to Peggy's words, even though both of them are the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D, but Peggy is responsible for all S.H.I.E.L.D file size matters, and Howard is in charge of the research and development. Coupled with his disgusting character, it is impossible for him to deal with this matter. Speaking of this, Steve Rogers looked at Suching and Tony Stark and said seriously, "Actually, not only Tony was tempted by Howard, I was also tempted by Peggy for this reason. It's just that I don't understand what's going on, so that both of them will use this method to test us at the same time. But I think, no matter what happens, as long as the opinions of the three of us are the same, then all the members of the Respondent Alliance will stand on our side. Yes. Tony Stark also nodded seriously. As long as the three of us don't split, then no matter what happens, I believe that the Answering Alliance will always be on our side. What do I say? Seeing the two people's serious expressions, S.H.I.E.L.D smiled and said, "Early in the morning, I found out that there were more than 1 billion more on my account. It turned out to be such a thing. But what if this matter has something to do with us? I don't believe anyone dares to act like us." 590. Watching as he came out with the fruit plate, he handed the peeled apples to Tony and Steve respectively, and then sat on his lap with the orange. While peeling the orange and feeding it to himself, it seemed like Wanda was swearing something like Tony and Steve. S.H.I.E.L.D said to the two people, "We don't know what the specific situation is, but I can probably guess some. It is nothing more than some people who have seen our strength and influence, and then want to touch us in their hands. Anyway, I won't let this happen, and it's impossible to obey anyone's orders. I can't even die, let alone those idiots. I guess this is why Peggy and Word will test the two of you separately. They should know my character, so as long as you two are on my side, then the purpose of those people is it's impossible to achieve?" Eating the orange peeled by Wanda, S.H.I.E.L.D smiled and said to the two people. Calculating the time, in fact, it should be almost the time when the superhero registration event occurred. It was only because of Howard Stark appeared, because of the emergence of the answering system, that many things did not happen. For example, now, the Mind Scepter is being researched by Howard Stark, so Ultron has never appeared. But those people can't sit still, they want to turn Avengers into their weapons? Cut, that's it. Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's words, Tony Stark leaned on the sofa and stretched out his hands and said, "What do those idiots think? Actually want to control how many of our brothers? Are they crazy? Who are the good guys to take orders?" Having said that, Tony Stark turned his head and looked at Steve. "Steve, don't tell me you will obey their orders. After all, your former identity. Don't even think about it." Before Tony could finish, Steve Rogers suddenly smiled and shook his head. "No matter what happens, mine will never choose to be a subordinate of anyone. I have had enough of the previous life. Now, this kind of life that belongs to me is actually quite good, with you, plus Peggy's appearance. If it weren't for the Earth is still facing threats, I'm afraid I would have gone all over the world to look around. Then it's okay." After hearing Steve's answer, Tony yawned and said, "As long as the three of us disagree, then the Answering Alliance will still be the Answering Alliance, and the Avengers will still be the Avengers. It will not be a weapon in anyone's hands. I knew this was the case, so I didn't think about so many things last night. I didn't sleep well last night, and I kept thinking about what my father said during the day. By the way, can you two not show affection?" Looking sideways at S.H.I.E.L.D's neck and Wanda sitting on S.H.I.E.L.D's lap, Tony curled his mouth and said, "I have Pibbo, and Steve has Peggy. So this harm is useless for both of us. If you want to show affection, you have to show in front of Dr. Banner, Natasha Romanoff, and the Trickster Strange. They are the lonely ones. By the way, Thor?" While chatting in the answering chat room, I heard that Thor and Jane Foster seem to have a problem, and the two of them have a tendency to break up. Speaking of this, Tony's eyes lit up instantly. "You said, if Jane Foster and Thor break up, will they?" Before Tony finished talking gossip, the voice of the answering system suddenly rang. "Please note, members, the answer will start in 10 minutes. Please be prepared for the answer." Listening to the sound of the answering system, Tony Stark, who was just halfway through speaking, stopped immediately. "Thor, with Loki, I don't have nothing is the answer to the beginning? Great, I was almost bored in Asgard, especially after I flicked my sister Hela back to Asgard during this period. In the first few days, I was relatively relaxed. After all, there is Sister Hela. Once her ambition and hatred disappear, then she will be the proper heir to the next Asgard throne. But guys, you don't know. After my mother's persuasion, although my sister Hela temporarily let go of her ambition to conquer the 9 realms, she still didn't let go of her hatred towards my father. Then I was miserable. It was terrible. Forbearance Natasha Romanoff, my answer league is my home huh? Thor, why are you miserable? According to what you said in the answer chat room some time ago, when you and Loki meet the new king with Asgard, Hela kneels on one knee later. After Hela accepted your etiquette, hasn't he already recognized you? So why did you endure it? And even if your sister Hela hates your father, it has nothing to do with you, right? Thor, how could it be okay? You don't know. With my mother here, even if Hela hates my father again, he can't do anything to my father. After all, mother, but Hela can't do to her father. Revenge. So he turned his attention to me, who made me the god of thunder rewarded by my father. The thunder hammer was used? You know, the user of this hammer was my sister Hela. In addition, I was the only son of my father, so Hela took his father and couldn't help it, so he turned his anger on me. Talking about Thor, who is Asgard, as the person who took the hammer of Thor, Ktfa, in her hand, what? It can be so weak and so on? She puts me on the martial arts field almost every day and beats me up. Odin is on, this day can't be passed. Especially when I saw my sister Hela beat me up, not only did the queen not help me plead. On the contrary, he smiled, looked at Hela kindly, and constantly helped Hela puff, for fear that Hela would not beat me hard enough. Oh my god, every morning when I get up, I will be picked up on the martial arts field. I will take the charge of Asgard instead of my father in the palace. Sometimes when I feel bad, I rode the giant wolf that was resurrected by the eternal fire with the eternal fire, and it was another beating. Oh my god, this day hasn't been posted. I can understand why Loki always looked embarrassed when I took Loki to the martial arts field before, and then after training in the martial arts field, I used all kinds of conspiracy and tricks to tease me for the reason. I can even understand the reason why Loki always stabbed me a few times. Oh my god, when is the head of these days? I want to come to the earth, Sister Hela won't let it? Said that he didn't beat me enough. Seeing Thor sent a lot of complaints, the people in the answering chat room not only didn't have any plans to sympathize with Thor, but they wanted to gloat and laugh. Deserve it. Who told you to take Hela back to Asgard? Since you want her to replace you as Asgard's new god king, then you must make these preparations. Loki, I'm not my own Thor. You understand me now, why you always teased you before. In fact, if it is not for the restraint that I have been trying hard to restrain myself before, then believe me, I am willing to every day I stabbed you a few times. But forget it, for your poor sake, I forgive you. Barton, I can win the battle huh? No, Loki, aren't you also the Prince of Asgard? So why does your sister Hela just beat Thor and not pick you up? Thor, cut, Barton, Loki is a guy with no conscience. I guess he must have known for a long time what will happen after bringing his sister Hela back from the underworld, so he ran away in the first place. Just leave me alone in Asgard and be beaten every day and repeat. Contempt. Loki, promptly, no way, who made me have a good reason? After all, Hilwe misses her once-born Asgard, so after welcoming her sister back after marriage, I will take her back to her Asgard in the parallel universe? Look, what a perfect and appropriate reason, Thor, who made you find a suitable reason. After all, no matter whether it is the father or the queen, or even the sister Hela, you will marry an ordinary person on the earth as your wife in the future? Hela Asgard. This is about Asgard's face and Asgard's future, so Thor, accept your fate. When you and Jane Foster are not separated for a day, you will be picked up. After all, as the commander of Asgard, my sister must aim to conquer the 9 realms, but as the king of Asgard, Sister Hela has to consider more. For example, use you to continue to marry the Warner Protoss. In this way, Asgard and the Warner Protoss slowly integrate, or Asgard slowly cannibalize the Warner god bloodline. This is the goal that the old man failed to achieve, or can only achieve the current goal. This is why, after I asked my mother about my sister Hela, I had to rush to hold the wedding with Hilwe, and then go to meet you and so to welcome Sister Hela back. Looking at Loki's words, Asgard. Thor's eyes widened at this moment, and his face was shocked. Recall carefully, when I was excited to ask the mother and father about Hela, it seemed that Loki was slowly guiding and instigating him behind. Although, to welcome her sister Hela back, replace herself, become the new king of Asgard, and complete the greatest regret of the father's life, this is my own thought and my wish. But think about it, there is no such thing as Loki in it? No wonder, at the beginning, he repeatedly confirmed to himself whether he had the idea of wanting to become King Asgard? After hearing his very serious and affirmative answer, he didn't want to be the next king of Asgard. Loki's expression was a bit wrong. I haven't considered so much at the beginning, but looking back now, even when I asked the Queen Mother and Father about his sister Hela, the expressions on their 2 faces were a bit wrong. After working together for a long time, it was all planned by Loki. When I thought of my proposal, I first welcomed my sister Hela back, and then held the wedding of Loki and Hilwe. I also said that if my sister participated, it would be even more lively, but it was rejected by Loki righteously. Fortunately, I used to think that Loki couldn't wait to have a wedding with Hilvil. Co-authoring is to pick him out. Thinking of this, Thor couldn't help but slap himself. After eating together for more than 1,500 years of losses, I still can't learn to be careful. But, although now I am a little awkward with Jane Foster, but, do you really want to separate from her? Thinking of this, Thor gradually became silent. Now he has slowly learned to think about everything from Asgard's perspective. Natasha Romanoff, the Answering Alliance is my home. Loki, you are not in Asgard now, have you gone to the parallel universe? Loki, I'm not my biological one. Yes, after marriage, it's because of my sister's coming back. Someone has to bear the anger of my sister Hela. Second, it's also because Hilwe wants to take a look at the home she used to live in. So I asked Ancient One Magician to send Hilwe and me to her universe. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Wow, Loki, how about that parallel universe in Hillview? This is so curious. Loki, how do you say it? It's hard to say, forget it, let's not talk about this universe. Soon, Hilwe and I will return to our universe. Steve Rogers, between parallel universes, everything that should happen is the same, and the characters should be the same, just like Peggy from another flat universe? Can you imagine that after Peggy came from the parallel universe, he only got acquainted with S.H.I.E.L.D for about 3 days, and now he has become the master of S.H.I.E.L.D? Even Nick Fury has been downgraded to the second-ranked person in S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff, I have heard about this, but Steve, Ms. Page and Nick Fury are only splitting S.H.I.E.L.D. One controls S.H.I.E.L.D., and the other is a skeleton warrior with a small number of S.H.I.E.L.D. action groups and Sue, looking at the forces hidden in the darkness. After all, after the Hydra incident, many people began to move around. Without Ms. Page to help control S.H.I.E.L.D, Nick and Fury would not be able to deal with these guys. Tony Stark, cut. I thought that the parallel universe that Loki took Hela to, Thor is also a female. I just wanted to say. Loki, Tony, not only Thor is a female, but even in the world of parallel universes, you are also a female. I also went to the Earth on purpose and found out that you are married to Steve. Tony, Stark, Walter, shocked. Loki, are you sure what you said is true? Natasha Romanoff, Tony and Steve are married? Oh my god, this is too. I don't know what to say. Barton, I can't imagine it when I look at the picture. Surprised. Bruce Banner, the parallel universe where Hillview is located, do you want to play such a big one? God. Steve Rogers, Tony. Smile. Tony Stark, don't call me, let me calm down, especially you, Steve, don't call my name, cover your face. Suching, haha, but this is a parallel universe, and in the parallel universe, Tony, you are still a female, so what are you afraid of? Isn't this normal? Maybe there is another parallel universe where Steve is a female? Loki, Sue, to be honest, I now understand what Mobius said, in all parallel universes, only you are the only unique existence. In the parallel universe of Hillway, there is no you at all. At first I thought it was because Tony didn't find you, just like you did before, unwilling to join the answering league. But I deliberately asked Heimdall to search for it, and found out that in this parallel universe where Hillway is located, you really don't exist. Tony Stark, huh? So, only in our parallel universe, there is so. Any other parallel universe, even in completely identical parallel universes, there is no Sue in it? Ha, thank God for allowing So to appear in our universe. I can't imagine what a scene would be like without So in this universe. Maybe all of us will be the same as the previous line of fate. Natasha Romanoff will jump off the cliff. I will die after snapping my fingers. Loki is the villain. Thor has lost everything. Thank God. Steve Rogers, agree. Thank God. Natasha Romanoff, thank God. Wanda, thank God for giving me such a perfect husband. Tony Stark. Steve Rogers, Bruce Banner. Natasha Romanoff, enough sister, don't show affection here. Besides, you are not married yet. Wanda, sister, the wedding is just a ceremony, and I don't care. Anyway, I declared to God in my heart that So is my husband, so the wedding is over. Look for flowers, 0. Tony Stark. Do kids nowadays care about rituals so much? Pietro, don't count me, I'm not. I don't even have a girlfriend. If I have a girlfriend in the future, I will definitely. Wanda, Pietro, shut up. Pietro, good sister, helpless. Natasha Romanoff, Sue. As the sister of Wanda and Pietro, I can also be regarded as their only parent. I think we should talk about it. Suching, I know what you mean, N.A., don't worry, I know what to do. Natasha Romanoff, thank you, Sue, I don't want Wanda to leave regrets in the future, but since you know how to do it, I'm relieved. Tony Stark, man, what do you think of other parallel universes? Or Hill-dimensional parallel universes, and other parallel universes, the only thing that does not exist for you? Suching, I don't know, but I should be clear about it, but everyone has a secret, so I don't want to say. As for other parallel universes, I don't think there should be anything too noteworthy. Tony Stark, no? Increase the volume. I have become a female, and even married Steve. Why is this not worthy of attention? God, this is horrible. Loki, Hillway is still a female version of Loki. She is still married to me. Suching, that's right. Isn't it because you became a female and married Steve? What's the matter with this? As far as I know, this is not the scariest, it should be a zombie parallel universe. A universe where mutant and the Avengers exist at the same time, a full zombie, all superhero and mutant have become zombies, a planet where even the planet Devourer, one of the 5 gods, has been eaten away. The parallel universe of that planet is the most terrifying. Can you imagine that there are no creatures in that universe? The only thing I worry about is that the zombie parallel universe I just said will spread to other parallel universes. Supreme Magician Ancient One, that parallel universe is indeed terrifying. After I took over the time management, when I learned about the zombie parallel universe, I was scared into a cold sweat, and attention members, answering questions will now begin. When Suching and Ancient One Magician mentioned the zombie universe, everyone still wanted to ask. But after hearing the answering system, I was ready to watch future clips. After the answer is completed, I am asking about the terrifying zombie universe. The answering chat room turned on the mute mode, and immediately, Suching's voiceover began to play. One side is the life and death of billions of people on one side, and the other side is the life and death of billions of people on the other side. There is no right or wrong in this battle. Everyone must fight for the lives and deaths of billions of people on their side. However, no matter how you choose, everyone will face condemnation from the depths of their hearts, because you have saved billions of people, but you have killed billions of people with your own hands. By then, the superhero who has killed billions of people will still be the superhero. As Suching's 590 sound fell off the picture, the answering chat room gradually began to play future clips. In the answering alliance, I don't know how we should choose, but trading lives for lives is something I never want to do. On the conference table, Steve Rogers looked at everyone and said very seriously, I don't want to do this, but Steve, we have no choice now. Natasha Romanoff's expression was also a bit ugly at the moment. He glanced around at the people who were still silent, and then said, "Really, there are Earth on both sides. There are billions of lives waiting to be saved. There are only 3 roads before us. One is for us to destroy another Earth with our own hands, destroying billions of lives, and then the Earth on our side is guaranteed, and billions of people will live because of us. The second way is to wait for the mutant of the other party's Earth to attack our Earth, and then when we are helpless, our Earth will be destroyed and the other party's Earth will survive. The third way is that the mutant of our answering alliance and the other Earth's Earth do nothing, and quietly wait for the collision of the 2 Earths, and finally both Earths are destroyed. Now, the fact before us is that there is no other choice." Looking at everyone, Natasha Romanoff said, "Is there no other way?" Next to him, Dr. Banner, who had been silent, reported his mouth, and then looked at the people and said, "Maybe we can maliciously use other methods to push the 2 Earths that are about to collide away, or..." "It's useless, Banner." Tony Stark sitting next to Steve shook his head and interrupted Dr. Banner's words directly. "You know, when another Earth appeared, I used Jarvis to calculate countless times. I tried every method, every solution. But no matter what my hypothesis, no matter how I try, it can't push our Earth away from another Earth, or make its trajectory deviate." Tony Stark's voice fell, and Barton said solemnly, "That is to say, either we are destroyed and billions of people die, or the other party's Earth is destroyed, billions of people die. There is no other option, right?" "Strange, what did Ancient One magician say? The teacher has no way." Strange sitting in the chair shook his head. "Moreover, according to the teacher, this is no longer a battle between 2 Earths, but a battle between 2 universes. The only thing she can do is to use the power of the eternal gods to isolate the 2 universes, and then become a simple battle between the 2 Earths. Whoever loses and who wins depends on the strength of the superhero between the 2 Earths, whether our answering alliance can win, or the opponent mutant can win. But no matter who loses and who should, in the end, one of the Earth will be destroyed, and billions of people will be destroyed along with the Earth." Boom. As soon as Strange's voice fell, Steve Rogers slammed his fist on the table. Hearing a bang, everyone looked at Steve. At this moment, Steve Rogers is full of pain, and his voice is a little hoarse. "Everyone, don't we have any other way now? That is the lives of billions of people. Calm down, buddy." Raising his hand, he patted Captain America's shoulder gently, and Natasha Romanoff's voice was also very heavy. "At this moment, we have no choice. Even Ancient One magician can only isolate the energy in the universe. Damn it." With a heavy and desperate curse, Steve Rogers raised his head and looked at everyone. "I never thought that one day, we would face the choice of destroying billions of lives by ourselves. Even if the other party's Earth is not ours, it is still difficult for me to make this determination. I understand you, Steve." Thor stood up, came to Steve and patted his shoulder gently. "It's like 2 Asgard are facing this situation. Although I am not a human being on Earth, I have been on Earth for so many years. Just treat the Earth as my second home. Everyone, no matter what you think or decide, I want to say that Loki and I will always be on your side." "Yes." Silent Loki nodded and raised his head to look at everyone. "The Answering Alliance has always been my family, and everyone here is also my family and Thor's family. So no matter what decision you make, Thor and I are willing to always stand by your side, willing to accompany you to the last moment, even if the final outcome is my death." "Thanks." Listening to Thor and Loki's words, Steve said hoarsely thanks. But looking at the people whose faces are still not pretty, they want to say something, but they can't say anything when they talk. On the one hand, is the life and death of billions of people on their own planet. On the other side, the life and death of billions of people on the other side's Earth. According to Steve Rogers, there is no choice at all. "Let's go find Sue." Seeing everyone remain silent, after a moment, Tony Stark stood up and looked at the people. "We still have 3 months to deal with this matter. No matter what, I think we should be prepared for the worst in 5.0. But at this time, Sue actually took Wanda to play around the world, and even gave him and Wanda's 3 children to Natasha Romanoff. SP, but to be honest, if possible, I don't want Sue to participate in this matter, even if he is the soul and chain in our answering alliance. But in fact, as his best friend, his brother, I don't want him to make the final decision, and I don't want him to carry this heavy burden. But now, we have no choice. If we have to make a choice, I think, I am willing to bear this extremely heavy responsibility with him. At least, when he faces condemnation from the depths of his heart, I can help him share some." Looking at everyone, Tony Stark said seriously. The picture turns, in a beautiful valley. Controlling the battle armor to land from the sky, Tony Stark opened the battle armor and immediately walked to the location of S.H.I.E.L.D and Wanda. "Wow, didn't you say you want to travel around the world? Why did you choose to come to this place in the end?" Coming to S.H.I.E.L.D and Wanda, looking at the 2 people sitting together, Tony Stark smiled and asked, "Can't you just come to disturb the 2 of us?" Turning his head, looking at Tony Stark who is also sitting next to him, S.H.I.E.L.D said silently, "Now it is the world of me and Wanda, you have to come and disturb us. Do you believe it or not, I let Tian Wanda directly use chaos magic to fly you to another Earth. Haha, do you also know?" Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's ridicule, Tony Stark picked up a stone and threw it out forcefully. Listening to the stone piercing the air, and finally falling slowly below the cliff, Tony Stark turned his head to S.H.I.E.L.D and said, "Man, this time we need you. Now, it's a matter of the life and death of the Earth, you can't stay out of it. Seeing Tony's serious eyes, S.H.I.E.L.D 23 just wanted to say something. Wanda, who was sitting on the other side of S.H.I.E.L.D, couldn't help but speak. My husband must come forward for everything. Look, for the first time the Earth fought an alien, my husband and Loki traveled through time and space to fight against Thanos. At that time, my husband's strength was still very weak. Later Loki was arrested by people from the Time Administration, and it was my husband who was in charge. Later, it was the Asgard Hela incident, which was also resolved by my husband. Then it was Ultron. At that time, my husband and I were just together, and you guys made Ultron. That's all. After Ultron, it was Thanos again, then Mephisto, and then the 12 ancient gods watching Asgard again. During the event of the 12 ancient gods, I even had a fight with the so-called Protoss. Finally, that huge scene was over. My husband and I were all over the world for relaxation, and you came after you again? Having said that, Wanda looked at Tony Stark helplessly. Can't you let my husband rest for a while? Listening to Wanda's complaint, Tony Stark was silent for a while, and then smiled awkwardly. This is something that can't be helped. Wanda, I hope you can understand it. After all, Sue is the chain in our answering alliance, the chain that binds us all together, so as long as he is there, then. Is it this serious already? Before Tony finished speaking, S.H.I.E.L.D turned his head and looked at Tony Stark seriously. As Tony's best friend, S.H.I.E.L.D definitely understands what Tony means when he utters the word chain. It can only be said that if no one is finalized, then because of this matter, it is very likely that the answering alliance will be split. In the end, our Earth will also be destroyed. Listening to Tony Stark's affirmative answer, S.H.I.E.L.D thought for a while, then nodded and said, "Where is Quinjet?" "Already here, just waiting for you to come back." Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's affirmative reply, Tony suddenly showed a smile on his face, and then pressed the earphones, and the Quinjet driven by Natasha Romanoff in the sky slowly landed. The screen will end here, and then the next scene will appear in the answering chat room, in the answering alliance base. Sitting at the top of the conference table, S.H.I.E.L.D looked at the many people who had come out at that time, as well as the members of the answering alliance sitting in front of the conference table. Then he said, "I know what you think, and I know the struggles in your hearts. But now, the right to choose is no longer on our side, so this battle must be fought. No matter what, we can't watch the Earth fall into ruin, even in the end we become sinners with blood on our hands." Looking around at the crowd, S.H.I.E.L.D stood up and said very simply and neatly, "It's like I didn't want to join you and become a member of the answering alliance. Now, I won't force anyone to stand on my side, but one thing I can tell you clearly is that this battle will inevitably start, and I will be the one leading this battle. Whether it is for the Earth or for my 3 children and Wanda, I will never watch the Earth be destroyed. And the battlefield, I will not be placed on the Earth." Having said that, S.H.I.E.L.D turned his head to look at Thanos who was sitting on the other side and said, "Are you ready? The battleship has already been prepared. If there are only 2 of us, then the battleship will not be used." "Who said it's just you 2? Sitting at the conference table, Strange smiled and raised his hand. "Although many people will die in this battle, even any of us may die in this battle. But, how can I be missing? So, the magician group is all ready, and we are willing to stand by your side. And the warriors of Wakanda." Black Panther T'Challa looked at S.H.I.E.L.D and said seriously, "Wakanda is also a member of the Earth, so we are also ready. If this is the last battle before the destruction of the Earth, I believe it must be the most tragic prologue in human history. And I." Peter Quill raised his hand, then spread his hand out and said, "Although I am only half an Earthling, and even the members of my team are not Earthlings, I am willing to fight with you. Then fight. Either win, the Earth will be saved, or the Earth will be destroyed, but before that, I think we should all be killed." Tony Stark spread his hands, watching everyone smile. "To be able to fight with my family and so many friends 590 to die, I think, I won't be alone anymore." Natasha Romanoff said with a smile on her face. "I think, Mutant thinks so too." The silent Steve Rogers raised his head, glanced at everyone, and then said seriously to S.H.I.E.L.D, "That time, I didn't stand by your side. No matter you win or lose, no matter life or death, no matter the final condemnation or infamy, I will accompany you to fight together. Who would let it? It was me and Tony who planned it back then, and it took a lot of effort to pull you into us. You know, Loki and I will always be on your side, because you have long been not only friends of me and Loki, but also one of the few family members of me and Loki." The silent Thor raised his head and looked at S.H.I.E.L.D and said seriously, "I still remember the first time I came to Earth, I just stayed in your house and didn't leave. It's really nostalgic. If we win this time and I can live, then I decide, I will continue to stay in your house for half a year? Well, as long as Wanda doesn't drive me away, haha. Come on, even if Wanda doesn't hold you away, my sister will pull you away by pulling your ears." Loki on the side laughed and cursed at Thor, then looked at S.H.I.E.L.D and said with a smile, "A family, definitely will live and die together. Even if it is the final condemnation, you have to bear it together, right?" Seeing this picture played in the answering chat room, at this moment, everyone's hearts are a little heavy. In particular, I saw that all members of the answering alliance, as well as those who knew and those who did not know, were all ready for the final battle. For a while, these answerers no longer knew what to say. Is it destroying the other party's Earth and causing the death of billions of people on the other side, or the other side destroying its own Earth and causing the death of billions of people on its own planet? This is no longer as simple as a math problem. No matter what decision is made, I am afraid that it will have to bear an extremely heavy price, and spiritual condemnation. The screen playback stops here, and the next segment begins to play. As soon as the picture turns, it should be another Earth. From the outside, it looks like an academy, because there are a lot of children playing in the college, but these children, they all seem to be not ordinary children. Every child has some weird super abilities. For example, those who can be invisible, those who can fly, and those who use ice and flame ability. As the lens gradually advanced, it soon appeared in a conference room. In the meeting room. Never thought, one day we will sit here and discuss with you, Charles. A white-haired old man was sitting on a chair, looking at the other bald old man who was sitting in a wheelchair without a trace of hair and said with a smile, I also didn't expect such a day, but maybe this is fate, Eric? Professor X sat in a wheelchair, looked at Magneto and smiled and said, you already know things, I want to know, what do you think? Is it important? Listening to Professor X's question, Magneto smiled and leaned on the chair. What I think is not important now, Charles, the important thing is that we must be prepared. Either the other party's Earth was destroyed, billions of people died, or our mutant's Earth was destroyed. I think you should know how to choose. Having said that, Magneto turned his head and looked at Phoenix, Jean Grey and Wolverine sitting next to Professor X, and then smiled. I think you two agree with me too. Humph. Listening to Magneto's words, Wolverine snorted coldly, then picked up a cigar and lit it. Logan, I said, when in school, you can't. Come on, Professor, when is this? Before Professor X could finish speaking, Wolverine Logan spoke directly, don't care about this now, but to be honest, although I don't like Magneto, I agree with him. If you really want to destroy an Earth, then destroy their Earth. Logan's voice fell, and the piano gray hesitation clicked, and said, Professor, since we have tried various methods, but there is no way to prevent the worst from happening, then we can only choose one of the two. Whether to destroy an unfamiliar Earth, or destroy our own Earth. I think, this time I will also be on Magneto's side. I don't want to see the children of Mutant College die, and I don't want to see all the people we know are destroyed with our planet. Although it is a bit selfish to say that, whether it is me, Logan, Storm, Scott, or other mutants teaching, it is the same idea. Listening to Jean Grey's words, Professor X became a little silent. Charles, this is not the time to be indecisive. Seeing the old friend's silence, Magneto said seriously, now, the most important thing for us is to unite all the mutant brothers and attack each other's Earth together. We cannot spread the battlefield to the Earth where we are, otherwise even if we win in the end, then our Earth will cause great losses, and even hundreds of thousands of people, millions of lives will be lost. Charles, you should make a decision. Listening to the words of his old friend Magneto, Professor X nodded slowly after being silent for a while. If I can survive, I think, I will live in self-blame forever, until I die of guilt. He said in a heavy voice. Professor X raised his head and looked at Magneto, and looked at Logan, Jin, and them beside him. Then he showed a sorrowful smile and said, let's make the decision. Good. Listening to Professor X's agreement, Magneto immediately nodded and smiled. Don't worry about that much, Charles. Although we will destroy billions of people in this battle, we also saved billions of people. Charles, you should start contacting the mutant brothers on your side to reunite. Members of my mutant brotherhood are already waiting outside the academy. After all the mutants are gathered, we will directly attack another Earth, and strive to give the opponent's planet directly this time. Before Magneto's voice fell, the next moment there was a burst of screams outside. Hearing this sound, both Magneto and Professor X were shocked, and Logan and Jean Grey rushed out in the first place. The picture turns, outside. An extremely brutal killing is taking place at this moment. The mutant brotherhood members led by Magneto are being constantly killed by a man holding a long sword. Although these mutants have various abilities, but in the face of absolute strength, these people are like fish on a sticky board, and they can't touch this sudden power. Jean Grey and Wolverine, who rushed over in the first time, were all a little stunned after seeing this scene. In front of them, hundreds of mutant brotherhood members gathered by Magneto at this moment have all turned into corpses. Some of the remaining mutant brotherhood members were so scared by such a terrifying guy at this moment that they didn't even dare to step forward and attack this guy. But even so, the person in front of him is still unwilling to let them go. After solving the remaining mutant brotherhood members very simply and neatly, watching Jean Grey and Wolverine Logan appear, the guy who threw a trace of blood off the long sword stopped his hands. I don't want to do this, but I think you should make this decision too. Are you a strong man on the opposite Earth? Jean Grey stopped Logan, who had been alloyed with adamantium's claws, and then looked at the corpses on the ground. Then he nodded and said, although I don't want to admit it, I'm sorry, we have no choice. Just like your Earth, can you tell me your name? Whether you die on Earth or we die in your hands? Suching? After shaking off the blood on the long sword, Suching looked at Jean Grey, and then said, my name is Suching, our people on Earth like to call me Roar, Pluto. As soon as the screen turns, the last segment begins to play. The picture played at this moment is extremely tragic. Mutant and the members of the answering alliance have already suffered extremely heavy losses at this moment. Under Xiaosu's killing intent, both the mutant side and the answering alliance side have already suffered a loss. Scott, Storm, Fireman, Iceman, and countless mutant died on the battlefield. On the other side, Ant-Man, Peter Quill, Sam, Rod, Barton, Natasha Romanoff, etc., as well as countless Wakanda fighters and magician groups, have also become corpses. The entire battlefield is full of corpses at this moment, and there are scenes of broken walls everywhere. S.H.I.E.L.D, who was still in the melee, seemed to kill a god at this moment, still harvesting mutants' life constantly. Wolverine, Magneto, Deadpool all fell under S.H.I.E.L.D's attack. When S.H.I.E.L.D ran towards the middle of the battlefield, in front of Professor X with his sword. At this moment, Charles, who was full of grief, slowly raised his head to look at S.H.I.E.L.D and said in a hoarse voice, "I hope you are right. Sorry, I have no choice." When the voice fell, S.H.I.E.L.D took a sword and ended Professor X's life. Do not. After S.H.I.E.L.D solved Professor X with a single sword, 593 Phoenix Jean Grey screamed with extreme grief that she was a little different in the battle, but at this moment, her body suddenly burst into huge amounts of energy. Seeing this scene, S.H.I.E.L.D put away the long sword, and the two death powers in his hand bloomed instantly. In almost an instant, the whole person came directly to Jean Grey, grabbed Storm and flew directly into the sky. It seems that this scene has been known for a long time. After seeing S.H.I.E.L.D flying into the sky with Jean Grey, which burst out extremely terrifying energy, Tony Stark immediately said to everyone, "Go." Accompanied by Tony's roar, Star Angie used magic to open countless space transmission channels in an instant. Almost for an instant, Thor, who was holding the storm axe, and Loki, who was carrying two daggers, even Steve Rogers, who held the shield in one hand and Mjolnir in the other, all exited the battlefield for the first time, and then each retreated to the nearest magic transmission channel around him. As everyone began to retreat, the next moment the two intertwined Phoenix Force and the Force of Death burst out in the air. The majestic power is like a dark cloud covering the full sky. When this terrifying energy roar screamed towards the ground, the remaining mutants screamed and ran around. Boom! It was just after the explosion sounded that resounded through the world, that storm of death swept across the entire Earth in an instant. With the dimly lit universe as the background, cracks began to appear on an azure blue planet visible to the naked eye. As the crack began to expand gradually, when it gradually spread to the entire planet. With a bang, like a fireball, the violently burning planet exploded, splitting into countless pieces, and finally all became dust in the universe. Not far in the universe, a red-haired woman is standing in the wandering universe with her arms in her arms, seemingly not affected by the rules of the universe at all. After witnessing the explosion of the Earth with my own eyes, the red-haired woman showed a satisfied smile on her face. "Finally waiting for you." As the red-haired woman turned around, a very complicated voice mixed with anger, luck, coldness, etc. appeared behind the red-haired woman. When the red-haired woman turned around, S.H.I.E.L.D, who was shrouded in layers of black mist, or protected, was standing there with a sword at this moment. By his side, he has long lost his mind, but is still erupting with horror. Phoenix Force. Grey, are you waiting for me? Listening to S.H.I.E.L.D's words, the red-haired woman was a little surprised, and then smiled on her face. "It looks like you know from the beginning that all of this was planned by me, right?" "Definitely." Holding the sword at the red-haired woman, S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes flashed with extremely dangerous light. "Although I don't know what your purpose is, but what they could do when they died, do you think I can't do it now? Nemesis?" The clip ends directly at this point. In the answering chat room, when everyone was still in shock, the voice of the answering system sounded again. "Excuse me, if the battle between the members of the answering alliance and the mutant is to protect the Earth where you are located, then what is the true purpose of the members?" S.H.I.E.L.D. Option 1. Protect the Earth where you exist and destroy the Earth where mutant is located. Option 2. Use the greatest strength to protect the Earth of one's own side and the mutant's side. Option 3. Use this to induce Nemesis and defeat her. Please note, members, you have 30 minutes of discussion time. Once the time is up, if no one answers the question, the system will randomly assign one person to answer the question. Anyone who answers the question incorrectly will be deducted randomly, including but not limited to lifespan, ability, wealth, life, etc. Answer now begins. As the voice of the system fell, the silent answer chat room resumed the discussion function. It's just that with the muted state contact, the whole answering chat room is silent at this moment. It seems that everyone is in that shocking scene like a sea of blood and a dead mountain. It seems that everyone has no idea to speak at this moment. After a while, Natasha Romanoff, the answering alliance is my home. Is this the decisive battle we will face in the future? A decisive battle with another mutant Earth? God, in the final post fragment, the various dazzling capabilities of mutant and are various the display of ability. Even the last corpse that looked at the place, there are scenes of broken walls everywhere, which is really shocking. Barton, I can win the battle. What shocked me the most was the scene where the Earth exploded at the end. My God, I understand a little bit now. The sentence in the fragment, if this is the prologue of humanity, it will also be this is the most tragic prologue in human history. Thor, with Loki, I don't have nothing. No one of you noticed. Is the Thanos who was destined to be cut off by me also on our side? How could he help us? Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. I don't know, but maybe there are other reasons. Damn, I don't know what to say now. At this moment, my mind is full of scenes of the last tragic battle. Especially one by one mutant uses various abilities, knowing that they will die but still rushing to us in despair. Among them, there are many teenage children. Seeing those children crying in fear and despair, they rushed towards us like death. God, I don't know how to describe my mood now, damn it. Natasha Romanoff, my answer league is my home. Calm down, Tony, I know, you are very touched by the scene of mutant kid rushing to us in tears in despair, but in fact, I think this is normal. Tony Stark, she said that she loves me 3,000 times. Normal? How could this be normal? They are all a group of children. In the clip, I killed these children with my own hands. How could this be normal? Is this special? It's not normal. Natasha Romanoff, have you ever thought about the consequences if we don't do this? I tell you, Tony, if we don't do this, then the Earth to be destroyed will be us. Everyone you know will die. In the clip, Sue's 3 children will die, your daughter Morgan will die, Steve's daughter Catherine will die, and hundreds of millions of children will die with the destruction of the Earth. Tony, I know that in the clip, you are asked to solve these children by yourself. At this moment, you are very uncomfortable in your heart, but Tony, sometimes, we have no choice. Perhaps this will be the future we have to face. If this will happen in the future, then even if I die in the war, it is worth it, for the Earth. As Kurt Lang, I also died in the battle, but if it is for the Earth, then I think it is worth it. After all, if my death can be exchanged for the survival of my daughter, Peanut, I am willing. Peter Quill, who would have thought that I also died in the battle? I have never returned to the Earth since I was taken away from the Earth by Yondu. I didn't expect that one day in the future, I would actually die for the Earth. The real world, in the answering league. Calm down, Tony. Reaching out his hand and patted Tony's shoulder gently, So-Ching looked at Tony Stark, who was full of grief and anger on his face, and couldn't bear to wait. Then he comforted softly, what we see is just the scene of the future. I know that in the clip, the tragic scene, those children who rushed towards you with tears and despair, made you unbearable. But at that time you had no choice, didn't you? Moreover, this is only the future we expected to see, but it doesn't necessarily happen. Even if it does, in order to prevent this scene from appearing, we can also prepare in advance. Perhaps the most important thing we should think about right now is not these, but how to avoid the event that mutant Earth and our Earth regret colliding with each other. As long as mutant's planet does not appear around the Earth, as long as the two universes do not overlap, then these things will never happen. So, now you have one more research topic, that is, you should study multi-universe. Maybe when you research a certain result, everything we see will not happen. Hearing So-Ching's comfort, Tony Stark was silent for a moment, raised his head, looked at So-Ching and Steve, and then slowly nodded. Leaning on the sofa, Tony Stark shook his head suddenly, and then laughed at himself. Sorry, I was so excited, after all, the scene was so desperate. I really don't want to treat those kids. We all know, Tony, we all know. Before Tony could finish speaking, Steve Rogers patted Tony's arm with understanding. In fact, the entire Answering Alliance knows that Tony is the strongest person among them, but in fact, he is the warmest and kindest person in his heart. Sometimes, although he gives the impression of being an arrogant, tsundere guy, but in fact, he is the one who sticks to his heart the most. Stick to his kindness, stick to his view of right and wrong, and stick to the warmth in his heart. Answer the questions in the chat room. Tony Stark, NA, sorry, I just lost control of my emotions, I shouldn't be angry with you. Natasha Romanoff, what does it have to do? It's all a family. Who doesn't know who? If you are not emotional after seeing the scene just now, then I suspect that you have been replaced by someone else. Don't worry, no one will blame you, Tony. Tony Stark, thank you, NA, okay, let's study this question now. This time the question is more difficult. To be honest, there seems to be a lot of information that can be used, but if you analyze it carefully, the answer is given to the question. It seems all right. Look for flowers, 0. But it doesn't seem to be right, at least not completely. Let's start from the details. Steve Rogers, that's all. In the first clip, we people gathered in the Answering Coalition to discuss the collision between our Earth and mutant Earth. In the end, it seemed to be divided into 2 factions. To be precise, it should be that we disagree with each other. Views. There is nothing to say about this, it's like an introduction to the general situation. The most important thing is to start with the second clip, which is the clip where Tony went to find So-Ching. What Steve said is correct. Regarding the clip of Tony going to me, in fact, we can analyze the timeline of this matter, and even some timelines of things that haven't happened yet. First of all, it was Thanos' men who invaded the Earth. Loki and I crossed the space transmission channel to fight against Thanos, based on this matter. It was Loki who was taken away by the Time Management Bureau, and this incident has already happened. After that, it was the Asgard Hela incident, and now Hela has been invited back to Asgard by Thor and Loki, so it has happened. What really hasn't happened yet, should be some of the next things. According to the sequence of events mentioned by Wanda in the clip, the next thing we have to face is the Ultron incident. After Ultron, it is the Thanos incident. After that, it was the Mephisto event, and Mephisto was followed by the 10 Ancient Gods event watching Asgard. After all this has passed, it is the event of mutant Earth and our Earth. Wanda, I don't know if you have noticed the sequence of time events mentioned in this clip. What I said at the time was that the Ultron incident happened just after I was with Sue. In other words, the Ultron incident is most likely to have occurred during this period of time? After all, I am only with S.H.I.E.L.D. now, so I think that the Ultron incident is likely to happen in the near future. Well, as for the mutant Earth and our Earth, at that time, S.H.I.E.L.D. and I had been together for a long time and had 3 children. Natasha Romanoff, I remember, it was said in the clip that the 2 of you have gone around the world and threw the 3 children to me to take care of, and Steve Rogers, Wanda is right. According to the order of the timeline events, and combined with the time node that S.H.I.E.L.D. and Wanda have just been together, the Ultron event should be in the near future. It's a pity that the videos we have watched in the future of answering questions did not show things about Ultron, but it doesn't matter. After the answer is over this time, I will let S.H.I.E.L.D. investigate this matter. In addition, Tony can also ask J.A.R.V.I.S. to help investigate and pay attention to all the things about Ultron. But for now, let's take a look at this question first. Tony Stark, it seems that the answer to this question is correct, but the answer does not seem to be correct. For example, the first option, S.H.I.E.L.D. is to protect our Earth and destroy mutants' Earth. This should be correct, but when S.H.I.E.L.D. was holding the 593 sword to kill the person on mutants' side, do you still remember the person who was in the wheelchair and was called the Professor? Before he was beheaded by Suyujian, he once said to S.H.I.E.L.D., I hope you are right. What does this sentence mean? If only both sides want to protect the Earth on their own side, then he shouldn't say this to S.H.I.E.L.D. Obviously, he should have known something, such as Sue's real plan. Only in this way will he say this to S.H.I.E.L.D. in that scene. Strange, Tony is right. Although the positions are different, there is no absolute justice in this battle. Everyone wants to protect our own Earth. It is obvious that all of us are desperate for this fighting. But Sue should know more than we know, such as that nemesis. In the last segment, after Sue destroyed mutant Earth, when he was in the universe, he seemed to be waiting for the redhead called Nemesis. Woman? So, who is she? In addition, can we humans float in the universe? Where can we survive? Let alone speak? As far as I know, only people with a certain level of strength have this ability. So, Sue, how strong are you now? Thor, I know this. My sister once had a fight with Soda. According to my sister, Sue is now one of the strongest people in the 9 realms, but I don't know if Sue has reached level single universe. Other strengths. I heard that people who have reached that level can survive in the universe, or even break through the barriers of the universe and go to a parallel universe. Suching, almost, according to my current strength, without any protection, there is no problem in staying in the universe. As for whether I can break through the barriers of the universe and go to the parallel universe, I haven't tried this, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Tony Stark, oh, good guy, one of the strongest people in the 9 realms? It seems that our planet finally has a top power, adding Ancient One magician. I really feel pity for Thanos who wants to invade the Earth in the future and snatch infinite gems. Poor guy, he probably doesn't know now what he will face in the future. Thor, obviously Thanos will be cut off by me in the future, but he will be on our side in the future. Until now, I haven't figured out how much change will happen in the future. Loki, it's weird if you can figure it out. You still have to think about you and Jane in your mind. Fosters relationship, like this kind of thing that requires serious thinking. You still don't try to be strong. Thor, I think you despise me. Loki, don't think about it, that's it. Natasha Romanoff, alright, let's continue to discuss the problem. Since you all think that the first answer is not, then try to substitute the second option. The question of the answering system is, what is Sue's real purpose, and the second option is to use his greatest strength to protect his own Earth and mutants' Earth. Do you think this answer is appropriate? Barton, probably not. After all, we have seen it with our own eyes in the clip, so destroyed mutants' planet, so it shouldn't be the answer. Bruce Banner, not necessarily. Although So destroyed the planet mutant on the surface, don't forget what the professor in the wheelchair said before he was beheaded by So, and he looked at So at the time. There is a glimmer of hope in his eyes. So can we think that the professor believes that So can make the 2 Earths safe and sound? Tony Stark, I will refute, Dr. Banner, no matter what the professor hopes, but the fact is that Sue has destroyed the Earth where mutant is, so I don't think it should be the second answer, unless there is something we don't know matter. Suching, infinite gems? It should be infinite gems. If the Earth faces a catastrophe of destruction, then we will definitely use our greatest strength in this battle. But from the beginning to the end of the battle, none of us have used infinite gems. Even Strange has never used time gem, and you should even notice that when Strange uses magic to activate the magical item of Eye of Agamotto, there is no time gem in the magical item. Then, it should be understood that infinite gems disappeared. With 6 infinite gems, you can complete any achievable wish. In other words, even if I destroy the planet of mutant with my own hands, as long as I can gather the 6 infinite gems, I will be able to make mutant Earth again. Recovery. Strange, time gem has always been a holy thing guarded by the supreme magician for generations. We have sworn to protect the time gem with our lives. I am alive, but the time gem is gone, so that means 5.0 I voluntarily handed it over. Supreme Magician Ancient One, in other words, time gem disappeared automatically. The real factor that caused time gem to disappear may be what you saw in the clip, the red-haired goddess, Nemesis. Tony Stark, Ancient One Magician, do you know the red-haired goddess Nemesis? Supreme Magician Ancient One, know a little? Nemesis, once one of the oldest gods in the universe, known as the Nemesis, it is said that the true origin of infinite gems came from her. 6 infinite gems were born because of her, and her consciousness turned into the 7th infinite gems, the famous self-gem. Thor, infinite gems appeared because of her? This is different from what my father told me, the origin of infinite gems. Tony Stark, Thor, don't care if the origin of infinite gems is the same as your father said. Ancient One Magician, are you sure that the origin of infinite gems comes from the Nemesis? Supreme Magician Ancient One, let's say so, but it is said that there are 2 origins of infinite gems, one is closer to reality, which is what Odin said to Thor. Oddly said. After all, this statement is closer to reality. As for Nemesis, I always thought it was a legend. After all, this legend is too old, so old as to be fake at all. Only this time, after seeing Nemesis in the clip, I somewhat questioned the true origin of infinite gems. Perhaps, infinite gems was really transformed after the death of Nemesis, the goddess of vengeance, including the self-jewel that we have not seen so far. Tony Stark, that's obvious. In the last segment of the question, Sue was in the universe and told the red-haired Nemesis that she had finally come out. And also said that what they could do when they died that year, they could also do it themselves. Then is it not 23 to prove that the answer to this question is to elicit Nemesis? Suching, not necessarily. According to my method of doing things, destroying the Earth of Mutant, eliciting Nemesis should be a process at best, not a result. The real result should be after Nemesis is elicited. You should understand my way of doing things. If it was just to elicit her alone, I wouldn't be able to spend so much time and effort. Bruce Banner, yes, that's why I think that Sue's real purpose is to protect the Earth on our side, and at the same time use the greatest strength to protect the Earth on Mutant's side. After all, according to Ancient One Magician, Nemesis is the origin of infinite gems, no matter whether this legend is true or not, but at least, this condition is brought into the answer to the question, and the sentence so said at the end of the fragment is to wait for her. And infinite gems can complete any wish that can be fulfilled, so just defeat Nemesis, regain infinite gems, and then use infinite gems to make a wish, so that the destroyed mutant Earth will be restored to its original state. This is the most suitable style for Sue's work, so I still think it is. The answer should be this. Natasha Romanoff, it makes sense to say that. Sue always takes one step and sees 3 steps. Coupled with the sentence he said at the end of the video, it is not difficult to see that the reason Sue did this is actually to draw Nemesis out. If it is unsuccessful, although Mutant's Earth will be destroyed, at least, it will protect the Earth on its own side. If it succeeds, destroy Nemesis again, then after obtaining infinite gems, you can restore the destroyed mutant Earth? In other words, no matter what happens to our Earth, there is no loss. This is the lowest goal. Steve Rogers, that should be it. Sue's most real purpose is actually what Dr. Banner said. Wanda, oh my god, why this universe is always plagued by disasters. There are always so many things that we need to deal with. Can't we keep calm like other planets? Natasha Romanoff, who knows, maybe when the first superhero or super ability was born from the Earth, some things were doomed. I even suspect that the big future events we know now are only part of that's it. Barton, be content, at least there are any crises on the Earth, and we people are guarding it. I can't imagine, if there are no people like us, then the Earth will face, just like other planets, seemingly peaceful. But when it is really attacked by aliens, such as Thanos, I am afraid that there is no power to fight back. At least compared to them, we are more fortunate. Strange, who can say no? Although I think that we will encounter the Ultron incident soon, and there are a lot of things after the Ultron incident, I feel a little headache, but the real headache should be Sue. After all, these things are all related to Sue, or need quick help. Suching, this is the reason why I did not want to join you at the beginning, because I know that once I join, then I will not want to live a stable life in the future. Helpless, Tony Stark, haha, I am happy to mention this. It turns out that this may be the most correct decision I have ever made. Steve Rogers, indeed, when Tony approached me to discuss this matter, I had just recovered from the ice at that time, and I hadn't fully understood the world. At that time, Tony convinced me that one of the most important reasons for bringing Sura closer to us is that with him, even if we face powerful enemies in the future, we will have stronger partners, and we don't have to worry about ours back. I have been on the battlefield, but I know what this sentence really means. Wanda, so, you just dragged my husband in? Cut. Natasha Romanoff, Wanda, pay attention, you are not married yet. Wanda, my sister, it's all morning and evening anyway, and I'm already Sue's person now. After all, I've lived here for Sue for so long, and I've grown up, so what should happen it happened long ago, and getting married will be a big deal sooner or later. Natasha Romanoff. Petro, Walter. Tony Stark, wow, nice, cool, I must be the master of the wedding. Suching. Steve Rogers, ahem, let's finish answering this question first. Natasha Romanoff, Steve, your level of changing the subject is not high at all, but forget it, I have always regarded Wanda and Pietro as my relatives. It is also a very worthy person, it's just that I feel a little uncomfortable, and I always feel that my sister has been cheated away. Good Chinese cabbage is just like that, Petro, sister, it's not the pig who cheated the Chinese cabbage away, but the Chinese cabbage happily came to the door and cheated the pig away. Also, Sue, should I call you brother-in-law? Wanda, yes, Pietro, you can call Rorsu a brother-in-law like that in the future? Happy.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.